Chapter 155, Message Tree. Chapter 155, Message Tree. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Come quickly and take a look? We put the shield down and asked, "You're done with your training?" Fatty sluggishly answered, "Is anyone ever done with their training? Come quickly, some of the leaves on your message tree are glowing, someone has sent a message." Wow, this is really advanced. I'm really excited to be able to see something so advanced. Please understand that it's the first time a country bumpkin like me has seen something like this. Message tree? We paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the nonsensical words that had previously appeared on one of its leaves. I have no idea who among you are still alive, but I know that no one can stop them. They have already completed the necessary preparations. Everything will change in 60 days. Who will protect the Avalon of 5 elements? We remembered the message clearly. He had attempted to understand this seemingly nonsensical message several times but to no avail. He had felt that the other party was abnormal and should totally see a doctor. Until now, he had thought that the message was just a prank and had buried it somewhere in the back of his mind. However, hearing Fatty mention the message tree reminded him of that message, which he now saw clearly in his head. Everything will change. We inevitably thought of the blood catastrophe. It was most certainly a catastrophe capable of being called an incredible change. Hadn't Central Pine City and the induction ground both already changed drastically? Wait a minute. If the blood catastrophe was what the other party was referring to, no one can stop them seemed to indicate that the blood catastrophe was set in motion by some people. We let out an angry hiss. He had also once thought that this might have been the case. The blood poison needed a period of incubation before it could complete its metamorphosis. The Garden of Life was undoubtedly a good choice. Nobody would notice anything different in a forgotten area flooded with all sorts of strange vegetation. Besides the students that went there for excursions, the Garden of Life was desolate and uninhabited. Moreover, there were no powerful dire beasts out there, only wild beasts. Perhaps the blood poison was extremely weak in its early stages? The Garden of Life could be said to be an excellent breeding ground for the blood poison, and it had allowed the poison to continuously spread and transform the blood beasts. It was already too late by the time the blood poison started to break out. What's worse was that the induction ground did not have any station troops from the Elite 13 divisions at the time, thus causing them to be unable to adapt quickly enough to fend off the sudden outbreak. The number of coincidences made we think that the blood catastrophe was planned, but he promptly dismissed the thought after feeling that he might be too paranoid. Who would deliberately make such a blood poison? What good would it do for them? We could not think of a good reason. But what if the other party really was referring to the blood catastrophe? We hesitated for a moment, juggling the strange message around in his mind. I have no idea who among you is still alive implied that there was a group of people, maybe his friends? It didn't seem like it though, perhaps it was a group of sorts? Is still alive implied that this group of people was either very old or trapped in dire circumstances. Either way, they were people facing death. Does the them in the message then refer to the people who initiated the blood catastrophe? The thing that didn't add up was the 60 days mentioned in the message. We had gone on the excursion the next day after receiving the message. The blood poison incident had also come shortly after. It had been 32 days since we had received the strange message, which meant that the blood catastrophe had started 28 days after the message. The sender must have postulated incorrectly. Or was he not talking about the blood catastrophe? Everything will change probably meant that the event would create an impact large enough to alter the Avalon of 5 elements. Who will protect the Avalon of 5 elements? Insinuated that the change wasn't going to be a good thing, it was more likely a calamity. It was this last sentence that led to think of the blood catastrophe. He couldn't think of any other event that had the ability to drastically change the Avalon of 5 elements. But if it, indeed, referred to the blood catastrophe, the timing was an issue. Why are you daydreaming? Fatty asked as he walked over, deeply concerned. Are your injuries still not healed? Lon, quickly give a checkup. No problem. Lulan replied, his eyes flashing. is very healthy. Snapped out of his thoughts, mocking himself for overthinking and being paranoid. But wait. Pointed at Lulan and questioned Fatty, what did you call him? Lon, Fatty answered matter-of-factly. Shivered, clearly grossed out. Lon? Please don't give me goosebumps. Lulan is my sand puppet, you'd better not mangle his name. Fatty innocently replied, what about Lulu? Why are you not called Dai, then? Could barely spit out those 2 words. Oh, you know my childhood nickname. Fatty exclaimed with his eyes opened wide in surprise. I've never told you this before. AI, we couldn't be bothered to continue talking. He pointed to the ironwood shield on the floor. This is for you. Fatty looked at the ironwood shield lying on the floor, dazed by its great thickness. AI Hui, are you sure about this? I'm supposed to use this? AI Hui, I haven't seen you for just a few months, and you've already forgotten my light and graceful fighting style? Light and graceful? I think you mean hit and run? AI Hui sneered and pressed on without giving Fatty a chance to rebut. I need someone to wield a shield, and I think you're the most suitable person to do it. We can't waste all that flesh, now can we? Fatty replied anxiously, this is all fat. AI Hui swiftly interrupted, are you doing it? Return me my money if you aren't going to do it. Fatty slumped his body and pleaded, AI Hui, we've been brothers for so many years. You still need to return the money. AI Hui said bluntly. If you cannot afford to pay up, then you'd better be my shield man. You'll be well fed with noodles and meat, and you can even play with Lulan. Lulan morphed into 3 words, play with you, that flitted about. Lulan is such a good boy, AI Hui said, smiling at Lulan with the warmth of spring. But an expression as cold as winter immediately took over his face when he turned to Fatty. You've played with this before, time to pick it up again, he ordered. Fatty's head hung low as he marched unsteadily towards the ironwood shield. The overly dramatic Fatty looked as if he was part of a funeral procession. AI Hui ignored him and instructed, Lulan, make sure he completes all 300 sets of shield raises. No dinner for him if he misses even a single set. The one with the surname AI. Fatty shouted through clenched teeth. Gone was the Fatty who was filled with despair, he was now a raging brown bear. No problem. I will not miss a single count. Lulan said happily, clearly excited to be of help to AI Hui. With a bang, Lulan morphed into 3 zeros and started to count. Seeing Lulan's new form, Fatty's expression changed to one of dread. Using a flattering voice, he promptly whispered, Lon, think of all the fun we had just now, aren't we good brothers? Good brothers should help each other out. Come on, help me count a few free sets and I'll play with you in the future. Fatty immediately noticed the sand figures changing swiftly, making him beam with joy. Bang! The numbers suddenly returned to 0. Fatty was stunned. Add another 100 sets. That's 400 sets together. Miss one set and there'll be no food for you. AI Huey's voice boomed from behind. Fatty trembled as Lulan displayed 400. As if he was afraid that Fatty couldn't see it clearly, Lulan doubled the size of the numbers and brought it right in front of his eyes. The sand counter then reset to 000. They're all in this together, crooks working hand in glove with one another. Fatty ranted on as he brandished the shield. AI Hui took a glance at Fatty and smiled. AI Hui knew best just how lazy this fellow could be. He would definitely not stand if he could sit, and he definitely wouldn't sit if he could lie down. One of these days, he would succumb to his laziness. All men must die eventually. Nobody would have cared if Fatty had just died quietly somewhere, but it was just his luck to have bumped into AI Hui. AI Hui had a premonition that the blood catastrophe had only just started. The blood beasts outside of the city were growing stronger, while the situation within Central Pine City was worsening. Without the 13 divisions, the only people they could depend on were the teachers, students, and the guards of the training grounds. Was this really enough to repel the beasts? AI Hui wasn't sure, but he knew that Central Pine City was no longer the peaceful city he once knew. It was now a battlefield. Everyone needed to fight for their own destiny. AI Hui knew that Fatty was a coward who would flee at first sight of danger, so he did not mention much else. However, the blood poison had already spread to the induction ground, so where could they flee to? There was nowhere to run. AI Hui looked at the message tree and saw one of its leaves glowing as if it was breathing. It was the same leaf as before. AI Hui grabbed a pen from his room before walking towards the tree. Somehow, he found himself unusually nervous. He felt as if a riddle was about to unravel before his eyes. Are you still alive? AI Hui read the 4 words several times. He thought about his experiences over the past few days, which now felt like an eternity ago. To be honest, the battle at the Garden of Life hadn't had much of an impact on him. He was, after all, not new to this game. He might be weak, but he was experienced in combat. Witnessing the drastic changes that befell Central Pine City was what truly affected him. A dreamscape was shattered. AI Hui could sense the sender's urgency, so he lifted his pen and began to write. I'm still alive. He stared at the black ink fading into the leaf, reminding himself to be as patient and calm as he used to be while hunting dire beasts in the wilderness. A short while later, the leaf on his hand lit up again. Thank the heavens you're alive. Can you tell me where you are now? How is the Avalon of 5 elements doing? AI we pondered over what to reply before putting his pen to the leaf. Are you referring to the blood catastrophe? The situation has gone out of control, with the induction ground being dragged into it. Who are you? Being cautious, he didn't reveal his location. He had no idea if the other party was well-intentioned or malicious, trustworthy, or otherwise. Also, if the you that was mentioned in the first message referred to a group, they would very likely be enemies with the people who unleashed the blood poison. AI Hui remembered the noodle shop girl telling him that this message tree was ancient. He had a feeling that this message tree had a complicated past. The people and circumstances that were entwined with it were definitely not minor characters like himself. He had no interest in becoming a part of such matters. All he wanted to do was survive, to make it out of this blood catastrophe alive. He was just like everyone else, desperately grasping at straws to prevent himself from drowning. AI Hui was a little distracted. How would the other party reply? Is the blood catastrophe really man-made? Why? Why would anyone do such a thing? He patiently waited for an answer. The reply took a bit longer this time. AI Hui came back to his senses as the leaf began to glow again. Had fate finally revealed its hand? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Conflicts. Chapter 156, Conflicts. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. I am just an old prisoner. Ah, so it turned out to be the induction ground. Although I have known for a long time that the catastrophe is coming, I still feel sorrowful after your confirmation. If you are trapped in the blood catastrophe, please be reminded that you must not touch any blood, because not only wounds but any skin exposure to the blood of God will get you infected. AI Huey's eyes were burning when he saw the words blood of God. It really was funny, the blood poison, which had caused countless disasters and deaths, was actually called the blood of God. What kind of God could be so evil? Blood of God? The masterpiece of the insane, the perfect combination of a blood-refined sect from ancient times and the wood elementalists of the Avalon of 5 elements. The blood of God can be traced back to 100 years ago, where they had already been secretly studying it for 50 years. It wasn't until 30 years ago that we had finally noticed their dirty tricks, but it was too late. They had become very powerful and had long been eyeing us. We had failed. AI was about to ask, who are they, and who are you? But he restrained his curiosity. Once he knew the answers to those 2 questions, he would be officially involved in their conflict, which may bring him many troubles. All he desired was to be alive and live a quiet life. He didn't want to be involved in any conflicts. So, instead, he asked, last time, you said that everything will change in 60 days. What did you mean? I only know that they have a big plan, but I don't know the details. They have been planning for a long time, and the blood catastrophe is only the beginning. This answer made AI Hui more unwilling to get involved. It was clear now who played their cards better. The enemies could devote themselves to study for 100 years, arrange everything delicately, and also leave room for maneuvers. The old prisoners' side, on the other hand, only noticed the abnormality after 50 years and were caught due to their carelessness. And they still didn't know much about their enemy. Suddenly, AI Hui heard some noise outside. He quickly wrote on the leaf, someone is coming. Then he left as if nothing had happened. He didn't know why, but intuitively, he believed it was better to not tell others about the message tree. At first, AI Hui had thought that Duanmu Huanghun was coming back. However, he paused when he saw the faces of the comers. There was a ponytailed girl in a white-blue armor, and she was heavily armed. Her pretty but cold face attracted everyone's attention, and her awe-inspiring eyes were as pure as untouched crystal. What impressed AI Hui the most was the spear in her hand. He could not tell what the snow-white spear was made of, but it was surrounded by a white cloud, and the tip was as shiny as the water of a lake. The white-blue armor was delicately made. The texture of the blue part was crystal-like and as clear as the sea, while the white part was like the snow or the clouds. It looked light and handy without the heaviness of ordinary armors, and AI Hui could tell at first glance that it must be expensive. The girl's waistline was outlined by the armor, and with her ponytail hanging down almost to her waist, she looked agile and fresh. This girl seemed familiar. When AI Hui saw the inimitable golden silk longbow, he suddenly realized that they were the 2 who had fought against the bloodbat with him that night. Girls would be totally changed in different attire. Oh. He suddenly remembered that one of them was Shi Xuemon and the other was Sang Jijun. Wait, Shi Xuemon? She was Shi Xuemon. AI Huey's jaw dropped as he stared at the vigorous girl blankly. Only then did he realize that the Sure Shuemon that the dean had told him about was that Sure Shuemon. AI Hui was not a green hand, one who had just come to the induction ground. He had heard of the goddess name before. The blood bat had died a worthy death, AI Hui thought. He knew who he was, and it was already beyond his capacity to resist an attack of the blood bat. It seemed that he should thank this pretty girl. It was because of her excellent fighting skills that he was still alive. When Sure Shuemon noticed AI Huey's stunned face, she didn't show any expression, but in her heart, she felt complacent. However, the next second, she remembered that she was what this guy called a skank, and the complacency disappeared. Her face darkened, and she said coldly, "Come in, everybody." AI Hui felt a bit weird. The girl seemed unhappy? And she glared at him? Why? He didn't remember ever offending her before. AI Hui shook his head. He suddenly felt that it was funny that he had thought that he could understand females. It was okay, though. He wasn't alone. Fatty, for sure, could not understand them either. Fatty. AI Hui suddenly turned and saw Fatty, who was taking a rest. With a darkened face, he said, "Lulan, 100 sets more for Fatty." Fatty's face quickly turned pale, and he returned to continuing to wave the shield ruefully. Sang Jijun was puzzled as she watched the two standing in front of her. Shuemon had been in good mood on her way here, and AI Hui had also seemed fine when they had just arrived. Why did both of them suddenly become so unpleasant? Then, a group of people walked into the training hall, the sight of which caused AI Hui to feel dizzy. They were all in magnificent and glaring equipment, the colorful lights of which dazzled him. They were like human-shaped shelves with various shining equipment was on display. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple, they should be named the group of the rainbow. They were rich indeed. AI Hui was stunned. Prodigal kids. He didn't need to look back to know that Fatty must be as astonished as he was, because Fatty would always be like this whenever he saw something expensive. So, without even looking at Fatty, he shouted, "If you are lazy again, I'll add 100 sets more." Fatty was so frightened that he almost lost some weight, and he immediately continued to practice. He felt AI Hui to be much more frightening than before. AI Huey's eyes were clear, and he immediately noticed the unfriendly gazes of the colorful guys. Everyone looked at AI Hui up and down maliciously but did not find anything special. They had been unwilling to follow even Sure Shuemon's lead, much less this unknown guy. But Sure Shuemon outperformed them both in terms of fighting skills and family background, so they had to obey. But AI Hui, just who was he? These guys were all very proud, and some of them were even preparing to give AI Hui a good beating. AI Hui knew what they were thinking as soon as he saw their expressions. He didn't understand females indeed, but he knew very well what men thought. AI Hui snorted in his heart. If it were not for the escape quota, he wouldn't bother to care about them. "Fatty, you can stop practicing for a while. Come here." On hearing AI Huey's words, Fatty happily ran to him at once with the shield in his hand. Sure Shuemon also noticed the unfriendly environment, and her eyes became cold. At first, she had wanted AI Hui to join her team, but with the consideration that the other teammates might reject him, it was finally decided that AI Hui would lead another team. Her father once told her that if there was one thing she was not good at, then she should leave it to someone who was, especially when the situation was important. She knew of AI Huey's ability very well. Although he may not be the best fighter, he could be the best leader. Sure Shuemon displayed her attitude clearly. "It is my suggestion to follow AI Huey's lead. Do you have any objections?" Sang Jijun said without hesitation, "I agree." "I don't. If it's you, Shuemon, I'm fine with it. But why does this unknown guy suddenly become our team leader?" It was out of Sure Shuemon's expectation for the first one to object to be He Chilming, whom she had always regarded as a sedate member of the team. If Li Hai was a disorderly guy because of his family background, then He Chilming was a person who was always responsible in his behavior. His objection made her realize that her suggestion might have been a bit reckless. "That's right. How can such a small potato ride on our back and piss an *T on us?" Li Hai's rudeness made everybody frown. "I don't agree either." "Neither do I." 6 members out of 8 were against the suggestion. Duanmu Huanhan didn't expect to see such an embarrassing scene when he had just entered. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei and Wang Xiaoshan, who were standing beside him, were full of anger. "Hui, let's do it ourselves. Why do we have to team up with them?" Jiang Wei gazed at them with hostility. "Yes, why do we have to?" Wang Xiaoshan also agreed with Jiang Wei. Both of them had escaped from the Garden of Life with AI Hui all the way, and they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Now, their blood was boiling when they saw the contempt the others had for Ai Hui. Sure, Shueman felt a headache coming on. She hadn't expected her first proposal to be strongly opposed by both sides. There were things in the world that before you really experienced, you would not know how naive you were. It's okay. Ai Hui appeared to be at peace. I think the overall capacity of your team is good enough. Then will you six make up a team, and let the two girls join our team because we are a bit weaker? Fatty, who was standing beside Ai Hui, felt heart tremble when he heard his words. Ai Hui was becoming more and more insidious. It was clear that he didn't bother to care about those guys. Fatty was right, Ai Hui was more than willing to leave them aside. They had nothing to do with him. He clearly remembered that the dean had asked him to guarantee the safety of only two people, one was Shi Shueman, and the other was Duanmu Huanghan. As to the others, it was none of his business. No. The six boys all disagreed. Shi Shueman was their goddess, and Sang Jijun was also very pretty. They were the only two girls in their team. How could they surrender so submissively? Did he think they were so stupid? Even He Qiuming, who was relatively good-tempered, felt furious upon hearing this suggestion. Now, Ai Hui knew what the dean was thinking. It was all bullshit when he asked Ai Hui to lead them. All these guys were so supercilious that they would not even obey the dean. How could he expect them to listen to his commands? What the dean actually wanted him to do was clean up the mess they left behind, and protect Shi Shueman in times of emergency. Clean up the mess. Or why don't you tell me your suggestion, and let's have a nice discussion? Ai Hui smiled as he walked towards them, and Fatty followed him flatteringly with the shield in his hand. He was staring at their equipment with admiration, and it seemed like he was resisting the temptation to touch it. A light flashed in Shi Shueman's eyes. She had a vague premonition that something was about to happen. Meanwhile, Duanmu Huanghuan's heart trembled. He was 100% sure that something was going to happen. And where was Lulan? 1. A person who is new to or inexperienced at a particular activity, a novice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Beat Down. Chapter 157, Beat Down. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. Looking at Ai Hui's friendly face, Li Hai displayed his unabashed contempt and scorn. Ha ha. He is just a jellyfish. How can such a guy lead us? Then, when he saw Fatty, who was gazing at him with eyes full of admiration, he couldn't help but sneer. Poor wretch. Never seen this before, huh? Come on, I'll let you touch it. I bet you have never seen such high-level equipment in your whole damn life. Ha ha ha. Seeing the veneration in Fatty's eyes, Li Hai laughed out even more wantonly. He Qiuming was more or less relieved. He was worried that if Ai Hui had also insisted, Shi Shueman would be unable to solve this embarrassing problem. If they were on opposing sides, it would be tough for them to fight against Shi Shueman and Sang Jijun, too. Moreover, even if they really did not need to fight, if Shi Shueman and Sang Jijun were willing to follow that guy, there was nothing they could do. Now, it seemed that it was not yet the worst situation. He Qiuming glanced at Shi Shueman, whose face was inscrutable. It appeared that she was not very attached to that guy, otherwise, Shi Shueman, who was usually so irritable, would have already initiated a fight. But why did the goddess have such a strange expression? Ai Hui was speechless when he witnessed the response of the guy in front of him. He is so close to him, but that guy was still looking at girls with such fascination. Guys like this would have died 1,000 deaths on the battlefield. Clean up their mess? Stop kidding. What suggestion do you have? Before he could finish his sentence, He Qiuming suddenly felt his vision blur, and before he could even react, his abdomen was heavily attacked. His expression suddenly froze. His gaze was fixed on Ai Hui as if he still could not believe he was attacked. Ai Hui could feel the fluctuations of elemental energy on the silk clothes. Evidently, He Qiuming's clothes had either high protection capabilities or other unique functions. If it were the wilderness, he would have killed him without hesitation. What a pity. Although Ai Hui didn't use his elemental energy at all, the punch was still powerful. He Qiuming's body was arched like a shrimp. He wanted to say something, but no words could come out. Meanwhile, Fatty, who had been fascinated by the armor just now, suddenly had a change in expression. His fingers shot to the slits of Li Hai's armor, and he abruptly grabbed it and lifted Li Hai's body, which was massive and tall, with one hand, like a furious brown bear. Sensing his feet leave the ground, Li Hai was dumbstruck, and his unruly laughter abruptly stopped. Fatty grabbed the shield with the other hand and clapped his hands hard, causing Li Hai to heavily dash against the wall-thick ironwood shield. A muffled sound could be heard. After such a strike, Lehigh was limp and feeble, and Fatty threw him away like a rag. "You are looking for trouble. What are you doing? Are you crazy?" The other four panicked and cried out in reproach at almost the same time. "Idiots. We didn't even want to make a comment. These fellows were just threatening in manner but cowardly at heart." It truly was hilarious that their first reaction towards an attack was to reprimand instead of to fight back. In the blink of an eye, we flashed to another person who stood nearby. Staying so close to one's enemy without any self-protection was tantamount to suicide. The closer the distance was, the lesser the time the opponent had to react, which was obviously more advantageous to Hui. Hui rapidly invaded into the other guy's field of vision, causing him to scream and step back subconsciously. However, he was now somehow trapped, and he lost his balance and fell backward. He struggled to stay steady, but the next second, he saw Hui's leg smashing towards him from high above like a hefty axe. No! He subconsciously crossed his arms in front of his face for self-protection. His elemental energy was surging within his body. With a frightening whistle, Hui's leg smashed onto his arms heavily. Bang! The guy was like a floating gourd ladle that was suddenly attacked and sank into the water. His arms were aching, and under the tremendous force, his back hit the floor hard. Severe pain shot through his body as his mind went blank. A wisp of sand slipped away from his feet. It must be admitted that there were some people in the world who could become friends quickly. Then, they would gradually become more and more alike before beginning to act harmoniously in collusion with each other. For example, Lu Lan, who initially knew nothing about combat, had perfectly copied Hui's fighting style within such a short period of time. When Hui had been walking towards the boys, Lu Lan had already transformed into a wisp of sand and had crept like a snake in the grass. The other three students wanted to keep away from Hui, but they found their ankles to be already tangled by the sand. The sand was not very powerful, but at this point in time, it played a pivotal role. The ironwood shield that Fatty was wielding was like a thick and solid wall. In such a narrow area, the whistling shield could cover all the three guys, whose faces immediately turned pale. Almost by instinct, they used their best defensive moves. There was no cooperation between them. Everyone was defending independently, and they evidently had no trust in the others. If any one of them were to put up a fight with Fatty, however, he might be able to win some buffer time for the other two. When Hui was at the dean's office, he had been considering how he could lead the two teams well. Now, though, he did not want to take them with him at all. The only thing in his mind was to get rid of them. In the growling whistling sound of the shield in Fatty's hand, Hui arched his back and rushed forward like a ghost to the student standing farthest from him, who was protected by three flames that kept circling around him. Between the flames, Hui stabbed at him with his Dragon's Pine Inferno, like a snake in the dark. Just as the Dragon's Pine Inferno was about to get him, the flames suddenly exploded, and everything was shrouded in a dazzling light. Hui could see nothing but white light. In the midst of the student's scream, he stepped forward, and with a powerful jerk of the Dragon's Pine Inferno, Hui hit him as if the Dragon's Pine Inferno was a whip. The student gave out a shrill cry and flew backward across the air. The sudden flash temporarily blinded everyone, yet the gap in the strength of the two sides had already determined the result of the fight. Fatty didn't withdraw. In such a circumstance, the power of the shield was not influenced at all. And when Hui whipped the student with his Dragon's Pine Inferno, he had heard his scream, and at that moment, the whistle of the ironwood shield and the scream of the student revealed their location. They were behind him. Without any hesitation, Hui stepped hard on the ground and jumped backward like a flying arrow. The moment he felt his back touch something, he used, arching fish back, boldly. An overwhelming power passed from Hui's back to the one behind him. Ping! Something broke into pieces like glass, and he could feel the absence of any resistance. He then slammed into the other guy's body. Pang! There was a muffled sound, and the guy was hit by a strong force. It was like hitting a beast running wildly towards him, and he was flung away. Hui didn't need to check to know that he had lost consciousness. The arching fish back could create a significant dent in the walls of the suspending golden pagoda, and Hui was not sure if he himself could bear the entire force of the arching fish back he just used without being injured. Anyways, as long as Lu Lan was here, any injury could be healed. It would be alright as long as nobody was dead. As for possible revenge in the future, Hui didn't want to spare time to think about it. He wasn't even sure whether he could leave Central Pine City alive, so for the moment, he did not want to think about what would happen in the future. Bang! The deafening crash of metal was piercing to the ears. Suddenly, Hui felt sympathetic toward the student who confronted Fatty with his ironwood shield, which was 175 kilograms. As one of only 2 survivors out of 2,000 people who escaped from the wilderness, Fatty definitely had his own particular advantages. He was timid and vigilant. As long as there were any signs of danger, he ran away faster than anyone else. And the other advantage was his incredible strength. One could compare in anything with Fatty but strength. If it weren't for his massive strength, how could he earn his living by helping others carry things, or how could he carry the unconscious AI Hui on his back and keep running with the hunting group for days? Fatty used to use the shield when they were in the wilderness. This had been impressive to AI Hui. It was a pity that Fatty was cowardly, or he could be a natural-born shield bearer. But whether he was a coward depended on who his enemy was. When faced with elementalists and wild beasts, Fatty was, of course, a coward. But it wouldn't have been possible for him to escape the wilderness if he didn't even dare to fight against these students. There had been many battles in the wilderness where they could not hide. We believed that Fatty was definitely not afraid of these guys. They were just prodigal kids, who only dared to bully the weak but fear the strong. As he expected, Fatty became excited during the fight. Bang bang bang. The crashes became louder and louder. By now, the white light had dispersed, and AI Huey's vision had returned to normal. He saw the last student staggering around like he was drunk. He said peacefully, "Okay, Fatty, enough." The ruthlessness in Fatty's eyes dimmed down. He had just been like a furious brown bear, but now, he laid down on the ground like a dead dog. "Oh, this is so tiring. I can't feel my arms. AI Hui, I can't move now. Let me have a rest." But, even at this time, he didn't throw his shield away. Seeing the dizzy student stumble involuntarily, AI Hui acted as if he didn't hear what Fatty said and asked Lulan, how many sets are left for Fatty? 322. Lulan instantly returned a precise number. AI Hui said, "Guarantee that he finishes all the sets, or he cannot eat anything." "No problem, AI Hui." Lulan answered happily. Fatty was so angry that he jumped up from the ground, the one with the surname AI. "I just fought along with you, and now you are kicking down the ladder. I'm so disappointed. How can you? We will have our meal in 1 hour." AI Hui reminded Fatty. "You." Fatty got so furious that when he noticed the staggering student nearby, he rushed forward and slapped him away with his shield to vent his rage. Then, he reluctantly turned back to practice in anger. "Keep going, Fatty," Lulan shouted. Shi Shuaman and Duanmu Huanghun stared blankly at the students lying on the ground in disarray. There was dead silence. As Fatty wielded the shield, only the sound of the wind could be heard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, AI Huey's Way. Chapter 158, AI Huey's Way. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Lise. Shi Shuaman and the others were stunned while Jiang Wei's and Wang Shoshan's faces were ashen. Although they didn't like those guys either, never once did they think about attacking them. With their family background, it was best not to irritate them. Duanmu Huanghun had some knowledge of AI Huey's characteristics. He knew AI Hui would never allow himself to be trampled upon. But what he didn't expect was that he would choose such a straightforward method. What was more surprising was that in a 2 vs 6 fight, AI Hui and Fatty ended it so quickly and neatly. Admittedly, it was a sneak attack, but everyone here was nevertheless astounded. If he had been the one to be attacked by AI Hui just now, would he have been able to escape? The more Duanmu Huanghun thought about it, the more fearful and vigilant he became against AI Hui, because he knew that if it were him, he would have been hard-pressed to survive as well. Sang Jijun was similarly stunned. She glanced at Shi Shuaman, remembering the scene where she threw Li Hai out of the transport wagon. She thought to herself that the means of these two were amazingly similar. At the time, she thought Shi Shuaman to be violent enough. Now she knew that AI Hui was more violent. No, it was not violent. It was better described as ferocious. The next moment, however, she became a bit worried. These guys were beaten so harshly and would not let him off easily. Did he ever consider the consequences? Shi Shuaman suddenly spoke up, "Do you think they will obey your command this way?" AI Hui was squatted on the ground, tying up the unconscious guys with ropes. He answered without looking up, "Obey my command? Why?" Shi Shuaman was surprised. "Then what are you doing?" "I just don't want them to hinder us," AI Hui said lightly. No one understood why AI Hui was so cruel if all he wanted was for them to not impede the team. "Then what are you going to do?" Duanmu Huanghun asked. He knew a bit more about AI Hui than the others, and he guessed the AI Hui's method would be different from their expectations. "Tie them up tight," AI Hui replied casually while tugging at the ropes, "and find somewhere to lock them up. I'll let them out when we finish." Everyone was startled by this answer. Do we have to do this?" Wang Xiaoshan stammered. They did have their conflicts and disagreed with each other, but was it necessary to lock them up? AI Huey's method seemed too extreme. Sure, Xuemon also tried to persuade him. I think we can talk them into it. I believe they'll come to see the big picture. Then what if they stab us in the back, or refuse to cooperate with us and cause great losses? AI Hui continued without slowing down. Sang Jijun quavered, will they really do this? Tightening the rope, AI Hui said calmly, for many things, there is no second chance. Don't leave any hidden dangers to yourself. It'll be for the best, for both of us, if they stay here quietly until we are out of danger. Everyone shivered. AI Hui didn't mention what would happen if they didn't stay here quietly. Duanmu Huanghuan's astonishment turned to admiration. He now understood vaguely why he always lost to AI Hui, it was because he was not as resolute. Of course, if AI Hui knew what he was thinking, he would disagree. If I'm not mistaken, I have absolute control, right? Then my first command is to tie them up and lock them in the woodhouse. Will the academy or magistrate court take actions against us? Jiang Wei was a bit worried as well. No, they're more than willing for us to do so. AI Huey's tone became cold. I don't want to explain anymore. Now you have two choices, to accept or to refuse. Unexpectedly, the first to speak was Duanmu Huanghun. He said emotionlessly, useless people should stay in the woodhouse. He wanted to teach them a lesson from the start. In his heart, the first one qualified to question AI Huey's command was Shi Xuemon, and the second was himself. How dare these guys jump out to oppose AI Hui while knowing that both he and Shi Xuemon had agreed? Jiang Wei and Wang Xiaoshan looked at each other before hurrying to do as AI Hui commanded. Sang Jijun laughed. Actually, we're glad to do so. Shi Xuemon snorted. She felt uncomfortable with AI Huey's attitude, but since it was her own proposal, she had to stick to it. She walked towards one of the unconscious figures and picked him up. After finding a woodhouse, they threw the 6 tightly trussed students into it, going so far as to gag them to prevent them from calling out for help. How will they eat? Shi Xuemon asked. AI Hui casually said, they'll be able to eat when we come back. Don't worry, it's not so easy to die from starvation. We can just leave them some water. Sang Jijun reflexively asked, and what if we don't come back? AI Hui glanced at her, then said lightly, that means we are dead. A chill rose in everyone's hearts, and their gazes at AI Hui were now filled with fear. Only then did they realize how heartless and cruel he was despite their similar ages. Shi Xuemon was greatly shocked, doubting whether she ever knew the person in front of her. Was this the same person who paid her bill at the noodle house and tried to please her due to the 80 million debt he owed her? Just what kind of person was he? What did he go through? Shi Xuemon's curiosity towards him was roused. Everyone was quiet, including Duanmu Huanghun. Proud as he was, at this moment, he appeared solemn. The people present felt as though they were a flock of sheep while AI Hui was a dangerous beast used to the life and killings of the wild. Now they were sure that AI Hui did not care about the retribution of the students or their families. They even suspected that if they were not present, AI Hui would have already killed the 6 people quietly. AI Hui noticed the fear in their eyes, but he didn't care. What they were thinking or whether it would lead to their estrangement, he did not care. If not for the escape quota, he would not have wanted any connection with them. Walking out of the woodhouse, he saw that Fatty was still practicing. I have something to tell you in advance. AI Hui paused to think for a minute before continuing, the situation might be worse than you think, He noted the anxious and doubtful looks on their faces and said firmly, worse than whatever you can imagine. We'll be faced with many dangers more precarious than what we experienced in the Garden of Life or even the Bloodbat. I hope we can leave here alive. Really? Asked Wang Xiaoshan, who was the most fearful one of those present. His face was pale. As AI Hui was about to speak, they heard a loud explosion in the distance, and the earth began to quake. Duanmu Huanghuan's face paled. That was from the city gate. They then saw many elementalists flying to the city gate from all quarters. Despite their high elevation, AI Hui and the others could read the panic on their faces. They began to feel anxious as well. But AI Hui remained calm as before. He noticed Lu Lan and the number that he had transformed into, which indicated that Fatty was done with practice. Staggering out with the ironwood shield as his stick, Fatty was soaked with sweat, looking as though he had just climbed out of a pool. His heavy breathing sounded like bellows, and his eyes were wide as he glared at AI Hui. AI Hui smiled. AI Hui, Fatty has finished, Lu Lan said happily. AI Hui nodded. Good. It's time to have some food. Hearing what AI Hui said, Fatty's anger turned into weariness and hunger. He plopped onto the ground and shouted, "Oops. I need to eat more. I'm dead tired. Water, Lulan, I need water." Lulan took out some of the solid food that he had prepared. "Ai Hui said, let's all have some." Sure Shueman couldn't help asking, don't we need to help them? If the city gate falls, then we're all doomed. While eating, Ai Hui said, the city gate already has the best defense. If it's about to fall, then there's nothing we can do to help. Sure Shueman wanted to retort but realized there was nothing she could say. She knew Ai Hui was right. The mayor had already assigned guards and teachers to key areas for the city's defense, and the city gate was the topmost priority. Compared to them, the 6 people here were a drop in the ocean. Actually, the best choice for us is to stay in the training hall. Ai Hui glanced at Sure Shueman. He was wondering if he could knock them out if he launched a sneak attack. The dean only wanted Sure Shueman and Duanmu Huanghan to be alive anyway. He would not care whether they were conscious or not. But it seemed this plan would be hard to achieve. The fighting skills of Sure Shueman, Duanmu Huanghan, and Sang Jijun were all upper tier. If he could not defeat them in one go, he would be beaten down for sure. So we hide here like cowards and watch them die without doing anything? Sure Shueman watched Ai Hui coldly. If she could kill Ai Hui with her eyes, then Ai Hui would have died 1,000 deaths. She began to doubt the wisdom of her suggestion to give Ai Hui the right to lead. He was too sophisticated. The others remained mute with frightened expressions, but they did not agree with him either. Only, they did not dare to oppose due to his imposing manner. You are all just too naive and enthusiastic, Ai Hui thought to himself. You're right. Unexpectedly, Ai Hui admitted his mistake at once. Let's go to the magistrate office to get some equipment. I'll collect my reward as well. Fatty was speedily stuffing food into his mouth. He seemed without emotion, but inside, his mind was turning rapidly. He knew that there must be something that Ai Hui wasn't saying. He knew Ai Hui too well. If he admitted his mistakes quickly, then either he knew he was wrong, or he did it with a motive in mind. The others were eating the food silently. Sure Shueman didn't expect Ai Hui to admit his mistakes so quickly. To ease the tension, she praised, this tastes pretty good. Lu Lan made it. I'm afraid we won't have time to cook, so I asked Lu Lan to make more. It should be enough to last us several days, Ai Hui said. Lu Lan, who was standing next to Ai Hui, smiled happily, his eyes behind the pale mask becoming like crescent moons. Everyone was surprised to find that Lu Lan was able to cook. From his outstanding performance in the fight just now, they assumed Lu Lan to be a combat sand puppet. They didn't know he would also be good at household skills. But Sure Shueman noticed something else and could not help but look at Ai Hui. He began to prepare for this long ago? He really was a mysterious guy. At that moment, Ai Hui suddenly gestured for them to keep quiet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, The Warehouse of the Magistrate Court. Chapter 159, The Warehouse of the Magistrate Court. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Cynthia. The others still eating were startled by Ai Hui's gesture. Fatty was the first to react and immediately grabbed the shield. With his eyes widened and mouth full of food, he resembled an alert frog. Only then did the others realize something had happened. They knew Ai Hui and were confident in his detection ability. Ai Hui abruptly lied on his stomach and pressed his ear to the ground. The earth is quaking, Ai Hui said in a low voice. His behavior made everyone else nervous. What's causing it? Jiang Wei asked. On the surface, he was tall and impressive with long arms and legs, and his fighting skills were excellent. But among this group of people, he didn't feel confident at all, like an ordinary soldier. It's hard to say. Ai Hui explained, maybe it's due to the migration of so many beasts, or perhaps something is moving underground within a certain distance. I think it's most likely the beasts. Are they going to attack the city? Confused, Ai Hui stood up. The rest felt relieved. They came to the mission believing it no different from the previous ones, but over the past several days, they became more nervous. Now they finally understood Ai Hui's range of detection, as none of them had felt any trembles yet. Duanmu Huanghan lay down and placed his ears on the ground as Ai Hui did, listening carefully. He heard nothing. Fatty snorted when he saw Duanmu Huanghuan's attempt. How could he compare himself with Ai Hui? It would only lead to disappointment. Finished eating? If so, let's go to the magistrate court now, Ai Hui said as he stood up. They weren't in the mood to eat anyway. Hearing Ai Hui's words, they quickly stood and went after him. The group drew the eye, especially the trio Duanmu Huanghan, Shi Shuaman, and Sang Jijun, who were equipped with gorgeous equipment indicating their wealth and social status. As soon as they entered the streets, they realized that compared to when they first arrived, something had changed. Nearly everyone on the streets was armed, nervous, and in a hurry to depart. They arrived at the heavily guarded magistrate court. Lookout posts were situated, and many elementalists were on aerial patrol. Fortunately, a few guards recognized Shi Shuaman and Duanmu Huanghan and immediately let them pass. Seeing a guard who looked familiar, Duanmu Huanghan approached him and after talking for a minute, returned with a somber expression. The number of blood fiends outside rose sharply, and some initiated an attack on the city wall this morning. At first, it wasn't as fierce, but then the intensity began to increase. Just now, the city gate was charged, and 12 people died. Their faces paled when they heard what Duanmu Huanghan had to say. This was the highest number of casualties since Central Pine City decided to defend. They couldn't help but look at Ai Hui. Hearing what he said, they held some doubts, but now they were completely convinced that the situation was worse than they initially expected. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Earth Elementalists! Any Earth Elementalists? There are fissures in the city wall." Several Earth Elementalists followed him out in a hurry. Their anxiety worsened. They were only students, after all, who had never experienced such severe conditions. Shi Shuaman and Duanmu Huanghan were both well-known talents chased after wherever they went, but at this moment, their insignificance was made acutely known to them. "Let's go inside." Ai Hui said nothing more. His voice brought everyone back from their thoughts and into reality. Every one of them felt apprehensive, stretched like a taut string, all except Ai Hui, who seemed as calm as usual. His composure settled their nerves. Sang Jijun couldn't help asking, "Aren't you afraid, Ai Hui?" "I am," he answered. This was out of their expectations. They thought Ai Hui would say something along the lines of, "Why? There's nothing to be afraid of." Confused, Sang Jijun said, "But you don't look like you're afraid." Ai Hui replied without looking back, "You won't be so nervous either when you've been through more battles." Shi Shuaman snuck a glimpse at Ai Hui. Under the sunlight, his face seemed serene and indifferent, somehow calming her. Perhaps this was the difference between a veteran and a rookie. They could not find the mayor since he was too busy. An officer received them instead and brought them to the warehouse. "The materials in the city have been gathered for unified allocation. The mayor has informed me of your special status. Each of you may receive one set of equipment, and Ai Hui one more as his reward. By the way, it seems that some members are missing?" Shi Shuaman and the others looked embarrassed. Duanmu Huanghan was the one to answer indifferently, "They didn't bother to come, but..." The officer didn't say anything, but he was displeased to hear this. However, he understood that children from noble families had had luxurious equipment. It came as no surprise that they looked down on the equipment here. Despite that, he quietly remembered the names of those who didn't come. They had better not come to beg anything from him one day. Everyone looked at Duanmu Huanghan with strange expressions. Even Ai Hui was surprised this time. What an insidious guy. But Ai Hui was confused. Why did he glance at me, he wondered. In Duanmu Huanghuan's mind, he always lost to Ai Hui simply because he was not ruthless enough, and he was determined to change it. How could he lose to Ai Hui? Even in terms of ruthlessness, he had to win over him. Hearing that there would be equipment for all of them, Fatty became excited. Sure enough, it was promising to follow Ai Hui, even allowing him to choose any equipment from the warehouse of the magistrate court. Jiang Wei and Wang Xiaoshan were also very happy. In comparison, Shi Shuaman and Sang Jijun kept their calm. Truthfully, they agreed with what Duanmu Huanghan had said just now, but in order to not be blacklisted, they pretended to choose their equipment carefully. Ai Hui didn't pay attention to the others. He only told Fatty, "You are a shield man. Don't choose any irrelevant stuff." He knew Fatty too well. Without limits imposed, Fatty would gravitate towards the most expensive one. Shield man? The officer who brought them in couldn't help praising Fatty when he saw his hill-like, strong figure. "What a good shield man. We happen to have a set of armor for that role." The officer brought them to a set of bronze armor. This is called the Steady Mountain, which alludes to the phrase, "as steady as a mountain." Its weight is as high as 218 kilograms. Jiang Wei and Wang Xiaoshan, and even Shi Shuaman and Sang Jijun were astounded at this frightening number. The officer was pleased to see their expressions. It vexed him to hear that those highborn kids dared to look down upon this warehouse. Now that he saw the amazement on everyone's face, the officer felt at ease, more comfortable than when eating elemental food. He began to explain without end. Although it looks ordinary and wasn't made by a well-known craftsman, it is definitely a rare armor of superior quality. The first time the mayor laid eyes on it, he praised it and even tested a saber against it himself, only to find that the saber could not break it. At the time, the mayor asserted that only a person born with amazing strength would be able to wear it. Do you want to give it a try? From the very beginning, Fatty's eyes were glued onto it. After experiencing life and death, he knew that for a shield man, such heavy armor could greatly increase chances of survival. Moreover, he was experienced enough to know that he would never be able to afford such an armor. Yes, I want this one, Fatty said without hesitation. Then, without seeking help from the others, he grabbed it with one hand and began to equip it clumsily. When he finally finished, the others gasped in surprise. He was already as strong as a hill, but now with the steady mountain, anyone who saw him had to bear a heavy pressure. Even the shadow he cast seemed thicker than before. Excited, Fatty strolled around the room. It seemed as though the armor weighing 218 kilograms had no influence on his movements at all. Yet without warning, he began to wail loudly, tears streaming down his face. This was his first time having armor. The laborers in the wilderness had no armor or protection, which was a major reason behind their deaths. With their meager earnings, it was impossible for them to buy such expensive equipment. They were used to facing the sharp claws and tusks of wild beasts without any protection. Now he was bundled up within the armor. The unaccustomed sense of safety made him cry aloud. And the cry stunned everyone else. But Aihui understood Fatty's feelings. He patted him on the armor and said, "Take care of the armor. Don't lose it." "Sure," Fatty replied. He stopped crying and said earnestly with a nasally voice, "I won't." This was the most expensive armor he had ever owned. He would never lose it, no matter what. Holding a heavy shield weighing 175 kilograms in one hand and wearing a heavy armor of 218 kilograms, Fatty could still walk around as usual. The rest could hardly move their eyes away from him. They used to regard Fatty as a useless person, but this visual impact now changed their perceptions. "Everybody, choose your equipment now," Aihui said. The others began to search for what they wanted. Aihui also began to think about what equipment he would need. His current weapon was the Dragon's Pine Inferno, which he would not need to change for a while. The Drifting Cloud boots were also the best shoes he could have. Moreover, the blood bandages were good protective equipment that would not influence his agility. And with Fatty as his shield man, he didn't place high requirements on his own protection. "Do you have anything like azure wings that I can use?" Aihui asked. The warehouse officer immediately understood. "You mean the kind of equipment that enables you to fly? I think you can only use the cloak." "Cloak?" Aihui's eyes brightened. The officer quickly found one and said, "We pay attention to what students need, too. Your elemental energy is of the metal attribute, right? Here's one you can wear. It's called the Golden Wind. It enables you to fly by erupting metallic wind." "Then that's it," Aihui said without hesitation. Apart from the cloak, Aihui was allowed one more, but he didn't know what he wanted either. Therefore, he decided to make a sweep around the warehouse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Red Dust Sword Box. Chapter 160, Red Dust Sword Box. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, X. The warehouse of the magistrate court was not large and it lacked in equipment. Sure, Shueman and others might regard it as shabby, but it was definitely a treasure trove to Aihui. He walked slowly past the shelves and obsolete boxes. From time to time, he picked up the dusty equipment in his hand to take a closer look. He did not care about the dust. When he was unfastening armor in the wilderness, the armor sets were likely to be covered with residue such as blood, flesh, or bone powder. Duanmu Huanghun was observing Aihui secretly. Seeing what Aihui was doing, he encouraged himself to take one of the shabby weapons and kept telling himself that he must do better than Aihui. He would not lose to Aihui in any aspect. However, as a misophobiac since was young, Duanmu Huanghun found it really sickening. Holding the idea that he must beat Aihui, Duanmu finally made up his mind. He chose a bag of grass seeds called shackle. These seeds, after activation by elemental energy, would form a rattan garland that rapidly contracted to lock the target when it touched the target. It earned its name since it was very sturdy like a shackle and its target would be hard-pressed to escape. Sure, Shueman chose some water candles, which were common consumables for water elementalists and could be lit up with water elemental energy. The light was invisible to the naked eye, but was able to scatter elemental energy to create a dazzling illusion. Sang Jijun picked a quiver of arrows called string and woodwind, a type of uncommon rhythm-based arrows. Wang Xiaoshan chose a pair of khaki gloves with the name of mud gloves to help him control mud and earth. Actually, Wang Xiaoshan was not feeling very confident and had no idea why AI Hui chose him, especially when he saw the other members who were all people he looked up to before. He had a clear estimation of himself and knew that his only strength was controlling earth. That was why he chose this equipment. Jiang Wei picked a big bow called Stone Mountain. Sang Jijun's golden silk longbow was thin and gorgeous, while Jiang Wei's Stone Mountain was massive and solid. It was a typical heavy bow, with its length almost the same as his height. Only a tall man with long arms would bring out its true potential. Jiang Wei was surprised and happy when he saw it. He had always been looking for such a big bow and had not expected to come across one here. Everyone except AI Hui had chosen their equipment. You all have very good taste. The officer standing beside them spoke highly of them, though he was also loath to give away so many good things. Most items here belonged to the private collection of the mayor. He was obsessed with equipment, which is why the warehouse is so large today. Everything you picked was really good stuff. AI Hui caught sight of a square box. It seemed a bit familiar to him. He felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. The box was dusty. He picked it up and blew away the dust. Then, the real appearance of the box could be seen. It was black and made of a kind of black metal. There was a lock catch on one corner, which could be used to hang it on a belt. The box could be opened from one side, but it was so deep and dark inside that it was hard to clearly see its contents. The officer noticed the box in AI Hui's hand and introduced it. This is an old-fashioned sword box with 3 small swords in it. When you dance with your sword, they will fly out from the box and dance together. It's not very useful. The craftsman who made it fancied the ancient swordsman, but when he realized that he could not control the swords, he just put it aside. The mayor found it interesting, so he bought it with 100,000 yuan. AI Hui then realized why he felt it was familiar. It turned out to be a sword box. He had read about it in the swordplay manual, but this was the first time that he had seen one in real life. 100,000 yuan? Fatty shook his head like a rattledrum. Nothing good would be so cheap. AI Hui, you'd better choose something else. AI Hui paid no attention to him but turned to ask the officer. Can I have a try? The officer had no reason to stop him, so he just said, be careful. There are many items around. The others dispersed in curiosity, including the warehouse officer. He had followed the mayor for many years. After it was bought, the sword box had been stored in the warehouse, and no one ever touched it. The mayor, himself, had already forgotten its existence. It was a pity that AI Hui was not there when the sword box was purchased. He did not have a chance to see how the craftsman played with the swords nor how to use the sword box. AI Hui placed the sword box at his waist carefully. Although he never saw a sword box before, he knew a lot about them. Next, he calmed down and began to concentrate his attention. With a flick of his right hand, the Dragon's Pine Inferno was drawn out. The low chime thrilled everyone around. Apparently, the sword was very heavy. At that moment, 3 rays of red light jetted out from the box. They flew around AI Hui like 3 fish. Only then could the others see the red light clearly. They were 3 small swords and were flying at a very high speed. The swords were as small as a palm and as wide as 2 fingers. They were translucent and delicately made. The others were amazed. This was the first time that they had seen such a light and flexible weapon. AI Hui did not stop. With another flick of the wrist, he began to practice the sword moves he knew. He had learned all these sword moves from the swordplay manuals, but these techniques had long since lost their efficacy. To find useful moves from the manuals was like looking for usable material within a pile of trash. Some were partial techniques or even half of a movement. Others were breathing methods and tips to utilize strength. The withered parts of the ancient swordplay manuals were of no value at all. It was easy to imagine how fragmentary and unsystematic the knowledge was. Therefore, AI Hui's movements were fragmented, ugly, and uncomfortable to watch. Sometimes the first half was elegant and graceful, but then it abruptly became rigid and ferocious. The pause and gap in between were palpable. It was like feeling tightness in the chest. The obvious pause and transition disrupted everyone's breath. They could not believe their eyes. Such ugly sword moves were really executed by the swordplay talent AI Hui? More surprisingly, the 3 red swords became more energetic, like sharks that sensed the smell of blood. They circled around the Dragon's Pine Inferno in AI Hui's hand. The red sword lights interweaving in the sky were very beautiful. AI Hui's figure was indistinct in the red light of the swords. A red sword beam, which was as thin as a hair, flashed across Duanmu Huanghuan's vision with a slight buzz, like a sharp knife cutting a thin paper, and then disappeared in an instant. They finally knew why the craftsman said he could not control them, they were too fast. They flew so fast that the naked eye could hardly discern them. Both Shi Shueman and Duanmu Huanghun could only see the interlaced red lights in front of them. The black heavy sword was moving slowly, yet the small red swords were as fast as a flash of light and as flexible as fish. The weapons were in sharp contrast, but those who were watching felt an astonishing harmony, as if that was how they should be. Ai Hui was immersed in a peculiar feeling. The sword embryo seemed to be extremely excited. The three small swords were like its new toys. As Ai Hui's sword embryo state became more developed, he could feel many things more clearly than he used to. Ai Hui was also excited. This was a novel experience for him too. The Dragon's Pine Inferno had a special attraction to the small swords. That was why they orbited around Ai Hui. Such attraction was unique. Once the swords became too close to Ai Hui, the attraction would decline and even transform into a repulsive force. However, once they were repulsed a sufficient distance, the attraction would increase. It was like an invisible spring that linked them together and prevented them from flying too close or too far away. The small swords only flew within the area around Ai Hui. Since the small swords were flying very fast, the attraction constantly changed. Therefore, the flying paths of the small swords were totally irregular. The dazzling red light interweaved, waned, and waxed to create a wonderful scene. It's beautiful. The warehouse officer could not help gasping in admiration. No wonder the mayor bought it with 100,000 yuan. It's interesting. The others nodded. They were thinking the same. It was interesting indeed, but it was better not to take it as a weapon. What was the use of swords that could not be controlled in a battle? They might even hurt teammates. The Dragon's Pine Inferno slowly drew a half circle in the air like a writing brush with thick ink. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The red lights flew back to the sword box like birds returning into the nest in the evening. Ai Hui also slid the heavy sword back into his scabbard. His eyes that were as bright as stars gradually became dim and calm as usual. "I'll take this sword box," he said. Everyone was surprised. Fatty reminded him anxiously, "Ai Hui, 100,000 yuan. It's only 100,000 yuan. Don't waste your chance." Shi Shueman also said, "The swords were indeed splendid and gorgeous, but they are not good weapons and can easily hurt your teammates. Why not choose another one?" Ai Hui shook his head. "This sword box fits me the best. Don't worry, I won't use it before I'm proficient in controlling it." "Are you sure you want to choose this sword box?" The warehouse officer also reminded him, "Once you walk out of the warehouse, you cannot go back on your decision." "Yes, that's right," Ai Hui said decisively. "Okay," the warehouse officer said, "its name is on the box. It's called Red Dust." "Red Dust?" Ai Hui repeated. He could feel the profound meaning the name contained and nodded. It's a good name. Although they did not know why Ai Hui insisted on choosing Red Dust, they would not stop him as long as he did not hurt his teammates. The group had just walked out of the warehouse when they heard a loud boom. Everyone's expression changed. "It's the North Gate." Duanmu Huanghuan's face turned pale. The main gate of Central Pine City was the South Gate, and the North Gate was much smaller. As they expected, a cloud of smoke and dust rose from the North Gate. The shrill alarm could be heard all over the city, and the elementalists all rushed to the North Gate in a frenzy. It was the South Gate that was attacked, but the chaos were fiercer at the North Gate now. This reminded everyone of one word: diversion. They looked at each other and saw the incredulity in the other's eyes. Could blood beasts be so clever? The elementalists in the sky were in great turmoil. Plug the hole. Earth elementalist. We need Earth elementalists. Damn it. Blood beasts have rushed into the city. Plug the hole first. Their hearts sank. No one expected that the situation would worsen at such a rapid speed. Back to the training hall. Come on. Ai Hui said in a low voice. He was the first to rush to the street, and the others followed him in a hurry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Encountering Danger. Chapter 161, Encountering Danger. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. The streets were in chaos. Individuals with no combat experience could usually maintain order during peacetime, but when catastrophes broke out, this false sense of order would break down in an instant. Everyone was feeling uneasy as they followed behind Ai Hui. On the contrary, Fatty, whom everyone previously thought was an useless bum, was holding a huge shield and striding beside Ai Hui while scanning his surroundings with a vigilant look on his face. Won't it be safer if we remain here? Wang Xiaoshan asked weakly. Nowhere is safe, AI Hui replied without turning his head while maintaining his walking speed. If they were the 13 divisions, I would definitely endorse the idea of staying there. However, they aren't. If the situation turns for the worse, a moment of carelessness will cause them to crumble under pressure. Do you want to know how it feels to be squeezed and trampled on by a panic-stricken crowd? You don't want to know. Furthermore, they have a lot of people, making them a huge target that is easily targeted by the blood fiends. You're so confident? Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes flickered. Deep down, he already acknowledged AI Hui's capabilities, but what AI Hui just said obviously belittled those guards. I think it makes sense, Jiang Wei agreed with AI Hui. The quality of the guards is really low. Even now, they still can't catch that naked pervert. Reportedly, they were even being toyed with by that boy, causing several guards to be injured. I think it's better that we depend on ourselves. AI Hui, why is your facial expression so weird? Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes began to twitch. He felt as if he was being stabbed several times in his heart and bleeding non-stop. Sure, Xuemon also thought back to the scene from that night. That was the first time she saw AI Hui's swordsmanship. The last sword move that he executed was peerlessly magnificent. That scene was etched deeply in her mind. When she thought about it now, she could not help but exclaim in admiration. As for the perverted naked boy, sure Xuemon did not really have a deep impression of him. On the other hand, she was more and more amazed by AI Hui. Previously, when she saw AI Hui using the arching fish back during his fight with He Qiuming and his teammates, she thought of her first blind battle. That was the only time she used the arching fish back in an actual combat setting, and she was subsequently defeated. After she saw AI Hui's arching fish back, she was blown away. If her arching fish back was of the same level as AI Hui's, she would have obtained victory in that blind battle. Unfortunately, she had not found that mysterious fighter yet, which left her disappointed and frustrated. I only remember that the perverted streaker's complexion is rather fair. Immense shame engulfed Duanmu Huanghan. His face was burning with anger. At this point in time, he wished he could find a hole and hide in it. AI Hui, have you seen this pervert before? Jiang Wei asked excitedly. Yeah, that incident happened right at the alley outside the training hall, AI Hui replied. Initially, he did not want to talk much about it, but when he thought of Duanmu Huanghan still owing him 150 million yuan, he changed his mind and continued his insults. I have never seen such a perverted fellow in my life. He did not have a single piece of cloth on his body. Everyone on the street was shocked at that sight. Numerous eyes. Duanmu Huanghuan's face darkened. Sure Xuemon cast a glance at AI Hui. Since when had this fellow become so talkative? The only thing that surprised her was that AI Hui had not mentioned his stunning sword move at all. All he talked about was that perverted naked guy. Not bad, he was not a pompous and conceited fellow after all. She had encountered a lot of young talents and all of them kept on bragging to her about their capabilities and glorious expertise. She was extremely disgusted by such haughtiness. She turned around and suddenly noticed that Duanmu Huanghan was looking unwell. She could not help but ask with great concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Both of their families had close ties with each other, and both of them knew each other from childhood as well. However, they were not really close friends. Sure Xuemon was older than Duanmu Huanghan and she treated him like a little brother. Duanmu Huanghan froze. After a while, he forced a smile and replied, "Everything's fine, Sister Xuemon." At this very moment, a shriek suddenly came from ahead. What's that? Oh my god, it's a blood fiend. Be careful. Run. There were numerous people who were in hysteria on the street in front of them. The crowd ran toward AI Hui's group, resembling an incoming flash flood. Many people fell onto the ground and were trampled, but no one dared to stop running. There were also a lot of people who tried to escape through the air, yet these people crashed into each other within a few meters after taking off since there were too many people trying to fly at the same time. Their bodies lost control and fell to the ground. At this point in time, it would be deadly for people to fall down as they would be instantly drowned by the crowd. Everyone's facial expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, AI Hui instructed, "This way." He was the first one to run into an alley nearby. The others seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly followed him. Boom! The sound of the ground trembling, the numerous shrieks and cries, and the surging tide of people whizzed past behind them like a furious tsunami. Everyone, including Sure Xuemon, ran through the alleyway in a hurry. Their faces had turned pale white. Wang Xiaoshan thought of the question he asked AI Hui just now and felt a shiver went down his spine. A person is so insignificant when he or she is faced with a tide of hysterical people. At this moment, it felt like the end of the world was upon them. They frantically ran through the alley. The wriggling and winding alleyway became the best screen for them, shaking off the terrifying flood of people behind them. They stopped after running for several kilometers. Upon seeing everyone's pale white faces and the deep fear in their eyes, AI sighed silently. He clearly understood the rookie's feelings. The scene today would appear in their nightmares for a very long time. The fatty simple-mindedly popped a piece of malt candy into his mouth as soon as he got the opportunity. His performed the best in this situation. Duanmu Huanghan, Jiang Wei, and Wang Xiaoshan were pale-faced. Everyone was panting heavily, like a fish that was about to suffocate. Sang Jijun and Shi Shueman were the most affected. Sang Jijun's eyes were slightly red and her entire body was shivering involuntarily. Shi Shueman did not look well either. Aihui noticed that the hand that she was holding her spear with had turned pale. However, she managed to calm down gradually. Actually, they performed better than Aihui had expected. Duanmu Huanghan and the other two had been through 2 battles in the Garden of Life, and as such, their ability to deal with such situations had improved a lot. As for Shi Shueman and Sang Jijun, they had killed the bloodbat with Aihui. Therefore, they did not have much of a problem either. Aihui could not help but rejoice over his decision to kick the other 6 people out of the group. We need to find out where we are now. Aihui took a look at his surroundings and felt a headache. He was unfamiliar with his location. He was actually lost. Aihui wanted to put a stalk of grass into his mouth, but he resisted. He did not know whether or not the blood poison had infiltrated the city. This is Amber Lane, the voice belonged to Duanmu Huanghan. Other than his pale face, he looked rather normal. Are you sure? Aihui looked at him doubtfully. I'm sure, Duanmu Huanghan replied. For the sake of finding you to bring you back to class, did you know that Brother Huanghan searched through the entire Central Pine City? After having an agitated thought like this, Duanmu Huanghan did not seem nervous anymore. This place is rather close to the training hall. Go straight, turn left, and walk through Pine Lane. After walking past 5 streets, we will turn onto Cloud Lane. After walking past another 3 streets, we will reach the training hall. Everyone was stunned by Duanmu Huanghuan's words. You're so familiar with the area? Aihui still remained doubtful. I have a photogenic memory, Duanmu Huanghan replied expressionlessly. So this fellow has a poor sense of direction. Duanmu Huanghan thought laughingly to himself. I finally found your weakness, Aihui. Suddenly, Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes widened as the image of a jet-black sword tip rapidly magnified in his eyes. Murder. His brain could only think of this word before he heard a loud clank. The deafening sound of a collision exploded beside his ear, throwing his mind into a daze. Everyone, be careful. Aihui yelled to warn everyone. A powerful force erupted through the tip of the Dragon's Pine Inferno and into Aihui, pushing him back several steps. A half-meter-tall blood mantis flew up and stood atop a nearby wall. Its dark red eyes were staring coldly at Aihui. Its sneak attack had actually been blocked. The pair of scythe-like front claws were slicing in mid-air and produced a sound that would make people shiver in horror. With a flap of its wings, it became a red streak and pounced toward everyone. Shi Shueman suddenly took a step forward and stabbed her snow-white spear into the red streak that was flying through the air. A snow-white spear glint collided with the 2 streaks of red-colored scythe glint. Shi Shueman staggered, and before she could react, the demonic red-colored scythe glint appeared before her eyes once more. The spear in Shi Shueman's hand abruptly twisted and T's body distorted to block the incoming attack from an impossible angle. Shi Shueman had underestimated the blood mantis's strength and speed. She could not control her body in time and flew backward. The demonic red-colored scythe glint appeared before her all of a sudden. Her heart sank. At this critical moment, a black sword suddenly sprung out from under her arm, behaving like a python that lunged out from the underbrush. Clank! Aihui's arm was sore and he almost lost control of the sword, but he still managed to block off the incoming attack. He quickly put his left arm around Shi Shueman's waist and both of them flew backward from the impact. Before they even landed on the ground, Aihui yelled, Fatty! Fatty and Aihui were well coordinated. Like an angry grizzly bear, Fatty roared, raised his shield in front of him, and made a ferocious lunge at the blood mantis. The blood mantis's claws began to rain down on the heavy iron shield. The Fatty tightened his core and resisted the torrential attacks with his shield. At this moment, the others returned to their senses and joined the fight. Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flower conjured up several vines that shot out from all directions and wrapped around the blood mantis. Sang Jijun's golden silk longbow was shooting arrows at the blood mantis in rapid succession. However, all these attacks failed to work. Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flower was completely useless. The blood mantis was lightning fast. It could even fly at an extremely low altitude, constantly creating afterimages to confuse his enemies. There were a few times where Duanmu Huanghuan's vines had wrapped around the blood mantis's afterimages instead of the real body. Sang Jijun's rapid fire had been stopped as well. The usually unavoidable arrows were destroyed with one swing of its claws. Mantises were naturally gifted in executing sword moves with their side-like claws. In the wilderness, mantises were widely feared. The blood mantis's strength exceeded everyone's expectation. From the beginning, it was on the winning side of the battle. Jiang Wei's heavy bow and Wang Xiaoshan's attacks were completely ineffective. They simply could not keep up with the blood mantis's speed. Upon seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Ai Hui made a weird maneuver in the mid-air before landing on the ground. Like a whip, the arm that he held Shi Shuemon with swung forcefully, throwing the latter through the air. Attack it! After throwing Shi Shuemon into the air, Ai Hui crashed into the ground and groaned. Upon hearing Ai Hui's groan, Shi Shuemon, who was already embarrassed by the previous exchange, suddenly returned to her senses. A killer instinct arose in her eyes. After she finished adjusting her posture in mid-air, her elemental energy frantically surged into the snow-white spear in her hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Bitter Battle. Chapter 162, Bitter Battle. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ. Her long black hair was drifting in the wind and her eyes were as cold as frost. The blue-armored Shi Shuemon was flying. The blood mantis could sense that danger was coming. It erected its feelers and pulled back the top half of its body, then positioned its scythe-like claws to protect its front. It compressed its sturdy and powerful lower limbs like springs, preparing to pounce forward at any moment. Accompanied by a deafening whizzing sound, the snow-white spear pierced towards the blood mantis's head. A demonic red glow suddenly erupted in the blood mantis's eyes. Its side-like claws, which had been storing energy in preparation for an attack, lunged forward, forming a red streak that struck fear into everyone's hearts. The white streak of light and red streak of light collided head-on. Just as everyone thought that it would be a head-on collision, the spear in Shi Shuemon's hand suddenly disintegrated into a cloud of white mist. The sudden change in Shi Shuemon's attack caught the blood mantis unprepared. The white mist engulfed the blood mantis, causing its attack to miss. The blood mantis sensed that something was wrong. It spread its wings and prepared to escape from this weird mist. However, at that moment, its thin, red-colored wings seemed to be covered in a thick, glue-like substance. No matter how hard it tried, it could not fly. Shi Shuemon's unimaginable attack had reduced the blood mantis's lightning-fast speed significantly, giving everyone the opportunity to strike back. Sang Jijun's arrows rained down on the blood mantis like a torrent. The blood mantis did not have the slightest bit of fear with regards to the incoming arrows and began to thrust its scythe-like claws forward. Tink, tink, tink. A melody suddenly resounded amongst the densely packed collisions. The blood mantis's body froze. The melody arrow that Sang Jijun had secretly hidden within the rain of arrows began to work its magic. Jiang Wei's muscles tensed up, revealing the veins on his arms. The bowstring of the stone mountain bow, which was as tall as he was, had been pulled back so far that the bow resembled a full moon. The stone mountain bow required unique, heavy arrows to be effective. The wolf-tooth heavy arrow loaded on the bow was solid and thick, only a tad smaller than a javelin. All of his elemental energy was channeled into the wolf-tooth heavy arrow. He knew his strengths and weaknesses well. If the others were finding it so hard to launch a successful attack, then his normal attacks would definitely not work. There was only one chance for him to launch an all-out attack. Boom! With a loud, metallic boom, a dazzling beam of light instantaneously appeared before the blood mantis. The somewhat dazed blood mantis continued to display its powerful fighting abilities. At the critical moment, it raised its left claw in front of its body. Clang, dot. The sound resembled the impact of a battering ram crashing against an iron city gate, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The powerful impact sent the blood mantis flying backwards. Its lower limbs were trying to hold onto the ground, leaving two deep claw-marked tracks gouged into the ground. It flew back approximately 7 meters before it could stabilize itself. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw that the blood mantis was in a shaky and miserable state. Its left claw was broken, revealing a frightening wound that was bleeding non-stop. The red-colored armor on its body was densely filled with pin-sized holes. These holes were created by Shi Shuemon's cloud of mist. The cloud of mist in the air started to shrink rapidly, transforming back into the snow-white spear and returning to Sir Shuemon's hands. At that moment, Aihui picked himself up from the ground where he had fallen, hard. Upon seeing the wound on the blood mantis, his face did not show any sign of joy. He could only yell, "Be careful!" In the wilderness, dire beasts that were severely injured would have one of two reactions. They would either turn and run away, or they would become even more aggressive. The more powerful a dire beast was, the more likely it was to adopt the second reaction. That was because stronger dire beasts had been through more killings and were more ferocious. They definitely would not easily give up a fight. Right now, the blood mantis did not show any signs that it would escape. Just as Aihui finished yelling, the blood mantis flapped its wings and slowly flew up into the air. Aihui's facial expression changed. He just remembered another strength that the blood mantis possessed, low-altitude flying, also known as treetop flying. Treetop flying involved flying at high speeds while staying below the height of the treetops, which was around 10 meters. Insects were the ones that usually specialized in low-altitude flying. Their flying speeds were not fast, but they were extremely agile, making them treetop assassins. In contrast, birds belonged in high-altitude zones. The more ferocious a bird was, the higher it would fly. Some large-scale beasts could even stay in extreme altitude zones for an entire year without flying back down even once. Elementalist's azure wings were of a similar nature to those of the birds. They were more suitable for high-altitude flying. Maneuvering in dense jungles was not the azure wing's forte. Aihui choosing the cloak, Golden Wind, was for this reason. For the city which was densely packed with buildings, low-altitude flying would be more suitable. His Galebat blade could also exhibit a similar effect, but the Galebat blade's flying path was more predictable as it could not make as many maneuvers as the cloak. Although this was the case, damn it, he had just gotten the cloak and had not even had the chance to use it once. Before he could make any moves, the hovering blood mantis surged forward. A red flash appeared before everyone's eyes. However, to their surprise, the blood mantis was not flying towards them, but to a wall nearby. In an instant, Aihui knew what was going on. His facial expression changed drastically as he snarled, "Left side." Fatty was well coordinated with Aihui. Without any hesitation, he dashed towards Aihui's left side and raised his heavy shield. When the blood mantis reached the wall, it used its powerful lower limbs to give the wall a kick. Boom! The powerful impact from the kick sent the bricks in the wall flying everywhere. The blood mantis's speed was greatly increased, so much so that its form could no longer be caught by human eyes. A demonic red scythe glint landed on Fatty's shield like a meteor. Boom! Fatty, who was wearing a heavy armor and holding a heavy shield, flew backwards and crashed into a fence. He looked like a kicked ball. The recoil that the blood mantis received was also harsh. It flew back as if it was being tugged by a string tied to its back. Its body suddenly drifted up into the air and started swaying like a drunkard. Everyone was shocked by the might of its attack. With the heavy armor and shield, Fatty weighed up to a few hundred kilograms. They had also seen Fatty's God-given strength in action, but one strike from the blood mantis had still sent Fatty flying off. Such terrifying power from one strike. Even Sir Shuemon, who was the most powerful among them, had her face turned deathly white. The strength of this blood mantis struck her deeply with fear. At that moment, her first reaction was to look for Aihui. She did not know since when Aihui had become the person she subconsciously sought help from. It might have been because of his calm and easygoing attitude, or his unwavering confidence. Anyways, where was Aihui? Her eye pupils abruptly constricted. Unexpectedly, Aihui was below the blood mantis. Aihui was extremely focused at that moment. The sword embryo in his forehead was throbbing intensely, as if it was going to jump out at any moment. The blood mantis's strength had almost reached the level of a dire beast. If Aihui was to encounter such an enormous monster in the past, he would have immediately run away as far as possible. It was a joke for the few of them to deal with a monster that was at the same level as a dire beast. Now, however, where would they run to? The entire central Pine City was surrounded by blood fiends. Where could they possibly run to? The only way for them to survive was to go all out and fight. He had watched countless dire beasts being hunted and he had survived a close encounter with one before. However, in this dangerous situation, he still trembled with intense fear. It engulfed his entire body, stimulating every muscle and nerve, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Actually, he knew that he wasn't someone who treated death nonchalantly. He was actually very timid and scared before the prospect of death. Nevertheless, at this moment, Aihui forced himself to be cool-headed. He became so calm that not a single emotion ran through his mind. Only by staying calm could he find a way to survive. He must survive. He was emotionless. All he could see was the swaying body of the blood mantis above his head. He could see that the previous impact had opened up the blood mantis's wound even more, causing its bleeding to be more severe. He could smell the unique fragrance of the blood poison in the air. He could see that the stiff and rigid body of the blood mantis was recovering rapidly. Sure, Shueman was filled with intense embarrassment. Since when had he gone over? Her teammate was fighting with an all-out effort, and yet, she was so scared that she had lost all of her fighting spirit. An imposing figure appeared in her mind. If her father were to see this scene, he would be very disappointed in her. The intense feeling of embarrassment and her sense of responsibility were burning her like a scorching flame. The fear in the girl's eyes disappeared and was replaced by determination. Traces of white-colored mist emitted from her back. They kept on extending and wafting through the air. The mist at her back was nimble and graceful, swaying slowly like how plants swayed in water. With a twist of her body, she looked as though she had just broken out from shackles which had been binding her, and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, she appeared before the blood mantis and stabbed her spear towards its eyes. The blood mantis sensed that danger was coming and started hissing. Its side-like claw swept through the air and blocked Shueman's attack. The blue-armored girl that was drifting in the mist had a determined look on her face. Her attacks got faster and faster. The blood mantis tried its best to fend off the attacks, but it still got stabbed eventually. 2 more bloody holes appeared on its body, causing it to turn even madder. Suddenly, Shueman, who was about to land on the ground, noticed that there was a green glow on the blood mantis's head. Without any hesitation, she channeled the elemental energy in her body and disappeared, reappearing in the next moment on the other side of the blood mantis. She channeled all of her elemental energy into her spear. Synchronizing her body with her spear, she thrust it forward. This thrust was extremely powerful. A ruthless look flashed across the blood mantis's eyes, and without showing any signs of dodging, it lunged its claws forward. A red-colored scythe glint landed viciously on the power-concentrated spear tip. Boom! Shueman fell, whizzing down through the air. She looked as if she had been struck by lightning. It did not go well for the blood mantis either. All the wounds on its body ruptured, causing blood to spurt out from them. Its body began to sway again and its head was slightly lowered. At this point in time, the green glow on top of the blood mantis's head started to form numerous green flower patterns that wrapped around its body. Pop, pop, pop. Light and compact explosions could be heard within those patterns, following which, many black-colored shackles were expelled explosively from the patterns. Once these shackles made contact with the blood mantis, they automatically shackled its body parts. The shackles had tightly bound all the joints of the blood mantis. Duanmu Huanghun had thrown an entire packet of shackle seeds into his viridescent flower. His face turned pale white and his body swayed, following which, he collapsed to the ground. After activating so many shackle seeds, the elemental energy in his body had been completely depleted. At that very moment, AI Hui took action. The immensely heavy dragon's pine inferno in his hand felt weightless to him. The intense fear and desperate desire to survive pushed him into a state of extreme focus. Every single trace of elemental energy in his body was pristine and pure. They flowed like a river, changing form and direction irregularly. 2 elemental energy cords flowed into his left and right hand's palaces respectively. The elemental energy cords began to vibrate lightly. Crescent Moon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Returning to the Training Hall. Chapter 163, Returning to the Training Hall. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ. At that moment, the ringing of the sword resembled a sound out of nature. The vibrating dragon's pine inferno completely sapped the elemental energy in AI Hui's body in an instant and accurately pierced through the blood mantis's wound. A sword glint that resembled a crescent moon exactly erupted from the tip of the dragon's pine inferno. The magnificent crescent moon frantically destroyed the inner organs of the blood mantis. It was a crescent moon of death. Its muscles, bones, blood vessels, and everything else were completely shattered. The crescent moon pierced through the blood mantis's body and made its way to its head. Pop! The crescent moon erupted out of the blood mantis's head. The blood mantis's body froze as it lost all of its life force. The whole process seemed very long, but in reality, it only took a short period of time. AI Hui finally removed himself from the state of extreme focus. His entire body was sore and weak, as if he had been submerged by surging tidewater. They had won. He burst into laughter and collapsed freely towards the ground. At that moment, his body tightened and a white-colored bandage shot out from his shirt to lunge towards the blood mantis. AI Hui's laughter stopped. The blood bandage. Like an agile white python, the snow-white bandage wrapped around the blood mantis which had been mangled almost beyond recognition. In the blink of an eye, the bandage had tightly wrapped itself around the blood mantis, like a mummy. The unforeseen event left everyone in shock. The recovered Jiang Wei was able to catch Ai Hui, who was about to make contact with the ground. Wang Xiaoshan pulled Fatty out from the wall debris while Sang Jijun pulled Shi Shuaman out from more debris nearby. Duanmu Huanghun was bent down and holding his knees. He was panting very heavily. Ai Hui looked around his surroundings. Even though everyone looked miserable, he was overjoyed that they had managed to survive. Thump! The blood mantis collapsed to the ground heavily. The bandage released itself from the blood mantis's body and returned to Ai Hui. The bandage automatically withdrew back into Ai Hui's shirt and wrapped itself around his body. At that moment, a wave of heat energy gushed into Ai Hui's body and he immediately felt refreshed. It was as if his body had regained its energy. He was very surprised. He did not know that the bandage had such a use. Previously, he had known that the bandage could devour blood and flesh, however, this was the first time that he had received heat energy from it. He felt revitalized, as if he had recovered to his usual state. At the same time, however, he knew that this was a misperception. There was no elemental energy in his body. Usually, when an elementalist's elemental energy was depleted, he would feel extremely weak. For a student like Duanmu Huanghun, who had a delicate body and focused his training on elemental energy, the fatigue would be more severe and obvious. For Ai Hui, who focused his training on body tempering, it would be much better for him even though he would still feel tired. What was the wave of heat energy if it was not elemental energy? Ai Hui was puzzled as he got down from Jiang Wei's arms. Jiang Wei was staring at Ai Hui in shock. Previously, Ai Hui had been gasping for air, but now, he suddenly seemed to have recovered and left Jiang Wei's hands as if nothing had happened. We have to leave this area immediately. Ai Hui took a glance at everyone. Shi Shuaman's face was pale white and half her body was leaning on Sang Jijun. Her eyes, however, were still flickering, blazing with flames. This girl had developed battle lust. The so-called battle lust referred to a state in which one developed a strong desire for fighting and killing. In this state, one could exceed the limits of his or her fighting capabilities. Ai Hui had seen many male elementalists that had developed battle lust, but this was the first time he had seen such a ruthless and violent woman. The easier one developed battle lust, the easier it would be for him or her to overcome the mental barriers of fighting and killing. Eventually, these people would enjoy engaging in combat. This was a remarkable trait for one to have. Those who had this trait were normally filled with fighting spirit and determination. Beneath that icy, beautiful face was boiling blood that was filled with battle fervor. Ai Hui couldn't help but take a second glance at Shi Shuaman. She was indeed the best female student. She was able to go all out on the blood mantis and entered a state of bloodlust during her first real combat. He had never seen such a ferocious girl. In fact, Shi Shuaman was much more powerful than most of the hunting unit's elementalists whom he had seen. Fatty was lying on the ground and groaning while having a half-dead look on his face. However, Ai Hui heard the crunching sound of Fatty eating his malt candies and felt relieved. This fellow was all right. Duanmu Huanghun had a tired look on his face, but when he saw Ai Hui looking at him, he humphed and acted as if he was all right, then stood up. Aim before you throw the shackle seeds, they're very expensive. Ai Hui's voice rang across his ears. Duanmu Huanghun's facial expression froze. After stabbing Bangwan with his words, Ai Hui's gaze fell upon the blood mantis on the ground. All of the blood mantis's blood and flesh had been devoured, leaving an empty shell on the floor. The bright red shell looked as if it was made out of red crystal. Ai Hui walked over and picked up the blood mantis's shell. Since the flesh and tendons had been removed, it was very easy to break it apart. Ai Hui skillfully broke the shell into pieces and gave one piece each to everyone in the group. Upon seeing the confused look on everyone's faces, Ai Hui explained, "This shell still contains the aura of the blood mantis. By carrying a piece with us, we can hide our auras and make the other blood fiends think of us as their kind." But if it was other people who said these words, everyone might be skeptical, but it was Ai Hui who had long gained their trust. Everyone took a piece of the blood mantis's shell and under Duanmu Huanghun's direction, were able to arrive at the training hall safely. The alleyway outside of the training hall did not show any signs of damage, implying that the blood fiends had not visited the place yet. Upon knowing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. When everyone saw Lu Lan, because of their tension and anxiety, they collapsed all over the place. Lu Lan quickly tended to everyone's wounds. Ai Hui chose a few pieces of shell and placed them at the entrance and various corners of the training hall. He hoped that the aura of the blood mantis would ward off other blood fiends. He did not know whether or not it would work, but he was willing to try anything in this desperate situation. After receiving treatment from Lulan, Sir Shuemon had more or less recovered. She walked towards Ai Hui and sat beside him to ask, "What's up with your bandage?" After going through a life-and-death battle together with Ai Hui, Sir Shuemon became more friendly. Ai Hui felt that the way Sir Shuemon treated him now was as if both of them had known each other for a very long time. However, he did not feel the same way. "It's an ancient blood-refined artifact that was given to me by my mistress. I don't know what happened either." Ai Hui removed the bandage and passed it to her. "It used to be a piece of blood bandage that was torn in half by my mistress. There was a time when I spilled my blood onto it and the blood was absorbed in an instant. After it absorbed my blood, it became snow white. Can you help me take a look and see what's wrong with it? It scared me as well." Sir Shuemon took the bandage and observed it carefully for a long time. She looked surprised and said, "Such a weird bandage." Since she was younger, she had come across a lot of artifacts, and hence, she knew a thing or two about them. She could not, however, see what was unique about the bandage. Other than it being tattered, there was nothing special about it, although she did see with her own eyes how the bloody bandage had devoured the blood and flesh of the blood mantis. It had frightened her. She quickly passed it back to Ai Hui. "What shall we do now?" Sir Shuemon asked and looked at Ai Hui. After having some rest and replenishments, the others had regained much of their elemental energy. Upon hearing Sir Shuemon's question, all of them gathered around. Any amount of arrogance that anyone might have had prior to the battle today had been erased. It took so much effort from everyone to barely defeat a blood mantis. Furthermore, there was so much luck involved in the battle that if they were to fight the blood mantis again, none of them had the confidence that they could defeat it once more. They were at a complete loss and felt that their future was bleak. Only Ai Hui and Fatty remained as calm as usual. For those who had walked out of the darkness, whatever happened recently was merely a cloudy day. These next few days, we will try to avoid crowded places. Right now, it is the most chaotic period of time. We don't know how many blood fiends have infiltrated the city and whether or not the breaches on the walls have been repaired. These issues are not something that we can care about or resolve. The only thing we can do now is to improve ourselves and learn how to fight in real combat. This is a race and those who are slow will be eaten." Ai Hui's tone was so cold that it sent shivers down their spines. Everyone remained silent. They found it hard to accept such a cruel reality. "Can't we fend off the blood beasts?" Sir Shuemon suddenly raised her head and asked. "Only if you're a grandmaster, then it might be possible." Ai Hui cast a glance at her. That absolutely beautiful face contained a tinge of worry and anxiety. He then continued bluntly, "You're not a grandmaster, I'm not a grandmaster, and all of us almost got killed by a blood mantis. Don't do things that are not within your limits. Other than losing your life, you're also going to implicate the rest of us. What if everyone unites together and fights them?" Jiang Wei asked doubtfully. "Perhaps it might work." Ai Hui unexpectedly nodded his head, but his tone changed the next moment. "Who's going to do it? There has to be a hero to do that. You? Me? The mayor? Alright, let's hope that the mayor is that hero." Everyone was depressed, but they knew that what Ai Hui said was right. No one felt that the mayor could do this. Even though Wang Jin had been the mayor of the city for 10 years, they had never even seen this man. Sir Shuemon raised her head again, and this time, she had serious look on her face. "Never mind, we can't afford to care about the others. What matters most is that we survive. We need to endure for a period of time and wait for the 13 Division's reinforcements. I'm sure all of you know about the 13 Division's situation. If you want to survive, you have to live at least until then. Reflect on the battle today." After Ai Hui finished speaking, he did not care about them anymore and walked to one side by himself. He had a lot of things to do. Until now, he had yet to read the original copy of Big Dipper that he got from the Dean. He also needed to familiarize himself with the Golden Wind and the Red Dust. As compared to the last time when Ai Hui accidentally executed Crescent Moon, today's situation had not been too different as there had been a lot of luck involved in the end. On the other hand, he could feel that there were some positive developments as he had observed and learned from every single detail of the sword move. He felt that if he did not have enough time to train, how would he have the time to chit-chat with everyone? During today's battle, whether it was Sir Shuemon or Duanmu Huanghun, all of them had committed a lot of stupid mistakes. However, he did not criticize them. Both of them were geniuses and were smarter than him. They would learn how to coordinate during a fight after just a few more battles. If they accidentally died before they learned how to engage in combat properly, then so be it. Thanks to the blood mantis, Ai Hui was able to realize that the situation was far worse than what he had expected it to be. The blood mantis had been extremely powerful and was far stronger than the blood fiends that they had encountered in the Garden of Life in Central Pine City. It was on a completely different level. It made him think of the days when they had hidden beneath the mound while matured blood fiends roared outside. After reminding Lu Lan to supervise Fatty in his training, we immediately dove into a crazy training routine. His intense uneasiness made him more focused. He was also deeply captivated by the Big Dipper. Lu Lan was squatting in front of the red crystal-like shells that Hui and the rest had collected. The eyes on his pale white mask were blinking excitedly, showing deep interest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, The Coming of the Blood Tsunami. Chapter 164, The Coming of the Blood Tsunami. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. The afternoon sun was intensely hot, yet it could not bring the slightest bit of warmth to Wang Jin and the Dean, who were both high up in the sky. The cracks in the north gate had been repaired. However, the city had already been invaded by a lot of blood fiends. Since the incident happened too abruptly, the unprepared populace had caused a very massive and severe trampling accident, causing the deaths of many people. Wang Jin immediately ordered a cleanup operation of the blood fiends in the city. Initially, the operation went rather smoothly. Then, they encountered a 2-meter-long blood centipede which killed approximately 30 people. If Wang Jin and the Dean had not managed to arrive at the scene in time, the rest of the elementalists would have been killed on the spot. Currently, all of Central Pine City was low in morale and its people were in a state of anxiety. Things are not going as planned. The Dean's voice contained a tinge of dissatisfaction. He placed high hopes on Wang Jin, but the first day Wang Jin took over the defense of the city, there was already an accident. Previously, they thought that the blood fiend's maturity period would take about 5 to 7 days. However, the blood centipede's fighting capability showed otherwise, striking fear in the Dean's heart. My Dean, this is a battlefield. Accidents happen anytime and anywhere on a battlefield. Wang Jin sneered. Yes, you're right. There are definitely accidents on a battlefield, but for a time window of 15 days, we let the blood fiends infiltrate the city on the first day. What can you say about that? My mayor, the Dean replied sarcastically. Naturally. Wang Jin nodded his head calmly. This shows that the enemies are much stronger than what we expected them to be. This also shows that we are much weaker than what we expected ourselves to be. There's nothing too terrible about this. Committing a mistake on the first day is much better than committing a mistake on the last day. At least we have the time to make improvements, even though the improvements might not work. The Dean was speechless. He knew that the current situation could not be blamed on Wang Jin. At this point of time, he hoped for a hero that could create miracles, but that person clearly was not Wang Jin. He had to eventually pull himself out of the unrealistic fantasy and return to the cruel reality. What can we do now? The Dean asked, trying to calm his tone down. Wang Jin's facial expression returned to normal and he replied, right now, we have to quarantine those people who are afflicted with the blood poison. We still do not know whether or not they can be saved. If we let them howl in anguish in the city, it will deal a huge blow to the overall morale. Next, we will organize student groups to carry out the cleanup operation of the blood fiends in the city. We are involving the students so early? The Dean was astonished. Yes, Wang Jin replied solemnly, the blood catastrophe is much worse than what we expected it to be. Let them get used to it. The subsequent phase of the catastrophe will be even more grim. The Dean trembled in fear. It's coming. Wang Jin's voice contained a rarely seen tinge of panic. The Dean quivered and raised his head involuntarily. He saw something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The bloody skyline at a distant mountain suddenly thickened. Then, a surging blood tsunami swallowed the mountain like an enormous black hole. One by one, the mountains were swallowed by the blood tsunami. The Dean could feel a chilly wave shooting up his legs. Even Wang Jin, who had seen countless terrifying scenes on the battlefield, turned deathly white at this moment. Furthermore, both of them were in the sky and could see what was going on clearly. Everywhere the blood tsunami passed through, various blood plants would grow frantically. These plants continued to grow upward. In the blink of an eye, the lush and verdant forests were dyed blood red. Rocks and boulders were covered in bright red moss. Not a single mountain could withstand the blood tsunami. It was swallowing up everything. The rapidly growing plants caused the forests to grow denser and thicker. One would not be able to see the ground from the sky anymore, and all he or she could see was a boundless sea of blood. In the face of a world-changing force, mankind was incredibly insignificant. At this moment, those who saw the incoming blood tsunami had only deep fear and despair in their eyes. The distant blood tsunami, the sounds of plants frantically growing, and the whizzing currents of blood swallowed up everything before their eyes. Such crazy, boundless, and terrifying power did not belong to any man. Only gods had such power. Everyone's face was ashen, including Wang Zhen's. Everything outside of central Pine City was changed beyond recognition. The mountains, rivers, and hills had completely disappeared. The previously 10-meter-tall trees had now become more than 50 meters tall. The branches and leaves had completely transformed, looking like an alien plant. Bristle grass, which normally only grew to knee level, had now grown to more than 6 meters tall. The grass had become stronger and more sinister. Sword reeds had grown more than 20 meters tall, but their biggest change was that they became wider. The sawtooth edges of their leaves had become thicker and sharper. If one had not seen the way they transformed, he or she would not be able to identify them as sword reeds. Everything changed. All one could see was the sea of blood. The most noticeable entity in this vast sea of blood was Central Pine City. The city was like a small lonely island. Suddenly, Wang Zhen realized something was wrong. It's so quiet. The dean's murmur exploded in Wang Zhen's ears like a thunderclap. He finally realized what was wrong. The blood sea outside of the city was dead silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The surging waves of the blood tsunami had disappeared, leaving a vast sea of blood here. There were no insect cries, roars of beasts, or birds' chirpings. There were no sounds at all. The silence made one's hair stand on end. Where were the blood fiends? An intense uneasiness engulfed Wang Zhen's mind. He kept on looking around, trying to find signs of blood fiends. However, his line of sight was blocked by the thick and dense forests, causing him to not be able to see anything. What exactly was the blood tsunami? Where were the blood fiends? What was going on under the sea of blood? Countless questions were spinning in his head. Like an invisible hand that tightly gripped his throat, an indescribable fear choked and suffocated him. Dead silence. Boundless dead silence. Even the intense afternoon sun could not bring any vitality to this dead silence. It was natural for anyone to feel fear upon facing such dead silence in this blood sea. The thick city walls could not bring them any sense of security. Currently, Central Pine City was like a lone island in the midst of deathly blood sea. Wang Zhen was terrified. He knew that this silence was the calm before the storm. Something had to be brewing in the blood-colored forests outside. He did not know what was it, but he knew it would be something horrifying. Olju, bring some people with you and go out of the city to check it out. Bring the telepathy lotus as well. Wang Zhen looked at his subordinate that had followed him for many years and hardened his heart. Olju's previously anxious face calmed down instead. Help me take good care of my son. Okay. Wang Zhen bit his lips. He lacked the courage to say anything else. If people were to leave the city at this point of time, they would have little chance of surviving. No, they would have zero chance of surviving. Without wasting time, Olju picked 5 people. All of them were veterans from the front line in the past. Their hairs were grizzled and white, while their wrinkled faces looked peaceful. Without hesitation, they bowed to Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen had taken care of them for many years. If not for the mayor, aged and feeble men like them would lead a difficult and miserable life. The group of aged and thin figures disappeared into the sea of blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, The Mantis Fest. Chapter 165, The Mantis Fest. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. The training hall had been very peaceful today. Everyone was immersed in their training, and other than Fatty, whom we needed to supervise, everyone else was fine. Sure, Shuaman and Duanmu Huanhan were able to quickly come up with specialized training routines that focused on their respective needs, which were much better than usual and conventional practice. Upon seeing this, we could only sigh. Geniuses were truly a bunch of freaks. He didn't know that, in the eyes of others, he himself was a freak as well. He was steadfast, focused and did everything with overwhelming confidence. Furthermore, whenever he encountered perilous situations, he would remain completely calm, and he was always meticulous with his actions, causing everyone to be at ease. Within a short period of time, he had gained the trust and confidence of all. Not everyone who had survived the wilderness could do this. Take Fatty, for example. He, too, had survived the wilderness, yet he looked and behaved like a bum. Aivui was a freak, and even his sand puppet was a freak. They were all very knowledgeable and had seen many sand puppets before, but they had never encountered one that was so smart and intelligent. There was nothing that Lu Lan could not do, and he would give everyone the feeling that Lu Lan is very happy in whatever he did. Sure, Shuaman and Sang Jijun were both charmed by Lu Lan, they really liked him. Lu Lan turned himself into a sand-made saw and started happily sawing the blood mantis's empty shell into palm-sized pieces. Lu Lan then transformed into a mini sandstorm that sucked them all in, and after a while, the sandstorm spat out a heap of polished and glossy red pieces of mantis shell. When Lu Lan used these polished red shell pieces to craft a vest and passed it to Ai Hui, Sure Shuaman and Sang Jijun turned green with envy. They looked as if they wanted to snatch the vest from Ai Hui. However, honestly, Lu Lan's craftsmanship could be said to be exceptional. Every shell piece was like a ruby that had been meticulously polished. Even Sure Shuaman, who was used to seeing all kinds of jewels since a young age, exclaimed in admiration. "Thank you, Lu Lan." Ai Hui was pleasantly surprised. The reason why he had brought back the blood mantis shell was that he felt it would be a rather good material. Not only was it very light, but it was also very tough. These features were what made them suffer during their fight with the blood mantis. Ai Hui, who was immersed in his training all day long, did not have any time to waste. He did not expect Lu Lan to give him such a surprise. "You're welcome, Ai Hui," Lu Lan replied happily. "What a fantastic sand puppet." Sang Jijun could not help but feel sour. Lu Lan completely overthrew her understanding of sand puppets. This was the first time she had seen such a smart sand puppet like Lu Lan in this world. Train faster. Even though Sure Shuaman was envious, she could still restrain her emotions. She had already made up her mind to buy a sand puppet like Lu Lan in the future. Suddenly, everyone heard the rapid approach of a strange sound of crashing waves. Moments later, though, the sound could be heard going away from them rapidly again. It was as if a tsunami had just hurtled past them. Everyone stopped what they were doing. "What is that sound?" Wang Xiaoshan asked weakly. No one answered him. Everyone looked bewildered as they had never heard such a sound before. "It's coming from the outside of the city." Ai Hui listened attentively to the sound as a solemn look appeared on his face. "Shall we go and take a look?" Sure Shuaman looked at Ai Hui and asked. Ai Hui thought for a while before shaking his head. "I don't think so. We better hurry up and focus on our training. Even if something happens outside, I don't believe that it's something that we can resolve." Everyone had the same thought. The battle with the blood mantis had made them realize how weak and delicate they actually were. Wang Jin was waiting anxiously. In front of him, 6 bowls of water were lined up on a table. Inside every bowl of water was a floating black-colored lotus seed, the telepathy lotus seed. Its scientific name was Yin and Yang telepathy lotus seed, and they were created and bred by a lotus-loving wood elementalist. At that time, a lotus that was half white and half black had appeared in his lotus pond, and there were 2 lotus seeds, one black, one white, in it. He had been fascinated by it, and hence, he had started to cultivate it with great care. 10 years ago, when the Yin and Yang telepathy lotus first appeared, it merely existed to be looked at and appreciated by people. It was only until one day that the wood elementalist accidentally crushed one of its seeds and discovered the magical property of the telepathy lotus seeds. If Oldju crushed his telepathy lotus seeds, the telepathy lotus seeds in the bowls of water would be crushed at the same time and broadcast moving visual images of the surroundings of the lotus seed that had been crushed. The image would only last for around 2 minutes. The telepathy lotus seeds were quickly utilized in the battles in the wilderness, and they demonstrated great versatility. The ability to receive moving visual images from the front line was greatly valuable to the commanding officers. The telepathy lotus seed naturally had its weaknesses as well. For example, it could not be used for more than a distance of 100 miles, and the time of the visual images it could broadcast was very short. However, they were very cheap and were easily bred, making them very versatile. Everyone was silent. The world-changing power that the blood tsunami had displayed had struck fear and despair into everyone's heart. They did not know how to fight against such a formidable and nerve-wracking opponent. They simply couldn't think of any solutions. The back view of the 6 old men walking towards their deaths added a touch of sorrow and despair to the entire situation. The passing of time was slowed down by the dead silence. Time passed slowly, and the lotus seeds in the bowls of water still hadn't shown any signs of movement. Wang Jin was becoming increasingly impatient. An hour soon passed. Wang Jin's facial expression had returned to normal. It had already been an hour, and it was very likely that Oldju and the rest had died. After regaining his composure, his thought process became much clearer. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that Oldju and the rest were killed before they could crush the telepathy lotus seeds. The second possibility is that the blood sea can disconnect the telepathic connection between the telepathy lotus seeds, Wang Jin muttered to himself. The dean's face was pale. He was rather powerful, but he had never been to a battlefield before. Wang Jin cast a glance at the dean and laughed bitterly. To maintain meritocracy, the induction ground would never choose anyone from the 13th division or the influential families to become the dean. All the deans came from an average background and had never been to the front line, they were only specialized in the field of education. And because of these academic-oriented deans, the induction ground became a hub of education that contained a broad range of schools of thought. However, everything had its pros and cons. Ever since the catastrophe broke out in the induction ground, these well-educated teachers and deans had been clumsy, slow-reacting, and panicky. Wang Jin regretted that he never paid enough attention to training soldiers in the last 10 years. When the blood catastrophe struck, he suddenly discovered that he did not have any capable men to rely on. He now had to pay the price for wasting so much time during the last 10 years. Not only the induction ground, but the entire Avalon of 5 elements had its sense of danger derived solely from the front line in the wilderness. Everyone had to now pay the price for being careless and short-sighted. If the current catastrophe was man-made, the mastermind had definitely picked the weakest area of the Avalon of 5 elements to plot against. This blood disaster was truly disastrous. It was the heaviest loss the Avalon of 5 elements suffered ever since it was established. After digesting the bitterness and regret, a determined look appeared on Wang Jin's face. I need to send someone in to clearly discern what's going on inside. Who are you going to send? The dean was at a loss. Wang Jin racked his brain and tried to think of a candidate who could handle this mission. The more dangerous the mission, the higher the expectations he had for the candidate. Those who were mentally weak and inexperienced would collapse even before the mission started. He wanted to do it himself, but he knew that if anything were to happen to him, then Central Pine City would not have anyone who could take charge of the entire situation, and it would immediately collapse. We will start a recruitment drive. He thought aloud, there are definitely some people who specialize in reconnaissance in the multitude of training halls and workshops in this city. The problem is, how should we persuade these people to go? They have no obligation to die for us. What do you need? The dean understood at once. Right now, the more capable individuals in Central Pine City were members of the various training halls. Anyone who could become referees or guards in the training halls were more or less capable, and most of them had joined hunting units before. After they became older and wanted a stable life, they chose to work in training halls. However, even though these people were veterans, they would not accept Wang Jin's mission easily. Wang Jin sighed. We will take care of our respective sides. I will provide the money, the valuable equipment, and supplies. You will provide absolute arts and the like. Yes. The dean agreed swiftly. He had already given out the original copy of Big Dipper, and as such, he did not care about giving out other absolute arts and valuable manuals anymore. The elementalists in the sky kept yelling and publicizing the recruitment drive. It was at this moment that Ai Hui and the rest understood what was going on. I wonder what the situation is outside. How come there's a blood tsunami all of a sudden? Sang Jijun's face was filled with worry. It wasn't only her, everyone was deeply troubled as well. Ever since the onset of the blood catastrophe, the situation had continued to worsen, causing the uneasiness in everyone's heart to continuously grow. Fatty noticed Ai Hui's gaze and asked doubtfully, Ai Hui, don't tell me you want to go? Yes. The dean and the mayor have put in all they have this time around. A glint was flickering in Ai Hui's eyes. Ai Hui's reply shocked everyone. No. It's too dangerous. Sure, Shueman vetoed without even a second's thought. Yes, I agree. Ai Hui, didn't you just say that we will not be capable of resolving anything that happens outside? Sang Jijun started to persuade Ai Hui as well. Duanmu Huanhun had a confused look on his face as he stared at Ai Hui. He did not know why Ai Hui suddenly had this notion. Such a rash decision wasn't his style at all. What do you have your eye on this time? Fatty asked directly. He still knew Ai Hui the best. Dire beast's meat, elemental food, Ai Hui replied bluntly. Everyone was infuriated by Ai Hui's response. They could understand if the reward was some absolute art, but elemental food? Since when had they lacked elemental food? Elemental food was the most commonly seen thing to them. There's too little time, and we need to increase our fighting capabilities. The best solution to this problem is elemental food. Lu Lan is very good at making it. During this period of time, things like dire beast meat are hard to come by. They are priceless, and they are excellent for making elemental food, Ai Hui continued. Sure, Shueman still disagreed with him. I agree with you that we need to improve our fighting capabilities as soon as possible. However, it's still too dangerous. We don't need to be so anxious about it. Actually, there's nothing dangerous about it, Ai Hui explained. No one believed his words. Ai Hui pointed to the mantishell vest on his body and continued to explain, I have this, its aura will conceal my aura. If I'm careful, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Haven't you all realized that from yesterday till today, there hasn't been any blood fiend near us? I feel that it's not too big of a risk and that it'll be worth it. Everyone was astounded. It turned out that AI we had already considered every factor. I will accompany you. Sure, Shuemon stepped forward bravely. Do you know how to carry out an infiltration? AI we asked doubtfully. Sure, Shuemon rolled her eyes. Everyone, wait for my return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Panic in the Blood Forest. Chapter 166, Panic in the Blood Forest. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lise. Brave men will emerge when the reward is good. When the Magistrate Court and Central Pine Academy simultaneously brought out enticing rewards, the number of elementalists coming forward to register increased significantly. Wang Jin heaved a sigh of relief. The unusual change in situation outside the city had made him extremely uneasy. Still, he was surprised to see AI Huey's name. It had left a deep impression in his mind. He wrinkled his brows. This little fellow was most likely still a student. He compulsively wanted to overrule it, but then recalled the dean's assessment of AI Hui, that he was the most mature student he had ever met, clear about his goals, and lacking in juvenile impulsivity. Wang Jin then thought about AI Huey's experiences in the wilderness as a laborer. Perhaps that fellow had something unique that he did not understand. This was not surprising. Laborers who managed to survive the wilderness had to have something extraordinary about them. Wang Jin collected his thoughts. Right now, there was nothing more important than getting information about the blood forest. The dean had already arranged for the teachers to lead students in purging the blood fiends within the city. According to Wang Jin's plan, the entire city would be divided into 12 regions, each handled by a division of teachers and students. A few battles had already broken out today, with numerous casualties. The dean had approached him, hoping to change the plan before being firmly denied. Wang Jin's wish was for everyone to gradually adapt through this low-intensity battle. In the process, lives would inevitably be lost, but he had no other choice. Only through this could everyone be prepared to fight in more strenuous circumstances. At the very least, if that time should come, they would not crumble and scatter. AI Hui did not wear the mantis vest on the outside. He understood the logic behind hiding one's wealth. After receiving the telepathy lotus seed and movie bean, he departed from the city alone. The number of participating elementalists was not small. Some grouped in 3s or 4s, while others decided to move independently as AI Hui did. Everyone's eyes gleamed brightly in their vigilance. One look in AI Hui could tell that they were all seasoned warriors with rich experience. His eyes lit up. It was his first time seeing so many veterans within the city. Be it the Magistrate Court's guards or the teachers in Central Pine Academy, they were all rookies when it came to real combat. Old hands were indeed different. AI Hui was confident in this operation. With so many people participating, the investigation shouldn't be a problem this time. This was good for the guards in Central Pine City. Plus, having a large crowd would distract the attention of the other blood fiends. When it came to understanding blood fiends, AI Hui was better off than most. Since his time in the Garden of Life, he had been secretly observing them and their changes. For example, the blood mantis was much stronger than the previous blood fiends. There were differences in its body characteristics as well. The blood fiends of the past had blood-red bodies, but the carapace of the blood mantis lacked the strong red hue and even appeared translucent. Its defense had risen as well. Most elementalists had dismissed these subtle changes, but AI Hui caught and remembered them. The blood fiends were becoming stronger, yet even now, nobody knew the method behind their complete transformations and what advantages came with it. He hoped to find a pattern in the blood fiends' metamorphoses. As AI Hui exited through the city door, the blood forest came into view, and he momentarily lost his spirit. The changes were beyond recognition. With a quick scan across, the devilishly bright red expanse seemed boundless. The formerly azure skies were now contaminated by a dull layer of crimson. It was eerily frightful. The towering, dense, and thick forest, it was like an impenetrable wall of red, blocking out all attempts to peer inside as though concealing a terrifying secret. AI Hui stood in a daze for a few good minutes. His hair stood on end, and a chill ran through his body. He simply could not imagine the force that could create this insanely warped sight before his eyes. He finally understood why the mayor wanted to spend so much time and effort to obtain the secrets within the blood forest. Seeing everything, his thoughts were exactly the same as the mayor's. Something frightening was definitely brewing within the forest. They must find out. AI Hui inhaled deeply to warm his cold body. The fear in his eyes receded slowly, his pupils regaining their cool, dusk blue color. He stepped forward and advanced firmly towards the towering, blood-red city wall. Ai Hui knew the region well, it was the path he took to reach the suspending golden pagoda. After walking here countless times, he naturally became familiar with it. Yet even then, the sight before him was extremely foreign now. What happened to the pagoda? This thought flashed across his mind before he refocused fully on what was before him. He stopped at the edge of the forest. Dense weeds, about 2 meters tall, obstructed his path. The leaves were like swords, and the red edges were fine and piercingly sharp, reminding Ai Hui of the fangs of dire beasts. Ai Hui could no longer recognize what breed they once were. The other elementalists entered by flying, but Ai Hui did not do so. Blood fiends were sensitive to elemental energy, so flying would easily alarm them. Of course, master elementalists were strong and had their own methods of handling them, so he didn't worry. He was of a lowly position, it was of no use to say anything, and he wasn't someone to meddle in others' businesses anyway. After finding a more covert location, he took off his jacket, revealing the red mantis vest underneath. Ai Hui brushed the weeds aside with his dragon's pine inferno and unhesitantly felt his way in. The brush was thicker than he thought because 10 meters in, still all he saw were weeds. The red plants were tough, and parting them took a lot of effort. With his sword, he sawed off a small section. The leaf snapped, and fresh red juice oozed out with a familiar, sweet fragrance. Ai Hui noticed that the smell had become more concentrated. After a few minutes, the color of the cut leaf dulled before withering into a gray. A light touch, and the leaf scattered into ashes. Ai Hui was painstakingly careful to avoid getting the juice on himself. He was suddenly reminded of Zhou Xiaoxi and felt pity. He couldn't help but sigh. Such a strong elementalist, elite of the 13 divisions, and he died so unreasonably. Advancing, the lush weeds became more sparse about 100 meters in. Recalling the topography from before, he knew the way into the forest was just in front. Ai Hui warily pinched and broke a telepathy lotus seed into pieces. Nothing happened. A haze passed through his eyes. Indeed, the telepathy lotus seed had disconnected, verifying one of the magistrate court's conjectures. Fortunately, the court had considered this and specially provided movie beans for them. Compared to the ones used by the training hall, this one was for military use. Recording images no longer required the cumbersome pod, and the visuals were clearer. He prepared the movie bean before continuing forward. Everything was going smoothly so far. While there hadn't been any results, the same could be said for accidents as well. As the surrounding weeds became increasingly sparse, towering trees began to appear before him. He was dumbfounded. Over 50 meters in height, the towering trees were so thick that several people would be needed to span the trunk's circumference. Misshapen tree tumors and strips of twisted vines filled it, seeming to wind around the trunk but also somehow embedded within. The foliage was thick like felt, covering the sky completely. Roots hung down like that of a banyan tree, their ends deeply secured into the ground. Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech sounded from the front. Ai Hui quivered. He carefully parted the roots before bursting forward full speed. Countless hanging roots from a tree had coiled themselves around an elementalist, his skin pricked by small, fine needles. The following scene changed Ai Hui's expression greatly and sent a chill down his spine. The tree roots became clear, and the blood-like red juice pumping within flowed into the elementalist's body continuously. The elementalist's shrieking came to a sudden stop. His panic-stricken face slackened, and he looked on in relish with a drunken expression. His body was like a fully inflated balloon, while his veins were fully visible in the skin that was now transparent. The towering tree let out a crashing rumble. Ai Hui felt his blood run cold. He became aware of the whole tree trembling. The vines around the trunk became translucent as well, like human veins through which red juices flowed. The tumors on the trunk seemed to come alive as well, like many distorted and terrifying faces. Until now, Ai Hui had assumed he had already experienced the worst the wilderness had to offer, but he was proven wrong. He had been ridiculously wrong. He pinched the movie bean with trembling hands that exposed his current dread. He breathed deeply, continuously, in an attempt to control and calm his state of mind. No need to look, there wasn't any hope left for that elementalist. And Ai Hui, with his sharp senses, realized the astonishing changes occurring in the elementalist's body. Wild animals became blood fiends from the blood poison's infection. What about humans? Would they become blood people? Ai Hui couldn't help but shiver. Could such a monster still be called human? Completely transformed blood fiends did not lose consciousness, rather, they became stronger and more agile. What about blood people? What would become of them? Ai Hui's fear heightened.
Blood fiends were already frightening enough to send them fleeing.
If blood people, with the intelligence of a human and the body of a blood fiend.
We suddenly thought of the blood poison's name, God of Blood.
Were they trying to create another variant of human? No, impossible. No one could do it. AI Huey's body turned cold as aggressiveness emerged in his eyes.
He held on to an additional small sword before throwing himself forward with all his might.
Bang! The elementalist's brain exploded, red juice spraying high like a fountain. Whatever juice ended up on the tree trunk or leaves was absorbed immediately. The tightly coiled roots loosened, dropping the pale, lifeless corpse on the ground. AI Hui relaxed a little.
Tell me, you killed one of my subordinates.
How are you going to compensate? An indistinct voice echoes in his ears without warning. A faint fragrance entered AI Huey's nostrils and a warm breath landed on his neck.
AI Huey's pupils shrank as the hairs all over his body stood on end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 167, Reunion. Chapter 167, Reunion. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lise.
Thanks to the sword embryo, AI Hui had long become accustomed to having control over the surrounding movements. His sixth senses were sharper and better than most master elementalists.
Even the high-altitude, noiseless blood bats could not escape him.
But the voice behind him was like a ghost appearing from nowhere. He detected nothing until he heard it. He was shocked, but his real-life combat experience benefited him at such a time. Before his brain had time to process the situation, he had already launched his Dragon's Pine Inferno behind him out of instinct.
But it was empty. The Dragon's Pine Inferno caught nothing. So it's you, 1,000 yuan boy.
A lady's sweet, sticky voice sounded from before him.
AI Hui raised his head.
He knew not when, but a woman dressed in red smiled at him while standing on the branch that had entrapped the elementalist. She sat down easily, her red dress like a waterfall.
It's you! AI Hui was utterly shocked.
It was the same lady in red whom he had met in front of the noodle shop.
Seeing an old friend makes me so happy.
She looked AI Hui up and down with excitement. Those who came before were either old or ugly, you look the best.
See, you didn't pay me, but I said you're pretty. AI Huey's mental state was highly tense.
The lady in red had unfathomable powers.
Plus, it seemed.
His gaze fell on the branch below her. The tree roots which had been so wild before were now quiet and placid. But recalling how they had sucked that elementalist dry earlier, the sight before him frightened him still. His throat dried up and his heart pounded increasingly fast, but he forced himself to remain calm.
Who are you? I'm a beauty.
The lady answered matter-of-factly before blinking.
Didn't you say that? Beautiful as a fairy.
She then shook her head, feigning sadness.
Men are heartless, forgetting what they've said just a few days prior. Indeed, if you want to trust a man's words, you might as well believe that there's a ghost in this world. Spending 1,000 yuan is useless.
Finishing her sentence, she was unable to restrain a smile.
AI Hui did not relax in the slightest.
The tree roots remained still and the surrounding forest was quiet, but the pretty and flirtatious lady before his eyes was immeasurably powerful.
Her laughter tinkled like silver bells, reverberating around the woods. You planted the blood poison? AI Hui swallowed his saliva and kept his cool. I'm not that capable. The lady looked AI Hui up and down again before continuing. Blackie died in your hands, right? I smelled his scent on your body earlier. Blackie?
AI Hui opened his eyes wide and dared not loosen up.
The blood fiend baby that I'm keeping. It's a very powerful bat.
The lady was doubtful.
How strange. You're not that strong, so how did you kill Blackie? AI Huey's scalp started to feel numb.
He finally understood why he met her in front of the noodle shop. She was trying to track down that blood bat.
Whatever.
The young lady stretched. You killed Blackie, so you must be more powerful.
I only like powerful things. Plus, how interesting, beautiful as a fairy. I feel so shy. Don't worry, follow me in the future, and I'll let you have a good life. Interesting, it was his first time being called interesting. AI Hui was not happy at all.
Instead, he was trying to find an opportunity to escape, but the situation was not in his favor.
Her power was unpredictable. He was unable to detect her presence even when she was close by.
The same was true for when she flew up to the branches. Moreover, the surrounding roots and vines did not affect her, but they were fatal to him. Then the dense weeds, thick like walls, were natural obstructions blocking his path. On his way here, he had carefully avoided the weed's serrated edges when pushing through. The moment he got cut meant a dead end for him.
There was absolutely no antidote for the blood poison at this point.
The hope for a direct and successful escape was very slim. As for any regrets he had over his decision to risk his life like this, it was meaningless to think of it now. He was thankful only that the lady did not attack him directly. Perhaps she had insufficient experience, perhaps it was deliberate, or perhaps it was a game to her. No matter the reason, stalling for time was a good option in his current situation.
There was no lack of strong elementalists this time.
If they happened to pass by, he could take the chance to escape.
All right.
AI Huey's mind was turning rapidly, but his face showed no sign of it.
Rapidly formulating a plan, he initiated, "Why are you guys doing this?" "Why?" the lady in red asked naively, "Then why are you training?" "To control my own destiny," AI Hui responded. "Control your own destiny?"
The lady in red gave a blank stare but soon started laughing happily.
"I like this saying.
Indeed, you're worthy of being my subordinate."
"How interesting. And you guys why?" AI Hui asked in a low tone.
"Only God can control his own destiny."
The lady in red looked AI Hui over again, her gaze flickering. "How can ordinary beings struggle free from fate's stocks and chains?"
"Of course, they can choose a better lock. For example, becoming my underling will ensure a bright future."
"Think about it? I like it when people act according to their wishes. And then I'll be sucked dry like him?"
AI Hui replied coldly while pointing at the desiccated corpse on the ground.
"You killed him."
The lady's smiling face was like a flower.
Seeing AI Huey's look of disbelief, she continued unhurriedly, "Although he was trapped, it was actually his good fortune. Do not look down on these bloods.
They are the spiritual essence of countless blood insects and beasts, and maybe 1,000 or 10,000 of them entered his body.
Don't you think that's good fortune?"
If he had survived, his strength would have increased exponentially, much faster than your training.
"Are you moved? Do you want to control your own destiny? How can you do it without power? I can give you power, much more than what you have now. How about it? Are you moved?"
Hearing this, it was as if raging waves had hit his chest. He was no longer able to remain calm. "You guys swallowed all of the blood insects, treating them as nutrients, and gather them into a human body.
A human body? No, no, no."
The lady in red shook her head like a rattledrum.
"No one can endure the power of so many blood insects. Even God can't do it. Humans mustn't be so greedy. Maybe you have the gift."
She sized AI Hui up before continuing, "I'll let you try later, don't worry."
"I'm very generous. If you want it, I'll give it to you." The lady gave a charming expression and winked at AI Hui.
AI Hui finally understood why the forest was so deathly still and silent. He felt a chill in his body, an incorporeal hand firmly strangling his throat. The events currently unfolding completely subverted all of his knowledge.
Clap.
A sound like that of a watermelon splitting suddenly rang out from deep within the forest.
"Hey, these people have such weak essence."
The lady was clearly displeased.
"They can't even endure such little blood spiritual force? Useless. God wouldn't even want such rubbish."
The greatest contribution trash can make is to become nutrition for a genius. Sigh, there's enough nutrients but not enough talents.
"Hey, are you a genius?"
AI Hui sharply inhaled in an attempt to restrain the throbbing of his heart. That exploding sound couldn't have been an elementalist who had failed to endure the infusion of blood spiritual force.
Wait.
Blood spiritual force. AI Hui soon grasped the crux of the matter. Blood spiritual force. Having disappeared for over 1,000 years, the once resplendent and magnificent spiritual force had actually reappeared.
"This isn't real." "Spiritual force, you said?" AI Hui asked hoarsely.
His state of mind was utterly unguarded at this point.
He even forgot about escaping. Because of spiritual force.
He knew what its reappearance meant.
His sword techniques and secrets could be of use.
The countless sword manuals he had read that were covered in grime and regarded as rubbish could be useful again.
Their dust-covered brilliance, scattered into years of legends and folklores, would re-emerge on this land. The extinct cultivators would reclaim their world.
Be it the Avalon of 5 elements or the wilderness, neither were worth mentioning in front of them.
No one would be able to stop the cultivators. Impossible. Yes.
The lady smiled.
Looking forward to it? Cultivation is becoming a long-forgotten term. Look, we're finally able to recover our legacy. How about it? Are you all fired up? Probably getting impatient.
All of a sudden, with great strength, AI charged towards Central Pine City like a launched arrow.
Men are full of empty words. The indistinct voice traveled from behind AI Hui.
Her breath was fragrant and stuck close to his body. A cold ray flashed past AI Huey's eyes.
Without a sound, the dragon's pine inferno struck backward from his left underarm. Fell through again. Damn it! Things were not looking good.
Without waiting for AI Hui to turn around, the voice sounded once again from the back of his neck.
Know why I'm talking to you for so long?
So much trash is bothersome enough, so I'm just waiting for these trees to recover, and I can prepare a big meal for you.
Am I not especially nice to you?
Without warning, AI Hui braked and with the power of both legs, lunged himself backwards with all his might.
Arching fish back.
But it was once again fruitless.
AI Huey's heart dropped.
The voice came from behind his neck again. The lady stuck onto him, her puffs of breath landing just above his ears. Although I like it when people act according to their wishes, if they can't do it, I find it tasteful to force myself upon them too.
1,000 yuan boy, I will make you comfortable. AI Huey's body tensed as suddenly, his body was bound by the root-like objects.
The immense force made his body lose all control, and with how tightly he was wrapped, he felt himself losing consciousness.
Was he going to die? Or become a monster? AI Huey's limbs were ice cold.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 168, Blood Refinement. Chapter 168, Blood Refinement. Translator, Irene. Editor, K. Kermit. All was black before AI Huey's eyes.
His whole body was tightly tied up and he felt like a dumpling. Even his mouth was tightly bound.
Luckily, his nose was not completely blocked or else he would have suffocated. That would have been depressing.
He felt like he had soared up into the clouds and was flying amongst them, floating unsteadily as he rose and fell.
Was this how flying felt? It wasn't actually a wonderful experience.
Initially, panic and dread had occupied his mind and body, but as time passed, he struggled free from the fear. As the fear lessened, so did the panic. Panicking wasn't useful at all since it would not loosen the vines wrapped around his body. During his 3 years in the wilderness, the biggest change AI Hui had undergone was learning how to fight with his all despite the danger he may be in. If he could not alter the situation, he just had to face the problem with a calm and collected mind.
Every day was like a roulette on a gambling table.
No one knew what would happen in the next second, so whether or not you were willing and whether or not it was alterable, you would have to face the result eventually.
Supposing ignorance was commonplace, what one sees is merely a watery reflection on the surface.
In that case, only when undisturbed can one see more clearly. Having calmed down, AI Huey's brain recovered from its frozen state and his thoughts started spinning once again. Every sentence from the conversation he had just had with the lady in red re-emerged in his mind. He suddenly felt that what she had said was fragmented and dishonest. If the so-called blood spiritual force really was spiritual force, then they had no need to resort to these tricks.
A blood catastrophe was completely unnecessary. Cultivators had many advantages over elementalists.
The lady in red and her fellows had killed so many people, enough to cause terror in the populace. However, at the same time, they had created countless nemesis who were now seeking vengeance.
Threats were a weapon for the weak.
The truly strong would have no need to talk, they would simply crush their opponents. If this group of people were really so strong that they were superior when compared to everyone else, then there should have been no need to create such a dramatic bloodbath. There was a 90% chance that the lady in red was lying. Beautiful ladies are indeed liars, AI Hui cursed silently. Unable to resist, he decided to give the lady in red a name to express his disdain.
What to call her? Oh, how about 1,000 yuan? Need 1,000 yuan. Pfft, what's the use of being pretty? She was only worth 1,000 yuan anyway.
AI Hui drew circles and cursed nonstop in his heart, but his brain did not stop thinking. It looked like the blood wave was caused by 1,000 yuan and her group in order to create a batch of powerful soldiers. Currently, this method had proven to be greatly flawed since it had extremely high requirements for the test subjects.
All the elementalists had failed. He wasn't sure if even he could succeed. Okay, he probably couldn't. He wasn't that gifted. How pathetic.
He was going to become a firecracker, explode into meat dregs, and die without an intact corpse.
So ugly. So, what if he did succeed? He would become an evil monster. How could he bear killing Fatty and the rest? Fatty and Bangwan owed him so much money too, it would be such a loss. Oh wait, he still owed the noodle shop lady 80 million yuan. Forget it, a monster had better prospects.
Disorganized and scattered thoughts filled his brain. He was even more pessimistic when it came to Central Pine City's future.
What if 1,000 yuan used this kind of method to create a whole bunch of blood fiends? Not many were needed, trouble ensued even if only 10 tiny, weak insects combined their strength.
Yeah, he had probably reached the depths of the forest by now.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
The gentle voice of the lady in red sounded like the eerie sneer of an executioner to AI Huey's ears. He was going to leave this world without becoming an elementalist after all. He ridiculed himself for wanting to control his own fate. His so-called dreams were about to die.
Okay, it would be considered a blessing if he could just live for a few more years. A tiny small fry like him had no rights to complain, right?
It was destiny, huh? He could only accept his fate and surrender his life, but... Please loosen the vines gripping my mouth.
Hey, I'm about to surrender.
1,000 yuan, oh, no, beautiful fairy, I'm going to surrender.
Beautiful commanding officer, your loyal subject is here.
Hey. The lady in red did not read his thoughts.
I find you interesting.
You must be different from the other bunches of trash, so I prepared a big meal for you. You'll enjoy it very much. When you get used to the taste of blood spiritual force, you'll know why it's a world delicacy.
Be good, it won't hurt at all.
Using her gentle fingers, she pulled a tree root as thick as a thumb over to AI Hui and stuck it into the hollow of his left palm. AI Hui's body stiffened and an intense pain made him blank out. He'd had no time to react.
The red, hot as lava juice entered his body ceaselessly through the wound.
He wanted to struggle, but was unable to move at all. He wanted to shout, but not a single sound came out. The seemingly boneless, soft white palm grabbed AI Hui's right hand.
Seeing the tightly held sword, she tried to take it away. Who knew that AI Hui's grip was so strong?
She was unable to take the sword from him no matter how hard she tried.
I like stubborn people.
The young lady laughed and said, the more stubborn, the more suffering they'll feel.
Blood spiritual force is the best wine and pain is the best accompanying dish. The more you taste, the more pain you experience. My first subordinate is indeed different from the rest. Such happiness. Pop. Another tree root was stuck into the back of AI Hui's right hand.
The lady in red looked at AI Hui, who was tightly bound, with great satisfaction.
Countless tree roots swarmed in from all directions, like snakes lured by the smell of fish, towards AI Hui.
Each surrounding tree was taller and more solid than the others. The more roots they had, the more concentrated the tumors on the trunks were. The tumors seemed to take the form of human faces and started turning and twisting.
I'm really looking forward to it.
More and more tree roots started pricking AI Hui's body and a steady flow of fresh red juice entered within him. AI Hui's body twitched uncontrollably and eventually became still, like a senseless corpse.
Time passed slowly. An hour went by and AI Hui still showed no signs of bloating.
The lady in red was beyond pleased. She muttered to herself, indeed, I've picked the right subordinate. She appeared to be admiring her best work of art. Suddenly, movements were detected from far away and her expression changed, but then quickly returned to her usual pretty and flirtatious face. She wrinkled her brows slightly and pouted her rosy lips.
How annoying, finding trouble at such a time. Nevertheless, she got up and took a last look at AI Hui, who was wrapped and bound tightly by countless tree roots.
She crooked her head and thought for a while before disappearing in a flash. Having flown over 10 meters, she came to a stop in front of a big tree.
It had dense tree roots and a suspended rattan ball.
The lady revealed a hurt expression, but still clenched her teeth and slashed across the roots supporting the rattan ball. The dense roots broke without a sound and the ball fell to the ground. The lady flew over and landed in front of it, then peeled it open carefully.
A mastiff dizzily crawled out from inside.
This mastiff was big, around the size of a young horse. The soles of its feet were blood red and its claws looked like they were dyed the same color. The fresh, blood-like red extended upwards from its claws in a meandering design before forming complicated patterns on and throughout its ash-gray body. The mastiff's eyes were like red rubies, pure and sparkly. It bared its fangs, displeased by the disturbance, however the moment it saw the source of the disturbance, it lay on the ground obediently. The lady in red felt some heartache. The mastiff was only half complete. Disrupting its blood refinement process like this meant that it would be difficult for the wolf to be strengthened in the future. She quickly recovered from it, however. No matter how gifted a blood fiend was and no matter how much refinement it underwent, it would never be on par with a human.
There were too many things a blood fiend couldn't do. Greenie, come here.
She waved her hand and floated towards where AI Hui was.
The Mastiff gave a low howl and followed closely behind.
The half-complete, blood-refined Mastiff had gotten quite a lot stronger, satisfying the lady in red. Its huge body made no noise while it sprinted as fast as lightning. In this blood forest, the Mastiff's power wasn't something average elementalists could fight against.
Greenie, guard him.
You can kill whoever comes close. The lady in red instructed the Mastiff while pointing at Ai Hui, who was suspended in midair. It let out a whimper and licked the lady's palm.
Be good, Greenie. When I'm done settling the problem, you can continue your blood refinement.
The lady in red caressed its head with much tenderness.
Having said that, she flew up and away.
She was incomparably fast. A red blur flashed across the sky as she flew by.
The Mastiff laid down below the suspended Ai Hui.
Ai Hui felt as if he had fallen into lava. His whole body was burning.
The tremendous pain washed over his whole body like the tide.
The torment was so intense and distinct that it was like a purgatory he couldn't escape.
The red-hot lava-like juice was naturally fond of elemental energy. It charged from all directions to wrap tightly around Ai Hui's recently activated limb palaces and natal residence. Ai Hui's elemental energy was slowly swallowed up as the red juice seeped into every single piece of flesh within his body. Every bit of elemental energy was its prey. It was like elemental energy's mortal enemy. It existed to destroy elemental energy in the 5 residences and 8 palaces. Ai Hui's limb palaces and natal residence started to crumble bit by bit.
The leg palaces lost ground, followed by the hand palaces.
Intense anguish and despair enveloped Ai Hui.
The price he had paid, the time and effort he had put in to activate the residences and palaces, and his dream were slowly being swallowed by the red juice right before his eyes.
The indignation. When his natal residence was drowned in the red juice, an unprecedented hopelessness devoured Ai Hui.
At this moment, his heart's despair far exceeded any physical pain. He had fallen into the darkest abyss, where not a trace of sunlight or hope could be felt. Only boundless and profound gloom and cold pervaded. Just die like this, he said to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 169, Go to Hell. Chapter 169, Go to Hell. Translator, YH Editor, K. Kermit. Ai Hui's mind was in a state of disarray as his body was thrown into chaos. Nothing was left of the hand and leg palaces that he had worked so hard to develop. Within his body, the rest of the palaces which had not yet been activated were also being destroyed as the blood poison permeated deep into his muscles and bones, thoroughly changing their structure and composition from within. His entire body became afflicted with the blood poison. Every last part of him, both internal and external, was triggered by the blood poison into undergoing a raging, clamorous transformation. There was, however, one spot which remained completely calm amidst the chaos his body was experiencing, the sky palace between his brows. The blood poison was viciously potent, quickly overcoming his natal residence and activated limb palaces. Only his sky palace remained as stable as a rock. Blood-red traces surfaced on Ai Hui's face, spreading to his tightly shut eyes. The space between his eyebrows remained unaffected. The sky palace remained impenetrable as the blood poison surged, surrounding it completely. Blood-red traces appeared and vanished on different parts of his body, as if red bugs were congregating and scattering as they ran around. The Mastiff raised its head and looked at Ai Hui before letting out a couple of envious howls, after which it lazily lay back down on the ground. Several kilometers away from where Ai Hui was held, the lady in red looked at the wretched-looking man in front of her with a frown. "How did you end up like this?" she berated. The man was around 40 years old and had a distressed look on his face. He looked like an honest, down-to-earth farmer with messy hair and a body littered with scars. Met with stiff resistance. The man laughed bitterly as he spoke. "Powerful people?" asked the lady, her pupils contracting. "A grandmaster?" "If there had been a grandmaster you wouldn't be seeing me here," said the man, clearly in pain. "I was unlucky, running into a group of elites from the 13 divisions during my blood refinement. I killed a couple of them, but there was one that was particularly hard to handle." The lady in red heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a grandmaster. They were at their most vulnerable during blood refinement, as it caused their strength to fall drastically. Meeting enemies during this period would spell disaster. She calmly asked, "You're still going to continue with blood refinement?" The same pained expression never left the man's face. "I don't really have a choice. I have to spend more time and effort since I'm not as talented as you are." While the two appeared to chat familiarly, they were constantly on guard, keeping some distance between each other. Both of them were from the same faction, but were otherwise hardly related. They were teammates as well as rivals.
The lady in red wasn't expecting the man to persist with blood refinement. Blood refinement was a risky endeavor, and every step taken must be done with the utmost care. It was, in a sense, like walking on thin ice. Since they were essentially just beings of flesh, there was a limit to how much blood refinement their bodies could take. This was especially the case with the blood of God, which was potent beyond compare.
Blindly partaking in blood refinement would only result in death by fulmination.
Amidst the blood disaster, blood of God could easily be obtained.
Its power was as vast as the ocean.
Rather than blind refinement, control was the key to handling it.
The man in front of her was Tian Quan.
Since they had first met and until now, she had never seen a different expression on his face. It was the same pained expression day in and day out. He was the oldest and least talented among them. Nobody knew why he was chosen, and nobody seemed to think highly of him. Nobody had expected him to last this long, to still be standing after so many others had been eliminated.
Tian Quan was one of the 6 who managed to persist through the many rounds of blood refinement.
By that point, the others had learned to stop belittling him. After all, every one of the 6 were impressive individuals who had had to step over countless corpses to get this far.
The lady in red hadn't thought that Tian Quan would actually incorporate blood of God into his body.
Since the 6 of them had all long reached their limits, they would have to train and further increase those limits before they could continue with subsequent rounds of blood refinement. Fervently proceeding with training carried insanely high risks, which was why the others were instead planning to use the blood of God to create new subordinates first.
Tian Quan's actions were simply insane.
The lady in red decided that she had to re-evaluate Tian Quan. Overly zealous individuals either died at the hands of their zeal or went on to have shocking achievements. You could always capture some students or wild beasts, the lady in red said flatly.
Perhaps then you won't end up all desolate again.
Forget it, rejected Tian Quan with a shake of his head.
I'm used to working alone.
The lady in red looked up at the sky and said, "Here come your little maggots." The sky above the sea of blood had become slightly more dangerous due to the increasing numbers of blood-refined avians. As more of them appeared, the elementalists would have to take greater caution before soaring into the skies above the induction ground. For now, however, the number of blood-refined avians was still relatively low and did not pose that much of a threat to elementalists who were using the azure wings. The skies were still safer than the forest below. The lady in red kept her calm gaze on the approaching elementalists. A few elites from the 13 divisions weren't a threat to her.
If Tian Quan hadn't been engaged in blood refinement, he'd have easily been able to handle these maggots as well.
"You owe me one," said the lady in red casually.
"Although I'd much rather not, I don't think I have any other choice," answered Tian Quan. "Why can't they just let me practice in peace?"
"You only have yourself to blame," said the lady in red with a sneer.
"Do you really intend to act alone forever?
Are you sure you can keep going by yourself? I'm used to being alone," Tian Quan said flatly. "Furthermore, such power is better kept to myself. You can't possibly use up that much blood of God by yourself. Interacting with others takes too much effort.
Don't mess up the grand plan."
"Don't worry, I don't intend to die." The two of them tactfully cut the conversation short, neither could go on with it. The lady in red couldn't understand how Tian Quan could possibly attempt to absorb something so powerful on his own. She became more guarded against Tian Quan, noting that he was someone who simply couldn't trust others.
She would never have trusted him anyway. Bloodshed and betrayal were the keys to survival for the remaining 6.
The lady in red stopped trying to convince him.
The two of them weren't exactly close to begin with.
Besides, being able to survive until now meant that all of the 6 weren't normal at all. How could she expect any one of them to not have their own quirks? Li Wei pressed on with all his might as flames of hatred burned hot within his eyes. His comrades had sacrificed themselves to see this mission through, leaving Li Wei as the sole survivor. He felt an incomparable sorrow deep within his heart. Despite having become accustomed to death over his years out on the front lines, this was the first time he had experienced the loss of an entire squad. His comrades' sacrifices were definitely not in vain, as they had rained hell on their enemies. Li Wei had a death wish. He wasn't afraid of dying as long as he could slay every last one of them. His skin possessed a metallic luster, making the exposed parts of his body look like they were cast out of iron. Some of the white marks that lined his entire body were faintly stained with blood, a remnant of the tragic battle he had just survived. The sturdy, bronze-colored azure wings spread wide open. While the copper bone bird wasn't particularly fast, the majestic wings enhanced Li Wei's presence while his murderous intent permeated the air around him. He looked just like an ancient god of war, as described in the legends of old.
What an impressive aura!
The lady in red's eyes lit up in excitement. She couldn't help but call out in praise, "I didn't expect such a heroic-looking figure to be in the infantry division."
I imagined that you were all just lumps of dull metal. With his usual pained expression, Tian Quan said, enough with your wild thoughts and quickly finish him. We shouldn't let him live since he managed to injure me. The lady in red felt it was a pity that she had to kill him, but Tian Quan had anticipated her thoughts and left her with no other choice. It wasn't worth offending Tian Quan over an elite from the 13 divisions. Since the two of them were of equal standing, a favor from him was like having a valuable ally. Alright, since you're giving me the chance to earn a favor, I'll grant you a straightforward death. The lady in red lunged forward, appearing to turn into a wisp of red smoke. The speed with which she charged towards Li Wei made it impossible to pinpoint her location at any given moment. Li Wei was surprised to discover that his target had an ally. Pressed for time, he immediately reacted by sending a crushing blow in the direction of his opponent. His palm, suffused with metallic luster, surged forward like an advancing tank. Not quite skillful enough. The lady in red giggled as she appeared behind Li Wei. A soft, delicate palm pressed silently onto Li Wei's back. Li Wei's pupils dilated rapidly. A tremendously violent force erupted from behind him. Pop! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Knocked out of the air by what felt like a large hammer, Li Wei fell towards the ground like a whistling meteorite. A sinister smile crept across Tian Quan's mouth, completing the malevolent look on his face. He froze when he saw Li Wei's figure appear out of nowhere, growing larger by the second. Li Wei's hate-filled eyes burned with satisfaction. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth stained with streaks of blood. Li Wei had known that he was in trouble the moment he laid eyes on the lady in red. Despite that knowledge, he had had no intention to retreat whatsoever. He clasped his hands together and raised them high above his head like a hatchet, ready to strike. A brilliant silver light shrouded his clasped hands as every last bit of elemental energy he had left was channeled into them. The metallic luster that coated his skin became even more dazzling, appearing more like a coat of silvery liquid. Go to hell! With that cry of rage, Tian Quan's terror turned into despair and the lady in red's face turned ashen. Tian Quan's despair instantly transformed into ruthlessness. A blood-red pattern appeared on his forehead like a banner. The lady in red stared at Tian Quan in disbelief. The ever-distressed-looking Tian Quan had practically transformed into a different person. His aura was definitely not the same as before. Tian Quan's usual hunched back was replaced by an upright posture and his skin was washed over with a warm glow. He had transformed from a farmer into an elegant prince. His lips curved into a sinister smile. Lightly stretching out his arms, Tian Quan gracefully resisted the war god's silver hammer with his palms. The sneer on Li Wei's face was frozen solid in shock. The silver glow in his hands exploded, unleashing a powerful blast with the force of 1,000 suns. The explosion sent the now unconscious Li Wei flying through the air like a ragdoll. He had lost both of his arms in that final attack. Blood dripped continuously from his tattered sleeves, scattering throughout the air. I'm going to kill you, Dot. Amidst the heat of the explosion, Tian Quan's hysterical cry pierced through the air. A figure dived down from above the clouds, catching Li Wei with amazing accuracy before soaring back up above cloud cover with unprecedented speed. The lady in red subconsciously moved, but stopped herself upon remembering the blood marks between Tian Quan's eyebrows. Then she suddenly felt a terrifying disturbance and the color drained from her face. That location, it was where she had come from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, The Sword Embryo and the Bandage. Chapter 170, The Sword Embryo and the Bandage. Translator, YH Editor, Lise. The sword embryo's throbbing felt like an endlessly beating heart. The complex pattern of blood traces was rapidly shifting over AI Huey's entire body like a swarm of poisonous ants. Large quantities of blood poison were transforming AI Huey's body from within, and a faintly sweet scent wafted from his body. A violent, murderous power was steadily produced by his blood-transformed body. Blood traces from all over his body began to compress, aggregating towards the space between his eyebrows. They became sleeker and more elegant, with increasing activity. As they surrounded a blank space between his brows, they took on the shape of diminutive flames. The blood traces seeped towards his brow, appearing as a thin, crimson layer on AI Huey's skin. The sweet scent became thicker. As if covered by a thick bloody paste, the sword embryo's activity slowed. An unceasing torrent of blood poison flowed more furiously from within the tree roots. As soon as the new blood traces appeared on AI Huey's body, they quickly rushed towards the space between his brows. It was as though a powerful magnet resided there, attracting them. At that moment, the inactive bandages on his arms noiselessly coiled its way around AI Huey's body.
As if controlled by invisible hands, the blood bandages worked in synchrony, with one end wrapping down from his forehead and the other starting from his feet. Layer by layer, he was tightly wound, and in the blink of an eye, AI Huey's entire body was bundled up tightly like a dumpling. Interestingly enough, the blood bandages deliberately avoided wrapping the tree roots. A single blood trace appeared on AI Huey's palm, penetrating through his skin and surfacing on the outside of the bandage. As if it had a life of its own, the blood trace moved along the bandage towards his forehead. It seemed like nothing had changed. The blood trace became duller upon moving past AI Huey's elbow. Extremely fine veins appeared along the bandage, absorbing blood from the blood traces as they moved along. Their bright red color gradually faded until they turned gray. The sword embryo that had almost been overcome by the immense pressure from the blood traces sprang back to life upon sensing that victory was now possible. It momentarily paused all activity when the blood traces surfaced on the bandages before restarting its throbbing pulse 1 second later, speeding up to an even higher level of activity than before. The cold, frigid sensation of metal pervaded the air atop AI Huey's brows. At the same time, an attractive force was present. Droplets of colorless light were extracted from the blood traces, amassing into a glinting needle mid-air before penetrating back into AI Huey's body. A soft sword cry rang out from the point of entry. The blood traces had lost all luster as well as color. While moving along the blood bandage, the blood trace's color began to dull, and by the time it reached his shoulders, nothing was left of the bright red that once illuminated it. The ashen remnant then became a thin wisp of smoke, dispersing in the air and vanishing from the bandage. AI Huey's mummified body was heavily emitting gray smoke. In contrast to the blood-poisoned sweet scent, the gray smoke had a raw, fishy odor. Upon contact with it, the tree's blood-red leaves rapidly turned to ash. The thick shroud of smoke engulfing AI Huey looked like a gray cocoon from afar. Looking up, the mastiff grew suspicious. The transformation occurring had proceeded well beyond its understanding, but it seemed to sense something monstrous lurking within the cocoon of gray smoke. A primal fear rose from within it. It retreated a few steps, scanning around for further signs of change. Ascertaining that all else was fine, the mastiff lazily relaxed on the ground once more. A while later, AI Huey drowsily regained consciousness. He had been awoken by an unusual sound. It was rather unfamiliar yet strangely familiar as well. Listening intently, he finally recognized the sound of a sword being unsheathed, only he had never before heard of a sword being unsheathed for such an inordinate amount of time. Was he dreaming? He often had such dreams back in the swordsman school. He would dream of tall, exquisite palaces that reached into the clouds, of swordsmen who could fly on swords, or of majestic mountains that cast their shadows onto heavenly sword formations, as well as all manner of interesting spiritual beasts. He would dream of mystical swordplay manuals, the flying swords of legends, even dreaming of those figures who once dominated the entire world. It had been a while since he had such bizarre dreams. The naive and curious minds of the young would inevitably be eroded by reality and time. The mental state of humans were associated with time and even more closely with experiences. AI Huey had never experienced a childhood filled with imagination, instead, he had lived an unimaginable life. AI Huey's first reaction to the unceasing sounds was to think that he was dreaming. He soon realized that he wasn't in a dream, however. The sword embryo's throbbing was more forceful than he had ever experienced. It emitted a ceaseless cry, and he could feel the muscles in his body resonating along with it. The darkness before his eyes perhaps played a role, but AI Huey noticed that he was acutely sensitive to bodily sensations. He could feel a stream of energy swimming around his body like a large school of fish, and strands of it seemed to resonate with the sword embryo, trembling slightly with each pulse. AI Huey was startled by this sensation. What is that? Never before had he experienced such energy strands. He could sense the power contained within them, but it was completely different from anything he had ever encountered. Well, AI Huey quietly mocked himself, he hadn't exactly experienced other kinds of power either. But he was certain that this torrential energy was vastly different from the elemental energy he had been developing. Could it be a new kind of elemental energy? AI Huey was uncertain. In matters of elemental energy, he had only recently graduated from being a complete rookie. There existed too many kinds of elemental energy that he had yet to see. Now was not the time to think about such things, however, he had to find a way to escape. Finally sober, AI Huey attempted to struggle his way out but soon realized that he had lost all control over his body. He could not move an inch. AI Huey remained composed. He had, after all, been through scenarios far worse than this. He repeatedly encouraged himself there had to be a way out. He started by inspecting his body closely, becoming increasingly bewildered as he went on. It wasn't surprising that the 5 residences and 8 palaces within his body were completely wrecked. He still had an impression of what had happened before losing consciousness. Were these strands of energy a part of the blood poison? No, the blood poison was much more impetuous, more unrelenting. But the strands of energy flowing through his body were mild, even when compared to the metal elemental energy he had personally developed. These energy strands clearly originated from outside his body, outside.
We suddenly realized that he was wrapped in the blood bandage.
How strange, he thought, as his consciousness effortlessly slipped into the blood bandage. He felt as if he had entered a different dimension, one filled with the scent of blood. A thick sea of blood stretched as far as his eyes could see. Immense waves rose up across the violent sea, as if a monster had awoken from deep within to taste the air with its tongue. Across the sky, streaks of blood traces flowed like rivers of blood. Every time a tongue of blood lapped at the sky, glowing essences from the blood traces were dragged down like a waterfall. Huey's heart started palpitating. He felt his mind quiver at the strange, bloody sight, and he had to fight to maintain his consciousness. Seeing the blood essences made him extremely uncomfortable. He did not like it one bit. The blood traces in the air started to fade. In his mind, the past forms of blood bandages flashed. He further affirmed that the blood bandage was an artifact from the cultivation era.
It was truly a time of unimaginable power when even a nameless, tattered piece of cloth could possess godly powers.
Witnessing the blood traces transformation, we finally understood where the strands of energy came from. The blood bandage had extricated the blood essence from the blood poison, allowing the sword embryo to then draw closer the energy remaining in the blood poison.
We recalled the words of the lady in red. Blood spiritual force.
He had promptly dismissed her words as a lie, thinking this so-called blood spiritual force had to be similar to spiritual force only in name.
But what if the blood poison was truly blood spiritual force?
Thinking this triggered his memories, and the phrase blood refinement surfaced from his memories. If the blood poison truly was blood spiritual force, then it had to be closely related to blood refinement. How had the blood bandage been able to absorb the reddish blood essence? As an artifact from blood sex, it had to be capable of devouring objects related to blood. Many swordplay manuals mention blood refinement techniques as well as the blood sex that had been considered heretical during the cultivation era due to their cruel practices. They often used spiritual beasts in their trainings, or in more extreme cases, human sacrifices. For many years, blood sects were seen as those dabbling with demonic forces, untolerated by orthodox sections. The blood bandages had to be devouring the blood-related components from the blood poison.
Subtract the blood-related components from blood spiritual force and what do you get? We had a tremendous revelation. Spiritual force.
This answer left him stunned for a good few minutes. Never in a million years did he imagine that he would come to such a conclusion, but he simply could not think of any other answer.
Spiritual force, it's really spiritual force.
The force that led to the blossoming of the cultivation era, the force that had supposedly vanished from this world.
Hui was exhilarated.
He was no longer able to remain calm. The glory of the cultivation era was still deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. With this spiritual force, he could undoubtedly execute all of the mythical sword techniques found in the manuals of old. Hui forced himself to calm down.
Regardless of the spiritual force's power, he was still in a precarious situation.
He attempted to activate a sword seal, hoping to escape through such means.
However, he soon realized his naivety.
The spiritual force within his body had a mild reaction, but he quickly found that he had no means of circulating it. After all, Hui had never nurtured the channels required to utilize spiritual force. The cultivators had a strict system comprised of spiritual force, its corresponding channels known as meridians, spell seals, and lastly, one sword. If any one of these components were missing, nothing could be achieved.
Hui laughed bitterly before regaining his composure.
He reminded himself once more that he had survived far worse than this. Level-headed, Hui began to explore ways to utilize this spiritual force.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, The Big Dipper, Predicament. Chapter 171, The Big Dipper, Predicament.
Translator, YH Editor, Lise.
The authenticity of this spiritual force was questionable since this was, after all, purely Huey's deduction. Regardless, the most pressing issue now was to figure out how to make use of it. It was a pity that his 5 residences and 8 palaces had been destroyed. Prior to becoming unconscious, Hui had been devastated to see his efforts and dreams ruined. Waking up now, however, his feelings of disappointment had faded substantially, leaving only survival instincts ablaze. No, the 5 residences and 8 palaces were not completely destroyed. There was one that remained intact, the Sky Palace, which housed the sword embryo. He would be thinking of ways to repair the other 7 palaces, but that was only if his natal residence had not been destroyed. That was the foundation for the system of 5 residences and 8 palaces, as well as the basis for nurturing elemental energy. As long as the foundation was intact, there were ways to fix the rest of the system. But the destruction of his natal residence meant that there was no way of restoring the other 7 palaces.
Hang on, the rest of the 7 palaces.
A thought formed hazily, and he couldn't quite make it out.
7 palaces, 7 palaces.
AI racked his brains before finally realizing what he had been reminded of.
Didn't the Big Dipper require 7 palaces?
A sudden surge of inspiration led him to the answer. It was indeed the Big Dipper. Having only recently acquired the technique, AI had yet to carefully examine it. The Big Dipper he received was the original version left behind by its creator, containing all of his experiences and a massive amount of information beyond AI's comprehension. He hadn't thought to use it so soon, originally intending to digest more of the information before taking that final step. Nobody would rush to utilize an original inheritance. It was a waste of the precious knowledge contained within, and it was also exceedingly dangerous to do so. Anyone with some semblance of common sense would understand the principle of taking things one step at a time. To receive such tremendous knowledge as a greenhorn was analogous to a traveler dying of thirst throwing himself against enormous waves. Not only would he be unable to quench his thirst, he would end up drowning as well. But time was a luxury he could no longer afford.
He was at the crossroads between life and death.
There was no time to hesitate, nothing further to consider. Without further deliberation, AI's mind delved into the Big Dipper. The feeling was akin to piercing the surface of a ball of water. What came out, however, was not a stream of knowledge but a raging torrent of information.
AI was unable to react in time and became overwhelmed.
He soon fell into a trance-like state. A flood of specious arguments, paradoxical thoughts, and familiarly unfamiliar feelings engulfed his mind. After what seemed a long period of time, his consciousness emerged from what had been another person's world and drifted along like a wilted leaf upon a vast ocean. While his consciousness was exploring the Big Dipper, the strands of energy flowing through his body were stirred up.
The once peaceful flow began to surge ceaselessly.
While AI was in a trance-like state, the sword embryo within his sky palace also became active. Its throbbing slowed in tempo but grew in strength. It pulsed like a bass drum, booming steadily and causing the energy strands within his body to quiver with each beat. The spiritual force began to move from his lungs, completing one circulatory cycle revolution before seeping through his arm and into the dragon's pine inferno. It then proceeded to flow back into his body. If AI was conscious, he would have been shocked to discover that this spiritual force circulated through the same route as the elemental energy. The returning spiritual force possessed a sharp flavor and was completely absorbed by the sword embryo. As the sword embryo grew in size, the sharp beats became even more pronounced. Once it reached the size of a soybean, the sword embryo halted its expansion but not the absorption of spiritual force. On the surface, a faint pattern appeared where the sword embryo was located, and as it continued to absorb the spiritual force, the pattern became more distinct and refined, ultimately culminating into the shape of a long sword. Only after the mark of the long sword appeared did the sword embryo halt the absorption of spiritual force. The sharp aura shrouding the sword embryo quickly became more restrained as the sword embryo whirled about within the confines of the space between AI's eyebrows until it looked just like an ordinary seed. The returning spiritual force still flowed through the sword embryo, but it appeared to have lost all interest. As the circulatory cycle revolution continued, the outflow of a spiritual force from the sword embryo was now equal to the inflow.
There was an increase in the amount of spiritual force entering the circulatory cycle revolution.
With each revolution, the spiritual force passed through the sky palace as well as the sword embryo. And each time it passed through the sword embryo, the spiritual force became thicker and its razor-sharp flavor enhanced. The circulatory cycle revolution gradually slowed. After countless revolutions, the spiritual force had become as viscous as magma. Imbued with a dense sword intent, the spiritual force flowed slowly back into AI's lungs. It moved along the inner walls of his lung residence and covered the entire area with a thick layer of spiritual force. The constant influx of spiritual energy accumulated within and thickened the inner walls. With each circulatory cycle, the thick spiritual force passed through the sword embryo and accumulated a stronger sword intent. The thickening layer of spiritual force silently transformed AI's lungs. The spiritual force seemed to have a naturally nourishing effect for flesh and blood. A portion of it penetrated the inner walls of AI's lungs and began to grow with the force of life. Once AI's dilapidated lungs were fully saturated with spiritual force, they began to steadily rejuvenate. The sword intent embedded within this spiritual force was also absorbed by his lungs. After its destruction, his lungs had been like bellows riddled with holes, but now that they were repaired, the bellows were once again capable of generating airflow. AI Huey's breathing caused his lungs to rhythmically expand and contract, increasing the speed at which the sluggish spiritual force was flowing. His left hand's palace was repaired at the same slow pace. Soon enough, the palaces in his right hand, left foot, and right foot were also restored to their original states as they similarly absorbed the sword intent. Unlike the palaces within his four limbs, AI Huey's gate, earth, and sea palaces had never been activated. Even so, the potent blood poison had thoroughly spread to every part of his body, bursting into his three unactivated palaces and destroying them as well. The blood poison had evidently done him a huge favor. The spiritual force entered the three palaces in accordance with the circulatory cycle revolution, flowing along the damaged areas and thoroughly coating them. The gate, sea, and earth palaces were like three damaged reservoirs being patched up by the spiritual force. Never would AI Hui have imagined that his gate, sea, and earth palaces would be activated in this way. This was likely a great example of the rise after the fall. Once the 7 palaces were fully formed, AI Huey's body convulsed. He had been floating about, bobbing up and down within the vast sea of someone else's world like a duckweed without roots. And then without warning, the floating duckweed began to take root, the familiar experiences and information finally finding an inlet. The body that had been unfamiliar one moment became familiar the next. After activating the Big Dipper's inheritance, a tremendous wave of information and past experiences had crashed directly against his mind, knocking him senseless. What was more frustrating was his lack of 7 palaces. Without it, the knowledge couldn't be absorbed. It was similar to having sudden realizations about swordplay without having a sword on hand. The torrent of understandings and past experiences were stoppered without outlet, further clogging his mind. It wasn't until this spiritual force miraculously repaired his natal residence and 7 palaces that the deluge of past realizations and experiences found their resting ground. If AI Hui were to regain consciousness now, he would be shocked to discover that his 7 palaces were vibrating at the same frequency. The intensity of the vibrations increased, provoking the spiritual force within his body to enter state like boiling water. AI Huey's consciousness was restored amidst these vibrations. He immediately felt as though he would explode. The spiritual energy within his body was entering a state of overflow as the 7 palaces' synchronized vibration caused the spiritual energy to gush. A terrifying presence seeped from AI Huey's body. The mastiff raised its head, uneasily clawing at the ground with its front paw. It stared at the mass of gray smoke and uttered a low and ferocious growl. It could sense something amiss. AI Huey's aura was slowly growing in strength. Like startled snakes, the bandages wrapped around AI Huey's body hastily returned to their original positions with a whoosh. The tree roots that stabbed into AI Huey's body turned to ash, revealing AI Hui who looked good as new without a single scratch to be seen on his body. Big Dipper. AI Hui finally understood in part why the Big Dipper required 7 strong palaces. By the time he had snapped out of his thoughts, it had already been too late. And while the past realizations and experiences contained within the Big Dipper inheritance were partially eroded from time, they were still immensely powerful. Before he could even react, his instinct had already taken control from his entire body. The 7 palaces vibrated more intensely while his aura strengthened at an insane rate. The mastiff stared with horror at the mass of gray smoke. It unwillingly feared and revered the aura that was emitted from within the smoke. Its ferocious snarling had long turned into frightened whimpering, and its limbs were quivering in fear. The mere presence of whatever was within the smoke was terribly suffocating, completely suppressing the mastiff. Even the blood traces on it began to destabilize. Ultimately, fear overcame its obedience to directives as it quickly escaped. Far away, the lady in red turned pale with shock. Equally far but in the opposite direction, Central Pine City was shaken as well. The mayor and the dean immediately took to the skies and were soon followed by all elementalists in the city who had azure wings. Aghast, they stared into the depths of the blood forest. Sure Shuaman was filled with fear as well. The terrifying presence was like a ferocious beast that crawled out from the depths of time, bearing power that was as awe-inspiring as it was frightening. The intensely stifling atmosphere clung heavily onto everyone. In the depths of the forest, AI Huey's muscles were convulsing wildly within the cloud of gray smoke. Suspended midair, he felt as though he was about to explode. The Big Dipper was formidable and violent, but it was the spiritual force within his body that made things much worse. If it really was spiritual force. AI Hui forced his eyes open. He was already at his limit, and intense rays of light were practically spilling out from his eyes. If spiritual force was truly within his body, exactly how many times stronger than elemental force was it? Damn it, I've never learned this in class. The teachers never taught this. AI Hui clenched his teeth, coming up with a plan to use the simplest and most brutish method to release the overflowing spiritual force within his body. AI Hui adjusted his posture midair, facing his back towards the ground while clutching his sword against his chest. Like a meteor falling from the heavens, he threw himself towards the ground with heavy force. With this posture and the spiritual force's strength, how much power would be unleashed from executing the arching fish back? The wind whistled in his ears. AI Huey's eyes widened as a single thought filled his head. Damn it, something I haven't learned again. The moment he felt something against his back, his body instinctively arched. The violently surging spiritual force rushed to his back. The crude move that he had practiced countless times. Arching fish back. A tremendous explosion burst forth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, A Giant's Back. Chapter 172, A Giant's Back. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lise. Driven by his overwhelming anger, AI Hui expelled from his body the spiritual force that bloated him into the ground. His entire body felt an indescribable relief at once. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The ground directly beneath him was immediately reduced to a fine powder. The surrounding soil arced into the air, blasting in all directions. Everywhere else around him was in complete chaos. More fatal was the mass of gray smoke that exploded without warning. Accompanied by a terrifying hiss, the gray cloud burst through the area like a hurricane. The gusts of air was a sickle of the Grim Reaper, withering and killing all that it passed. The mastiff broke into a run. The gray cloud behind it was a monstrous tsunami, crushing everything in its way. One after another, rattan balls flew across the mastiff's field of vision. Already possessing a trace of self-awareness, the mastiff knew that each rattan ball contained a blood fiend like itself. A gray tint diffused like an ugly and dreadful mold over the rattan balls. The breathing inside them became increasingly weaker until they disappeared altogether. One of the blood fiends inside a rattan ball seemed to sense the danger and attempted to break out. But as the gray cloud swept past, its body suddenly froze as the ash gray spread over its body. When the last vestiges of red were overtaken, bang, the blood fiend exploded into a cloud of gray dust that scattered through the air. The fear in the mastiff's eyes grew deeper. As the blood traces on its body began to crack and a red glow appeared underfoot, its running speed inexplicably increased. From overhead, the circular, gray cloud could be seen spreading outward in ripples of death that expanded without end in the sea of blood. Not a single area of the Red Valley was spared from the immense and terrifying circle of death that was now more than 10 kilometers in radius. In the center of the gray circle of death was a pillar of gray smoke that reached into the skies. It was congealed without sign of dissipating and resembled an enormous gray dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The mastiff had escaped all the way to the mountain peak, its body drenched in blood. Fresh blood continued to ooze from its skin, making it look like a bloody wolf. It panted heavily and stared firmly at the figure that climbed its way out of the soil from the middle of the gray valley. Fear, there was only fear in its eyes. The pillar of smoke that resembled a gray dragon rose straight into the sky, becoming the backdrop of that figure's frail back. At that moment, from the mastiff's perspective, that figure was a Grim Reaper who had just climbed out of a hellish swamp to arrive in this world. AI Hui felt dizzy and weak as he picked himself up from the ground. The soil beneath his feet had become a powder, with texture smoother than flowers. He surveyed his surroundings with a blank look on his face. The dense, blood-colored vegetation had disappeared, replacing his surroundings with the gray wilderness. All plants had been reduced to thick piles of gray residue, as if burned and reduced to ashes. Only now did AI Hui realize that he stood in a valley. Were all these caused by him? He could not believe his eyes. After a second-long daze, he jumped up and broke into a run. Why wouldn't he flee now while 1,000 yuan was away? Should he wait for her to come back before starting his escape? The fighting capabilities of 1,000 yuan were enigmatic and unpredictable. He definitely did not want to encounter her again. AI Hui began to notice some changes in his body, the most obvious being his running speed, which was much faster than it had been in the past. The forest was deathly silent, sending a shiver down AI Hui's spine. He did not want to stay an extra second in this godforsaken place. Once he oriented himself in the right direction, he ran with all his might. He was pleased to encounter not a single blood fiend on his sprint through the forest. When he thought of how 1,000 yuan was able to amass the power of blood fiends, however, he trembled in fear and sped up. In the skies above Central Pine City, the mayor and the dean were observing the distant pillar of smoke with ashen faces. Not only them, but the faces of the elementalists behind them had similarly drained of all color. Central Pine City was in a state of hysteria. The explosion just now resembled thunderclaps that rattled the earth and shook the mountains. The entirety of Central Pine City had felt it.
I wonder which expert did that. The dean gulped his saliva anxiously, a hopeful look flickering in his eyes.
If there was an expert that took action, they were saved. There was one in Central Pine City, but he was an embroidery expert, not a fighting one. Given that there were a few youths of nobility in the city, it was not surprising for an expert to show up and save them.
Wang Jin appeared calm, but the fear in his eyes revealed the uneasiness within.
If there's an expert passing by that area, then he will definitely come here as well.
We'll find out soon enough.
He was not as optimistic as the dean. His mind was filled with images brought back by the scouts who had been in the forest beyond city limits. So far, only 3 scouts had returned, and only one managed to successfully deliver the images.
The elementalists who had signed up for this mission numbered 46.
Of the 46 people, only 3 survived. Wait, 4 people survived. Wang Jin spotted a figure, vaguely familiar, running out from the forest. Soon enough, Wang Jin identified him as Ai Hui, the young fellow with remarkable swordsmanship. He noticed that Ai Hui was covered in grime and dirt, appearing extremely pathetic. He seemed to have suffered a lot, but since he was able to survive and return, his luck was rather good. When Ai Hui dashed out of the forest and saw the city gate of Central Pine City, he almost cried tears of joy. Soon, an elementalist came from the city to receive him.
Did you manage to succeed? Where's the movie bean? Movie bean? Ai Hui laughed bitterly.
I wasn't able to record anything, I was busy running for my life.
The goddamned 1,000 yuan.
If not for that goddamned girl, he would have completed his mission.
But he was so busy running for his life from 1,000 yuan, how could he have had the time to use the movie bean?
When Ai Hui recalled the events, however, he felt that it had not been an easy task for him to survive. His regret at not using the movie bean then lessened significantly.
The elementalist's disappointment was displayed openly.
He flew towards the mayor while shaking his head. The information he obtained from Ai Hui regarding the situation inside the forest did not differ much from the other survivors' accounts.
The elementalist still passed Ai Hui his reward. The mayor had really paid a hefty price for nothing.
The reward was exceedingly generous. When Ai Hui saw the contents, his previously gloomy face brightened instantly.
The reward nearly met all of their requirements.
Wang Jin knew from experience that the more deaths there were, the more generous the reward had to be. Otherwise, who would sign up next time? Upon returning to the Vanguard training hall, Ai Hui received cheers from Shi Shueman and the others. From the day of his departure, they had been frightened and anxious, and though it had only been for a short period of time, they felt as though a year had passed. When they saw Ai Hui safe and sound, they finally laid their worries to rest. Shi Shueman, Duanmu Huanghan, and the others suddenly realized that Ai Hui had naturally become their indispensable pillar of support. Fatty, who was training hard off to the side, wanted to come over to join them as well, but Ai Hui gave him a hard stare and yelled, "Continue your training.
Don't stop." Fatty's face drooped immediately. What's going on outside? What happened just now? Duanmu Huanghan could not help but ask. He was curious and worried. His query immediately caught everyone's attention. They were all frightened by the events happening outside the city. Shi Shueman noticed the grime and dirt on Ai Hui's body. Though he was not injured, she could tell that he was exhausted. She said concernedly, "Go and rest first. We'll talk again after your rest."
Duanmu Huanghan felt somewhat embarrassed and agreed with Shi Shueman.
Ai Hui was indeed weary.
The whole day had been a complicated and ever-changing experience with multiple struggles with death. Now that he had survived the calamity, exhaustion surged through his body like a flood to the point that he could not keep his eyes open. After saying goodnight to everyone, he returned to his room and fell asleep immediately.
In the sky above the valley.
When the red-dressed girl rushed to the scene and saw the gray valley below her, her face turned ashen, and she clenched her fists tightly. She did not register the pain of her nails digging into her flesh. All of her efforts, all gone. Besides the mastiff she had been forced to interrupt, every outstanding blood fiend she had found nearby were in this valley.
To ensure security and secrecy, she chose this valley to carry out the blood refinement.
She had an exacting nature that kept her from approving of most blood fiends around her, and so her standards for choosing them were high. In order to search for these blood fiends, she had spent an inordinate amount of time and energy.
However, right now, nothing was left. Gradually, her anger cooled. She knew clearly that fellow's capability.
He could not have caused all of this. She disliked the aura being emitted by the imposing and congealed pillar of gray smoke before her. It came from not only the pillar of smoke but also the entire valley, and she loathed it. She landed on the ground and lowered her body to observe the gray residue beneath her feet. They weren't ashes, she thought to herself. For unknown reasons, she found this gray residue somewhat familiar, but still she hated them, more than she found them familiar in fact. The surface of the entire valley appeared as though it had been plowed. With a solemn look, she approached the pillar of smoke. She clearly remembered that this was where she had carried out the blood refinement for that fellow. She stopped in her tracks, noticing something strange beneath her feet. She lowered her body once more and grabbed a handful of soil. Her expression changed. No gravel, stones, or anything solid, the soil in her hand was so smooth that it resembled flour. She recalled that terrifying wave of energy. That surging force must have been directed towards the ground. She could not imagine what kind of attack would cause this to happen. The sedimentary layer in the valley was not thick, and beneath it was a layer of hard rocks. Suddenly, as he brandished her long, red sleeves. Whoosh! Howling gales swept through the valley, sweeping up the soil and gray residue into the sky. The red-dressed girl expressionlessly brandished her sleeves continuously. Layer after layer, the soil left the ground, revealing the earth's crust before her. 7 meters below the surface, there was an extensive hollow in the solid granite layer. And in the middle of that hollow was a long trench 9 meters long, scored with sections of deep gashes. It was a back's imprint of the spinal column, and the varying indentations on the left and right of the trench were the back muscle imprints. They were extremely clear despite being engraved on a layer of solid granite 7 meters below the surface. The red-dressed girl was dumbstruck. She had thought it to be an ultimate move related to fists or legs. It was actually the back. What sort of move related to the back could hold such power? A flurry of questions ran through her mind before she finally settled on one. Who exactly was this fellow? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, The So-Called Master. Chapter 173, The So-Called Master. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. Central Pine City was bound for disappointment. They had waited for a long time, but no master had arrived. The dean looked down, revealing an unconcealed disappointment. Wang Jin was disappointed as well. However, his facial expression looked extremely calm. He glanced at the dean and said deeply, "Let's go. We need to study the movie bean that was brought back and see what the situation is inside." The dean got a hold of himself and forced a smile. In order to obtain this movie bean, they had suffered such a huge loss. Its value was immeasurable. All the reputable and powerful individuals were gathered for this meeting. Wang Jin clearly knew that if he could not get their support for the subsequent battles, Central Pine City would have no chance of surviving. The enormous meeting room was fully packed, but at the moment, there was dead silence in the room. The faces of those who participated in the meeting were pale white. They were looking at the video on the screen with fear. It was as if a noose was tied around each of their necks, causing them to have breathing difficulties. Those hideous and sinister plants looked as if they were from another world. No, they were from hell. The thick hanging roots of the trees resembled gigantic blood vessels. One could even see blood pumping and flowing within them. A wave of alarmed cries swept across the meeting room. Involuntarily, some people even stood up in trepidation. Oh my God, what's that? Is it blood inside them? That's too scary. Is this even considered a tree? Even the wood elementalists, who were used to seeing various weird plant species, had their faces blanch. Their eyes contained nothing but fear. It was almost like they could smell the strong and nauseous odor of blood just by watching the video. They could not understood why the plants outside of the city had become such monstrosities. When everyone saw the densely packed hanging roots rise up like a bunch of snakes and bind an elementalist, a cold shiver went down their spines. A few chairs flipped over. Those who fell to the ground were trembling nonstop with fear. No one was laughing at these people because everyone was staring fearfully at the screen with their eyes wide open. Everyone finally understood why they suffered such a huge loss. Initially, the elementalist that was bound by the hanging roots was struggling with all his might. However, as the red-colored liquid started to pump into him, his struggling became increasingly weaker. A red flush appeared on his face and his gaze became trance-like, as though he was enjoying the process. Unexpectedly, his mouth broke into a smile that displayed extreme pleasure and satisfaction. The red liquid that flowed through the densely packed hanging roots that were inserted into the elementalist's body glowed with a red fluorescence. As the glow reached his face, his smile became indescribably weird and sinister. Everyone's heart stopped beating, as if their hearts were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Their minds were blank and their hair stood on end. They had even forgotten to breathe. Pop. The sinister smile suddenly exploded in front of them on the screen.
Everyone was dumbstruck.
When they returned to their senses, they saw brain matter and blood strewn all over the place. Blarg! Nearly half of the participants in the meeting covered their mouths and puked without pause.
The entire meeting room was filled with the odor of vomit.
However, at this moment, no one cared anymore. Those who did not puke stared blankly at the screen with deathly white faces. Their hands and feet were unconsciously trembling. A lot of people wanted to escape from the meeting room, but their legs would not listen to them. Wang Jin had a solemn look on his face.
He did not mock these people's reactions at all.
When he first saw this segment of the video, his reaction was not much better than everyone else's. He thought that nothing could frighten him since he, himself, had experienced bloodshed in numerous battles. He had not realized how wrong and naive he was until today.
Let's switch to a new meeting room, Wang Jin told his subordinate. There was absolute silence in the new meeting room.
These reputable individuals were covered in vomit. Each of them was holding a cup of hot water, as if it would make them feel better. They were in despair and their faces were ashen. From what we observed, this should be the way they transform. Take note of the bulges on the tree branches.
Did all of you notice that there are many bulges? When the hanging roots move, these bulges move as well.
The wood elementalists who are studying this phenomenon think that these bulges are created when devouring blood fiends or blood insects.
To be precise, the smaller and weaker blood insects will act as nutrients for the larger and stronger blood fiends' transformation.
This conjecture can be proven by the fact that our scouts did not discover any blood fiends or blood insects on their trip outside of the city. Only the mayor's voice resounded through the dead silence of the meeting room. Right now, it's extremely possible that a batch of even more powerful blood fiends or blood insects are being created. That means, from now onward, we will encounter stronger blood fiends.
Our situation will be even more challenging. The time that we will be tested is arriving soon, Wang Jin looked around the room and announced. Can't we run away? Traveling on the ground might be hard, but what about escaping through the sky? Someone asked feebly. Where can we run to then? Wang Jin questioned back. How big is the induction ground? Can we really fly out of here?
Furthermore, we might encounter flying blood fiends.
Don't forget about the blood bat from before. If we lose the city walls, how long do you think we can last? The person who asked that question was dumbstruck. After some commotion, the room returned to its state of absolute silence. The meeting was very successful. Wang Jin's suggestion garnered everyone's support.
They all knew that their individual powers did not matter at this crucial juncture.
They could only unite and work together.
Upon seeing that everyone left the room in despair, the dean could not help but say to Wang Jin, by behaving like this, you will cause panic. Actually, the dean did not support the idea of letting these people watch the scary video.
He knew how mentally weak these people were.
Wang Jin did not seem to care.
If they panicking, let them.
At this point in time, only panic can make them abandon those impractical thoughts.
Otherwise, do you think they would put in the effort to fight against the enemy?
The dean knew Wang Jin was right, but he was still worried.
Panic will make them crumble easily. Wang Jin turned his head abruptly and replied, do you know what you should do to survive on a battlefield? Don't think too much and move forward.
Those who crumble easily are fated to die.
Who can do anything about that?
The dean was silent. At this moment, both of them noticed that two people were walking toward them. They were Han Yuqin and Mingxiu from the Jade Embroidery Workshop.
Good afternoon, Master Han, Wang Jin and the dean greeted at the same time.
For those who became masters, people would add the title master to their surnames as a form of respect.
Any master, regardless of their field, enjoyed an extraordinary status.
Whether one was a dean or a mayor, he or she had to display a certain level of respect toward a master. Even though they wished that Han Yuqin was a combat master and not an embroidery master, they would not treat her with less respect at the current time.
Regardless of the field, a master had an extremely deep understanding of elemental energy.
Naturally, Han Yuqin's fighting capabilities would not be comparable to a combat master's.
However, her fighting capabilities would still be superior to an average elementalist's. An average elementalist's understanding of elemental energy could not be compared to a master's.
Even her disciple, Mingxiu, had rather terrifying fighting capabilities. Mingxiu was from a noble family. Her family had many talents and she had a very powerful elder brother. Previously, during the Naked Streaker incident, the fighting capabilities that Mingxiu displayed were so powerful that she struck fear in everyone's heart. Han Yuqin and Mingxiu came here as the representatives for the Jade Embroidery Workshop.
Wang Xiaochuan did not come.
Wang Jin admired them in silence. While one was old and the other young, these two women were still much more calm and composed when compared to the others, though they still looked somewhat afraid.
Good afternoon, Dean. Good afternoon, Mayor, Han Yuqin greeted them back. She then sighed.
I didn't expect the situation to worsen to such a critical state.
Mayor, you're right.
Everyone needs to unite and work together if we want to possibly survive this ordeal. Mayor, feel free to use anyone from the Jade Embroidery Workshop, including Mingxiu and I. If you need us to do anything, feel free to tell us. Mayor, feel free to let us know if there's anything we can help with, Mingxiu added.
Wang Jin was overjoyed at the good news and bowed. Thank you, Master Han and Miss Mingxiu. Previously, he did not dare to request help from the Jade Embroidery Workshop. How could he request for an embroidery master to fight on a battlefield? This would be disrespectful to her and he did not have the balls to do so. It was the same regarding Miss Mingxiu, he did not dare to ask her due to her status. Right now, with the approval from both of them, he seemed to have gained two powerful allies. Mayor, you're too courteous. Han Yuqin continued to say, I'm a complete stranger to fighting on a battlefield. However, if it's about defending a city, I might have some ideas. Wang Jin was surprised at these words, but he quickly said, Master Han, please elaborate. Han Yuqin thought for a while before replying, the first thing I can think of is a spell formation previously mentioned by my husband. The art of spell formation has long since vanished along with the cultivation era and I'm not proficient in it. However, the logic applied should be the same. If there's a workable spell formation now, it would be elemental energy distribution connection formation. It's somewhat similar to embroidery. The only difference is that we would treat the sky, earth, mountains, and rivers as the cloth. The sky, earth, mountains, and rivers might be too vast, but if we treat the city as the cloth, I might be able to do it. Wang Jin was stunned. He was looking blankly at the calm-looking Han Yuqin. Treating the city as cloth. Was this the lofty quality of an embroidery master? Currently, Han Yuqin's petite and aged stature became imposing in his heart. Master Han, please give it a try. He submitted willingly to her and bowed deeply. The dean was also convinced and bowed. Master Han, please give it a try. Outside of Central Pine City. The red-dressed girl looked at the rattan balls that were hanging on the tree in front of her. She specially found this batch of blood fiends from up to 100 kilometers away. This time around, she did not care about the quality of the blood fiends, but rather the quantity. The turn of events in the valley had completely disrupted her plan. Central Pine City was no longer her ideal choice. She was not Tian Quan. She did not have much time to waste. Otherwise, she would not be able to catch up and would lag behind everyone else. However, she refused to forgive herself for leaving without doing anything. As such, before she left, she prepared a huge present for Central Pine City. She flew up in the sky and looked at the distant Central Pine City. The image of a young man appeared in her mind, and she bewitchingly smiled. I will be back for you. She turned around and disappeared, like a wisp of ethereal red smoke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, The Blaze of the Winter. Chapter 174, The Blaze of the Winter. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. It was extremely pleasing to have a moment of enjoyment in the midst of critical danger and a moment of rest in the midst of bustling preoccupation. Lying in the hot spring, AI Huey's face was filled with pleasure and enjoyment. There were no clouds, so twinkling stars completely covered the vast night sky. Such rarely seen good weather. AI Hui was facing the sky and his body was totally relaxed, floating on the water like a piece of wood. AI Hui sighed silently. He did not know whether or not he could see such an enchanting night sky in the future again. Even if he could, he might not be as tranquil as he was now. After the joy of surviving the calamity gradually disappeared, he realized that the situation he was in had not changed much. He knew much more and became more worried. When he heard Shi Shueman and the rest discussing about when the blood catastrophe would end, a bitter smile appeared on his face. End? If it was a natural disaster, he would not spend much time contemplating even if the situation was very dire. However, the blood catastrophe was a man-made disaster. This was a conspiracy that had been prepared and plotted for a long time. The conspirators behind the scenes had planned meticulously for a war. Between the two sides of the war, one side was well prepared and the other side was ill prepared. Even an outsider like AI Hui could sense that the outcome of the war was obvious. His thoughts were drifting. The dying scene of the elementalist exploding in the forest appeared in his mind. If 1,000 yuan was not so picky and had not pumped so much blood poison in them, would they have survived? Using this method, could she create an army of, what should they be called? Blood men? Snowmen?
A lame joke. Snow and blood sound the same in Chinese. Oh, they would most likely be called blood elementalists. If he encountered a large group of blood elementalists in the future, all he could do was surrender.
It was best not to provoke beautiful women. AI Huey's thoughts drifted extremely far away. 1,000 yuan did not seem to be bullshit-ting about the blood spiritual force.
Even though he had not confirmed whether or not it was spiritual force, he felt that his body was alright at least. The arching fish back had completely exhausted the spiritual force in his body. Previously, he was still worried that his 5 residences and 8 palaces, the 7 palaces would have problems. His lungs in the 7 palaces had been utterly damaged by the blood poison. There were some parts where flesh was starting to grow back and recover. However, most of the damaged parts were healed by the spiritual force. Using an analogy, this spiritual force was like a magical glue, while AI Huey's lungs in 7 palaces were like dilapidated houses. Right now, a thick layer of magical glue had been applied on these houses. By doing this, the walls of these houses were renewed. The previously leaking houses were no longer leaking. Currently, AI Hui was most worried about how long this magical glue would last and whether or not it was reliable. Even if it was not reliable, there was nothing he could do now. He had already gotten Lu Lan to examine his body. Lu Lan felt that what was going within his body was a miracle. He admitted he would not have the capability to repair such devastating injuries, and he was sure that not even masters could do it.
However, he was still optimistic toward AI Huey's conditions. Alright, actually there were not many times that Lu Lan was not optimistic.
AI Hui soon put down his worries. Even though there might be hidden dangers within his body, he was at least completely alright now. Not only that, he had also opened up 7 palaces, and his fighting capabilities had advanced by leaps and bounds. He did not even know whether or not he would live past tomorrow, so why should he think so far ahead? Suddenly, AI Huey's nose twitched and his eyes widened as he collected his thoughts.
Lu Lan's elemental soup.
All his worries were immediately thrown away. AI Hui almost scrambled out of the hot spring, put on his clothes, and rushed to the front courtyard. He remembered when he first came back to the training hall, he had thrown his rewards to Lu Lan. Wang Jin was generous with the rewards as he wanted people to continue signing up for his missions. As such, there was a lot good stuff among AI Huey's rewards.
When AI Hui was signing up for the mission, he chose elemental food ingredients.
Thus, all of his rewards were related to the ingredients of elemental food. These ingredients were so valuable that AI Hui did not even dare to dream about having them in the past.
For example, there were 2 fiery winged snake eggs.
Their specification was 3 years, which meant that they had been stewed under lava and absorbed the underground heat for 3 years. The fiery winged snake was a kind of extremely vicious and poisonous dire beast. It could fly and its senses were exceptionally sharp, making the process of stealing its eggs very difficult.
There was 1 hind leg of herb-cured heavenly-eyed yak. The heavenly-eyed yak was an extremely powerful dire beast.
Its hind legs were the strongest part of its entire body, which were considered the most important part as well. The hind legs were marinated using the herbs that were meticulously prepared and mixed. Next, they were air-dried and could last for 100 years. As the cured hind legs aged with the years, the infusion between the meat and the herbs would become stronger, improving the quality of the meat. As for the fragrant lotus golden toad, it was first prepared by sedating the golden toad using a special method and put inside a lotus flower that had bloomed.
Then, elemental energy was used to close up the lotus flower, wrapping up the golden toad.
The golden toad would enter a state that was similar to hibernation. Its toxicity would be absorbed by the lotus flower as time passed.
The water elemental energy of the lotus would gradually seep into the golden toad as well.
It would take at least 6 months to produce a fragrant lotus golden toad. There were a lot of other valuable ingredients included as well.
Regardless of the types of ingredients, all of them were extremely expensive. Even Shi Shuaman and Duanmu Huanghun were stunned by the ingredients.
Lu Lan was a connoisseur in this aspect and gave a reasonable estimation of the cost of these ingredients. The total price of just these 3 ingredients alone was estimated to be at least 10 million yuan.
Everyone's attention was caught by the fragrance of the elemental soup. All of them stared blankly at Lu Lan when he brought out a huge cauldron of soup. It was far too tempting. After taking in a sniff of the unique fragrance, everyone became hungry. Those who were thin-skinned, like Shi Shuaman and Duanmu Huanghun, tried to hold themselves back.
However, one could see that their throats were gulping non-stop. Those who were thick-skinned, like Jiang Wei and Wang Xiaoshan, had already gathered around the cauldron.
Fatty looked even more unsightly with his saliva drooling all over the place. AI Hui dashed forward like an arrow. Everyone has a share. Lu Lan chuckled. Sure, Shuemon was extremely jealous of AI Hui. How come this fellow had such a perfect sand puppet? Could the food from her home even be compared with Lu Lan's elemental soup? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach kept on growling. A flush of embarrassment appeared upon her face. In front of Lu Lan's unrivaled elemental soup, everyone looked extremely obedient. All of them held an empty bowl in their hands as they waited anxiously for their turn to get the soup. It was unknown when exactly Lu Lan had become a chef. He was wearing a huge apron and a chef hat while holding an enormous ladle, making him look extremely imposing. The first bowl belonged to AI Hui. When AI Hui got his share of soup, he immediately drank it with a silly smile on his face. When the rest heard AI Hui slurping, they began to gulp their saliva frantically. Brother, can't you be more quiet? Do you have any dining manners? Why is the soup being distributed so slowly? Those who had received their shares of soup eagerly ran to one side and started drinking it. Even Sher Shuemon, a goddess who was refined and raised from a strict family background, took a big bowl of soup and squatted on the floor like a country bumpkin to drink her soup. She did not even bother to use chopsticks or care whether it was too hot. Mouthful by mouthful, she slurped the soup, completely disregarding her image. It was too delicious. Standing at end, Fatty could already form a C with his saliva. Lu Lan has prepared something special for Fatty. Lu Lan brought out a pot of bright red soup from nowhere and passed it to Fatty. Fatty was stunned. The soup in front of him did not have a single piece of meat or a whiff of fragrance. It was not even producing steam. However, upon taking a second look, he could smell a whiff of fragrance. Whoa, the stewed meat. The meat had stewed for so long that it was going to melt soon. If he was to take a bite of it. Gurgle. He swallowed his saliva, pointed toward the inside of the huge cauldron, and said weakly, I want to drink that. Fatty's body constitution is different from everyone else. He does not need to strengthen his body. What he needs is to strengthen his fire elemental energy. This was specially and carefully prepared by Lu Lan. It costs more than 5 million yuan, Lu Lan explained. 5 million yuan. 5 million yuan? Fatty's eyes widened as his body trembled. Yes, there are 2 fiery-winged snake eggs in it. AI Hui affirmed. Drink! I will finish it all. Fatty replied without any objections. 5 million yuan worth of soup. He must definitely finish it. Fatty picked up the pot and started gulping the soup. The soup was smooth and did not taste bad at all. God *nit, one mouthful of this soup cost at least 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan. Fatty put down the pot unsteadily. Even someone like him, who could eat and drink a lot, had a dazed expression after downing the entire pot of soup in one go. Now you know how good I am. Fatty was somewhat pleased with himself. Usually, Lu Lan would only give AI Hui such look of admiration. Ha, you have finally witnessed what I am capable of. Fatty burped and a blank look suddenly appeared on his face. Amazing. Lu Lan's tone was filled with amazement. Fatty, you can actually finish the entire pot of dragon soup in one sitting. You're really amazing. Lu Lan had thought that you would need 1 week to finish it. Sher Shuemon, who was contemplating whether or not to lick the bottom of the bowl, was stunned when she heard the 2 words dragon soup. Not only her, even Duanman Huanghan and Sang Jijun simultaneously stopped what they were doing and looked at Fatty in wonder. AI Hui looked at everyone's reaction and took a look at Fatty. Fatty was in a daze. AI Hui could not help but ask, Lu Lan, what's dragon soup? Its name sounds rather imposing. AI Hui, it's a kind of soup that's specially for fire elementalists. It uses fiery winged snake eggs as the main ingredient, with the addition of 12 different types of heavenly fire peppers. It's a special type of elemental food. Most people feel it's actually a type of elixir. If it's considered as an elixir, its name would be 10 oil drops, which implies that one can only drink 10 drops of it in one sitting. It's extremely beneficial to fire elementalists, but not a lot of people dare to drink it. That's why I said Fatty is really amazing. Fatty's body felt like it was boiling. His body became bright scarlet, resembling red-hot chili peppers. Even his hair turned red. As for why it's called dragon soup, it is because dragons can spit fire. A dragon soup is extremely stimulating. If one finishes it, he or she can spit out fire easily. Of course, Lu Lan doesn't think this is a good name since there are many kinds of dragons. Fire-spitting dragons are only one of the many types. Burp. Fatty burped again. Boom.
A stream of blazing fire shot out from Fatty's mouth for a distance of more than 2 meters.
Everyone was flabbergasted. Don't worry AI Hui, the dragon soup is safe and will not cause any damage to the body. To make it easier for him to drink, Lu Lan has used a special method to brew it. It's as smooth as water when one drinks it at first. Of course, the stimulating effect that comes later will be very obvious. Lu Lan thought of the dragon soup only after I saw the fiery winged snake eggs. Luckily, the heavenly fire peppers are easy to obtain. It's a pity that I couldn't get the spiciest chili, rosy cheeks, and only got the 3rd spiciest, lava, the 6th spiciest, jealousy, and the 8th spiciest, anger. Lu Lan wrote down all of this information. I will prepare a better dragon soup for Fatty in the future. Burp, boom. Burp, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
The chill of the night was dispelled.
Fatty, you are the blaze of the winter.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 175, 7 Palaces. Chapter 175, 7 Palaces. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. Fatty resembled a lighthouse that would never extinguish its light.
He kept spitting out flames, shining a dazzling light upon his figure towering in the darkness. After sympathizing with Fatty, everyone hurriedly went back to training.
Sure, Shueman was somewhat shocked with the surging elemental energy in her body.
She had a greater understanding of elemental food than the average individual because she frequently consumed it. Whether it was fiery winged snake eggs, heavenly-eyed yak, or fragrant lotus golden toad, they were all dire beast-based ingredients. However, among the levels of dire beast-based ingredients, they were still considered to be entry-level ingredients. The difference in quality between dire beast-based ingredients heavily affected their efficacy and cost. The Avalon of 5 elements had stringently differentiated not only the level of dire beast-based food ingredients, but all of the materials which were dire beast-based. There were a total of 8 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, gold, universe, eternity, flood, and desolate. Other than the rarity of the dire beasts from which they were derived, the preparation methods of the ingredients also played an important role in determining their quality level. Unique, skillful, and meticulous preparation methods could greatly increase the quality level of certain ingredients.
Central Pine City was just an average, small city in the induction ground.
There were thousands of cities like it in the induction ground. Small and isolated cities that were located in the safest areas at the rear of the induction ground had little need for high-level food ingredients. The magistrate's office's reserve contained mostly dire beast-based materials. As such, it was natural for AI Hui to receive so many valuable dire beast-based ingredients. Nevertheless, the beneficial effects of the elemental soup were surprisingly outstanding. Sure, Shueman was extremely surprised. This proved that the elemental soup had retained at least 50% of the beneficial effects of the ingredients used. Such outstanding effects could only be achieved with a high utility rate of the ingredients. She knew that such a top-quality elemental soup was hard to come by. Currently, instead of being jealous of AI Hui for having Lu Lan, she was curious about Lu Lan's background. Even those elementalists who were skilled in preparing elemental soup would find it hard to produce such top-quality elemental soup. It would take extraordinary individuals to produce such a result.
Lu Lan's background was not that simple after all. She did not, however, want to pursue an answer just to satisfy her curiosity. Asking about someone else's background was extremely rude and considered a taboo.
After drinking such outstanding elemental soup, the most important thing for her to do now was to train and absorb the nutrients of the soup.
Such top-quality elemental soup was extremely beneficial for students who were in the middle of training. Everyone was focused on their training except for Fatty. Sure, Shueman could not help but cast a sympathetic look in his direction. Indeed, not a single one of AI Hui's friends was normal. She cast an involuntary glance at AI Hui and was stunned. Such a weird posture. AI Hui was neither in bow stance nor horse stance. He was holding his sword with one hand with his elbow pointed down and his sword pointing up, forming a straight line between his glabella and the sword. Sure, Shueman's eyes were sharp and she immediately noticed that the tip of AI Hui's sword was synchronized with his breathing in some mysterious way. What inheritance was this? She was very curious as she had never seen such a unique posture. Perhaps it was some sort of swordsmanship training method? Suddenly, Sure Shueman discovered that her understanding towards swordsmanship was pathetic. She could not be blamed for her lack of understanding. After all, swordsmanship was really outdated and there were not many swordsmanship inheritances that were distinctive. She was no longer in a hurry to train after her interest was piqued. In terms of elemental energy reserves, she and Sang Jijun had the most among everyone here. Furthermore, they were graduating soon.
The induction grounds criterion for graduation was very simple, all they had to do was attain 8 palaces completion. She was just one step away from attaining it. Among these people, she and Sang Ji-jun had benefited the least from the dire beast-based elemental soup. Previously, during the battle with the blood mantis, she had felt that she would soon make a breakthrough. When she suddenly saw the unique and seemingly powerful swordsmanship inheritance from Ai Hui, she became extremely curious. As compared to the level of curiosity that she had for Lu Lan, the level of curiosity she had for Ai Hui was 100 times greater. She saw with her own eyes how Ai Hui had blocked the bloodbat's attack. She had also personally experienced how a guy who had activated only 4 palaces could become the leader of their group. She decided to observe him carefully. Ai Hui did not know Shi Shueman was secretly observing him. At the moment, he was focusing entirely on his training. His body's condition was neither good nor bad, he was unable to even gauge his condition accurately. He had accidentally activated 7 palaces and this was a huge boost to his strength, however, his lungs and the 7 palaces that were being repaired by the spiritual force did not seem to be too secure. Other than fusing with his lungs and the 7 palaces, the rest of the spiritual force had been expelled and directed towards the ground by using arching fish back. Ai Hui was worried about whether or not the 7th palace would work. His lungs and 7 palaces had been repaired by the spiritual force, not elemental energy. It was still unknown whether or not he could continue to develop his elemental energy. Very soon, Ai Hui realized that he had worried for nothing. As he breathed, the elemental energy from the elemental soup steadily flowed into his limbs and bones, nourishing his blood and muscles. Lu Lan had definitely considered the injuries in his body when cooking, as Ai Hui realized that the injuries within his 5 residences and 8 palaces had healed significantly. Ai Hui was more surprised by his sword embryo. This time, his sword embryo did not absorb any elemental energy during the circulatory cycle revolution. Weird. Did the sword embryo's nature change? Ai Hui just could not figure out what was going on. Previously, his sword embryo would seize any opportunity to absorb elemental energy, but now, it suddenly did want to come into contact with any. Ai Hui was puzzled by this. Could something have happened to the sword embryo as well? As Ai Hui proceeded with the circulatory circle revolution, what he had been worried about did not happen. Since the sword embryo did not try to absorb any of the elemental energy, his circulatory circle revolution proceeded smoothly. The palaces were filling up faster than usual. Shi Shueman noticed that the dragon's pine inferno suddenly gave off a faint glow, looking extremely striking in the dark. She became even more curious. Suddenly, she cast a glance at Duanmu Huanghan, as if she had sensed something. Duanmu Huanghuan's sea palace was emitting a green glow. He was truly the most exceptional genius of the Duanmu clan's younger generation. A first-year student that had already activated the 6th palace. With the Duanmu clan's absolute skill, viridescent flower, Duanmu Huanghan was powerful enough to challenge his seniors. If the induction ground still retained the ranking system next year, Duanmu Huanghan would shock everyone. Then again, when Shi Shueman considered when the blood catastrophe might end, she laughed bitterly to herself. Duanmu Huanghan was burning with motivation. He was a prideful individual and could not stand being overshadowed by Ai Hui. At this time, his levels of focus and diligence had reached an unimaginable high. Furthermore, the last few real-life combats and struggles between life and death had benefited him greatly. A so-called genius was a freak that would advance by leaps and bounds when life put some pressure on him or her. Shi Shueman sighed and shifted her gaze. She was not interested in Duanmu Huanghan at all. The one she was interested in was Ai Hui. At first, Ai Hui's left-hand palace lit up. Then, his right-hand palace lit up as well, followed by his left foot palace and then, after a while, his right foot palace. He had actually activated 4 palaces. Shi Shueman gasped in surprise. The first time she had seen Ai Hui, he had just activated his natal residences. Now, he had already activated 4 palaces. That was barely half a year ago. Even though he was not as talented as Duanmu Huanghan, he was not as bad as what his profile had portrayed. Suddenly, Ai Hui's Earth Palace began to give off a faint glow. Shi Shueman was dumbstruck. This was the 5th palace. She was at a loss. Activating 4 palaces in half a year was rather fast, but he still could not be considered a genius. Everyone knew that the 4 palaces in the limbs were the easiest to activate. The difficulty would increase significantly once one reached the palaces of Earth, Sea, Gate, and Sky. Ai Hui had actually activated the 5th palace. Could this fellow be a genius comparable to Duanmu Huanghan? Oh my god! Sang Ji-jun softly gasped in surprise. Her face was filled with incredulity. Shi Shueman also exclaimed in surprise, but after taking a closer look, she completely freaked out. Meanwhile, Duanmu Huanghan, who had just activated the Sea Palace, was overjoyed. After activating the sixth palace, the number of moves he could use from the viridescent flower had greatly increased. The thing he cared about the most was AI Hui. The reason why his fighting capabilities were weaker than AI Hui was the great disparity between their respective amounts of actual combat experience. Since he could not compensate for the lack of actual combat experience, he would try to overtake AI Hui in other areas. Base level. After activating the sixth palace, the power of the viridescent flower rose sharply. Even if his actual combat experience lost out to AI Hui's by a huge margin, he could use just his base level to increase his fighting capabilities and defeat that scumbag. After relieving his concern, the following carefree feeling made Duanmu Huanghan want to just look up at the sky and let out a hearty laugh. At that moment, he heard Sang Jijun's alarmed cry and involuntarily opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, a figure holding a sword appeared before him. 1, 2, 3, 6. Duanmu Huanghuan's head spun as if someone had whacked his head with a bat. Somewhere in his blank mind, a voice roared. It can't be. After being dazed for nearly half a minute, he finally came to his senses. The first thought to come to his mind was that he had miscounted. He decided to count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There really were 6. Then at that moment, AI Hui's gate palace faintly lit up. 7, how come there's one more? Duanmu Huanghan felt like he was going crazy. While AI Hui's gate palace was flickering with light, there was a dead silence in the training hall except for the sound of Fatty spitting out flames. At that moment, everyone was gaping at AI Hui in silence. The way they stared at AI Hui was as if they had seen a ghost. Duanmu Huanghuan's trembling fingers could not help but start to count again. 7 palaces. There were really 7 palaces. He stared blankly at AI Hui. Sang Jijun had her mouth wide open and looked like a frightened quail. She had completely lost her usual ladylike demeanor. Sure, Shueman was also frightened by what she saw. She was really frightened. She had been a genius ever since she was young and had also been surrounded by various other geniuses. Despite that background, she was frightened by the sight currently in front of her. She had known AI Hui far longer than Sang Jijun. She clearly knew how low AI Hui's starting point had been. As a result, the scene before her eyes gave her a far stronger sense of surprise and terror compared to the others. It defied logic. The 7th palace. How could he have activated the 7th palace? For a genius like Duanmu Huanghan, whose family had plenty of knowledge and wealth, it was not unusual for him to activate the 6th palace in his first year. However, for a poor kid who had not even learned how to train before entering school and who had just barely activated his natal residences half a year ago, it was incredible for him to have activated the 7th palace. That's right. It's the 7th palace. Right now, she wanted to grab AI Hui by the collar and asked him what miracle drugs he had taken. After a while, the horrified Sher Shueman, who had been completely overwhelmed by the lack of logic in AI Hui's feat, suddenly quivered. This fellow had not stopped yet. Her chest tightened. No, it can't be. It can't be possible that this freak was going straight for the 8 palaces completion. If someone had narrated this scene to her in the past, she would have felt that it was an extremely funny joke. Right now, however, she did not dare to laugh at all. This guy was a freak. A never-before-seen, extremely ferocious and formidable freak. Everyone's gaze was on AI Hui. No one had noticed that the scorching red-colored spots of light on the fiery red body of the fire-spitting fatty were slowly lighting up, resembling volcanic lava. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, The Danger from Beneath. Chapter 176, The Danger from Beneath. Translator, TYZ Editor, K. Kermit. Pop. The faint sound of a rupture broke the silence in the forest. The soil on the ground flipped open and a fist-sized red-colored ant crawled out, followed by another blood ant. The soil flipped open repeatedly and a constant stream of blood ants began crawling out. Ants, which built their nests underground, were not devoured by the hanging roots to become ugly tree bulges during the outbreak of the blood tsunami. On the contrary, they became stronger as they gnawed on and ate the underground tree roots. Then the ants started to devour each other, causing their previously huge number to diminish greatly. The blood ants were the true victors of this devastating massacre. There was a huge difference between their current fighting capabilities and their former fighting capabilities. Perhaps even the lady in red had not expected that the ordinary-looking ants would be the first to complete their transformation. They had not even been numbered among the blood fiends and blood insects that she had prepared.
The feelers on their heads trembled as they traversed through the forest. Their traveling speed was extremely fast and they maintained an orderly group. A single ant colony was made up of a few hundred ants, resembling an orderly army. Different ant colonies kept a certain distance between each other.
Instead of merging together, the ant colonies were hostile and took precautions against one another. They crawled out of the forest and the silhouette of Central Pine City appeared before their eyes. The concentrated aura of the elemental energy being emitted from the city sent a wave of commotion through the blood ant colonies. They were like red-colored tidal waves. They marched towards Central Pine City under the cover of night. In each colony, the ant that led the rest was the biggest in size. Its body was also a deeper red compared to the others. Its feelers swayed non-stop. When they were about to reach Central Pine City, they suddenly stopped and started digging into the ground. They did it easily, as if the soil was as soft as biscuits. The red-colored tidal wave disappeared in the blink of an eye. Aihui slowly opened his eyes and was greeted by everyone's surprised gazes and gasps. Luckily, he did not activate the Eighth Palace. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief at the same time.
Is there something on my face? Aihui looked puzzled. Why are all of you looking at me like that?
At this point of time, the horizon was speckled with light particles.
Dawn was coming. Just as Sir Shueman was about to inquire about Aihui's circumstances, a deafening emergency alarm suddenly resounded throughout the entire city. Everyone was shocked. It's from the East Gate. Duanmu Huanghan cried.
Before anyone could turn towards the East Gate, an emergency alarm rang from the West Gate as well, followed by emergency alarms from the North Gate and South Gate.
Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They could see the terror in their eyes. The emergency alarms at all four gates had suddenly sounded at the same time. Did that mean that the city was surrounded by blood fiends? Ants.
They're coming from beneath the ground. They are digging through the foundation of the city walls.
Earth elementalists. Where are the Earth elementalists? Faster, stop them. The city stabilizers are being bitten off. Damn it. They can't be stopped. What kind of ants are they? Through the message tree, a detailed report from the front lines appeared on Wang Zhen's desk almost immediately.
Wang Zhen's face was pale white. He had not expected the first wave of blood fiends to come from beneath the ground.
The most powerfully defended area of every city was its ground.
To prevent the blood fiends from carrying out an underground invasion, incredibly thick city stabilizers had been laid beneath the ground in every city. The city stabilizers were made of a kind of extremely strong and stable stone. Every piece of city stabilizer was at least 9 meters thick and would be placed beneath the city ground without neglecting a single area. The city stabilizers had one more special characteristic: after 10 years, the city stabilizers would fuse together, becoming one whole.
It was as if the entire city's underground was covered with an impregnable coating.
The city's drainage system was built upon these city stabilizers. There were very few cities that were invaded by dire beasts from underground. Wang Zhen had not at all expected that the first wave of attacks would come from beneath the ground. He had not had a lot of manpower or resources to begin with and had used almost all of them on guarding the city walls and defending against aerial attacks.
He was caught unprepared.
Fortunately, he was able to quickly calm himself down. He did not have many earth elementalists with him and not many of them were powerful. Hence, even if he knew that the blood ants would be invading from underground, there was not much he could do about it.
Just like the elementalists that had first discovered the blood ant invasion, the earth elementalists took immediate action, but they simply could not stop the blood ants. Announced to the entire city to pay attention to the ground. Wang Zhen gave the order in a low voice. Doing that will make us lose control of the situation.
The dean had heard what was going on and rushed over. His face was pale. The situation has never been under our control. Wang Zhen waved his hand. The dean was speechless. Elementalists flew through the sky above Central Pine City while repeatedly announcing Wang Zhen's order.
Beneath the ground? Aihui looked solemn as an elementalist flew overhead. Aren't there city stabilizers beneath the ground? Jiang Wei's face was filled with incredulity. Don't tell me the blood ants can even bite through the city stabilizers? Are they even really ants? Everyone else's faces paled. Everyone, be careful. Aihui reminded them. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream came from the alleyway.
Everyone jumped to their feet.
Aihui's facial expression changed and he hand-signaled Sir Shueman to retreat.
At first, when Sir Shueman saw Aihui's hand signal, she was stunned. However, soon after, she floated up into the air and hovered backward slowly while holding the snow-white spear in her hands. Wisps of mist began to gather around the spear. Duanmu Huanghun spread his fingers wide as the elemental energy within his body began to charge up. Sang Jijun took out her golden silk longbow, looking somewhat anxious. Jiang Wei had already loaded a heavy arrow onto his huge bow. At that moment, Wang Xiaoshan could sense the presence of blood ants as well. He really had to give it to Ai Hui. As an earth elementalist, he had not been able to sense anything beneath the ground previously, and yet, Ai Hui had sensed the blood ants. Lu Lan was the only one who was not nervous. He stood behind Ai Hui, looking somewhat eager to fight. The last time he had fought alongside Ai Hui was during the fight with Zhu Yan. Since then, Lu Lan's combat skills had improved greatly. Pop! A red streak shot out of the ground and lunged towards the hovering Shi Shuemon with an extremely fast speed. The prepared Shi Shuemon remained calm. The snow-white spear in her hand suddenly struck out. Driven by an invisible force, the mist surrounding the spear started to whirl around the spear's body at a terrifying speed, resembling a tornado. Accompanied by a vibrating screech, a snow-white spear glint pierced towards the blood ant. Clank, dot. The deafening sound of the collision was so loud that it struck pain into one's eardrums. The force from the collision passed through the tip of Shi Shuemon's spear, causing her to float gracefully into the sky as if there was a steel wire pulling her from behind. The lightning-fast red streak suddenly came to a stop. The blood ant was frozen in mid-air. A tinge of happiness flashed in Ai Hui's eyes. He almost yelled, "Nice!" At this scene. This spear move of Shi Shuemon's was indeed beautiful. Her counterattack had cancelled out the blood ant's lunging attack and successfully froze its body in mid-air, displaying exceptional spear techniques and an excellent control over her strength. Shi Shuemon was truly worthy of her reputation. Ai Hui was exclaiming in admiration in his heart, but the sword in his hand did not slow down at all. He heard a snapping sound. Jiang Wei's heavy bow. Suddenly, Ai Hui hit upon an idea and flipped his dragon's pine inferno around to use the side of its blade as a bat. Ai Hui accurately smacked the blood ant on its side. At the same time, Jiang Wei's wolf-tooth heavy arrow whizzed through the air and struck the blood ant from the other side. The two attacks struck the red ant from opposite directions at the same time, one from the left side and one from the right. Clang! Ai Hui felt an extremely powerful wave of energy surging through his sword and into his hand. His palm became so hot that he could not even hold the sword hilt properly. He did not resist the energy and conveniently used it to propel himself into flight. The combined attack from the two of them was indeed potent. Before the blood ant could react, it was hit by the wolf-tooth heavy arrow and exploded into smithereens. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The battle had gone much smoother than what they had expected. The blood ants were just as powerful as the blood mantis that they had fought last time. However, this time around, everyone's strength had increased significantly and their attacks were much more coordinated. Ai Hui's facial expression suddenly changed drastically. Be careful, there are still more. Pop, pop, pop. Streaks of red light shot out from the ground like red-colored arrows. Everyone's facial expressions changed drastically. Lu Lan, protect Fatty! Ai Hui yelled urgently. His body was fully stretched in mid-air. The dragon's pine inferno in his hand materialized into a dark shadow that struck an incoming blood ant. The blood ant flew backwards and slammed heavily into the wall, leaving a fist-sized hole. The dragon's pine inferno was brandished gracefully through the air, displaying excellent precision and accuracy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The daggers in the red dust sword box automatically flew out and wound around Ai Hui's body. Almost everyone was being attacked by blood ants. Duanmu Huanghun flipped his palms and the glowing green light between his fingers began to bounce actively. Even though he was nervous, he was more cool-headed than he had been during the previous battle. Glowing green flowery patterns started to form and twirl under his feet, followed by green vines which shot out of the patterns. Pow! His attack accurately struck one blood ant. Another crisp sound came from behind him. A green vine that had just struck a blood ant withdrew back into the glowing patterns. Duanmu Huanghun was gaining confidence. After activating the sixth palace, the powers of the viridescent flower indeed rose sharply. The confident Duanmu Huanghun became increasingly calm. His fingers were spread open, resembling blossoming flowers. Green flowers hovered around his slender figure, displaying an indescribable confidence. He looked like a character that was part of a beautiful painting. In midair, the mist was rising and curling behind Shi Shuemon's back. The spear in her hand was like a tornado, sucking in the red ant and completely shredding its red-colored body. Within the bright snow-white tornado were the sounds of numerous sonic booms. Boom! The red ant exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The tornado disappeared instantly, leaving not the slightest bit of the red ant's remnants. Jiang Wei, Sang Jijun, and Wang Xiaoshan formed a triangular formation. They knew their combat skills were limited and could not be compared to the other formidable trio.
Sang Jijun's golden silk longbow was shooting at an incredibly fast speed.
The arrows shot out were getting increasingly quicker. Instead of going for a one-shot one-kill, she was trying to hit the blood ants with continuous arrows. Shi Shuemon's previous attack had given her this inspiration.
Even though she did not have Shi Shuemon's strength, she could strike the blood ant with continuous arrows to slow it down, creating an opportunity for Jiang Wei to strike. Snap!
Every time there was a blood ant which had been slowed down, Jiang Wei's wolf-tooth heavy arrows would whiz through the air and hit it.
At such a short range, the power of Jiang Wei's heavy arrows was really devastating. Every shot blew up a blood ant. Wang Xiaoshan kept channeling his earth elemental energy to pile up the soil beneath the trio.
After a while, a rough-looking soil-made target board appeared beneath them. The situation was extremely chaotic. Lu Lan, who was guarding Fatty, had been eager to fight for quite a while, however, not a single blood ant had attacked them.
He glanced around with a blank look on his face. Why aren't the blood ants coming at me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Big Dipper. Chapter 177, Big Dipper. Translator, Irene. Editor, X.
The flames that Fatty spewed made Lu Lan's silhouette look extremely lonesome. Yet, the battle going on within the training hall was very intense. At the start, Hui did not dare to relax too much. He had not adjusted to his new level of 7 palaces and did not know how to efficiently utilize them in battle. Plus, he still felt some fear. He was afraid that overexerting the 7 palaces, which were mended by the spiritual force, would cause them to fall apart. Fortunately, the situation was highly heated, which quickly made his fear vanish into thin air.
It was a matter of life and death. How could he afford to think too much?
Be it in size or strength, the blood ants paled in comparison to the blood mantis.
However, there were simply too many of them.
Just looking around, there were at least 100 ants crawling about in the training hall. Their speed was fast, even faster than the blood mantis. They were like red arrows.
Move any slower and they would strike.
Also, they were very good at cooperating and pounced on their prey from all different directions. Hui was flustered at first, but soon enough, he found the trick to deal with the blood ants. The blood ants had great speed, but lost out in size. Their strength was far below the blood mantis. The red dust sword box gave Hui a huge, pleasant surprise. He was unable to control the red dust daggers that well, but since there were just too many blood ants, he did not really require much precision.
The red light surrounded Hui.
It was very sharp and left a wound on the blood ants' bodies the moment they touched it. On the contrary, the heavy dragon's pine inferno in Hui's hand was slow-moving. Hui realized that it was difficult to kill the blood ants if he met force with force. They were very tenacious and would quickly crawl up and join the next attack wave if they were swatted away. Blood fiends had very tough bodies. Even if they were small and weak like ants, they were still difficult to handle. Hui could only lament about the power of the blood poison.
Without exception, wild beasts and insects underwent major changes when poisoned.
It was clear that the existence of the blood poison was in defiance of the natural order.
The god of blood, what a horrifying thing.
As a seasoned veteran, Hui realized that using brute force was not efficient enough, so he needed another strategy.
They won in numbers.
He would not be able to weaken their advantage if he did not find a more effective combat method. Over time, his strength would only reduce, and he would sink into a precarious situation. He quickly noticed that Jiang Wei and the others were in an increasingly terrible situation. They were weaker and not as strong in close-quarters combat.
He had to assist them as soon as possible.
With no time to think, he dashed toward the 3 of them and shook the dragon's pine inferno in his hand.
As he prepared to mobilize the elemental energy within his body, the 7 palaces vibrated simultaneously.
Caught off guard, the dragon's pine inferno in Hui's hand stopped moving momentarily, but his eyes were wide open.
Big Dipper. An indescribable familiarity surfaced from within Hui's body.
The simultaneous release of elemental energy from the 7 palaces combined these 7 infinitesimal elemental energies into one.
Bzz.
Like the sound of bamboo splitting and swinging in midair, there was suddenly a strong suction force generated from within the center of the circle drawn by the swing of the heavy sword in Hui's hand. The surrounding blood ants began to gravitate to it. Like a stone on the riverbed that was visually distorted through the rippling waters, the bodies of the blood ants inside the sword circle were similarly deformed.
Clap, clap, clap. A few blood ants simultaneously exploded.
The scene before AI Huey's eyes made him jump in shock and even caused him to fall into a short daze. The Big Dipper technique was actually this powerful. This was the second time he operated the Big Dipper, and he had a sudden urge to thank the mayor. Even though it was a transaction, the original version of the Big Dipper that the mayor bestowed upon AI Hui was supremely helpful. Previously, in the Blood Forest, he had activated it without hesitation when in critical danger. He could not remember much, but he was very clear about the fact that the Big Dipper had saved his life. From a learning perspective, his impetuous activation of the Big Dipper was undoubtedly a big waste, but he had no regrets at all. Without the Big Dipper, and relying on just the arching fish back, would not have allowed him to mobilize such enormous spiritual force. Without expending such a huge volume out, he would have exploded. After being dazed for a short while, AI Hui suddenly became excited. The Big Dipper was actually this powerful. Although the traditions passed on by the Avalon of 5 elements were few in comparison to the number of swordplay manuals left by the cultivation era, after more than 1,000 years of development, they were pretty impressive in both the quality and quantity. After all, in the cultivation era, cultivators did not have mortal enemies, while the Avalon of 5 elements had never stopped battling the wilderness. War was a huge stimulation for the spread of knowledge. All kinds of knowledge had been imparted. Some pertained to fighting styles and elemental energy operation, while others involved training methods and a jumble of everything. The Big Dipper focused on the operation of elemental energy. There were no moves. Coined as the most powerful technique, the Big Dipper naturally had its own unique properties. Generally speaking, operation of elemental energy abided by the from near to far rule. For example, the sword moves AI we used usually activated the hand palaces first since they were the fastest. If both hand palaces consumed more elemental energy, the elemental energies from the other palaces would steadily flow to the hands. The Big Dipper was different, however. Its elemental energy operation was very unusual. Whether AI Hui used his hands or legs or head, whether this technique required strong or weak elemental energy, it needed a simultaneous mobilization of elemental energies from 7 palaces. 7 palaces moved as one. They released 7 elemental energies together to combine into one outstanding elemental energy. Basically, the Big Dipper was very complicated, but it consumed the same amount of elemental energy and yet increased the power of another move by a huge margin. If an enemy attacked with elemental energy, the Big Dipper would distribute the power of the attack between all 7 palaces, which allowed each palace to simultaneously endure the same amount of dispersed force and greatly reduced the chance of sustaining an injury. The Big Dipper had its flaws, of course. Its requirements demanded a lot from its users. Users had to have 7 strong palaces to attain resonance. Then, they had to be capable of unleashing 7 elemental energies simultaneously. If the 7 palaces varied in strength, the energy released would naturally vary in speed. Having 7 strong palaces was a very difficult condition to fulfill, and the majority was ruled out. This was why the Big Dipper was powerful, yet not well known, and why Wang Shoshuan wanted AI Hui to learn it. Other than mandating excellent physical fitness, a superb control over elemental energy was also required. The process of 7 elemental energies combining into one within the body had to be completed within a short period of time, which was very difficult to achieve without outstanding energy control. A high level of control. Something clicked in AI Huey's brain embroidery. Just like the Big Dipper, the complex and meticulous embroidery process required a precise control over elemental energy. Teacher had long since set his eyes on the Big Dipper and had made preparations for AI Hui from the start. What teacher did not expect was for the mayor to give AI Hui the original version of the technique. At this point, AI Hui finally understood. No wonder he had such few issues mastering the Big Dipper. Be it attaining resonance between the 7 palaces or combining the 7 elemental energies into one, they all went pretty smoothly for him. The edge formed by the convergence of elemental energies was extremely sharp. The sword ray swept over a few blood ants, splitting them in half. Jiang Wei and the guys were in a dire situation. They looked battered and exhausted. AI Hui was quite far away from them. He took a deep breath and dashed a few steps forward while using a swordmate screen to protect himself. The fearless blood ants threw themselves at AI Hui and landed on the screen, bursting into tiny flames. AI Hui's body was in a half arch. He ran like a cheetah and, when he landed his last step, the dragon spine inferno gathered the sword screen that filled the sky and thrusted it forward. SSS. At the end of the dragon's spine inferno, a white ray lit up suddenly. It extended along the sword blade, across AI Hui's palm, wrist, arm, and finally to his whole body. AI Hui's entire body was engulfed in the plane of the blade ray. He was like a bat, drawing a strange arc across the sky. Gale Bat Blade.
Limbs of the marching blood ants were severed upon touching the blade ray. Sang Jijun drew her golden silk longbow unceasingly, and the arrows were launched like a storm. She was utterly focused and had full confidence in her bow mastery. All kinds of harsh training and evaluations were nothing to her. She could release 7 arrows in a second and hit the bullseye every single time. At the beginning, she was a little nervous and missed a few shots. Soon enough, however, she steadied her feet and had not missed again. She worked well with Jiang Wei and they fought well. They managed to slay 16 blood ants together. What she did not expect, however, was that the blood ants did not seem to decrease in numbers. Plus, she was starting to get tired. Jiang Wei's power consumption was even higher since he was using a heavy bow. She could even hear Jiang Wei's breathing getting heavier. The arrow target formed by Wang Xiaoshan offered more of a psychological comfort since the actual protection it provided was quite limited. Within her field of vision, all she saw was a frighteningly dense collection of intertwined red shadows. An intense feeling of powerlessness emerged from within. Persevere! The shout was like a thunderclap that rang in her ears. She quivered and instantly became more clear-headed. She turned around and saw a figure covered in swordlight entering her view and leaving many scattered shadows. A low whistle seemed to ring out from below. A white sword ray divided the world within her view into two, while the crisscrossed red threads were like frail spider webs in comparison. The ray grew bigger and bigger, like a storm sweeping across the training hall. The blood ants were swept up by AI Huey's sword ray. Plop plop plop. Like torrential rain, many were flung onto the perimeter walls, leaving only tiny empty spaces on it. Other blood ants were intimidated by AI Huey's strike, and a short silence fell over the scene. A blood-curdling screech was heard from the alleyway. It was weak and almost hollow. The sounds of bone breaking and chewing never stopped. It was so distinct that everybody's expression changed altogether. The fates of those in the alleyway was clear. There was no need to think. The bodies of those in the training hall grew cold, but fury took over shortly. Boundless anger. A baleful gaze emerged from the eyes of the blood ants lying on the ground. Rise again! This was a death match. A battle without a retreat route. It would only end with the collapse of one side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, You Do It. Chapter 178, You Do It. Translator, Irene. Editor, X. AI Hui shielded the three of them before withdrawing to Fatty's side. He noticed that the blood ants did not like being close to Fatty. Seeing Fatty shooting flames so diligently made AI Hui think. Could it be that the blood ants were also afraid of fire? That was a good thing. Jiang Wei was almost completely exhausted. His heavy bow was astonishingly fatal, but also consumed an astonishing amount of energy. Sang Jijun had some strength left, but her golden silk longbow lacked sufficient power unless she used a special kind of arrow or technique. Even then, it was quite ineffective when facing the densely packed blood ants. Wang Xiaoshan sat paralyzed on the ground. He was the weakest amongst these people. Indeed, the blood ants did not attack Jiang Wei and the other two. Seemed like his guess was correct. Fatty's flames were useful in restraining the blood ants. Good one, Fatty. Be at ease, shoot on, dot. AI Hui looked at Fatty in admiration before shouting, Lulan. Follow me. Coming. Eager to act, Lulan called back loudly before turning into a sand cloud and reforming by AI Huey's side. Underneath her fluttering hair, Shi Shueman's eyes were bloodshot. Her blue and white armor was streaked with blood poison and dust. The spear in her hand was like a frantic, furious wave. The skill that she practiced was hydromancy, which was known for its variation. It was not a spear technique. Because of her father, she had a unique fondness for spear mastery and had been training with dedication from a young age. The cloud-like, untainted spear was a gift from her father, from when she turned 10. He had it sent over to the house from the front line. Its name was Cirrus. At that time, her father had killed a humpback cloud whale, and after it decomposed, he selected the straightest and most beautiful bone to use as the spear's body. Humpback cloud whales were dire beasts that lived high up and deep within the blue dome of heaven. Their enormous bodies stretched over a few miles and were entirely snow-white, like white islands flying in the sky. It was easy for people to mistake them as floating clouds. They had outstanding flying abilities, did not tire, and searched for sea clouds throughout their lives. They fed on these sea clouds as well as the dire beasts that lived within these layers of clouds. Generally speaking, humpback cloud whales did not leave the deepest part of the sky and did not initiate attacks on elementalists. Only rarely did they appear at low altitudes and destroy everything in sight.
When that happened, a catastrophe would follow. Bones of these cloud-eating humpback cloud whales emitted silky threads of mist. The pure, crystal-like spearhead was a result of her father's masterpiece, which also caused a sensation: the Avalon of 5 elements. Near her father's military encampment was a lake named Blue Sapphire. The scenery was beautiful and he liked to train by the lakeside. Every day, he would carry a pail of lake water, pour it into a water tank, and use his elemental energy to compress it to its limit. The next day, he would continue pouring another pail of water in and compress it. The clear, dark blue lake water would become tougher and tougher with each compression. After 3 years and 1,000 more pails of lake water, he created a huge blue crystal half the size of a person. It was a novel material, an ingredient wholly created by him. Because it was heavy and the color of the sky, it was named firmament iron. This development caused huge commotion as countless people were willing to spend huge amounts of money to purchase a small piece of it, but they had all been rejected by her father. Since the blue crystal was imperfect, he kept on polishing and grinding it until only a small piece remained. This piece, perfect in his eyes, then became the spearhead of the cirrus. Be it the humpback cloud whale bone or the blue crystal, they were all of the best quality. The moment the cirrus was forged, it became one of the top water-type weapons in the Avalon of 5 elements. Even when blood was shed every day, cirrus remained untainted. No matter what, it was always encouraging to Sir Shuemon. She could sense her father's hopes through it. In her heart, he was like a guardian angel protecting everybody. She hoped to emulate her father, selflessly helping and safeguarding people. The subsiding of the anguished wailings from outside, coupled with the noise of the blood ants chewing, deeply provoked her. She was beyond angry. Indeed, she knew why she was so furious. She used to be proud of her abilities and strongly believed that she could be like her father, but when danger struck, she was unable to protect everyone like her father. Even she, herself, had become someone else's burden. At this point, the young water elementalist was like a ball of fearless, raging flame. Sir Shuemon powered up, immediately allowing Ai Hui to feel less pressured. He could not help but to look at the madness that Sir Shuemon displayed. What a ferocious woman, he thought to himself. She was practically a wild beast in human form. When compared to Sir Shuemon, Duanmu Huanghun was not as violent. In fact, he seemed unhurried. His performance was completely different from a few days ago. While he was not as efficient as Ai Hui, he basically had not missed. The breathtaking, viridescent flower in his hand slightly stunned Ai Hui. This was not the first time Ai Hui had seen that thankless wretch's viridescent flower, but in the past, it had been no different from that ingrate's personality. It looked impressive, but was actually worthless. To Ai Hui at least, the skilled had looked flashy, but was weak and insignificant. Today, however, the viridescent flower that the ingrate wielded was completely different. One word: deceitful. Damn deceitful. It appeared out of nowhere and disappeared to nowhere. It started to attack from the left, but out of nowhere, the branches moved to the right. Extremely deceitful. This fellow had been enlightened. He had a bad personality, but his brain was not bad at all. Soon, Ai Hui witnessed the power of the viridescent flower. It changed unpredictably and could attack from practically all angles. Plus, it could cover quite a large area. If only this fellow knew how to cooperate. This thought flashed across Ai Hui's mind. Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flower looked soft, but was deceitful, stealthy, and had a large area of effect. It was simply made for team play. Ingrate. Cooperate. Ai Hui shouted. Ingrate. Damn that bastard. How dare he call him an ingrate in front of so many people? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The inner rage boiled like lava within his chest and rose up violently, but when it reached his mouth, all that came out was, how do I cooperate? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Why had he said something like this? Duanmu Huanghuan's skin reddened from anger. Bangwan, Lulan will cooperate. We can do it like this. Like a sand cloud floating in the sky, Lulan transformed into a fine tripwire. Caught off guard, the blood ants swarming Ai Hui crashed and stumbled onto the ground where Ai Hui stood. Brush. A sword ray then swept up from the bottom, splitting them in half. And this. He had not finished talking when a sand screen appeared in front of a bunch of charging blood ants, blocking their line of sight. However, how could such a thin sand screen obstruct their path? Bang, the blood ants broke through the screen fiercely. Yet, what welcomed them was a sword ray. And this. Duanmu Huanghun was struck dumb by Lulan's demonstration. There were so many moves.
While none were very formidable, they effectively subdued the blood ants. AI Hui was even more powerful. Any deviation and it was as if his sword ray was a shark smelling blood or a creditor smelling money. Damn it! Why did he think of a creditor? Duanmu cursed inwardly, but was unable to deny that AI Hui and Lu Lan's teamwork was shockingly well coordinated. AI Hui was already very efficient to begin with. The dragon's pine inferno in his hand never once stopped. It slashed up in successive arcs, one after another, and a low vibrating sound continued to ring as the blood ants in the path of these curves were continually crushed. Were they butchering chickens? Within a short period of time, the corpses of the blood ants on the floor increased by more than 10. Lu Lan's various moves were strange but unblockable, and AI Hui's ability to react was commendable. There were no misses at all. What puzzled Duanmu Huanghan was that an earth elementalist was actually powerful enough to create such a treacherous sand puppet. Had he missed out on the latest news about what elementalists? Then again, it did not seem that surprising. Only such a deceptive sand puppet would collude with that damned bastard. Birds of a feather flocked together. And he used to think Lu Lan was a pleasant sand puppet. Duanmu Huanghuan's face was gloomy, and he laughed grimly. I have seen through your disguises. I, Duanmu Huanghan, straight up will not be associated with you filthy creatures. Understand? Know how to do it. Come try. AI Hui asked aloud while waving his sword. Duanmu Huanghan remained unmoved as he sneered. You can't even learn this? AI Hui was somewhat shocked by Duanmu Huanghuan's lack of comprehension. Was this fellow really a genius? Haha, how stupid of you to use such lousy reverse psychology on me. Duanmu Huanghan laughed sarcastically to himself. Lu Lan, let's do it one more time, he's slow to understand. AI Hui decided, without a choice. You think I'll fall for your trick? I've seen through you guys. Duanmu Huanghan thought to himself as he continued grinning. No problem. I'm coming. Bangwan, look closely. It's all right if you don't get it the first time, I can continue demonstrating. Lu Lan shouted encouraging. We can do this. This. Do you get it? Don't feel discouraged. I'll do it again. No more blood ants? Duanmu Huanghan, who was no longer able to hold it in and was going insane, yelled out, enough. Let me. Clap, clap, clap. Blood ants ceaselessly jumped over the fence from the alley. Having finished their meal outside, they were lured by the thick bloody smell from inside the training hall. In the blink of an eye, the fence became a bright red sheet, while the vicious glare of the densely packed blood ants made everyone's hair stand on end. AI Hui was stunned for a while, but when he recovered, he quietly retreated a few steps behind Duanmu and whispered, You do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, The Brave One Wins. Chapter 179, The Brave One Wins. Translator, Irene. Editor, X. Sure Shueman, who was in midair, started bursting out in laughter. She had witnessed all that happened below and was simply unable to hold it in. All the anger, self-reproach, and guilt that were devouring her flew out of the window in an instant. Freed from those terrible emotions, she became very relaxed and felt that she must have been possessed earlier. Had she not already known from the start that she would not be like her father? It was just that the daily praises and flattery had fed her ego and made her arrogant. Her eyes cleared and her irritable heart calmed. The path she wanted to follow was endless, and at that unattainable, distant end stood the blurry, yet majestic, view of her father's back. He was like a big mountain, attentively watching her unsteady steps. Her father must have slashed through countless thistles, thorns, and ferocious beasts before reaching that point. He must have crossed over vast bodies of water, passed through violent storms, and endured the bone-chilling cold of boundless glaciers. Furthermore, he withstood bone-piercing loneliness, carried deep scars all over his body, and traveled alone before arriving at the peak. How could her hardships count for anything? Her heart became placid. Looking at everyone's warm and gentle smiles, she felt thankful and happy to have such comrades. Sure Shueman's laughter was exceptionally clear amid the silence brought about by fierce gaze of the closely packed blood ants. Duanmu Huanghuan's face flushed. He felt so ashamed and wished there was a hole for him to hide in. Why was he always the one feeling embarrassed when associated with AI Hui? Why? Before finding a clear answer to this question, the blood ants on the wall suddenly rose. Like a troop of archers shooting earth-shattering red arrows from a distance in an open field, Duanmu Huanghan only felt things darkening in front of him as the ugly and malevolent appearance of the blood ants magnified before his eyes. Let me help you.
Shi Shueman's voice sounded in Duanmu Huanghuan's ears like a beautiful melody of nature, and his spirits were slightly shaken. Ever since he was young, he knew that Sister Shueman was extremely powerful, so every time he met her, he was very honest. The earlier battle illustrated this. Shi Shueman fought the blood ants alone and was not at all inferior.
However, he still underestimated the power of Shi Shueman. What Shi Shueman did next frightened everyone. Not only did she not retreat, she took the initiative and charged toward the incoming blood ants.
SH was like a snow-white humpback cloud whale that charged relentlessly toward a shoal of fishes. White clouds surged from the spear's body like fierce solid canes, whipping the incoming blood ants ruthlessly and creating sharp hissing sounds. Clap. The sound of unusually concentrated and loud explosions combined together. Those with slightly weaker hearing heard only a single boom as the rain of red arrows caused over 10 explosions of blood.
This spectacular scene immediately shocked everyone, including Ai Hui.
His mouth gaped wide and disbelief was evident on his whole face as he looked at the domineering blue and white figure in the training hall.
Was this girl really a water elementalist? He would not feel surprised if Shi Shueman was a fire elementalist.
Or a metal elementalist. Brotherly Wei and the guys from the infantry division were good at fighting head-on. Such fierce earth elementalists, although quite rare, were also acceptable. From the start, earth elementalists were a little sly. Wood elementalists, on the other hand, were gentle and reserved. Seeing that thankless wretch put on airs was the best example. Yet, who was the gentlest of them all? Water elementalists, most definitely. This was determined by the characteristics of water elemental energy. It was soft and easily mutable. It could change between water and cloud, cloud being the softest matter. Shi Shueman's attack, however, was overbearing and unyielding. Ai Hui conceded defeat. Ai Hui had heard a saying that women were made of water. Now, he finally realized that this so-called water was certainly molten iron. None of the women he had met were gentle. 8 million yuan lady was incredibly ferocious too, probably comparable to Shi Shueman, the Iron Lady. 1,000 yuan looked feeble, but was much more dangerous than the other two. When Ai Hui escaped the previous time, he made up his mind to run if he ever met 1,000 yuan. The further the better. Ai Hui was shocked. There was no need to mention the others, even Duanmu Huanghan had momentarily forgotten about his viridescent flower. Suddenly, Ai Hui noticed that the actions of her body were abnormal and opened his eyes even wider. Iron Lady seemed to have made a breakthrough. No way. Everyone else's attention was quickly drawn to Shi Shueman's increasing elemental energy movements. Their faces were mixed with shock and joy. All of them had their eyes opened as wide as possible, in fear of missing any details. SSS. The spiraling, water plant-like clouds on Shi Shueman's back, the surrounding dispersed clouds, and the clouds emitted by the spear entered her body suddenly, like a whale inhaling air through its blowhole. Shi Shueman's exaggerated body movements from earlier immediately disappeared without a trace. She floated in the air as if unconscious, her body motionless. A strange hint of color flashed across Ai Hui's eyes. He had a keen sixth sense and could feel the elemental energy within this Iron Lady's body. It was operating at an astonishingly crazed speed. All at once, the blood ants that were flying everywhere started hissing at Shi Shueman. Ai Hui's expression changed. Iron Lady was in danger. Be careful. Even before finishing his warning, Ai Hui flew toward Shi Shueman like a frostbitten sword ray. The others came to their senses abruptly and all their expressions suddenly changed. Duanmu Huanghan flew at Shi Shueman without the slightest hesitation. Each time he stepped upward, a mass of bluish-white cloud emerged under his feet at the highest point of his stride. He traveled on these clouds and continued ascending, as if he was walking up a flight of stairs. The golden silk longbow in Sang Jijun's hand was knocked with 3 valuable bunny hair arrows. Already exhausted, Jiang Wei gathered whatever energy he had left to fire his arrows. Thud thud thud, dot. Like raindrops, the number of blood ants that crashed to the ground quickly increased. Their eyes flickered with greed. The elemental energy brewing within the body suspended in the air was like heavenly food, and they were deeply attracted. These blood ants were not very smart. Previously, they were cooperating, but they had completely forgotten to do so at this point. All they could think about was pouncing on Shi Shueman. Ai Hui was the fastest, appearing by Shi Shueman's side first. His view darkened as densely packed blood ants threw themselves over from all directions, practically blocking his visual field. He felt the weight of great despair, as if he was being crushed by Mount Tai. Before, the blood ants attacked in a coordinated manner, but now they had completely discarded this method. They dashed toward Shi Shueman and Ai Hui without any sort of plan, which actually made it difficult for Ai Hui to find an outlet.
The ingrate was slower by half a beat. Ai Hui, who was forced to desperation, felt a sense of calm instead. Faced with such chaotic attacks, any intention of retreat would only remove the last chance of survival. He had already adjusted his posture when dashing to Shu Shuemon. He was like an octopus, sticking himself to the Iron Lady's back. He sprang at her with great strength, causing both of them to dive down toward the training hall's perimeter wall at a very fast speed. Dense red shadows followed closely behind. From behind, the sound of sharp hissing fell incessantly on their ears. Ai Hui wrapped his limbs around the Iron Lady. His chest hurt badly from pressing so tightly against her armor. Unfortunately, he would have to use his legs later. At the moment, he could only use his arms to hold her to his chest as his legs coiled around her thighs. What was this iron shell? Was there a need for it to be so hard? His chest was going to be injured at this rate. Luckily, there was no armor on her thighs. He could not tell previously, but her thighs were pretty soft. They felt good on the hands. No, legs. Ai Hui saw nothing except for the wall that was quickly increasing in size. There was no warmth, only cold. The moment they hit the wall, blood red flashed across his ice-cold pupils. The brave one wins. The legs he wrapped around Shu Shuemon's thighs abruptly sprang up. Keeping a small distance between his legs and her body, he stomped onto the wall heavily. Boom! It was as if the wall was hit by a cannon. A storm of countless bricks broke off and flew toward the alley. Ai Hui borrowed this force, increased his speed, and flew backward. Alarmed cries rang out from behind. Those witnessing the scene admired Ai Hui's fast reaction, which saved Shu Shuemon's life. They had expected him to carry her along and dodge the blood ants in order to survive. No one had expected that he would spring back and charge toward the whole group of blood ants. Was this not a death wish? They had yet to digest Shu Shuemon's impulsive behavior from earlier, and now, the usually cool-headed Ai Hui also acted so reckless. Nobody could remain calm at that point. Sang Jijun shot the bunny hair arrows, without hesitation. They formed a fine rain-like silver light, which landed amid the group of blood ants. Indignation appeared on Jiang Wei's face. He used his last bit of energy to fire 3 consecutive heavy arrows. Duanmu Huanghun had no time to worry about the others. He clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to be crushed. Countless viridescent flowers shot out from his surroundings, like a flowery storm flying into the ant swarm. Half of the closely packed blood shadows disappeared. But, as their eyes about to explode, everyone present witnessed Ai Hui and Shu Shuemon being swallowed up by the crimson shadows. The 7 palaces within Ai Hui's body jolted before a rush of elemental energies surged up from his palaces to combine into one. A small trickle of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. He had just recovered from the previous injuries and was about to get hurt again. Why am I always the unlucky one? He did not hold back and directed all of his elemental energy to flow into his back. Come on! Arching fish back. A noiseless, raving storm exploded in Ai Hui's chest, but his eyes maintained their same azure color. Bang! Ai Hui felt himself knocking against a roaring, furious wave. The immense collision struck him senseless. Filled with much grief and indignation, Duanmu Huanghun and the others suddenly heard a loud sound, before witnessing the densely packed blood ants explode. They suddenly erupted, and their bodies flew in every direction. Then, they saw the unstoppable Ai Hui in his blood-stained back. Ai Hui lost control and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which coincidentally landed on Shu Shuemon's neck. It was quite a pity for such a long white neck to be stained with blood. It was not as pretty anymore. Dazed, Ai Hui's senses were somewhat fuzzy. He did not even feel the lady in his arms rapidly soaring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Why Isn't It a Treasure Chest? Chapter 180, Why Isn't It a Treasure Chest? Translator, Irene. Editor, K. Kermit. Shu Shuemon slowly regained consciousness. Having a breakthrough in the midst of battle had caught her off guard and she'd almost lost her life. Every elementalist yearned for a breakthrough, but because unpredictable situations could easily arise, it became very important to be prepared for one. Knowing this, it became obvious that Shu Shuemon lacked experience. There were signs which would present themselves whenever a breakthrough was near, but only seasoned elementalists would recognize them and prepare for it. Gradually recovering, Shu Shuemon felt the strange condition of her body even before opening her eyes. Her limbs were bound tightly by someone from behind. She was unable to move an inch. She fell into a short daze. This familiar feeling triggered a certain memory that she had tried so hard to forget. It came back to her now, clear and distinct.
In the dark, every single detail was so clear, as if it happened just yesterday. That indescribable feeling of shame and humiliation was like an electric current circulating throughout her whole body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She thought she had already forgotten that event, but when a similar scene played out, the familiarity enveloped her senses once again.
Time had not reduced the pain and humiliation.
Instead, it had thickened the emotions involved, like a cup of water turning into alcohol.
Having just experienced a breakthrough, Shuemon's three energies were at their strongest. The resurfacing of these intense emotions from the deepest part of her mind led to an unprecedented eruption of fury. Still in the air with her eyes shut, Shuemon grabbed her spear with one hand. The elemental energy within her whole body boiled. It looked like she was about to channel all of her rage into this spear. This fanciless spear. Cirrus vibrated and started humming. Turbulent clouds erupted and flew out of the spear's body with a hiss, like an enormous white whale loudly advancing. Blood ants that came into contact with the clouds burst upon touch, just like fragile bubbles. Numerous blood flowers blossomed at the same time. The ball of clouds was like a white cloth that made the sea of blood flowers look especially tender and beautiful. This beautiful picture did not last long, however, for the blossoming flowers shook and shattered into a blood fog that was swept away by the stirring air, disappearing without a trace. Boom, boom, boom.
The whale-like cloud ball, as if making up for its prior negligence, advanced with unstoppable force and pulverized everything in and along its path without holding back. The wall AI Hui had made a hole and shattered into fine powder immediately. The formidable cloud ball rushed past the alley and went straight for the opposite wall, causing broken fragments to fly everywhere. The earth quaked, mountains shook, and the sky rumbled.
It was like the monsters were far away. Duanmu Huanghan and the rest were struck absolutely dumb by the change of events.
AI Hui and Shuemon had been in crucial danger just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, every single blood ant in the training hall was destroyed.
The twists and turns from start to finish had Duanmu Huanghan and gang gasping for breath.
This attack had consumed more than half of the elemental energy within Shuemon's body. She opened her eyes and her anger greatly dissipated. Having vented most of her raging emotions, she regained her composure. The falling objects within her field of vision reminded her that she wasn't done yet. A few blood ants were left struggling to escape this scary training hall. So, blood fiends also feel fear, Shuemon thought to herself.
Wait.
Her face darkened immediately upon realizing that the guy on her back had yet to release her, but the bloody smell on her neck softened her expression. She wasn't completely unaware of what had happened. AI Hui had merely been trying to save her life. He'd gotten injured pretty seriously and was unconscious. Her anger quickly subsided and was replaced with reproach and regret. AI Hui had just saved her life and yet all she did was blame him, how ungrateful. Calming down, she also became shocked at her overly intense reaction. Her body had subconsciously acted out of instinct rather than careful consideration. Although she was unwilling to admit it, all that had happened was enough to prove that her fateful blind battle had been etched deeply into her heart and mind. She pushed the bottom of the spear against the ground to stabilize herself and prepared to remove AI Hui from her back. However, she was surprised to find that she couldn't pull his hands and feet apart. AI Hui had fallen into a coma, but his limbs were still wrapped tightly around her body with shocking strength.
Shuemon had heard stories from the front lines before.
Some soldiers had gotten their bodies tangled with the enemy's corpses and were unable to separate themselves. She had been skeptical in the past, but who knew that she would now experience it for herself?
What a clingy fellow. Shuemon felt both admiration and vexation.
In such a situation, she might cause damage to his body if she were to forcefully remove him. His joints could easily be broken.
But he looked so unglamorous right now.
Because everyone was looking at her with their mouths and eyes wide open, her face blushed a deep red.
I'll go in for a bit.
Face almost burning up, Shuemon dashed into a room inside the training hall immediately after finishing her sentence, like a bunny whose butt was being roasted.
The sudden return of peace allowed everyone to finally release all of their tension.
They were long exhausted and started plopping themselves all over the ground. Only Sang Jijun bothered thinking about her image as a woman and reluctantly sat on the ground.
Never thought we'd survive.
Wang Shashan said in a somewhat nervous manner with a half-smiling, half-crying expression.
No one said anything as they were all enjoying this precious calm.
The intensity of the battle made everyone unwilling to recall its details. At many points, they had expected to die right there and then, yet, there was no joy after the calamity since they knew that the blood catastrophe had just started. Intense sounds from a faraway battle made their way into the training hall as flames and smoke rose amidst the sunlight.
Even though it was so far away, they could still see it.
The sky brightened up, but the light emitted by the rising sun no longer carried warmth, but oozed horrifying coldness and death. A new day of killing had started just like that.
Sang Ji-jun gazed absent-mindedly at the black, rising smoke from far away as it floated along with the wind like a black armband in a funeral. She muttered, I wonder how many are going to die this time. No one knew the answer. Jiang Wei's expression changed slightly at the sudden thought of the few people in the woodshed. How are those in the woodshed doing? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, a bad feeling rising within their chests. Lu Lan opened the door to the woodshed and they were welcomed by a choking smell of blood. Their hearts skipped a beat. Nothing was left in the woodshed except for traces of blood, bits and pieces of flesh, and bone dregs. Everyone could guess that the blood ants must have smelled humans in here and had themselves a feast. Sang Ji-jun dashed out, held onto the wall, and started puking violently. Jiang Wei and Duanmu Huanhun maintained their calm even though their faces did not look too good. They exchanged looks and understood each other's intent. No matter what, they must hold it in. Sang Jiju vomited for a short while before stopping. While her face was as pale as before, she felt better emotionally. It's for the better, death ends all one's troubles. The terrifying blood disaster, nightmare-like battles, and the struggles between life and death made these weak students grow speedily. Their mental strength had improved greatly. This was the survival instinct. Regardless of origins, the desire for life was the most primitive instinct. During this disaster, compassion, sympathy, fear, and hesitation would only lead to tragic endings. They were lucky to have survived the past few battles. They had been given time to understand and adapt accordingly. They were all smart people. They knew where this luck had come from. The blood stains on A.I. Huey's back had everyone all tensed up. Such a wound could be infected by the blood poison. If A.I. Huey became infected. Everyone shuddered at the thought of it. All at once, their gazes fell upon the room into which Shi Shuemon had dashed earlier. The light inside the room was dim and Shi Shuemon had closed the door. She did not have a choice since she was forced into an ugly position and had no courage to show herself to everybody. Because she was sitting on the ground, A.I. Hui looked as if he was hugging her from behind, his legs still wrapping around her thighs. Although he had saved her life, she still wanted to break all of his limbs. Okay, she'd better shift his legs slowly and carefully. His grip was too tight, so she was unable to stand up straight, leaving her with no choice but to remain seated. So that she would not hurt A.I. Hui, she channeled a small amount of elemental energy into her fingertips and used them to provoke A.I. Hui's tensed leg muscles. This was the only harmless method she could think of for now. A.I. Hui had a dream. In that dream, he and Fatty were hugging a piece of tree trunk, struggling in the middle of a big storm at sea. Lu Lan was in the middle. The monstrous waves were like many overhanging cliffs, constantly rising from the ground, tilting forward, and collapsing, effectively burying them. Everyone was hugging onto the block of wood, hanging for dear life without loosening their grip. Fatty said, A.I. Hui, I can't do this anymore, I'm out of strength. He then responded, Fatty, persevere. Fatty was losing consciousness and said, A.I. Hui, it's good for me to die in the ocean. When you burn ritual money, just choose any beach since all of the waters are linked. I'll definitely receive it. Lu Lan then said, Fatty, don't you worry. If you die, I will burn money, chile and even training program schedules, one book each year. Fatty replied, it's alright, I don't want to die now. Just as he finished, a wave smashed them into the sea. He laughed until tears spilled out and mixed into the seawater. They floated up to the water's surface. Lu Lan said, A.I. Hui, I can become a treasure chest and keep everyone inside. You can grab onto it, swim to the shore, and save everyone. Muddle-headed A.I. Hui realized he was lying on the beach, tightly holding onto a treasure chest. He had no idea why the treasure chest was covered in a layer of armor. The armor looked familiar. Wasn't this Iron Lady's armor? Could it be that she was inside too? The armor was fastened very securely, but it wasn't a problem for A.I. Hui. He had loosened countless armors which had been even tighter. A.I. Hui suddenly jerked a little, giving Shi Shuemon, who was controlling her elemental energy carefully, a shock, but it quickly turned into joy. Was he coming around? You're finally awake. Her words fell as her expression and body stiffened. In Dreamland, A.I. Hui peeled open the armor. It wasn't a treasure chest, there was another layer. He got worried instantly and increased his speed to undo the second layer. And what was this? Why wasn't it a treasure chest? Furious, A.I. Hui grabbed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Target Locked. Chapter 181, Target Locked. Translator, Irene. Editor, K. Kermit.
Suddenly, a sky-piercing scream caused Ai Hui and everyone else's faces to change.
It was Sure Shuemon. Were there blood fiends in the room?
Without considering, a few people sprang up and appeared in front of the room as quick as lightning.
Bang!
The door was forced open. In the center of the room, Sure Shuemon was lying on the ground in a daze while Ai Hui could be seen in a defensive posture in the corner. He gazed around non-stop, seemingly at a loss.
What happened? Sang Jijun asked urgently.
The others had their eyes set on those two.
I don't know.
Ai Hui shook his head calmly. I just woke up, heard Iron Lady screaming, and thought there was an enemy attack.
He had just been dreaming. Ai Hui was much more clear-headed now.
He vaguely remembered himself opening the treasure chest in his dreams. He had finally loosened the outermost armor but was awoken by Iron Lady's shriek. He'd thought that there was an attack and subconsciously created distance between them, preparing to defend. Those present collectively shifted their gazes onto Sure Shuemon.
Nothing much.
Sure Shuemon forcefully squeezed a smile onto her face and said, somewhat absent-mindedly, maybe I've been feeling too nervous. Everyone simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief.
Upon hearing her words, Ai Hui did so too. Ai Hui, how's your back injury?
Jiang Wei asked, voice full of concern.
Back injury?
Letting his guard down, Ai Hui stood up and stretched his limp and painful limbs. They did not feel like his own. He shook his head, saying, I have the bandage and am not hurt. He turned around and indeed, the bloodstains were completely gone. Everyone was utterly shocked. If not for the closely packed holes in his shirt, they would have thought that the bloodstains had just been their hallucination. But the fact that Ai Hui was unharmed allowed them to finally stop worrying and be thoroughly relieved. Ai Hui was their pillar of support. If something were to happen to him, no one would know where to go or what to do next.
Let's grab this opportunity to catch some rest.
Ai Hui regained himself. The others nodded one after the other before dispersing.
The battle had completely drained all of their elemental energy. After all that tension and fear, all they were left with was an unprecedented fatigue.
Ai Hui also got ready to meditate. He wanted to check himself for internal injuries.
He noticed that Sure Shuemon was not moving at all and asked out of concern, Are you okay? At this point, Sure Shuemon had already calmed down and there was neither joy nor anger in her face. I'm fine.
Rest while you can, the blood fiends may appear any time.
Ai Hui reminded her. Sure Shuemon nodded and changed the topic. You called me Iron Lady earlier? Ai Hui's stern face turned sluggish. Not good, I'm dead. Why did I spill my thoughts out?
I can't wait to run from this ferocious woman, so why did I provoke her?
Am I not digging my own grave? How?
Ai Hui's brain was spinning fast although there was no change in his expression.
Calm and collected, he said, you heard wrong.
I said blue-white sweet lady.
Oh yeah? Sure Shuemon gave Ai Hui a half-smile.
Her response gave Ai Hui the chills but he knew for sure that he wasn't going to admit it.
With a fixed look, he questioned her back, any problem? You think I'm sweet? Sure Shuemon asked while giving Ai Hui that same strange look.
Now he had goosebumps and the hair all over his body stood on end. Having experienced countless near-death situations, Ai Hui displayed his strong mental strength. At a time like this, he had to maintain his composure. If he did not persevere, Iron Lady would most definitely show him what iron was. His mind worked quickly. To be honest, he did not feel that Sweet Lady could ever be associated with Sure Shuemon, but he'd said it somehow, so he had to reconcile these two no matter what.
How?
A divine light flashed past his mind as he became determined instantly. At ease, he said naturally, you're a water elementalist, which reminds me of the clouds and spring water on the mountains.
As people from the old territory always say, water from mountain springs is a little sweet. Red took over Sure Shuemon's half-smiling face.
Seeing that, Ai Hui seized the opportunity to end the conversation.
Sigh, just pretend I didn't say anything. I'm going to check my condition. Got to stay far away from Iron Lady.
Ai Hui walked out with his default, calm expression even though he was more than eager to exit the room.
Jiang Wei informed him that the few fellows in the woodshed had become bone dregs. Ai Hui nodded without saying anything.
He barely had time to care about his own life, so needless to say, he did not bother about those fellows' deaths. If even Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun could be calm about it, it wasn't something worth mentioning to Ai Hui.
Wonder how many were going to perish today. Sitting under the message tree, Ai Hui took a long, deep breath.
He only just realized that saying those two lines caused a layer of sweat to form all over his body. However, at least he was able to fool her. Good that it had passed, good that it had passed. Inside the room, sunlight shone in from the windows.
Dust drifted around in the pencil-straight light ray. There was an indescribable peacefulness.
With the flickering of the light, Sir Shuemon's slightly closed eyes were like that of a hunter who had found a long-awaited prey.
The hunter whispered in a bitingly cold manner, "Finally found you."
The dull ache in her chest reminded her that everything that had happened wasn't an illusion. No one who had come into the room had noticed that a few of the buckles on her armor had been unlocked. History was always strikingly similar. She knew now why her reaction had been so intense when Ai Hui wrapped himself around her body. It wasn't just because of that unforgettable incident, but rather, even before she learned the truth, her subconscious mind had already noticed the similarities between the two experiences. It made her 100% certain that Ai Hui was, in fact, the guy from the blind battle. It was because of the way he had unbuckled her armor, it was precisely the same. The same moves, and that abominable grip. Her face was flushed red once again. She clenched her teeth. There was no need to check, she knew there would be 10 fingerprints.
10. 5 more than the previous time. Vile. Damn it.
The rage within her chest surged. She couldn't wait to finish the damned fellow off with her spear. No, that'd be too easy on him. There were angry flames burning in her eyes. How humiliating for her to go through the same degradation twice. She wanted Ai Hui to repay her 1,000 times over. That's right, just like that. Sure, Shuemon was beyond determined. She made a vow in her heart to never forget this moment. The rage within her chest subsided as a smile appeared on the corner of her lips. She did lose a lot this time, but she had finally locked onto her target. As long as she was clear about the target, she had plenty of ways and means to deal with him. The most important thing right now was to survive this blood disaster. How could she let Ai Hui die? After all, he was her savior. Of course, some favors had to be returned. She could slowly get her revenge.
Haha, mountain spring water, I'll let you know how sweet it is. Sure, Shuemon's fighting spirit was at an all-time high.
She was excited. Under the message tree, Ai Hui carefully checked himself for internal injuries. What relieved him a little was the fact that his 7 palaces were still intact. This was the thing he was most worried about. After all, the palaces had been destroyed once and then restored. He wasn't sure if they could endure such great pressure. While he had been operating the arching fish back defense, he had also been using Big Dipper, so the impact of the attack had been distributed evenly between the 7 palaces. It seemed now that the 7 palaces were more reliable than he had imagined. Now certain that he was unhurt, he did not stop. He stared blankly at the message tree for a while before searching for a brush and writing on a leaf. Since the blood wolves, the bloodshed has become more severe. The forest outside the city has become the nest of the blood fiends. The forest can devour the weaker blood fiends and channel their power into a particular blood fiend to create an even stronger one. This is called blood refinement. The whole city was attacked.
We encountered 2 groups of blood ants. Fortunately, we are still alive.
Ai Hui did not know why, but he wanted to tell the fellow that called himself a prisoner.
He wanted to tell him about almost losing his life and the flaming city.
He wasn't afraid, but felt an indescribably bleak sadness. He wanted to write a little something, say a little something. Whatever secrets or advice about not provoking the blood of God were forgotten. Perhaps they would all die here today, who could care so much? Looking at his slowly fading handwriting, Ai Hui became lost in thought. He regained his spirits.
He hadn't died, had he?
He thought about the dream he'd had.
He was still encouraging Fatty not to give up on his life. Fatty?
The sounds of fire spraying landed in his ears, and he found Fatty with much ease.
Fatty was like a flamethrower, never knowing the meaning of being tired. He was still tenaciously shooting flames.
Suddenly, Ai Hui thought about a certain scene from the earlier battle. Fatty was completely unharmed, and he was shielding Jiang Wei, Sang Jijun, and Wang Shashan. A light flashed past his eyes. Correct, the blood fiends had attacked those fellows in the woodshed, attacked everyone except for Fatty.
Could it be that there was something on Fatty that they hated? If they could find out what, wouldn't they be able to restrain the blood ants and make them avoid people? Ai Hui's mind shook.
The first thing he thought about was the flames. A lot of wild beasts had the instinct to fear fire.
Could it be that blood ants hated it too? No.
The guys in the woodshed were fire elementalists, but they too were eaten and reduced to bone dregs.
Even the equipment containing fire elemental energy was swallowed up cleanly by the blood ants. If it wasn't fire, then what was it? Could it be Chile?
AI we asked Lulan in a loud voice, Lulan, besides flame-winged serpent's egg and chili, what else was in the dragon soup that you gave Fatty? Stars word grass, triangle fennel, and softwood powder.
Lulan answered precisely.
They were commonly seen ingredients.
AI Hui was all the more convinced by his conjecture. He asked urgently, do we still have chili at home?
There's some left.
Lulan looked puzzledly at AI Hui.
AI Hui was overjoyed and said hurriedly, take them all out.
No problem, AI Hui.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 182, Heavy Losses. Chapter 182, Heavy Losses. Translator, YH Editor, K. Kermit.
No matter how they looked at it, what AI Hui was doing seemed completely unorthodox. Seeing his serious expression, however, helped them to accept it without so much as a squeak. The past few battles had given them a taste of just how far behind AI Hui they were, and as such they were now less doubtful of his actions.
Lulan brought out all the remaining chili. Chili was a commonly found cooking ingredient that was especially enjoyed by fire elementalists.
During the cultivation era, the cultivators led simple lives and enjoyed light and elegant dishes. They ate things like spirit grains and drank spirit tea. Those who were more affluent ate spirit food that had been nurtured for extended periods of time, usually upwards of 10,000 years. Such foods were not just highly potent, they were also symbols of wealth and power. The newly founded Avalon of 5 elements only had a history spanning 1,000 years, even less if one began counting from when they first achieved an advantage over the wilderness. People living in the Avalon of 5 elements were more interested in the practical value of the food they ate.
Elemental food, for instance, was an important part of any elementalist's training regime. Potency was the most highly regarded aspect of elemental food.
The popularity of elemental food was what spurred the wood elementalists to focus more of their efforts on selectively nurturing ingredients. Chili was an example of a successfully nurtured ingredient.
Chilies contained an abundant amount of fire elemental energy.
While not considerably powerful, the fire elemental energy found in chili was unique in that it could greatly increase the liveliness of the fire elemental energy within a fire elementalist's body. Fire elemental energy was the liveliest among the 5 types of elemental energy. Liveliness was a crucial part of fire elemental energy, so much so that the flames created from livelier fire elemental energy burned hotter.
If it was an endothermic flame being formed, then its temperature would be much lower.
The wood elementalists had spared no effort in breeding chilies, creating a wide variety of exceptional species. Each chili pepper from the lava species was only the size of a pinky and was slightly curved. Its neatly arranged seeds could be seen through its crystalline red body. Every once in a while, one of its seeds would release a jet of flame that surged around the cavity within the chili pepper's body.
Of course, such chilies couldn't simply be eaten on a whim.
Although the elemental energy contained within chili had many benefits, it was highly irritating and posed a serious challenge to the person eating it.
The more outstanding the species, the more potent and irritating its elemental energy. After many rounds of selective breeding, wood elementalists had been able to take its spiciness to a whole new level. At that level, spiciness was no longer just a taste, but an experience. Anyone who took on the challenge would feel as though their entire body was on fire. They would feel as though flames were spurting out of every single pore on their body, as if they had fallen into a pit of magma or burned at the stake. Such advancement had also elevated chili's status from a common ingredient to one that was specially used by fire elementalists. Only fire elementalists could withstand such a terrifying form of elemental energy. Nowadays, there existed certain species of chilies that were rarely eaten even by fire elementalists.
Under the perverse dedication of the wood elementalists, quite a number of common food ingredients had undergone extreme transformations.
Using chili to suppress the blood ants was no joke. In the wilderness, AI Hui had done and witnessed even weirder things.
From smearing sludge on one's body to hide bodily scents, to using plant juices as poisonous insect repellent, he had experienced them all.
What's so strange about using chili? Lulan squatted beside AI Hui and asked curiously, does AI Hui have a sudden craving for chili?
Nope, replied AI Hui without lifting his head. I suspect that the blood ants have an aversion to the smell of chili.
Really? Lulan asked, suddenly interested.
I'm not sure, but we won't know until we try. AI Hui examined the chilies, quickly noticing a problem. All of the slightly different looking things in front of him were chilies. There were green ones, yellow ones, red ones, and even black ones. Some were large and some were tiny, some were of odd shapes as well.
Were the blood ants averse to all kinds of chili or only specific types? Forget it, let's just try them out first.
AI Hui took out a few of each type of chili and began to grind them up separately. A rich, spicy smell pervaded the air as he crushed the chilies into powder form.
Tiny tongues of flame could occasionally be seen among the powdered forms of species such as lava.
He spread the chili powder in a circle around the training ground. In order to test how effective each type of chili was as a repellent, he marked down the location of each different kind.
Lu Lan went down into the basement to sprinkle chili powder as well.
The blood ants weren't powerful combatants on their own, but they had strength in numbers and often moved in swarms. They were adept at ambushing from underground as well.
Ai Hui was exhausted after finishing the whole business with the chilies.
He didn't sit down, but began to complete one circulatory cycle revolution while remaining in his sword stance.
He relished finally having the chance to meditate. He had done all he could, the only thing left to do was wait.
Every part of his body ached as an overwhelming tiredness washed over him, but he couldn't fall asleep just yet. Keeping himself awake, Ai Hui persevered with the circulatory cycle revolution. His bodily aches, exhaustion, the wind, and the faraway sounds of battle receded from his mind like an ebbing tide. The world around him slowly faded away as his focus remained squarely on the task at hand. All that was left was an inner tranquility, the circulation of his elemental energy, and the throbbing of the sword embryo.
The mayor's residence.
Wang Zhen had a grave expression as he listened to his subordinate's report. The situation at West 2nd Street has been stabilized.
Upon arrival, we found around 270 dead and 120 injured. The number of people missing is still undetermined. We have mobilized the residents to begin efforts to eradicate the remaining blood ants.
As of now, West 2nd Street has been purged, but because the ceiling stone has been damaged, it is difficult for us to redeploy underground defenses. I have already given orders to set up early warning systems, as well as arranged for the injured to be quarantined and overseen. The situation on Wave Street is critical, with more than 500 blood ants belonging to more than 4 swarms on the attack. Despite our resistance, pretty much the entire street has been destroyed.
The number of deaths is catastrophic. We only managed to save 64 people.
24 of those saved were injured and arrangements have been made to send them to quarantine.
We've suffered heavy losses and can no longer continue with the operation.
May I suggest that we assemble a team of students from Central Pine Academy to assist with a sweep of the area, to ensure that none of the blood ants remain? The air around them seemed to congeal as the mood became incredibly sullen. Hearing more of the depressing, blood-stained figures eventually numbed them from the initial terror. They had lost almost a third of the districts within Central Pine City within such a short span of time. After a long day of firefighting around the city, the dean was visibly tired.
Having led a comfortable life, when had he ever experienced such intense combat? Although, he didn't exactly have a choice either.
Nowhere to run, everyone knew that there was nowhere to run. Losing almost half of their personnel to death or injury was a hard pill to swallow. Only elites were capable of standing in the face of such adversity on the battlefield.
But it wasn't as if these people had become elites overnight.
They were simply driven to fight by the fear of dying at the hands of the blood fiends.
Fighting was the only way forward.
The dean slowly opened his mouth to speak, his voice hoarse. The situation in Central Pine Academy is slightly better. The teachers have experienced a greater number of casualties than the students. We've lost slightly more than 100 students, with an overall loss of over 20% of the academy's headcount.
A weak smile crept onto Wang Zhen's lips.
The teachers were much more important than the students. To him, the students were too weak to be of much use, especially when compared to the teachers. He was certain that the teachers would be able to easily unleash their true powers with a few more battles under their belts.
Why such a large number? He couldn't help but ask, thinking about the much greater number of casualties among the teachers.
They are teachers, the dean croaked on. None of them will simply stand and watch while their students are eaten. A flash of rage lit up in Wang Zhen's eyes.
They're too soft-hearted. He hissed angrily.
They are teachers, the dean replied while returning Wang Zhen's fiery gaze. Raising his voice slightly, he continued, not soldiers.
Central Pine Academy wasn't a particularly prestigious academy.
Teachers were rarely transferred into or out of the academy, and as such, many of them had worked with the dean for many years. They had become more like friends rather than colleagues. The number of deaths he had received news of and witnessed firsthand that day alone was more than the number of funerals he had attended until now. The sorrow he felt was terribly overwhelming. In all his years of teaching, some things had long been inscribed into his bones. He was a practical man, looking out specially for Shi Xuaman and Duanmu Huanghan due to their importance, but when he sees students being attacked, notices them trembling before the blood ants, and sees their fear-stricken faces, he would still rush forward to protect them.
They were, after all, just a bunch of children.
He knew that such acts weren't rational at all, that he should be using his elemental energy in more important situations, and yet,
This is probably why he's still only the dean of such a small academy.
The dean laughed in his heart, resigned to his fate.
Wang Jin kept quiet, realizing his mistake.
While the teacher's actions appeared very silly and naive to him, he couldn't help but admit that they were highly admirable.
I'm sorry, where are my manners? The students will be proud of them. Wang Jin apologized sincerely with a bow.
It's okay, you must be under a lot of pressure as well, the dean responded empathetically.
What's the plan now? Is there any news from Master Han's side?
Wang Jin regained his composure and said, a map of the entire city has been sent to the embroidery workshop.
Master Han has gotten in touch to tell us that they have begun studying it.
The dean nodded and commented, no one else has done this before, so there's no point of reference. Only Master Han has the mettle and confidence to take on such a challenge.
That's also why we can't just pin all our hopes on Master Han, Wang Jin replied resolutely. We need to reclaim the areas taken over by the Blood Fiends before Master Han completes her preparations.
I plan to mobilize every able person, including the students, for this battle.
Why? Asked the dean, his face drained of color. How many more will have to die? They're not strong enough, we'll only be sending them to their deaths. Wang Jin calmly looked at the dean and said, there are two reasons for this. First, we're low on manpower, so everyone has to take part. Everyone will be fighting to the death, so it makes no difference. Second, some of the blood ants have already completed their transformation. Transformation? The dean's face turned ashen. Our elemental energy seems to be the catalyst for their transformation.
So far we've only met one fully transformed blood ant, but we had to sacrifice a lot of people to take it down. We've also killed another 3 blood ants in the midst of transforming that appeared to be in a state of hibernation. It is still unknown if their transformation has anything to do with eating people, but considering that it's not an isolated phenomenon, things might get worse if we continue to wait.
If more blood ants complete their transformation, our circumstances will become even more dire.
That is why I am prepared to send every last elementalist and student out on a full-scale assault to reclaim every one of the districts that we have lost, as well as to kill every last one of these damned blood ants.
Wang Jin looked extremely ferocious.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 183, Communication. Chapter 183, Communication. Translator, YH Editor, Lise.
AI Hui meditated for much longer this time. By the time he finished, it was already dusk.
All traces of exhaustion vanished from his body, a testament to the efficacy of entering a meditative state while wielding the sword.
Previous circulatory cycle revolutions were driven only by his lungs, but now the sword embryo enhanced its movements as well. The sun set over the horizon, signaling the end of another day.
The morning's massacre lay fresh in everyone's minds.
A lingering fear hovered over the edges of their conscious minds like a dissipating column of smoke. At the very least, they were now much calmer than they had been in the morning. The good news was that Jiang Wei and Wang Xiaoshan managed to simultaneously achieve a breakthrough.
When comparing base levels, Jiang Wei was much weaker than Sang Jijun.
In terms of fighting prowess, however, they were equals.
Sang Jijun trained in the arrow fusion technique.
While formidable, the technique expended large amounts of elemental energy, and though she was close to achieving 8 palaces completion, she remained an amateur when it came to the arrow fusion technique. Despite her ability to fuse 3 arrows, she could only use it a couple times. The golden silk longbow's advantage was in its firing speed, but conversely, this made the shots weaker.
Compared to the arrows fired from Jiang Wei's mountain bow, the ones released from Sang Jijun's golden silk longbow were considerably weaker.
With increased base levels, they would eventually encounter and use a wider variety of elemental energy skills to cope with depletion. These skills would complement the golden silk longbow, allowing its wielder to overcome the inherent loss of power while gaining an edge with its increased firing speed. But for now, Jiang Wei was more effective in his role. Breaking through to the 5th palace was a significant advancement.
AI Hui thought highly of Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was down-to-earth, diligent and dependable.
All he needed to ensure a bright future was a powerful legacy. Compared to Jiang Wei, Wang Xiaoshan did not hold as much of a presence, and so the activation of his 3rd palace came as a surprise to AI Hui. AI Hui never intended for Wang Xiaoshan to play much of a role in battle, having other plans in mind. He needed Wang Xiaoshan to maintain the walls. The perimeter partitions destroyed earlier were already fixed by Wang Xiaoshan. Back in the Garden of Life, AI Hui noticed that although he was lacking in base level and courage, he was highly imaginative in his use of mud. Only later did he discover that Wang Xiaoshan came from a line of masons, which counted as a type of inherited knowledge. The newly repaired wall was completely different. Densely packed stone barbs lined the entire wall, making it seem as though it had grown thorns. Wang Xiaoshan had also taken into account the Blood Fiend's destructive powers and rebuilt the walls with greater width and height than before.
Sang Jijun and Shi Shuaman lamented the terrible aesthetics of the new training ground. The entire place had completely transformed under Wang Xiaoshan's liberal use of his creativity. Lu Lan held an interest in Wang Xiaoshan. Although the latter was not as skilled at controlling earth elemental energy, he was exceptionally adept at building. The complex structures of the rebuilt perimeter walls made it less pleasing to the eye, but the walls were much stronger than before with the new additions. Bangwan attacked the wall with his viridescent flower at full power but only managed to dislodge a small chunk of the wall about half a meter across. Everyone had a whole new level of respect for Wang Xiaoshan. The original perimeter wall would have instantly collapsed under such an attack. In addition to this, Wang Xiaoshan constructed more robust battlements across the wall specifically for Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun to allow them greater protection. Wang Xiaoshan was in a state of frantic energy, ignoring everyone around him. He had transformed into a different person altogether. Focus was a mystical force. It granted charisma to those who lacked it, increased the stature of a meek individual, and allowed even the most ordinary of individuals to stand out from among the crowd. Fatty was single-mindedly focused on spitting out flames as well. Will Fatty be alright if he continues like this? We asked Lu Lan, a little worried. A familiar yellow light flashed in Lu Lan's eyes as he gave Fatty a full-body scan. He said, "Don't worry, he'll be fine. Fatty's condition is extremely favorable. He has already completed his third palace, and continuously spitting fire has increased the liveliness of his fire elemental energy by a good amount. The fire elemental energy in his body has begun to stabilize and should be finished in about 3 more hours." His third palace. Such amazing speed. Jiang Wei and Wang Xiaoshan had also achieved breakthroughs. We recalled how difficult it had been for him to activate a single palace. Using up 10 million yuan worth of ingredients had indeed been worth it considering the breakthroughs it had helped to trigger. Surely you receive what you pay for. It was no wonder those children from influential families had such high base levels. Who was experiencing mild heartache, moved over to where Duanmu Huanghan was standing and curiously asked, "Why is your base level so low? Can't you activate more palaces by eating more elemental food?" Duanmu Huanghan looked over at Hui with disdain and snorted loftily. "What do you know? Coveting shortcuts will result in weak foundations, making it difficult to become a grandmaster." Sang Jijun explained further, using elemental food to increase one's base level isn't difficult, but it's not all rainbows and sunshine either. Classmate Duanmu has far-reaching ambitions and with his innate talent, he has no need for such shortcuts. Sang Jijun went on to highlight the many nuances of using elemental food. Geniuses from influential families like Shi Shuaman and Duanmu Huanghan normally consumed elemental food to aid in nurturing their foundations rather than to increase their base levels. Apart from this, a large number of absolute arts required a solid foundation, and so rushing to increase base level was not always best. The more effort spent on accumulating elemental energy eventually meant more benefits. We finally understood. He did not, however, care much about these pitfalls. He wasn't sure if he would even live to see tomorrow, so why would he concern himself over such things? Hidden side effects were a problem for the future Hui. For now, increasing his base level was the best way to increase his chances of survival. Grandmaster? That wasn't something he had even considered before. "Oh, so you wish to become a grandmaster?" Hui questioned as he circled Duanmu Huanghan, clicking his tongue. Duanmu Huanghan arrogantly harumphed, speaking disdainfully, "What would a brambling know of a swan's aspirations? Then why did you eat so much last night?" Hui asked tauntingly, raising his eyebrows. "Hypocritical. Don't think I didn't see you licking the plate." Duanmu Huanghan was stunned. A red flush quickly crept over his face and up to his ears. He felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. To him, licking the plate was too. Nearby, Shi Shuaman had an embarrassed look on her face as well. The soup was so delicious that she too had almost licked the bowl clean. A leaf on the message tree lit up, drawing Hui's attention away from his plans to relentlessly humiliate Duanmu Huanghan. Likely because he was well rested, Hui was in a much calmer state of mind than he was in the morning. He approached the message tree and glanced over the glowing leaf. "I apologize that I managed to see your message only now, but I am even more remorseful that I do not know how to help you. Blood refinement allows for the creation of extremely powerful warriors known as apostles. As far as I know, there are 6, and the blood of God flows within their bodies. You must be exceedingly cautious when meeting them and attempt to flee as soon as possible. Could you perhaps describe what blood refinement is like?" Blood apostles, a red figure surfaced in Hui's mind. 1,000 yuan. AI Hui laughed bitterly in his heart. There were only 6 of them, yet he had already met one. Such luck. He thought for a while before writing. I've already encountered one of them, a lady, and almost lost my life. The trees outside the city have become exceptionally large, and in numerous roots that hang from the trees resembling blood vessels, a blood-red fluid flows. I was bound by these roots, which then pierced into my skin. I felt an extreme burning sensation throughout my body and soon lost consciousness. Thank the heavens that I'm still alive, though I have yet to fully understand what's going on. A reply came swiftly after. AI Hui could sense the old man's agitation. I've got it. They're using the root channeling technique. Forgive my loss of composure, but we've never received concrete reports regarding the blood poison before. The root channeling technique allows plants to link and channel substances. It's an unorthodox wood elementalist legacy. As for the fluid within those roots, I do not know yet. AI Hui was momentarily distracted. This was his first time hearing a deduction regarding the blood of God. These were the sort of messages that could possibly be of help to him. He quickly jotted down all of his observations. There were many burrs on the trees that came to life once the roots pierced into an elementalist. These tumors writhed non-stop when active, resembling a face twisting its features. Blood refinement appears to require much from its target. I've seen elementalists who could not endure it and exploded. Tree burrs? They might be devouring spirits, parasitic spirits, or confined spirit faces of the ancient blood refinement methods. Blood refinement has high requirements with regards to constitution. The number of blood fiends that operate in groups, such as blood ants, will start to decline as time passes. The blood fiends you face later on will be much stronger, but they act on their own. AI Hui heaved a sigh of relief upon reading that bands of blood fiends would decrease. Facing stronger blood fiends, however, was going to be another headache. It seems like blood ants are sensitive to chilies, but we have yet to verify this conjecture. After consuming dragon soup, one of our friends began to spit flames and the blood ants appeared to avoid going near him. Blood ants aren't afraid of fire elemental energy, so does anything else come to mind? AI Hui wrote his reply. Yes, it does bring some ideas to mind. You can try mixing chili with firethorn stones or black branded flames, or maybe even red sulfur and see if they have any effect on the blood ants. AI Hui finally received a reply that he had hoped to see. He was itching to give it a go. Struck by a sudden thought, he penned, I heard them mention blood spiritual force. Blood spiritual force? Really? Are you sure? This is impossible. Nobody should be able to create blood spiritual force. The ancient blood sects couldn't do it, and there's no longer any spiritual force left in this world. How is it possible to turn elemental energy into spiritual force? No, could it be that adding elemental energy to blood creates spiritual force? How does that work? I need to think about it, this is simply too shocking. AI Hui could sense the extent of the old prisoner's agitation and confusion, but he didn't mock him. Hearing the 3 words blood spiritual force for the first time had left him in a state of utter shock as well. Spiritual force, the key to unlocking the vast treasures of the cultivation era. He shook his head, halting his wild thoughts before they got out of hand. He was more interested in the old man's other suggestion. After his communication with the old man this time around, AI Hui confirmed 2 conjectures. He was now sure that the old man was a sworn enemy of the blood of God, and that his group had intensely studied it in order to deal with it. Although the old man's group didn't have a concrete understanding of the situation with the blood of God, they knew quite a bit about the organization behind it. Under the curious gazes of the others, he carefully plucked the leaf off of the tree branch and hung it around his neck. Lulan, do we have firethorn stones, black branded flames, and red sulfur at home? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Citywide Mobilization Order. Chapter 184, Citywide Mobilization Order. Translator, YH Editor, Lise. Slightly surprised, Sher Shueman stared at the message tree. She had no idea who AI Hui was communicating with but didn't pry. What astonished her was the message tree's ability to communicate with someone who was outside of the city limits. Then again, this wasn't some ordinary message tree but rather a specimen of the first generation. Communication between Central Pine City and the outside world was nearly completely broken. The only message tree still fully active within the city was the one in the mayor's residence. She had used it to communicate with her family after the outbreak of the blood disaster. May I use this message tree? Sher Shueman suddenly asked. AI Hui waved his hand without looking and replied, Go ahead. Sher Shueman found it laughable that a leaf from her own message tree was hanging on this one.
AI Hui would probably never guess that Shueman was actually a bad deal. A bad deal. Shueman's amused expression became a grimace as she hung up a new leaf in place of the one she previously put up. She thought of her doting grandfather who must be racked with worry and came close to tears. Reminding herself that she was much stronger than before, she kept her emotions in check and penned her message on the leaf. Just as she finished writing, the dean flew into the alley. The dean was shocked to see the completely transformed yard that was littered with the corpses of blood ants. Even more remarkable was the team, especially AI Hui. It had only been a few days since the dean last saw him, yet already 7 palaces were activated. Was AI Hui a genius that he had overlooked? The dean was flabbergasted. In all his years as dean, he had never once met such a freak. Seems like the fight went well. And to think I was worried about your safety. Weren't there more of you? The dean asked as he noted the numbers that didn't add up. He recalled Shueman's group had more members than just herself and Sang Jijun. The blood ants. Sang Jijun replied in a sad tone. Shueman's eyes were slightly bloodshot while Duanmu Huanghan quietly looked down. AI Hui stared fixedly at them. These guys had some top-notch acting skills. Even someone as dumb as the ingrate could perform so well, but no matter their incompetence or mediocrity, pretense was indeed the natural ability of the younger generations of influential families. In the harsh and backstabbing world of the rich and influential, pretense was essential for survival. Those at the top of the families existed above all other authority and rules, free to act as they pleased. But before they could reach such a level, the younger members could not escape the shackles of their environment. The dean sighed deeply. A quick survey of the piles of blood and corpses littering the ground was enough for him to visualize the bitter fight that must have taken place. Fortunately, Duanmu Huanghan and Shueman were safe and sound. The number of deaths he had witnessed had served to numb his emotions. After seeing a number of powerful teachers fall before him, what were a few students' deaths? Was he going to survive this catastrophe? The dean was deeply pessimistic of his chances. He equally doubted their chances of surviving until reinforcements arrived. But still he did not forget his duty as the dean. No matter his pessimism, he could not pass that feeling on to the students. The dean began to encourage and console them. Let's all perk up and not let our imaginations run wild. There are still battles to be fought. How is the situation within the city? Shueman took the initiative to ask. The dean hesitated for a moment before deciding not to sugarcoat it. The situation is terrible. We have lost control of almost 1/3 of our land. What's worse is that the blood ants have started to transform. Transform? AI Hui and Duanmu Huanghan asked in unison. Yes, we suspect that elemental energy is what's driving the blood fiend's transformation. AI Hui slightly trembled after hearing this. He understood more than his peers about the blood fiends. Back in the Garden of Life, he had drawn the same conclusions after observing their sensitivity to elemental energy. In other words, elemental energy was highly attractive to these blood fiends. Blood of God, blood refinement, using elemental energy as food, transforming after devouring elementalists. A chill ran up his spine. Was the blood of God really trying to destroy the Avalon of 5 elements? Did they consider all other elementalists as prey? Noting the shock and concern on his allies' faces, he realized that telling them all he knew about the blood disaster would only serve to frighten them further. He decided to keep every last word about it to himself. Would revealing his knowledge help them in escaping from Central Pine City? Would it help them survive this danger? No. On the contrary, he would be opening Pandora's box if he told them any more. Even if he managed to get out of this alive, there would be no end to his troubles and likely face incarceration and repeated interrogations. And since the higher-ups would not be satisfied with answers obtained via gentle questioning, they would definitely turn to crueler methods of torture to ease their worries. Even if he somehow managed to survive all of that and become a hero, the blood of God would most certainly seek revenge on him. Truthfully speaking, between the blood of God and the Avalon of 5 elements, AI Hui regarded the former more highly. Despite their weak appearance, the plans they hatched were far beyond those of the Avalon of 5 elements. Even now, the Avalon of 5 elements had yet to fully comprehend the current situation. When an underground organization with hundreds of years of deliberations finally decides to act, their preparations must surely be complete. The old prisoner mentioned that the blood of God had 6 God apostles, and AI Hui believed this to be true. Whether or not there were only 6, however, was something he was unsure of. If captured by 1,000 yuan again, he was probably better off surrendering. And if he wasn't good enough to become a blood elementalist, then he'd just have to accept that fact. Ending up dead was still better off than living a wretched life.
AI Hui decided to find some time to have a talk with Fatty about it. AI Hui maintained a straight face while his mind worked. He would only divulge these thoughts to Fatty and Lulan. If so, we'll need to take back all of the lost areas and eliminate every last one of those blood ants that continue to transform, Sir Shueman said gravely. The dean was secretly pleased to see Sir Shueman's resolute expression as she said these words. She was truly Sir Beihai's daughter. Indeed, that is the mayor's opinion as well. We must reclaim the lost areas at all costs before the blood ants transform. Everyone will be involved in this operation, even students and residents. I'm here to inform you guys of this operation, and someone else will come by later to brief you on your mission. This is a citywide mobilization order. Yes. Sir Shueman answered, stiffening her body and giving a salute. We accept this order. She wasn't the only one doing so. Duanmu Huanghan, Sang Jijun, and Jiang Wei saluted the order as well. In the Avalon of 5 elements, ordinary citizens were normally not involved in operations. As such, a citywide order signaled just how dangerous the situation had become. Ai Hui and Wang Xiaoshan didn't perform the salute. Coming from the old territory, they weren't accustomed to such formalities. I'll tell them to try their best to avoid splitting the few of you up, the dean said as he looked over the blood and corpses again. After being together for some time, you guys must have built up a rapport with one another. We'll instead send some students to reinforce your group, so please look out for them. The dean's gaze landed on Ai Hui, knowing that he was the core member of this group. Sir Shueman suddenly blurted out, since a citywide order is in effect, and we're currently in a state of war, are we allowed to act according to martial law on students who disobey orders? The current members had full faith in Ai Hui's orders, but the newcomers might now. She didn't want to bring up something like this so soon after witnessing their comrades' deaths, but it was crucial to set the record straight. In times of peace, a lack of solidarity affected only relationships, but in times of war, it could potentially lead to their deaths. Everyone else looked at the dean. The dean was taken aback. He wouldn't have found it strange if Ai Hui had been the one to ask this. From their conversations, the dean found that Ai Hui was not easy to deal with, the boy simply wouldn't compromise without a bargain. The one asking this now, however, was Sir Shueman, which meant that Ai Hui had already won the trust of Sir Shueman and the others. He was quite something, this fellow. The dean had no idea how Ai Hui had managed to accomplish this, but his evaluation of the boy was raised by quite a bit. Sir Shueman and Duanmu Huanghan were, after all, not well known for their easygoing personalities. Definitely. Deserters are to be executed, and no one is exempt from this, the dean instructed. Everyone tensed upon hearing the words deserters and executed. These words reflected the graveness of the situation and foreshadowed the slaughter that was soon to follow. I require some additional supplies, Ai Hui informed, breaking his silence. The dean sighed. I'll try my best to get what you need, but. With a citywide mobilization order passed, even individuals like Sir Shueman and Duanmu Huanghan had to charge ahead. Anyone caught retreating would be severely punished, possibly implicating their entire family. The dean had no say in this matter since the authority to pass such an order lay solely in the hands of the mayor. There was no longer much of a choice either, considering their bleak circumstances. If Sir Shueman and the rest perished as a result of the citywide mobilization order, nobody would blame the city or the academy because it would be considered an honor. It was a good thing for the dean as well, to no longer have to protect Sir Shueman and the others. Seeing the blood and corpses reaffirmed this feeling. Keeping the students away from the fight was not much different from sending them straight to their deaths. Even if they knew of their impending deaths, retreat was no longer an option for anybody. How many students were going to die? The dean didn't dare to think too deeply on it. He had picked a number of talented students to be placed under Ai Hui's care. He wasn't sure what would come of this, but he wanted to leave some hope for Central Pine Academy's future. Ai Hui was a student as well and would hopefully look out for them. Are my master and mistress okay? Ai Hui asked. Don't worry. The embroidery workshop is a key protection site. The dean's words allayed Ai Hui's worries. Soon after, the dean brought over roughly 100 students, each and every one of them handpicked. Ai Hui recognized most of them as the brightest of Central Pine Academy. He glanced at the dean who had unexpectedly placed such confidence in him. I leave them in your hands, the dean announced tiredly. As for the resupplies you requested, you'll have to make a trip down to the stores. They've agreed to your request, but resources are very limited, Nobody could have imagined the future achievements that would come from these sad and frightened youths gathered in this courtyard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Huiyuan Long. Chapter 185, Huiyuan Long. Translator, YH Editor, Lise.
His stone-cold eyes looked at us as though we were lambs sent to be slaughtered. He was supposedly one of the students from the academy, but I was pretty sure that his name had never appeared on the top 200 lists.
Perhaps he had some unique capabilities? Who knew?
Regardless, he appeared to be a cold-hearted person, like someone who might send us to our deaths. I wished that the one leading us was the respectable Shi Shueman and not this nameless person.
Taken from Huiyuan Long's diary.
The tender youth standing in front of AI reminded him of the coolie that he had been 3 years ago. Without any trace of elemental energy, coolies out in the wilderness were just like paper dolls and were meant to be treated as cannon fodder.
In the face of the blood disaster, these relatively formidable yet inexperienced students were not much stronger than the coolies out in the wilderness.
They were pretty much just cannon fodder as well.
Winning with numbers alone wasn't going to be possible anymore.
Now was the time for experts to shine.
A grandmaster would be much more useful than everyone in Central Pine City combined.
If the city had just a grandmaster, they probably would have escaped by now. It was a pity that there weren't any in Central Pine City. Besides making use of numbers, the city had no other tactics available.
It was as though the humans were mimicking the blood ants' use of group tactics. In today's Central Pine City, humans were not much better than beasts.
Newly formed groups of 100 people each were gathered on the streets. The leaders were shouting at the top of their lungs and waving their arms in an attempt to drum up the troops' morale.
We could see the fear hidden beneath their impassioned faces. Chaos and despair filled the air as the darkness of night engulfed the black smoke that was rising everywhere.
Collapsed walls and houses blocked parts of the streets while bricks were strewn all over. Dried bloodstains were everywhere and the air reeked strongly of blood and smoke. The jack-o'-lanterns that neatly lined both sides of the streets were now badly damaged and scattered about, making the street sides look like combs with missing teeth. The remaining lanterns radiated a haunting, feeble glow, casting shadows throughout their street. Central Pine City had undergone a drastic change.
He had never seen anything like this, not even in the wilderness.
At the warehouse, we queued for half an hour before he managed to meet the frantic officer in charge. The officer immediately recognized Hui, who had left a deep impression the last time they'd met. Hardly anything good is left, although you can pick out 2 items.
I'd advise you to hurry. The officer gestured towards the long line.
Hui knew he didn't have the time to slowly saunter in and pick out items.
He directly replied, "All right.
I'll need a weapon for a fire elementalist, something like a fire jug."
"For that fatty?" the officer asked.
The officer's memory seemed to be very good, but he remembered Fatty because he too had left a deep impression when he'd put on the steady mountain.
"That's right," Hui answered, nodding.
"Ha, you guys are in luck," said the officer, laughing. "There are no more fire jugs, but we do have a fire vat. Nobody has taken it because it's so heavy, but I think it's very suitable for him." The officer brought Hui to a corner of the warehouse and pointed to a huge vat that was almost as tall as he was. Hui instantly understood why nobody wanted to use it. It was simply too big. The vats that fire elementalists used were more expensive the smaller they were. Fire gourds were one of the smallest types but were very expensive, so most fire elementalists used fire jugs. Standing before Hui was practically a wine jar.
"Is it useful?"
Hui asked skeptically. "Of course," the officer replied matter-of-factly. "It may be huge, but it's good stuff.
Besides being a little bit heavy, it doesn't have any other shortcomings."
Hui almost rolled his eyes at the officer. Being heavier and larger were huge shortcomings. He pictured Fatty donning the steady mountain armor, raising the tower shield, and lugging this huge vat on his back.
This getup would be a bit too indescribable, but this is really something good, the officer exclaimed discontentedly as he noticed Hui's skeptical look.
The artisan who made this had intended to create a heaven-grade weapon, but ultimately failed.
He then used its core to forge this fire vat. If you look carefully you can see an inscription on it. It's not something I made up.
He pointed to the fine print on the side of the vat. If it was someone else who had suspected him like that, he would have thrown that person out long ago. However, he remembered Hui and understood that the two of them must be quite capable to have survived until now. Upon hearing that it was a product resulting from a failed heaven-grade weapon, Hui immediately agreed.
"I'll take it."
Heaven-grade weapons were high-grade arms created for elementalists to use. In order to distinguish them from treasures of the past, they were named as such because they were created in the Avalon of 5 elements.
Shi Shueman's spear was one such weapon.
Heaven-grade weapons possessed mystical powers and were able to greatly enhance an elementalist's fighting prowess. Wielding these weapons was, however, highly taxing on the user, usually requiring at least the completion of 8 palaces. In other words, one pretty much had to be a full-fledged elementalist to use one. Sure, Shuemon was unable to unleash even 1% of her spear's true power. The materials required for forging a heaven-grade weapon had to be of the highest quality. This was why AI Hui immediately agreed to take the VAT after hearing that it had been created from a failed heaven-grade weapon. The complex techniques and high-quality materials required to forge a heaven-grade weapon were the reasons why their prices never fell. AI Hui had seen many great elementalists in the wilderness, but had only seen a handful of them wielding heaven-grade weapons.
The warehouse officer was satisfied with AI Hui's quick answer. "What else do you need?" he asked.
"Spiderweb iron pellets, wolf-tooth heavy arrows, and chilies."
Spiderweb iron pellets? For Miss Sang?
She should be able to use them considering her ability with the bow.
The officer nodded. "There are around 200 or so of them left, you can take them all."
Trust you guys to think of something so unorthodox. Spiderweb iron pellets were about the size of a thumb and didn't look very different from ordinary iron pellets. As their name suggested, the spiderweb iron pellets, however, contained highly compressed spider webs within. Triggered by elemental energy, the spider web within each pellet would expand upon impact and restrain the target.
The officer was truly an experienced individual. AI Hui had indeed requisitioned the pellets for Sang Jijun.
Although Sang Jijun was more skilled with a bow than Jiang Wei, her fighting strength lagged behind his. As such, AI Hui had thought of using these pellets to maximize her utility, but hadn't expected the warehouse to actually still be stocked with them. The use of spiderweb iron pellets was uncommon because spider webs weren't particularly tough. They wouldn't be so cheap if they had more restraining power. AI Hui didn't really care about this since he only intended to use them to confuse the enemy. "I can only provide you with 2 quivers of wolf-tooth heavy arrows," said the officer, then swiftly continued upon seeing AI Hui's intention to retort, "A lot of people still need these. I'm already looking out for you guys by giving 2 quivers worth, the others are only being given 1.
Alright, I'll take whatever I can get."
Having seen the long line at the door, AI Hui accepted his explanation.
"We don't have any chilies in the warehouse." The officer was a bit puzzled by the request.
"Why do you need chilies? What a strange request. I'd suggest that you buy some from the spice shop since it's rare for people to stock up on chilies." "I'm sorry, but the mayor prefers sweet foods over spicy ones." AI Hui was disappointed that he couldn't get the chilies. The officer had already left to tend to others. Knowing that he couldn't get anything more, AI Hui dragged the huge wine vat out of the warehouse. Those who were still queuing up cast sidelong glances at AI Hui. The students gathered in the Vanguard training hall had just undertaken 1 round of grueling training and were enjoying a well-deserved break. Sure, Shuemon was the one leading the training since AI Hui had no interest in looking after this group of students. Her power and prestige were common knowledge among the students, allowing her to quickly win over their trust. She had secretly read many of her father's books from a tender age and was, as such, better versed in military tactics than the others.
When AI Hui had handed them over to her, Sure Shuemon had felt a hint of excitement.
She finally had the chance to practice what she had been learning since she was young. The only thing that she was slightly unhappy about was her assistant. She'd wanted Duanmu Huanghan to be her assistant, but AI Hui assigned Jiang Wei to the role instead. Stealing a glance at Jiang Wei, she had no choice but to admit that AI Hui was a better judge of people than her.
Jiang Wei wasn't as outstanding as Duanmu Huanghan, but he was calm, dependable, patient, and meticulous. Without Jiang Wei's help, Sure Shuemon would have been flustered. Duanmu Huanghan was completely immersed in his own practice. He wasn't particularly willing to help out with the students' training. His dream was, after all, to become a grandmaster. In the past, he hadn't been sure of his aim in life. Experiencing these cruel battles and facing death had made it much clearer to him. He wanted to become a grandmaster, and not just any grandmaster, but the strongest grandmaster ever. A depressed mood pervaded the atmosphere during the break. Everyone was apprehensive about the future and a little terrified of the battles to come. Fear and confusion made the students restless. "Why do we have to listen to AI Hui's orders?" Hua Yuanlong asked, just loud enough for everyone around to hear. He had done it on purpose. Having consistently been among the top 10 students in the academy, he was unhappy that he had to listen to the orders of a first-year student. It was fine if someone like Duanmu Huanghan was the one in charge, but not if the leader was an unknown like AI Hui. Hua Yuanlong had secretly observed AI Hui earlier while the dean had been speaking. He didn't see anything special about AI Hui. The only thing that had left an impression on him was AI Hui's cold gaze. This gaze was, however, also the reason why Hua Yuanlong was so annoyed.
Hua Yuanlong simply couldn't stand being sized up by an unknown junior with such an indifferent gaze. Shi Shueman furrowed her brows, Jiang Wei was roused from his rest, and Sang Jijun shot a glance over upon hearing this. A grin crept onto her lips as she strummed her bowstring like an instrument. The atmosphere was heavy. Some of the students urged, Yuanlong, mind your words. Hua Yuanlong stiffened his neck and raised his voice.
Did I say something wrong? Duanmu Huanghuan's was displeased that his practice was interrupted. I'm willing to listen to Miss Shi and Huanghuan's orders, but who is Ai Hui to command us?
Hua Yuanlong exclaimed. His words resonated with the thoughts of many others, causing an uproar.
Yes, only Miss Shi and Huanghan are qualified. Who is this Ai Hui? Where did he come from? Enough! Shi Shueman commanded.
She walked towards Hua Yuanlong with cirrus in hand, her expression solemn.
You, fall out.
50 strokes for causing trouble. Hua Yuanlong's face completely drained of color.
He couldn't understand why Shi Shueman was siding with Ai Hui.
50 strokes. He trembled and hurriedly called out to Duanmu Huanghan for help.
Huanghan, don't you have anything to say? I do, Duanmu Huanghan replied as he walked over. Hua Yuanlong was filled with relief upon hearing Duanmu Huanghuan's words. Exactly. Tell them what you think, Huanghan. Everyone will listen to you. It's really quite simple. Duanmu Huanghan sneered, revealing a set of snow-white teeth. I'll personally mete out these 50 strokes.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Minute Arc Stab and Hilt Mist combined. Chapter 186, Minute Arc Stab and Hilt Mist combined.
Translator, YH Editor, X.
When Ai Hui returned, he saw Duanmu Huanghan whipping a student. Oh, that student seemed familiar. Ai Hui did not have much interest in these people, so he took one look before retracting his gaze. His treatment of Shi Shueman and the others differed vastly from his attitude toward this new batch of students. He was a realistic person, unmistakably realistic. After leaving the students to Shi Shueman and Jiang Wei, he had no intentions of interfering with their matters at all. His time was far too precious to be wasted on them. He passed the spiderweb iron pellets to Sang Jijun and put the huge vat down before beginning his own practice. Ai Hui swiftly slipped into a meditative state. He was not completely familiar with his current state of 7 palaces and disliked how it felt. The amount of elemental energy in his body was significantly less in the past, but at least he was able to unleash its full power. Although he had a lot more elemental energy now, he was unable to bring out 100% of its power. He felt that this was a waste, and waste was something he absolutely loathed.
Everyone's attention was drawn to Ai Hui when he walked into the training hall.
Some of the students looked at him with disdain while others looked on pensively or with curiosity.
Duanmu Huanghan spared no mercy in meting out Hua Yuanlong's punishment, resulting in the poor fellow passing out before the 50 strokes were completed.
Having learned from Hua Yuanlong's mistake, the rest of the students ceased with their complaints. Shi Shueman and Duanmu Huanghuan's determined attitudes came as a shock to the students.
Ai Hui ignored everything and continued with his seemingly unorthodox training.
The number of disdainful and contemptuous stares increased as he proceeded with his swordplay-related practice.
It was swordplay.
Many of the curious students could not help but reveal their disappointment when they saw him practicing something that had no future. Ai Hui was not practicing the 3 skills he obtained from his master's swordpill, but was instead honing the diverse moves that he had developed on his own.
The 3 skills from the swordpill required complex patterns of elemental energy circulation.
Crescent Moon was the simplest of the 3, but was still highly complex.
Attempting to practice the 3 sword pill skills was tantamount to fetching water with a bamboo basket.
In addition, Ai Hui realized that continuous ordinary attacks were much safer and more effective than powerful killing blows when it came to handling enemies that attacked in swarms. The elemental energy within his body had become much stronger than before.
His fragmented sword techniques were not quite the same anymore.
The sword embryo had experienced an even greater change. In the past, the sword embryo would become active whenever he practiced swordplay. Ever since it became stronger, however, the sword embryo appeared to have become quite a bit more reticent.
It was like a wild beast who had just eaten its fill and was dozing off in Ai Hui's sky palace.
If not for Ai Hui's sharpened 6th sense, he would definitely have thought that something was wrong with the sword embryo. Although the sword strokes that Ai Hui practiced were fragmented and constantly changing as a whole, each individual stroke was very well executed because he had spent a lot of time refining and practicing every single move.
He thrust the Dragon's Pine Inferno forward in a tiny arc.
The movement of the sword was similar to a seabird skimming across the surface of the water. He had adapted this move from one of the killing techniques he found in a swordplay manual. AI Hui felt that this half of the killing technique was especially useful. This minute arc stab made the sword thrust forward in an extremely tiny arc such that the opponent only saw the blade as moving straight forward. The sword embryo suddenly jolted. AI Hui was taken aback, but he was a bit unsure of what he felt. The sword embryo's throbbing was sometimes orderly, but also highly irregular other times. He tried the minute arc stab again, but the sword embryo remained inactive this time. AI Hui decided to ignore the sword embryo and continue to practice his self-taught sword techniques. The habitual sword strokes allowed him to become more familiar with the elemental energy within his body. The heavy dragon's pine inferno felt weightless in his hand. One of the benefits of his enhanced elemental energy was the increment in his already hefty strength. AI Hui became more and more immersed in his training and began to practice some more difficult moves. Moving the sword's hilt rapidly while maintaining the exact same position of the blade tip, he successfully created 6 distinct afterimages of the sword hilt. This move was called hilt mist and was one of the training methods of the ancient swordsman. Being able to maintain the sword tip in the same position while rapidly shifting the hilt was an indicator of a nimble wrist and implied excellent control. Outstanding swordsmen were capable of moving the sword hilt in any direction and were not restricted to only left and right shifts. The rapidly shifting sword hilt looked like an illusory mist, which was how the technique gained its name. Hilt mist was used as an assessment tool by many ancient sword sections. Prior to this, AI Hui had been unable to successfully execute the hilt mist. He was not expecting to achieve something like this, but was glad he attempted the move on a whim. The quiet sword embryo throbbed again. AI Hui's surprise faded as his attention was grabbed by the sword embryo. The 2 times it had throbbed set off something in AI Hui's mind. He attempted the minute arc stab again, but the sword embryo refused to budge. He then performed the hilt mist, but the sword embryo still remained stationary.
Why was this happening? AI Hui lifted the dragon's pine inferno and stood still, deep in thought.
He could not make sense of the sword embryo's current activity, but his many past experiences with it had vaguely drilled its rhythm into his heart. The sword embryo was sensitive to all actions related to swords, ranging from the first time he picked up the dragon's pine inferno to when he executed sword techniques. All of a sudden, AI Hui instinctively performed the hilt mist. Just as the dragon's pine inferno's hilt reached AI Hui's most comfortable position, the sword tip swiftly lunged forward in a tiny arc. It was the minute arc stab. Almost simultaneously, the sword embryo between his brows throbbed vigorously. The dragon's pine inferno in his hand immediately lit up, leaving a bright trail in the air. The sword's bright streak shot across the air like a meteor falling through the heavens. The students who were secretly watching AI Hui were astonished. What kind of swordplay was that? The luster hanging in the air was highly condensed and refused to disperse. It was not particularly awe-inducing, but its lack of elemental energy was somewhat surprising.
Shueman was also attracted to the streak of light left behind by AI Hui's stroke.
She could not figure out how AI Hui was able to create it without using elemental energy. None of his moves involved the use of elemental energy and as such, should be unable to produce any radiance. This was a commonly known fact. The other students suspected that AI Hui had used very minuscule traces of elemental energy, but Shueman was sure that there had been none in that sword stroke.
Duanmu Huanghun stared blankly at AI Hui. AI Hui was extremely excited.
He had invented a move by himself and had not used an ounce of elemental energy, yet a sword beam was produced. He had no idea how it happened, but he was very sure that he had just executed an extremely remarkable sword stroke. He did not stop to admire it for long, instead beginning his next attempt at combining the hilt mist with the minute arc stab. There was no sword streak produced this time, but he was not discouraged. He noted that he had failed to grasp the correct timing on the last attempt. AI Hui practiced repeatedly. The sound of his sword piercing the air rang out incessantly, and he soon became completely absorbed in his practice.
Some of the students started looking at AI Hui in a different light. Focus was an attractive, respectable quality.
Being able to focus and completely immerse oneself in the task at hand was something worthy of respect and was especially remarkable when done under the watchful gaze of others.
The black dragon's pine inferno cast a dark shadow as it streaked through the air.
The dark red edge of its blade, together with its 7 inlaid jewels, added a blood-red smudge to its afterimage. The sight was strangely reminiscent of Central Pine City's night sky, filled with the scent of blood.
AI Hui tirelessly brandished his sword.
A streak of light suddenly lit up the air where the dragon's pine inferno's path had just passed through. Like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, it soon vanished without a trace.
Sighs of pity were heaved in unison.
Another streak of light appeared a while after, and soon, the night sky was filled with more and more of these shooting stars. The bright sword streaks which passed swiftly into oblivion pierced the evening curtain one after another. The onlookers were practically witnessing a meteor shower. The training ground had become completely quiet as the onlookers were moved by this magnificent sight. Perhaps they were simply moved by the streaks of light that lit up the night sky, or perhaps witnessing the birth of a completely new sword skill stirred up something within them. Perhaps it was neither of those, but instead the sweat-drenched, joy-filled face that followed each streak of light. This expression, filled with pure unadulterated joy, was utterly dazzling among the sad, fearful faces of the students. It was eye-catching, attractive, and brought hope. Duanmu Huanghan continued to stare blankly at Ai Hui, his mind slowly drifting. Something stirred deep within his soul as the scene before him was seared into his memory.
Something told him that he would never forget this moment.
He was looking at an indomitable spirit, one so powerful that it could persist even in the darkest of times.
Duanmu Huanghan lacked the words to fully describe his experience. He saw an indistinct figure towering over the landscape at the end of a long winding road, a road that stretched out all the way to the horizon from behind Ai Hui's silhouette. Was this a grandmaster?
Yes, definitely. Stuck in his daze, Duanmu Huanghan confidently answered himself. A grand sense of purpose rushed through his veins, reaching every corner of his body and causing him to shudder involuntarily.
Was this not his aim? To tower over all living things. To rise to the summit. That awe-inspiring, fear-inducing silhouette. To become an indomitable figure, one must first forge an indomitable spirit. I shall become the embodiment of power itself. Duanmu Huanghan had never experienced such clarity in his thoughts. Death was still terrifying, but it no longer controlled his mind the way it used to. He was no longer a puppet being strung along by death. All tension was released from his body as the invisible shackles that weighed him down vanished. The flourishing life force within his body caused the elemental energy inside his body to undergo a mysterious transformation. Duanmu Huanghan remained motionless while he enjoyed the peace and relaxation of the moment. Sure, Xueman noticed something different about Duanmu Huanghan.
The Duanmu Huanghan she had known until now was a truly brilliant individual, but was overly cautious and restrained. His mind was weak and his spirit easily bent. He had the arrogance of a genius, but lacked the assertiveness of one. She could not believe that he had achieved a breakthrough so quickly. Ai Hui caught hints of a miraculous change occurring nearby, but was too caught up in his own thoughts to bother with it. After all, he had just created a new sword skill by combining the minute arc stab and hilt mist. After all these years of digging through rubbish, Ai Hui finally found a way to turn trash into treasure. He pushed the windows open, revealing a courtyard piled with rubbish. In his eyes, however, he saw a mountain of gold. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 187, Manager Lee and Bunny Hair Arrow. Chapter 187, Manager Lee and Bunny Hair Arrow. Translator, Irene. Editor, K. Kermit.
It took Ai Hui 2 hours to break free from his trance. He sat motionless on the ground, giggling.
He looked battered and exhausted, and his whole body was thoroughly soaked.
His face and scalp were covered in sweat, and his upper arms were so tired it was as if they were paralyzed.
2 hours had resulted in 2 moves.
They were all simple strokes, nothing complicated. The combination of the minute arc stab and hilt mist was already considered more complex. There was another inclined move, but the only change lay in its angle.
He tried almost all the angles a few times before finally finding the optimal one.
He named the combination of minute arc stab and hilt mist as Misty Strike and the inclined move as oblique slash. The change that had occurred in those 2 moves were so great that even without the sword embryo's heartbeat, Ai Hui could still feel their wholesome change. The old strokes were now like dance moves, graceful, yet full of power. Sword manuals without spiritual force were like fishes without water. Whether willingly or not, they had long become useless. Throwing fishes into the river also led to a dead end.
A change in the environment meant that a lot of things had to be redone.
No matter how splendid Ai Hui's swordsmanship had once been, and no matter how many swordplay manuals were left behind, it was difficult for them to fit into this era without some alterations. Ai Hui still had not found out the reason behind this. A slight alteration would cause the nature of a sword move to change completely. Perhaps there was a resonance between the sword and elemental energy? No idea. But he knew that he had found the key to solve what the sword techniques lacked. There were still many sword moves waiting for him to explore and change. He had ample time to search and understand them, so that was a good start. In the past, he had improvised and used the Galebat blade technique, but this time he was going to take it a step further. He had seen countless sword manuals, and despite having no idea how to practice them, he knew how the cultivators had done so during the cultivation era. The smoke meteor and oblique slash made him realize that all the sword moves had to be changed starting from the most basic strokes in order to adapt to the elemental energy era. This was his greatest reward for the night. He never would have thought of this if he hadn't been struck by a brainwave. There were some sword moves that possessed formidable power even without operating any elemental energy. He thought about how he had to come up with a resounding name for this swordplay series when he was done perfecting it. For now, he completely did not feel like touching it. He lay on the ground, gazing up at the pitch-black sky. Fatty felt himself dreaming a long dream. He dreamt that he was swimming in a boundless lava river. Swimming and swimming for God knows how long, but never escaping the fire sea. Muddle-headed, he opened his eyes to find Lulan, whose face was almost completely covered by a mask, blocking his view.
Fatty, you're really amazing.
Lulan exclaimed in admiration, his eyes shining.
The result was outstanding.
Congratulations, Fatty, 4 palaces. Seems like the effectiveness of the dragon soup has something to do with the number of times one consumes it.
Yeah, I'll have to note this down. Please don't worry, Fatty. I'll definitely do more research and brew an even better dragon soup.
Loss was evident in Fatty's face.
Upon hearing the words dragon soup, he couldn't help but shiver. He finally remembered what he had been doing before he lost his memory. Snapping out of it, he looked at Lulan as if he had seen a ghost. He shook his head bluntly and replied furiously, Lulan, I'm never drinking your soup again. I still want to live. Why? Dragon soup isn't toxic.
Although it gets less effective over time, it is still very useful. It can raise your level within a short period of time. You can definitely open up your 5th palace with another bowl, responded Lulan with confidence.
Another bowl.
Just thinking about that frightening experience made him tremble again. He would drink a second bowl over his dead body. Just then, someone staggered in, their body covered in blood. Seeing who it was, AI Hui jolted up,
Manager Lee.
Manager Lee's body was covered in blood and he was carrying a pouch. Seeing AI Hui, radiance filled Manager Lee's empty eyes.
Brother.
Having endured until this point, he was already completely exhausted. His legs went soft, causing him to plunge forward. AI Hui suddenly sprang over with a large stride and held onto Manager Lee. He then saw that Manager Lee was almost eaten clean. Bones were exposed all over his back, making AI Hui speechless.
These are bunny hair arrows.
Manager Lee looked at AI Hui and smiled, grief and regret evident in his expression.
Pardon me, I can't settle the accounts anymore.
Manager Lee opened his eyes wide as his last wisp of spirit dissipated and he stopped breathing altogether. AI Hui held onto him, as motionless as a statue. Emerging out of his daze after a while, sorrow was missing from his face. He freed one hand to retrieve the pouch in Manager Lee's arms. There were 20 bunny hair arrows inside. After putting them on the ground, AI Hui carried Manager Lee on his back, turned around, and walked deep into the garden. AI Hui was momentarily brought back to the wilderness, where he had witnessed comrades around him collapse one after the other. Profound helplessness and despair enveloped him. He started digging without a word. He had never helped Fatty out in the past when Fatty had buried their teammates. Actually, the relationship he'd had with Manager Lee wasn't very close or anything. They were merely business partners. The dragon's pine inferno in his hands lifted lumps of earth with each swing.
So, why was he sad?
There was nothing to be sad about.
Everyone would die someday, and he might even be next. Who was going to dig his grave when that time came?
Okay, so nothing mattered after death. There was no difference between being buried or eaten by blood fiends.
By the end of the burial, AI Hui was back to his normal state of mind.
He was used to seeing people leave this world.
Are you okay? Sure Shueman walked over to his side, concern evident in her voice.
Yeah.
AI Hui answered with his usual expression.
Changing the topic, Sure Shueman asked, you left the students with me.
Isn't that kind of irresponsible? Why do I have to be responsible? AI Hui responded. AI Hui's hoodlum behavior ticked Sure Shueman off. So you were just bullshitting the dean? I only agreed to let them follow.
AI Hui continued matter-of-factly, if I have to be responsible, the president has to take more blame.
Sure Shueman did not know whether to laugh or cry. She stared into AI Hui's eyes, unable to fathom that this scoundrel before her was the same guy that had led them during the battle. Okay, to be honest, this guy's splendid performance over the past few days had confounded the image she'd had of him. He'd paid the bill for a female classmate but was so adamant about her returning the money.
He owed 80 million yuan but had the guts to call people money-losing deal.
Money. Losing. Deal. These 3 words floated across Sir Shuemon's eyes. Veins on the hand holding Cirrus throbbed as she wanted so badly to stab 3 holes into his body. Impulse was the devil, this was the real face of this fellow. Cooling down, Sir Shuemon questioned, "Don't tell me you have no advice for them?" "My suggestion? Try hard to stay alive." These superfluous words came out of AI Huey's mouth as he kept a serious face. Sir Shuemon no longer wanted to reason with him. She said simply, "Give Jijun to me too. As long as she agrees." AI Hui replied indifferently, throwing the bloodstained pouch to Sang Jijun. "Use them wisely." Sang Jijun caught it before reassuring him in all seriousness, "I will." Actually, witnessing Manager Li's death was a big blow to her. Sir Shuemon walked towards Sang Jijun without giving AI Hui a single look. She couldn't read him sometimes. After calling him a scoundrel, he actually became all generous by gifting Sang Jijun 20 bunny hair arrows. Sir Shuemon had seen how Sang Jijun bought her bunny hair arrows and knew how expensive they were. Sang Jijun couldn't even bear to fire them if not for emergency use. And he had given her 20 arrows just like that. Yet he wouldn't let 150 yuan go. What a weird fellow. Okay, these were not important. What was important was the fact that he dared to call her money-losing deal. Every step that she took carried murderous spirit. Initially quite surprised by AI Hui, the students were utterly shocked by now and their eyes were wide open. They glared at him, clearly infuriated by his careless words from before. Toward Sir Shuemon's invitation, Sang Jijun agreed quickly. She was a smart woman and knew herself well. In order to be of greater value to the team, she had to be put in an auxiliary position. What an amazing lady! Fatty, now clear-headed, walked over to AI Huey's side and commented in a low voice. AI Hui looked Fatty up and down before saying, "Not bad, for palaces. I have something expensive to give you." Upon hearing the word expensive, Fatty's eyes shone. "I knew you wouldn't forget your own people." "What is it?" AI Hui pointed to the half-a-man tall vat in the garden. There, a fire vat used specially by fire elementalists. At AI Huey's words, Fatty's face lit up. A fire vat was one of the weapons used commonly by fire elementalists. Usually the vat would be filled with earthfire lava broth, which not only was helpful for everyday training but was also a highly formidable, powerful weapon in times of battle. "Fire vat, is it too early?" Fatty asked, eyes bright as he rubbed his hands, slightly embarrassed. When he finally saw the huge vat in the garden, his face stiffened up. "AI Hui, you meant this vat?" Fatty was frightened by the volume of this vat. The steady mountain heavy armor on his body coupled with the ironwood shield was about 60 pounds, and the big vat before his eyes looked at least 220 pounds. And there was the 330-pound lava broth. For a moment, Fatty felt that his life was bleak. "Don't want it?" AI Hui gave Fatty a look before adding, "Just as well. This fire vat was originally made to be a heaven-grade weapon, but became a failure because it was too big. I was actually worried that it would affect your speed." Hearing that the material used to make it was worthy of a heaven-grade weapon, his small eyes quickly brightened up. "I want it." "Who said I don't want it? It suits me too well. No one else would have a use for it. It's no wonder the material seems different." Fatty's whole face was almost squashed flat against the outer wall of the fire vat. He was completely enchanted. He got even more excited after seeing the inscription on the vat. "An elementalist descended from the sky. Who's AI Hui?" "I am." AI Hui stood up. "Please get your team ready and assemble at the intersection of Soundwave Street and Brightflower Street at 6 o'clock. The target of attack and sequence will be arranged for you. Latecomers will be dealt with by martial law." The elementalist ordered expressionlessly, not revealing any emotion. Finishing up, he turned around and left in a hurry. The atmosphere instantly became grave and stifling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Attack. Chapter 188, Attack. Translator, Irene. Editor, K. Kermit. Intersection of Soundwave Street and Brightflower Street. "Lulan, how do I look?" Fatty asked Lulan while striking different poses. Wearing the steady mountain-heavy armor made him look like a moving fort. He held the door-like ironwood shield in his hand and carried the big fire tank, an even more eye-catching weapon, on his back, effectively becoming a focal point. Very powerful. Lulan was generous with his praise. "Fatty is gifted with great strength. I can make you some turtle dragon miracle soup to unleash your potential. It is extremely effective." At Lu Lan's mention of soup, Fatty's face turned ugly. He shook his head hurriedly. Lu Lan, I'm not falling for your trick. They arrived half an hour before the scheduled time.
The wide intersection was already filled with groups of troops awaiting orders.
They were going to be attacking in the same wave as Ai Hui and his team. Holding onto Cirrus, Sher Shueman walked beside Ai Hui and said in a low voice, "The situation is looking bad. I asked around and the damage is disastrous.
Many teams were dispatched but only a few came back safely. Our advancing speed is not ideal, only half the street is reclaimed, but
this is just throwing lives away." Jiang Wei commented helplessly. What do we have other than our lives? Duanmu Huanghan responded. Duanmu Huanghuan's words hit the nail right on the head, leaving everyone in silence.
Suddenly, a commotion sounded from up front.
Help me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. I want to go home. I want to go home. Hoo. Mother.
The attack teams in the previous wave were retreating from Soundwave Street and only 12 fighters remained. They looked dazed, their gazes vacant with bodies covered in bloodstains. Worse, the wounded were lying on rattan stretchers dragged by sand puppets. They were badly injured and some body parts were missing, exposing large amounts of flesh. Some curled up and quivered in pain, letting out blood-curdling screams and howls.
Some lay motionless with a lifeless expression on their faces. It was as if their bodies had no soul, not even a tiny murmur or whisper was heard. Those awaiting battle became restless. Their faces were all tensed up and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Fear and dread spread like ripples. They're throwing our lives away. They're trying to kill us. Someone within the crowd shrieked agitatedly, dashed out from the formation, and ran far away. He was extremely fast. As he was about to disappear around the corner of the street, an arrow suddenly appeared in his chest out of nowhere. He staggered a little, staring at his chest blankly, unable to make a sound. All the strength left his body and he lay paralyzed on the ground. Everyone was shocked by what they had just seen. The spacious road was filled with a deathly stillness. Deserters will not be pardoned. The imposing, deep voice rang in the sky and echoed within the hearts of those present. They were struck dumb. Immediately, all the commotion was constrained. This person fled just before the battle and will be reported directly to the Chief Association. All rights and privileges enjoyed by his immediate family members will be taken away and the whole clan will be severely punished. I advise everybody here not to depend on luck. Those who died fighting are honorable and those who withdraw will live in perpetual shame. Think carefully. The elementalist spread open his azure wings and stood proudly, face expressionless. Ai Hui looked up and made eye contact with the man, unable to restrain the astonishment he felt. That shot was so amazing. It had appeared on the runaway's body even before he managed to see it. He was totally unable to detect the trajectory of that arrow. That meant that he would also be unable to dodge that arrow. He quivered inwardly. The satisfaction he'd gotten from understanding, Misty Strike, and Oblique Slash, flew out the window. He sent a deep look towards the elementalist before retracting his gaze. Like Ai Hui, Duanmu Huanghan looked up towards the sky. The shock he felt was even more intense, his gaze filled with unconcealable heat and thirst. The move in, Heaven Bow, should be, Scarless Heaven Bow. Sher Shueman glanced at the elementalist in midair. A bow-related inheritance passed down within the Sky Edge Division. He must have served in the Sky Edge Division. She knew the 13 divisions better than anyone else. Ignore him, said Ai Hui before adding, are we attacking from Soundwave Street or Brightflower Street? Soundwave. Sher Shueman snapped out of it and answered hurriedly. She had long forgotten about finding trouble with Ai Hui. She couldn't be as heartless as him. Having 100 students placed under her supervision was tremendously pressuring. She felt even more tense after seeing the plight of the last wave of fighters. Idle theorizing gave her no sense of security at this point. She saw the fear in her teammates' eyes and felt even more uneasy. She suspected that they might undergo a mental breakdown first. The current situation was everything that the books warned against. The leader was a rookie and the team was made up of rookies who lacked training and morale. There was also a lack of understanding between the commander and soldiers. Her only sense of security came from Ai Hui, who had been expressionless all this while, so she hurriedly snapped out of it upon seeing that he wanted to have a battle discussion. Earlier, he'd looked so unconcerned that she'd wanted so badly to prick him. Anyone familiar with Soundwave Street? Asked Ai Hui. Let me ask around. Jiang Wei turned and walked amongst the team, quickly bringing out a member. It was Huo Yuanlong, who had already suffered 50 whips. He's very familiar with this area. Let's hear about the situation at Soundwave Street, said AI Hui directly. Why must I tell you? Hui Yuanlong glared at AI Hui as a cold smile formed on his lips, anger flickering in his eyes. Oh no, sure Shueman thought to herself. Because you don't want to die. AI Hui looked him straight in the eye, continuing frankly, I don't care what happened earlier. If you don't cooperate, I will make you stand at the front line. You're threatening me? Hui Yuanlong snarled. He was about to burst with rage. Hui Yuanlong's bellow caught everyone's attention. Even the team beside them looked over, gloating. That's right. Surprisingly, AI Hui did not deny it but coolly admitted it instead. The anger within Hui Yuanlong disappeared without a trace, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. AI Hui remained expressionless and his tone was as calm as ever, as if he had just been talking about ordinary matters. Hui Yuanlong suddenly felt a little intimidated. This unusual calmness scared him. No raising his voice, no anger, no clenching his teeth, and no unnecessary menace. He had a feeling that AI Hui would do it. AI Hui's answer had quieted the whole crowd. How dare you? Hui Yuanlong did not detect the slight tremble in his own voice. I'm the leader of this team. If you disobey my orders you will be dealt with by martial law. That arrow earlier? Martial law. AI Hui replied steadily and emotionlessly. The students felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the complete change in AI Hui's gaze. AI Hui's words were calm, bare, and raw, without reasoning and without trying to convince them. He was merely narrating a simple fact. An ice-cold, unsentimental fact. Hui Yuanlong was now totally afraid. In fact, he felt relieved when AI Hui finally spoke. He swore to himself that he would leave this scary fellow once the catastrophe was over. AI Hui questioned him thoroughly, asking which houses had how many rooms, how big the gardens were, and so on. Hui Yuanlong could not answer many of the questions. Hui Yuanlong returned to the team after answering whatever questions he could. No one mocked him. They kept quiet out of fear as well. The students couldn't help but avoid AI Hui's gaze as they did not dare to look him in the face. Unlike what AI Hui had thought would happen, no elementalist came over to allocate a specific attack position for them. Their only requirement was to advance forward as much as possible, destroying all the blood ants they saw. Such a simple and crude command displeased Shi Shueman. Swarming in like bees is no different from seeking death. Why is there no concrete plan? After speaking, she felt that complaining was useless. Even if they had a plan, her teammates would absolutely fail to carry it out. Truth be told, they were cannon fodder. Cannon fodder used to drain the blood ants' energy. Duanmu Huanghun was right. Other than cannon fodder, Central Pine City had nothing. Shi Shueman believed that with her position in the mayor's eyes, there were no other employable methods. You guys are up. Start attacking. Instructed the elementalist in midair. Each team hesitated before moving towards Soundwave Street. Let's head to the gate of that shop facing the street. AI Hui pointed out. Fatty held the heavy shield and walked at the forefront. His overall weight was astonishing. The earth quaked and the mountains shook as he walked. Even the elementalist in the sky was astounded. There was no morale-boosting cheer, no shouting, and no vehement emotions. Each team cautiously advanced forward along the wide street. The elementalist in the sky wasn't impatient, but when he noticed AI Hui's team, he couldn't help but feel surprised. AI Hui's team did not advance along the street and appeared by the fence surrounding a shop on the right side of the road instead. The elementalist seemed rather interested. He recognized Shi Shueman and the rest. While they had little experience, this small team's strength lay in its students. Not bad at all. But he also knew that the students were all cannon fodder. The ones which weren't expendable were the elementalists conscripted by their respective training halls and placed into small teams. They were honing their strength for the big push. Only after the ants had been sufficiently dealt with would it then be time for the main force to enter. Nevertheless, this small team was actually quite interesting. Shi Shueman and the rest were unable to make heads nor tails of AI Hui's order. The other teams were a distance away from them by now. They looked at AI Hui, waiting for him to answer this riddle. Any way to raise this to the ground? AI Hui asked Wang Xiaoshan. Wang Xiaoshan did not understand what AI Hui was up to, but it wasn't difficult for him to do so. He had great knowledge of all kinds of building structures. This shop was built normally and could easily be demolished if they could just find a few key nodes. I'll try. Wang Xiaoshan did not dare to overdeliver. He was a little afraid of AI Hui.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 189, AI Huey's Method. Chapter 189, AI Huey's Method. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lise. Wang Xiaoshan moved quickly and placed both hands on the ground, channeling earth elemental energy into the shop. Boom!
Several explosions sounded simultaneously from within the shop, and the once intact shop crumbled like crisp crackers. Shueman lightly waved her bare hands to clear the dust raised by the shop's collapse. Her vision returned, and indeed, the shop was now in ruins.
How amazing!
Fatty exclaimed sluggishly, his mouth wide open.
Xiaoshan, how did you do that?
Slightly flustered, Wang Xiaoshan stammered, very simple. Each building has some key nodes, you just have to find and blow them up at the same time to destroy it, and make use of the building's weight. Wang Xiaoshan's description was rather incoherent, but this time, no one underestimated him. Destroying this shop wasn't a big feat, anyone present could do it, but few could accomplish it as cleanly as Wang Xiaoshan did. Without any large fragments to be seen in the rubble, it could be said that the building was completely shattered.
An unusual look flashed across Shueman's eyes.
She felt it strange when AI Hui chose Wang Xiaoshan for the task. Simply said, his skills were lacking, even more so when compared to the rest of the team. But the scene before her drove her to speculate that perhaps AI Hui had already been aware of Wang Xiaoshan's potential? She found this unfathomable. AI Hui himself was slightly shocked.
Wang Xiaoshan's move was simply too beautiful. This fellow was a bigger underdog than he was. Well done.
AI Hui gave Wang Xiaoshan a big thumbs up. Receiving AI Hui's praise, Wang Xiaoshan blushed a deep red, so moved that he did not know where to place his hands. These past few days, he'd been under tremendous pressure. As the weakest link in the group, he was timid and couldn't help much in battles, and whenever it was time to fight, he trembled uncontrollably. He was downcast, not understanding why AI Hui had selected him, and as the danger grew, he became afraid that he would be abandoned by his teammates. No one would care for him unconditionally if he wasn't able to prove his worth and assist the team during difficult situations.
It was his first time receiving a compliment from AI Hui.
It stirred him up greatly, as though he had just taken an alcoholic shot. Wang Xiaoshan performed better than expected and was of great help to AI Hui's plans. Nevertheless, he continued to instruct calmly, Fatty, walk in front.
Wang Xiaoshan, follow him.
Continue tearing down the shops while advancing slowly, and beware of blood ants.
Shueman briefly lost her train of thought before she asked, we're tearing them down to move forward? She was completely baffled by AI Hui's outlandish strategy, and it wasn't just her, everyone else was puzzled as well.
The building structures are complex, making them good hiding places for blood ants to launch sneak attacks.
It will be disadvantageous for us, AI Hui explained. Shueman straightforwardly asked, then why don't we follow the rest of the teams and advance along the street path?
AI Hui looked at Shueman as if he was talking to a fool. That will cause us to be attacked from both sides. Logical, but Shueman was at a loss. She acknowledged that AI Hui was making a lot of sense, but to tear down the houses in order to advance. This sort of method was unheard of. In all of the books of war that she read, she had never come across a similar military strategy. AI Hui couldn't be bothered with her and instead, followed closely behind Wang Xiaoshan.
Doing so brought about many gains. For example, the collapsing buildings would alarm the blood ants, leading them to reveal their locations.
Also, a wide terrain allowed rookies to better display their skills, which AI Hui had doubts about anyway. More importantly, as cannon fodder, they shouldn't be thinking about claiming credit but how to protect themselves on the battlefield instead.
Boom!
Yet another building crumbled. Everyone advanced through the ruins, but by now, the few teams ahead of them had already taken a substantial lead and disappeared without a trace. Nevertheless, AI Hui continued moving forward at a comfortable pace. As they progressed, all that they left behind was a field of ruins.
Wang Xiaoshan became increasingly skillful.
Within 10 minutes, he had already torn down more buildings than his father, and his control became more precise, which brought about even more outstanding results. Seeing the buildings collapse in front of his eyes filled his heart with a sense of accomplishment.
Chi.
Rows of red shadows shot out from the dust and pounced on AI Hui and the team. One row knocked against the heavy shield in Fatty's hands. A smothered boom rang out, causing Fatty's body to sway. Both he and Wang Xiaoshan were so afraid of death that Fatty shielded himself securely with Wang Xiaoshan hiding closely behind him.
Careful! Shueman let out a shout while blocking 3 blood ants with her cirrus.
The students were disordered, losing their heads out of fear as they screamed incessantly. AI Hui shook his head but ignored the chaos. If they couldn't break their way past this level of difficulty, they would be in worse trouble later on. With the Dragon's Pine Inferno, he executed a sudden, oblique slash.
A faint light glimmered on the sword body as it accurately struck a blood ant.
Upon closer inspection, Ai Hui saw that the cut had left a clear wound on its body. Ai Hui was slightly startled. Before, it was difficult for him to leave a mark on a blood ant without operating his elemental energy. With growing confidence, he continued attacking without retreat and performed another, oblique slash, with the Dragon's Pine Inferno. The move was simple and did not cover a wide range, but Ai Hui's agile steps compensated for its weaknesses. His consecutive hits slowed the ant down, but the malice within its body fueled its dogged attacks on Ai Hui. Ai Hui's hilt seemed to transform into a cloud of smoke and from it shot a sword ray.
Misty strike, dot.
The ant's body was cleaved in two by the Dragon's Pine Inferno and fell through the dust. Soon after, Ai Hui's gaze was quickly caught by Duanmu Huanghun, and his eyes displayed astonishment. Duanmu Huanghun's viridescent flower always displayed dazzling transformations, but Ai Hui felt it came with a sense of softness. This time, however, Duanmu Huanghun's viridescent flower was dynamic as always, but the softness was absent, replaced by gloom and abstruseness. When the viridescent flowers made contact with the blood ants, thorns grew out to pierce the eyes. And as the ants stiffened, flowers bloomed from their red bodies, becoming a colorfully auspicious viridescent flower ant.
Ai Hui trembled inside.
Viridescent flower was really demonic. Duanmu Huanghun casually retrieved his viridescent flower as if there was no one else around.
He gave Ai Hui a faint smile without caring to conceal the battle lust in his eyes.
His vigor was astonishing, and it was as though he had become another person, his energy completely renewed.
How do you intend to return the money? Ai Hui caught Duanmu Huanghun by surprise.
Duanmu Huanghun froze, his smile turning rigid.
Public morals are really degenerating each day.
You're in debt and still have the cheek to act all holy.
Aren't you shameless? Ai Hui muttered to himself, failing to notice the popping veins on Duanmu Huanghun's face.
He spun on his heel and left only a silhouette of profound mystery. He forgot that he still owed someone 80 million yuan. It was a pity that his creditor was busy at the moment.
5 ants flew out and 3 were tossed away by Shi Shueman's cirrus.
She did not, however, deal with them on her own but instead threw them to the team.
Stay calm, don't panic. Maintain distance. Cooperation, teamwork. Shi Shueman, Sang Jijun, and Jiang Wei each led a group to deal with a blood ant. They did not kill it directly but allowed the students to do so. Shi Shueman understood that if they did not allow these students to face and deal with an attack soon, their losses would be disastrous.
Ai Hui witnessed the clumsy and messy scene before him, and he shook his head. Without any urging, he decided to train his sword skills off to the side. After killing a blood ant, the battle lust within his body was surging, but there was no outlet to release it, so his only option was to train.
Duanmu Huanghun similarly did not bother with the rest.
With his eyes shut tightly, he sat cross-legged on the ground, the viridescent flower pattern on his lower abdomen circulating non-stop.
Bangwan seemed to have changed a lot, Lulan commented quietly. Yeah, he's become fiercer, toward himself as well. Fatty touched his chin before continuing ruefully, but no matter how ferocious he is, there's no point since he owes money. Look at me.
I used to be a hero who charged my way out of the hell-like wilderness.
But see what happened in the end. Negligence turned me into Ai Hui's debtor, and I can only be his waterboy for now. Money is a hero's guts. Wang Xiaoshan, who was observing the chaotic scene, couldn't help but say, sure Goddess is a good person.
Anyone with eyes could tell that Shi Shueman was only doing this to give the students an opportunity to adapt to battle conditions. Her efforts did not go to waste after all.
The once noisy scene steadily calmed.
Huiyuan Long and his friends, with their commendable strength and talent, shined among the students of Central Pine Academy. Highly ranked students naturally had more opportunities to compete and learn from each other on a daily basis. The battles weren't fought with real weapons, but it allowed them to restore their standards by overcoming psychological barriers and regulating their disjointed actions. Shi Shueman heaved a sigh of relief, fine beads of perspiration on her forehead. Leading her team seemed more tiring than fighting her own battle.
But she had to do it. The following battle would only become more intense and cruel. The students, too, had to undergo the probation period that the few of them had gone through. The weak would be eliminated. It was an unchangeable fact.
Ai Hui stopped and looked over the breathless students.
Continue forward. Can we rest for a little while? A student shouted.
I don't want to be executed by martial law under the charge of passive resistance, Ai Hui said while looking up.
Everyone turned to find an elementalist approaching them from the sky.
They swallowed any remaining words before they left their lips.
Shuemon took the lead. Let's go.
She knew the higher-ups would tolerate the time taken to adapt but never passive resistance. Any sign of this happening would cost them their lives, right there on the spot. AI Hui and his team pushed forward at a slow but steady rate.
Shuemon quickly experienced the benefits of AI Hui's method.
They did not encounter many ants, most likely due to the earlier team's cleanup operation. Whatever blood ants left over gave the rookies a chance to learn.
It couldn't be more optimal.
It would also be a nightmare if they were to get raided by these ants while retreating. Blood ants appeared once more from the front, but this time, the students' responses were much better. They were also trying hard to adapt.
Nobody wanted to die.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 190, the A1 Unit. Chapter 190, the A1 Unit. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lise.
Since the first day of battle, I have been posted to Soundwave Street and Brightflower Street to supervise the battles.
The students' performance is atrocious.
We have suffered terrible losses, and yet, we have dealt little damage to the blood ants. Among the slew of bad performances, nothing is more promising than the unit numbered A1, which contained a number of the student body elites such as AI Hui, Shuemon, Sang Jijun, Duanmu Huanghan, and some others.
They are the most outstanding students of Central Pine Academy. Reportedly, the mayor and the dean had a disagreement over the use of the A1 unit. The dean did not want his best students to die in a battle of attrition doomed to yield high casualties. The mayor argued that everyone in the city had to participate in the battle and give their best efforts, no matter the insignificance. Eventually, the mayor managed to convince the dean, and fortunately, the A1 unit was dispatched to the conflict zone under my supervision. I have finally met the A1 unit that is most talked about in the magistrate office. The leader for this unit is AI Hui.
He is the one who discovered the bloodbat's infiltration and assisted Shuemon and Sang Jijun in eliminating it, thereby achieving a meritorious service and the magistrate office's attention.
Surprisingly, he is not the one commanding the unit. This role has fallen into the hands of Shuemon.
If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed that Shuemon, Duanmu Huanghan, and the others would obey his commands completely.
His performance has caught my attention.
Unlike other units that advanced using the streets, the A1 unit proceeded down the west side of Soundwave Street. That side is packed with houses, shops, and residents. Like a bulldozer, they destroyed the houses, razing them to the ground and advancing by stepping over the ruins. They went on like this by repeating this process. Honestly speaking, it is the most unprofessional and foolish advancing technique I have ever seen.
After a while, however, I was made to admit that it was brilliant.
Though the A1 unit's performance was lacking, they have capable individuals upon whom they can rely on.
Shuemon's leadership is terrible, but she's extremely courageous.
She also possesses a strong sense of responsibility and loves to help her teammates. At times, she seems more like a leader than AI Hui. The A1 unit's advance was slow and steady, and the unit members displayed signs of adapting to combat.
Shuemon boosted the morale of the unit greatly.
It appears that though she is inexperienced and not good with words, her strong sense of responsibility propelled her to give her utmost in helping her teammates. If she can survive this catastrophe, she will become an outstanding leader in the future.
In contrast, AI Hui was cold and looked on without helping his teammates.
It was as if he had nothing to do with the battle. As the leader of the A1 unit, I would give him 0 points, though I do admit his swordsmanship is exquisite. There are a few units on the verge of destruction, and their performance was pathetic. The A1 unit continues to advance, but they are beginning to encounter troubles as well. The number of blood ants is increasing. I predicted that they would suffer great losses like the previous units, but I have underestimated AI Hui. He came prepared. With an overpowering rumble, a house collapsed, filling the air with smoke and dust. Before Duanmu Huanghan could wipe the dust off his body, a deafening noise pierced his ears. A shiver swept down AI Hui's spine. He instantly sensed that there were more than 50 blood ants in the area, the largest wave they had encountered in this battle so far.
Lu Lan! AI Hui yelled gruffly. Lu Lan is coming! Lu Lan cheered.
The leaves covering the enormous fire vat on Fatty's back were peeled back with lightning speed. Lu Lan then transformed into a sandy watering can and dipped half of his body into the fire vat.
The long spout of the watering can extended over Fatty's head and pointed towards the front. Splash!
Torrential red mist began spraying over a large area. The overwhelming scent of strong chili immediately pervaded the air, dousing the blood ants that had just shot out in a red chili concoction.
AI Hui became nervous. Using Chile against the blood ants was purely his conjecture, unsupported by data. Instead of thinking about failure, his gaze fixated on what was going on ahead. His muscles strained, and the dragon's pine inferno in his hand was in its optimal position. He resembled a beast that waited to pounce on its prey. The blood ants doused in the chili concoction mist suddenly fell apart, descending into chaos.
Terrifying shrieks sounded and startled everyone. Everyone except for AI Hui. The chili concoction in Fatty's fire vat was specially concocted by him and Lu. A vicious light flashed across his eyes as he lunged forward. His dragon's pine inferno swept up a cloud of fog before materializing in a streak of radiance.
Misty strike. Accompanied by an indiscernible buzz, the dazzling dragon's pine inferno hit a blood ant with a piercing blow. Bang!
AI Huey's readied attack had astonishing destructive power.
The blood ant exploded midair into a cloud of bloody mist. With a slight twist of his feet, AI Hui jumped through the air at an angle over the cloud of blood.
Taking advantage of the momentum, he swiveled his sword and used the from his momentum to execute an oblique slash. His move landed accurately on the blood ant's neck and effortlessly beheaded it.
Only then did Duanmu Wanghun and the others realize what was going on. Shi Shueman and her team began their attack against the oncoming wave of frantic blood ants.
As of now, the students' coordination was passable, not the best, but better than before.
The unit was divided into 3 groups, each led by Shi Shueman, Jiang Wei, and Sang Jijun respectively.
Everyone realized this was an opportunity to attack, and they all rushed forward. The blood ants that had just escaped the chili concoction mist descended into a panic, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 of them were killed. The disquieted blood ants soon returned to their senses, however, and lunged towards AI Hui and his unit in waves. The scene of the fight descended into chaos. Seeing the disorderly situation, Lu Lan halted his movements. The chili concoction would harm the students as well, and though it was not deadly, it could possibly disrupt their momentum. They already struggled to coordinate with one another. If they were to be hit by the chili concoction as well, Lu Lan did not know how many students would survive this fight. The battle had begun in earnest. The students quickly found that this battle was completely different from the ones before. All they could see were the streaking afterimages of blood ants all around them, which sent them into a panic. Screams and roars penetrated the air, and their previously acceptable coordination collapsed in an instant like fragile biscuits.
Casualties accrued.
Some people clutched their throats as they collapsed onto the ground, struggling as they gasped in pain. Others rolled frantically on the ground, their bodies bloody and mangled.
Shi Shueman's eyes were red.
She tightly pursed her lips and darted back and forth. Her spear was like a moving cloud, reinforcing students at a disadvantage. Even so, she could not stop the students from collapsing one after another. The 2 most dazzling individuals on the battlefield were AI Hui and Duanmu Wanghun. AI Hui's sword glinted crisply and sharply with abnormal deadliness. Very few blood ants could survive to escape his sword. Flying around him were the red dust daggers that carved numerous streaks of sword traces into the air.
Duanmu Wanghun was another distinguished individual on the battlefield.
His viridescent flower had become more complex and unpredictable. Under his feet, patterns of glowing vines, clouds, and lotuses were scattered and blossomed over his hands. He stepped on air and ascended into the sky, and from time to time, green flowers drifted around his body in a phantom-like image.
Fatty stood off to one side.
His speed was slow, so when facing the fast and nimble blood ants, he remained passive. His shield was like a wall, however, and his armor resembled a mountain. Wang Xiaoshan stood behind him while Lu Lan transformed into a swirling sandstorm that surrounded them and ground the blood ants to smithereens. As for the ones that made it through the sandstorm, they were faced with Fatty's heavy shield. The battle became increasingly intense, and from the midst of the smoke and dust, the occasional blood ants were blasted out. Duanmu Wanghun had killed more than 10 blood ants in one go, but as the elemental energy in his body began to deplete, his efficiency dropped and forced him to slow down his attack speed. He retreated to a less conspicuous position.
13. He was thoroughly satisfied with himself.
Compared to previous battles, his performance today was brilliant. After coming to know more about himself, he conquered his fear and underwent a complete transformation. Even the style of his viridescent flower had unmistakably evolved. It maintained the same complexity, but it now focused more on killing power, making it intensely ruthless.
With less pressure on him, his gaze shifted involuntarily towards AI Hui.
He was quite satisfied with his performance today and so felt confident that it was on par with AI Hui's.
AI Hui's attacks followed a certain pattern, the same 2 moves. However, his attacking rhythm did not seem to vary at all. How is it possible? Doesn't he feel tired? Doesn't he use his elemental energy?
Duanmu Wanghun felt incredulous. AI Hui was extremely focused. He needed to face 4 blood ants at once, which didn't allow him any time for distractions. In such an intense battle, it was not enough to rely solely on Misty Strike and Oblique Slash. He had to use elemental energy several times, and in some situations, he needed to dodge, unable to use either Misty Strike or Oblique Slash, and sometimes block. Oblique Slash and Misty Strike both had their own unique characteristics. Oblique Slash could be executed quickly, but it was highly dependent on angles and the attack range was narrow. Fighting stance could make up for these weaknesses, but such an intense battle greatly limited his options. Misty Strike, on the other hand, had great attack power, but its execution time was long. AI Hui could only use this move when the time was right and normally employed it once per strike. And like Crescent Moon, these moves consumed large quantities of elemental energy, discouraging AI Hui from using them too often. Once his elemental energy was depleted, death was the only way out for him. 16. AI Hui did not know how many more blood ants were left. He forced himself to focus and pushed his mind to think of ways to use his Oblique Slash and Misty Strike to attack the blood ants. He felt himself becoming more adept with these moves, but his physical and elemental energy were gradually diminishing. 22. AI Hui started to pant. He could feel the Dragon's Pine Inferno in his hand getting heavier. Fortunately, the blood ants were becoming sparser. The remaining students acclimated to engaging in combat after their cruel baptism. Clearly, they had improved.
A1 unit, you can retreat now.
The voice of the supervising elementalist resounded from the sky behind them, resembling a sound of nature. His mind rejuvenated, AI Hui spoke quickly, myself, Shi Shuaman, Duanmu Huanghan, and Sang Jijun will take care of the rear. Jiang Wei, lead everyone out of the battleground and retreat as quickly as possible. Lu Lan, prepare the chili concoction and retreat 100 meters. Provide support to us later.
No problem, AI Hui. Lu Lan quickly drew the chili concoction and sprayed it over the ground as he retreated. The rest of the students left the battleground one by one.
Behind them were nothing but ruins. There's one last thing we need to do, AI Hui suddenly said to those who remained. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 191, War Trophy. Chapter 191, War Trophy. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lise. One more thing to be done? Everyone was confused as they waited for AI Hui's next order. We have to capture a blood ant alive, AI Hui spoke rapidly as he brandished his Dragon's Pine Inferno continuously and surged towards a blood ant. Listen to my commands. There was no time to waste on the battlefield. It didn't take long before the remaining blood ants pressed down on AI Hui and the others. Run! AI Hui turned around abruptly and started running. Upon seeing this, everyone followed suit and ran without hesitation. The blood ants pursued behind them tightly. With their low intelligence, they based their actions on instinct, so as soon as they saw AI Hui and the others running away, they went after them with lightning-like speed. Mist drifted from Shi Shuaman's back, and her speed increased sharply. She brushed past AI Hui, leaving him far behind. Sang Jijun resembled a lithe and agile bird with her clothes fluttering in the wind as she similarly blew past AI Hui. Come on! She smiled at AI Hui. From under Duanmu Huanghuan's feet, a glowing green flower pattern was spinning. He flew through the air as if running on a level road. At first glance, he didn't seem fast, but he gradually bypassed AI Hui. Without looking back, he gave a cold sneer. Ah! AI Hui was dumbstruck. He had become the last one. Behind him, the blood ants were pursuing him relentlessly, and in his ears sounded the incessant hissing. He trembled in fear and dashed forward frantically. It was at this point in time that he realized his weakness. He never learned an escaping technique. He was relatively fast in short distances, and this was why no one had noticed until now that AI Hui's running pace was neither nimble nor fast. And so when the running distance was pushed to 100 meters, his weakness revealed itself. His base level had risen too quickly, exposing his many shortcomings. Compared to Shi Shuaman and the others who had a balanced growth, AI Hui was clearly unbalanced in his developments. All his time was spent on sword moves, he had to find a chance to learn a few escaping techniques. He placed great importance on anything that would ensure his survival. He undoubtedly had to learn how to use Azure Wings in the future. This bunch of fellows was too much. AI Hui felt the blood ants behind him approaching closer and closer, and so he exerted all of his strength into running as quickly as possible. Like a drill, his right leg dug into the rubble-filled ground. Boom! The ground under his feet suddenly exploded, sweeping up a tidal wave of dust that reached a height of 3 meters.
Making use of this explosive force, AI Huey's speed rose sharply. He flitted forward at an extreme speed. His left leg behaved like a drill once more, digging ferociously into the ground. Boom! Dust diffused into the air. AI Hui was akin to a heavy beast. He surged forward frantically, and with every step, he stirred up towering waves of rubble. The students watching from afar were stunned at the sight. Shi Shueman was fast as lightning while Sang Jijun was lithe and agile. Duanmu Huanghun flew gracefully through the wind. And as for AI Hui, there were no techniques involved in his sprinting. His violent and imposing manner while running was driven by his capricious mule-headedness. With every step he took, the ground quaked and the mountains shook. In a blink of an eye, he covered a distance of 100 meters. Lulan! AI Hui yelled. Lulan is coming! Lulan cheered as he shot out the chili concoction in his hands, creating an immense cloud of red mist. Like a cannonball, AI Hui landed headfirst into the topsoil behind Lulan. Boom! The soil flew up into the air from the powerful force. AI Hui managed to use this momentum to change his direction before he then roared, "Get ready!" The blood ants emerging from the curtain of dust and soil were doused in the chili concoction, and chaos descended once more. This time around, however, they continued to instinctively fly towards AI Hui and the rest. AI Hui flipped his sword and used the side of the blade to strike one of the incoming blood ants. It arced towards Shi Shueman. Stop the ant! Shi Shueman spun Cirrus in her hand lightly, and a cloud of mist engulfed the blood ant, slowing it down as if in a pit of quicksand. Use viridescent flower to tangle it up. Use your arrows to stop the rest of the blood ants from advancing. By now, Duanmu Huanghun had nearly used up all of the elemental energy in his body, yet he forced himself to channel the last strand still available. A green vine shot out and lightly tangled up the blood ant from within the cloud of mist. Meanwhile, Sang Jijun's golden silk longbow explosively shot out numerous dazzling streaks of light, stopping the other blood ants from advancing. AI Hui leapt into the sky and surged towards the blood ant that was engulfed in the cloud of mist. Withdraw your spear! Upon hearing AI Hui's command, Shi Shueman withdrew her spear without any hesitation. As soon as Cirrus' suppression was lifted, the blood ant became agitated. The green flower vine executed with the last of Duanmu Huanghun's elemental energy also loosened bit by bit. Just as the blood ant was about to escape from the vine, a snow-white bandage suddenly shot down from the sky. The snow-white bandage rapidly wrapped around the blood ant, and in the blink of an eye, the blood ant was firmly tied up with only its head revealed. With its body unable to move a single inch, the agitated blood ant could only stare ahead blankly. Though its mouth continued to gnash, it wasn't able to bite into anything. Every joint in its body, except for its neck, was tightly bound. AI Hui looked on with satisfaction at his work, the mummified ant. Carrying his war trophy, AI Hui yelled happily, "Run faster," but Shi Shueman remained the fastest one, while Sang Jijun was as graceful as ever. Only Duanmu Huanghun, who had lost all remnants of elemental energy, could no longer fly elegantly like before. He could only frantically run on the ground now. Despicable! Duanmu Huanghun was fuming with rage. The beast-like AI Hui kicked sand all over Duanmu Huanghun's face as he zoomed past him. The sound of a cold sneer could be heard. Ah! After chasing them down for several meters, the rest of the blood ants turned and retreated. Even with their low intelligence, when they saw the densely packed humans at the entrance of the street, they knew it was not a good decision to continue forward. Several units had gathered at the street entrance, preparing to launch the next wave of attacks. They had witnessed the battle carried out by AI Hui and his unit with their own eyes and were aroused into excitement. When the last person from the A1 unit arrived safe and sound, they broke into thunderous cheers. Every one of their gazes were aimed at the A1 unit with the utmost respect. I believe all of you can see that the blood fiends are not victorious. As long as we are courageous and united, we can drive them away from Central Pine City. The supervising elementalist arrived just in time to encourage everyone. The morale of the units rose sharply. The blood ants were certainly powerful, but the students knew that they were not undefeatable. Only, they were affected by the combat and the fear of the unknown. When the supervising elementalist noticed Fatty with his enormous fire vat, he couldn't help but do a double take. His appearance was indeed unique. As he approached the large fire vat, he was greeted by the strong scent of chilies. Surprised, he asked, "Chilies?" "Yes, sir," AI Hui replied. "The blood ants are scared of chilies? Wow, I never thought of that. How did you come up with that?" The elementalist was extremely surprised. AI Hui recounted the incident of Fatty and the dragon soup. When the elementalist heard that he had finished an entire cauldron of dragon soup in one go, he couldn't help but stare at the Fatty as if looking at a ghost. AI Huey's recounting of the event was clear and concise, drawing a satisfied expression from the elementalist.
I will report this to the mayor. If it's proved to be effective, all of you will be rewarded for your meritorious service to the city.
AI Hui expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir.
Duanmu Huanghan and the others were somewhat disapproving of AI Hui's attitude towards the supervising elementalist.
To them, the elementalist was insignificant in their eyes, but it was different for AI Hui. Coming from a laborer background, there was nothing wrong with addressing the supervising elementalist as sir.
The supervising elementalist was extremely pleased with AI Hui's attitude. How about this live blood ant? Do you want to hand it over to the higher-ups? You can add it to the meritorious services you've accumulated. We have some ideas and would like to experiment with it, AI Hui explained. That'll work too. The elementalist was not surprised, nor did he try to confiscate the blood ant. He could see that AI Hui had his own plans for it, and this was a good thing for him. The more meritorious services rendered by AI Hui and the rest, the more rewards he himself would receive as well.
This is a special period of time, and all of your contributions will be regarded as meritorious services for the Avalon of 5 elements. As for the battle evaluation, I'll give you all the highest marks possible. If you can survive this catastrophe, they will be of great help to whichever job you apply for. I hope all of you avoid becoming complacent and continue fighting.
Now go back and rest.
I'll notify you again for the next wave of attacks. Finishing his sentence, the supervising elementalist did not pay any more attention to them and moved on to give orders to the other units.
This time around, our target is east of Soundwave Street. All of you have seen the A1 unit's battle tactics, you will now follow that. Don't walk in the middle of the streets. Now, tear down the buildings. Yes. Uneven voices resounded through the air. Let's go.
AI Hui led his unit towards the training hall, and the rest silently followed him one by one. After going through the most devastating battle of their lives, they were physically and emotionally exhausted.
When the unit passed by a location where the supervising elementalist could no longer see them, AI Hui suddenly asked, Lulan, are there any spice shops in this area? No. Lulan shook his head and then asked, AI Hui wants to buy chilies? Buy? Are the shops even open? The entire city has mobilized.
AI Hui lowered his volume and said, the higher-ups are going to verify the chili method soon.
Do you think we'll still be able to get chilies? Are you saying that we should have a horde of chilies before the mayor takes action? Duanmu Huanghan was the first to react. That's right.
AI Hui gave a look that said ingrate, you're indeed unscrupulous before he continued, the higher-ups will definitely expropriate all of the chilies. When that day comes, it'll become very difficult for us to advance in the battles without them.
Everyone nodded in consensus.
The chili concoction had played a key role in the battle this time. Without it, they would have suffered many more casualties.
Is this okay? Sure, Shueman was indecisive. Since young, she'd been a well-behaved girl. How could she do such a cunning thing?
Then we'll have more deaths the next time, AI Hui replied bluntly.
What do other people's deaths have to do with us?
We care for our own people first before we care about the others. When the members of the unit saw AI Hui's expression, their attitudes towards him changed immediately. Even the few troublemakers like Hua Yuanlong, who previously refused to accept AI Hui as his leader, felt his animosity towards the latter reduce significantly. A leader who cared for his members was a good leader.
Fine. Sure, Shueman clenched her teeth and a shiver went down her spine.
AI Hui, I know the locations of a few spice shops.
Lu Lan's eyes were glistening. We can go try our luck. Everybody, hang in there. The sooner we finish this task, the sooner we can rest peacefully.
AI Hui spoke softly, appearing as if he had several years of experience as a seasoned bandit chief. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 192, Shachuan, can you help me? Chapter 192, Shachuan, can you help me? Translator, TYZ Editor, Lise.
The spoils of war were plentiful, and Fatty's large fire vat was now completely filled with various kinds of chilies.
Eventually, AI Hui had to stop everyone from taking any more.
Once these chilies are verified to work against blood ants, they'll become an important war commodity. Since we came up with the idea, the higher-ups will turn a blind eye to us taking some, but if we take too many, it'll affect the overall situation, and they'll take issue with us.
Hearing those words, the rest nodded in agreement, thinking that AI Hui was indeed thoughtful. Sure, Shueman was astonished at AI Hui's experience.
It appeared that this was not his first time carrying out such a shady action.
Duanmu Huanghan snorted in disdain at AI Hui's timidity.
Why would the magistrate office make trouble for them over such a small amount of chilies? When the unit finally returned to the training hall, it became obvious that their method of sprinkling chilies around the training hall did work, as there were no signs of blood ants anywhere. This made them feel rather relieved. The moment they reached the training hall, everyone collapsed all over the place. Their exhaustion went bone deep, their minds and bodies overwhelmed by the ravages of this battle. Even though the A1 unit had the best battle results out of all the units, they still suffered high casualties, losing 16 men total. There were another 3 who were injured in quarantine because so far, there were no remedies for injuries related to the blood poison. It was torturous for them to watch their fellow peers have their necks savagely bitten by the blood ants as they fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. The students sitting slumped on the ground were extremely downcast. They struggled to hold back the tears in their soulless eyes. It was as if they were living in a nightmare. A single thought was at the forefront of their minds, and that was to sleep. They hoped that upon waking up, they'd find that it had all been a dream. When they closed their eyes, however, all they saw were their dead comrades. Make good use of this time to carry out the circulatory cycle revolution. Whoever has not recovered their elemental energy completely by the time we're due for the next battle will be put on the front lines. AI Huey's cold voice rang in everyone's ears. Hearing this, shivers crawled down their spines, and they quickly sat up to do as he said. With the respect garnered from his performance, no one dared to question AI Huey's authority. Besides respect, there was fear as well. AI Huey's rapid adaptation to combat and his calmness towards life and death situations had struck fear into these soft and immature students. They knew without a doubt that if they did not do as they were told, he would definitely be callous and send them to their deaths. Shuemon, who'd been ruminating over how to encourage everyone, suddenly realized that the problem was easily solved with AI Huey's words. She thought pensively, so it can be resolved like this. Give the unit members a clear directive and make them busy. This way, they won't have time to let their imaginations run wild. Shuemon glanced at AI Hui, admiring him yet feeling depressed at the same time. Compared to this fellow, she was still far behind. She was deeply dissatisfied with her performance today. Whenever she encountered a problem, she'd been at a loss, not knowing what to do. If not for AI Hui, the number of casualties would have been much higher. In fact, she wouldn't be surprised to see the entire unit wiped out. It seemed that every time she saw this fellow, she inevitably became gloomy. It all started from that blind battle. Shuemon suddenly looked unwell. What's there to daydream about? Hurry up and start your circulatory circle revolution. A reprimanding voice suddenly came from above her head. Yes. Startled, Shuemon subconsciously stood and gave a bow. When Shuemon turned around and realized that the voice belonged to AI Hui, she was enraged and tempted to give him a good beating. But she breathed in and calmed herself. There was nothing to be depressed about. She thought, I have to pick myself up and not lose out to this A** shoal. For some unknown reason, she could not stand being looked down on by AI Hui. AI Hui did not rest or carry out the circulatory cycle revolution, he had many other things to do. He threw the blood ant at Lulan and said, Lulan, try and see what kind of chilies are more effective against our cute baby ant. Okay, AI Hui. Lulan caught the blood ant, and his eyes flickered with a yellow light. He was intrigued by AI Huey's suggestion. Until now, the mummified blood ant was the first blood fiend to have been captured. It was only because of Lulan that AI Hui had thought of capturing a blood ant to study it. Given AI Huey's capability, killing one was no problem, but asking him to study them was impossible. AI Hui walked to the message tree and took off the leaf from his neck and hung it on the tree branch. When the leaf and the tree branch were connected, he wrote, "It has been confirmed. Blood ants do not like chilies." After a pause, he added one more line, even though they are both red. As soon as he finished writing this sentence, he felt content and more relaxed. Happiness was not determined by what was happening around you but rather by what was happening within you. We've captured a blood ant alive and will carry out some tests to see which formulation will work best against it. Do you have any suggestions? Everyone in the city must participate in the battle against the blood ants. We've just come back from one. A batch of blood ants that have finished one round of transformations was found in the city, but luckily, we did not encounter them. Some feel that the main reason behind the blood ants' transformation is their desire to devour elementalists. Once he finished writing his message, he sat below the message tree and stared blankly into space. After a while, the leaf lit up. My dear friend, I'm so glad that you're still alive. Do the blood ants repel the chilies or do the chilies repel the blood ants? I need you to test it out. I'm more concerned about the reason behind the blood ant's transformation. Perhaps you can try feeding it a piece of dire beast meat.
If it does not like it, then I think your reasoning may be valid. Blood ants, or blood fiends, desire the elemental energy developed by elementalists. Almost immediately, Ai Hui yelled, Lulan, feed a piece of dire beast meat to the blood ant. Yes, Ai Hui, Lulan replied. After a while, Lulan said, Ai Hui, it does not seem too interested in the dire beast meat. Ai Hui's throat was dry and his limbs were trembling slightly. This was the worst answer possible. If the elemental energy of an elementalist was the main criteria for the blood fiend's transformation, then that implied that a blood fiend's prey was an elementalist. Devouring them made a blood fiend more powerful. Alternatively, one could also say that if a blood fiend wanted to become more powerful, it needed to devour elementalists. It could only be imagined how frantic the blood fiends were in hunting them down. With such a large number of blood fiends, how many of them would complete one round of transformation? The blood fiends would become increasingly stronger while the Avalon of 5 elements would become increasingly weaker. It could be theorized, then, that there would be many elementalists joining the ranks of blood elementalists for this reason. Furthermore, there was also the blood of God. Or should he himself join the ranks of blood elementalists and bootlick the blood of God? That future seemed brighter than the Avalon of 5 elements. Furthermore, with his relationship with 1,000 yuan, he might even obtain a pretty good position. Ai Hui sat in a daze, not saying a single word. After an unknown period of time, he returned to his senses and calmed down. He then wrote on the leaf, It's been confirmed. The blood ant is not interested in the dire beast meat. It seems the future of the Avalon of 5 elements is bleak. What good suggestions do you have? For example, maybe I should become closer with the blood of God? Or anything you can suggestion for my next round of battle? After a while, the leaf lit up. My dear friend, don't be too pessimistic. The Avalon of 5 elements was built upon a series of wars, not a soft and loose desert. Its history is short, not yet entering its twilight. The smell of blood and smoke has not yet been forgotten. Alright, this is all nonsense. Honestly speaking, we have no other choice. If you encounter the transformed blood ants, you must run away. If you fail to escape from them, take note of the blood traces on their bodies. Their weaknesses definitely lie there, though I don't exactly know why that is so. Good luck. Ai Hui laughed bitterly to himself and took down the leaf and hung it around his neck. Blood traces? Ai Hui furrowed his eyebrows. What the hell was that? He shook his head and tossed aside the negative thoughts. Let nature take its course. The other party was right, they had no other way. When Ai Hui remembered 1,000 yuan, he trembled in fear. She was indeed beautiful, but her heart was as poisonous as a python. Even if 1,000 yuan requested that he switch sides, he would not do it. That woman was too evil. And remembering the mysterious blood refinement and how those elementalists had exploded, he felt deeply disturbed. The blood of God was a bunch of lunatics, horrifying lunatics. Ai Hui did not dare to switch sides to a bunch of lunatics. Ai Hui began his unique circulatory cycle revolution during which the sword embryo became more active. It throbbed in a slow and orderly rhythm, both strong and sturdy, each throb producing a deep and powerful echo within his brain. The Jade Embroidery Workshop. Wang Shaoxuan looked haggard. With an unconcealable look of weariness on his face, he said, You really know how to bullshit. Treat the city like a piece of cloth, who has even done it before? You're already so old. How come your temperament has not dampened yet? Surprisingly, Han Yuqin had no retort. She even took the initiative to pour him a cup of tea. With a demure tone, she said, Thank you for your hard work. Treat the city like a piece of cloth. Indeed, no one had done it before. It was, after all, an idea inspired by the formation her husband had spoken of. There's nothing difficult about it. I'm just afraid that you'll embarrass yourself. If you can't fulfill your promise and humiliate yourself, won't you be angry? Furthermore, what's so special about formations? They belong to the trash bin of history. Wang Shaochuan laughed. He did not understand why his wife would bring him unnecessary troubles, especially such a dangerous task. I know you're worried about me, that something might happen to me. Both of us already have one foot in the grave after all. I've been married to you since I was 20 years old, and we've never parted since. The furthest we've ever distanced ourselves was a few streets away. I don't have many regrets in this life of mine. Even if I die now, I will rest in peace. Han Yuqin looked at Wang Shouchuan with tears welling up in her eyes. But what about Mingxiu and Ai Hui? It's not possible for them to die with us. Mingxiu is my favorite disciple, and Ai Hui is your first disciple. I don't care about other people in the city, but I don't want Mingxiu and Ai Hui dying in Central Pine City. Wang Xiaochuan was stunned.
The entire city has been mobilized, and AI Hui has already been to one battle. The results were rather good.
Mingxiu is scheduled to be in one of the last few units to set off.
AI Hui can hold his own in battles. This kind of violent scenario is perfect for him.
But he's still young.
If the catastrophe drags on for any longer, he won't be able to take it either, and it's even worse for Mingxiu.
Xiaochuan, can you help me?
Wang Xiaochuan looked at the wrinkles that over the years filled the corners of his wife's eyes. When he saw her gentle and soft gaze, he was taken back to several decades ago. That young lady was looking at him in a similar way and asking him a question in a similar tone.
Xiaochuan, can you help me?
She had always been like this, stubborn and determined, never even discussing things with him beforehand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 193, Rewards. Chapter 193, Rewards. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. 6 people made breakthroughs in their base levels.
Shi Shueman, who had just completed her circulatory cycle revolution, was observing the rest of the students closely. Upon seeing the 6 break through to the next stage, she was rather happy. The battlefield was the best classroom. Nothing could stimulate one's potential better than the pressure of death. Her joy did not last long because she had too many things to do. Her lousy performance during the battle had not caused her to lose confidence and give up. The sense of failure was a rather unfamiliar feeling for her. Even so, she did not think of giving up. After calming down, she recalled certain details from the battle and developed a new understanding of the things she had learned in the past. The evidence had proven that she was not a genius in terms of combat techniques. She reached out to Jiang Wei, Sang Jijun, and some of the students to summarize the losses they had suffered during the battle. Since she could not be a hero that saved everyone, she could only discuss the issue with the others. By helping everyone simultaneously helped her. When everyone saw their eminent goddess reaching out to them for a discussion, they became abnormally enthusiastic and active, as if they were pumped with caffeine. When AI Hui, who had just completed his circulatory cycle revolution, saw the bustle, he sneered in his heart. The more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was.
Someday, all of you will understand this.
He sat down and started to recall his merits and demerits during the battle.
He had too few moves.
Having just the oblique slash and misty strike were not enough and limited his offense in many ways. As for escaping techniques, he would have to wait until he attained the initial completion before he could obtain a pair of azure wings. No matter how fast one ran on the ground, he or she would still be slower than someone who was flying through the air. When AI Hui thought of escaping techniques, he thought of the golden wind cape, and then he felt a pain on his back. When the training hall was attacked by the blood ants, he used the arching fish back against the ants and completely destroyed the golden wind cape in the process. After all, the cape was not as sturdy as the blood bandage. If not for the blood bandage, AI Hui would be severely injured. At this moment, AI Hui sensed something and raised his head involuntarily.
A few elementalists had arrived in the sky above the training hall. AI Hui found some of them to be rather familiar.
One of them was the guard of the mayor. Another one, whom AI Hui was the most familiar with, was the officer in charge of the warehouse.
When all of them landed on the ground, AI Hui quickly went forward to greet them. The rest of the students gathered as well. The moment the warehouse officer saw AI Hui, he smiled. I knew all along that your group was different from the rest.
I was correct indeed. Thank you, sir, for taking care of us, AI Hui replied with sincerity. The warehouse officer had been taking good care of them, giving them all the good stuff.
AI Hui, who had experienced both the warmth and chill of mankind, did not take this for granted. For whatever reason, this person had been kind to them. AI Hui felt that he still had to thank the officer. The warehouse officer was very happy as they now had a much closer relationship than before. He winked at AI Hui, but did not say anything else. A stern-looking officer then began to talk. Due to the outstanding performance from the A1 unit, the mayor has decided to give everyone a letter of commendation and unique rewards. Every student will get 100 heaven merit points.
AI Hui, Shi Shueman, Duanmu Huanghan, Sang Jijun, Chen Dai, Jiang Wei, and Wang Xiaoshan will be rewarded with 200 heaven merit points each. This reward had been submitted to the elders through the message tree and has already been approved.
Other than AI Hui and Fatty, everyone was overjoyed. Heaven merit points?
Both of them looked at each other and saw disapproval in the other's eyes.
At this critical stage, why would they even bother to use such imaginary and useless merit points to reward everyone? Reward them with something more practical.
Other than that, each person will be given 2 portions of revitalizing powder and 1 piece of central pine armor. But
AI Hui knew that revitalizing powder was a more practical item.
It allowed an elemental energy depleted elementalist to recover a portion of his or her elemental energy within a short period of time. However, one could not take it too often as it would cause side effects to the body.
What the hell was a piece central pine armor?
It was as if the warehouse officer had expected everyone's misgivings, so he started to explain, the central pine armor is a new armor that we have recently developed. Its most unique characteristic is that it can prevent blood poison from accidentally splashing onto you and protect you from its harmful effects. This armor has not been forged in large quantities yet. The mayor eventually decided to provide you all with this armor. Right now, all of you are the pioneer users of this armor. When everyone heard that the armor could protect them from the blood poison, they became high-spirited. Right now, this armor was undoubtedly the most important tool that they needed. The battlefield was extremely chaotic and a moment of carelessness would result in them being infected with the blood poison. Furthermore, the blood poison was extremely corrosive toward their gear and equipment. The blood poison was the main factor that everyone feared when they faced a blood fiend. Even though the central pine armor could not completely resolve this problem, it still provided everyone with a sense of security. The greenish-gray, tree bark-like central pine armor emitted a faint pine fragrance. The armor was not good-looking and one could clearly see that it was made in a rush from its roughness. However, at this point of time, even Duanmu Huanghan, who was a picky individual, equipped the armor on his body immediately. The most bizarre-looking part of the armor was its helmet, or rather, a conical hat that was made up of tree bark. The edge of the conical hat continuously emitted a faint light smoke, forming a smokescreen that completely covered the head of its wearer. When AI Hui put on the helmet, he was surprised to discover that his vision was not affected by the smokescreen at all. He could still see as clearly as usual. This smokescreen can block low-impact objects, like sprayed blood. The best benefit is that it will not affect your vision at all, the warehouse officer explained. Other than this armor, the mayor also asked me to pass on a batch of elemental food ingredients to all of you. Even though these ingredients are not dire beast-based, they are considered the best ingredients in the warehouse.
He laughed bitterly. Meanwhile, Central Pine City's warehouse was not affluent. Currently, just rewarding the students with these items almost emptied the entire warehouse. Even though the officer thought highly of AI Hui and his comrades, he was surprised that the mayor would spend so many resources on these youths. Help us relay our heartfelt thanks to the mayor, Sir Shueman interjected and gave a slight polite bow. Rather than thanking him verbally, I think the mayor wants all of you to be role models that encourage everyone else and help them regain the courage that they have lost, the officer replied sternly. We will try our best, Sir Shueman answered solemnly. We will definitely try our best. AI Hui nodded his head. A look of satisfaction appeared on the faces of the elementalists. One of them started to talk again, thanks to your demolish and advance tactic as well as the discovery of the efficacy of the chilies against the blood ants, our advancing speed has increased greatly. Given the current speed, we hope to clear up all the blood ants by sunset tomorrow. This is also why the mayor decided to reward all of you so handsomely. The sudden good news resulted in thunderous cheers of joy from everyone. The dark clouds that engulfed their minds had been significantly cleared. It was as if everyone had seen the dawn of victory. Smiles appeared on the elementalists' faces as well. Then, they reminded once more, have a good rest. All of you have to launch another wave of attacks tomorrow. After completing their task, the elementalists flew up into the sky and returned to the mayor's residence. The rewards this time around are really bountiful. A smile appeared on Sang Jijun's face, 200 heaven merit points. I never expect to earn 200 heaven merit points in such a short period of time. What are these heaven merit points? AI Hui could not help but ask. Can they be exchanged for money? AI Hui's words made immediately everyone roll their eyes. Oh my god, this is the first time I have heard of someone that wants to exchange heaven merit points for money. If they could be bought with money, I would definitely buy all of your heaven merit points at any cost. Sang Jijun's face was filled with incredulity. Country bumpkin. Duanmu Huanghan sneered as he cast a disdainful glance at AI Hui. Even Sir Shueman almost could not stand the phrase exchange for money. AI Hui did not care about how Duanmu Huanghan looked at him. When he saw everyone's reaction, he quickly realized that the heaven merit points were much more valuable than money. Much more valuable than money. AI Hui's eyes immediately lit up and he asked, come, let's talk about the heaven merit points? What uses does it have? How do I use it? Sang Jijun quickly replied, the heaven merit points are the highest ranking merit points in the Avalon of 5 elements. The entire Avalon of 5 elements, including the small towns and villages, follow the merit point system. The merit points represent your contributions. The amount of merit points you have will determine your status in society.
For example, Central Pine City has its own type of merit points, the Central Pine Merit Points. The Fire Prairie uses Fire Merit Points, the Pallet Cloud Village uses Water Merit Points, the Yellow Sand Corner uses Earth Merit Points, the Jadeite Forest uses Wood Merit Points, and the Silver Mist Sea uses Metal Merit Points. Of course, the most valuable type is the Heaven Merit Point, as it represents the contribution you made to the entire Avalon of 5 elements. They seem like different flavors of smoked meat.
So how do I use them? Smoked meat.
Whether you are finding jobs or pursuing promotion, these merit points play an important role.
Without enough merit points, you can't get certain positions that you're looking for.
The most important use for merit points is to purchase resources. You can use them to buy various artifacts, materials, inheritances, and even absolute arts.
You can buy absolute arts with them? AI Hui was shocked. Of course. As long as you have enough merit points, you can buy many absolute skills.
Aren't the various absolute arts heavily protected by their respective clans and families?
AI Hui did not seem to understand.
That's right. However, there will be times when these clans will request the elders for extraordinary artifacts, medicines, etc. If they have enough heaven merit points, they can buy them directly.
But what if they don't?
You can't obtain heaven merit points through monetary means.
The only way is through trade, but what do you use to trade for them?
You can convert artifacts and absolute arts into heaven merit points, then buy whatever you need, Sang Jijun explained.
That's good. This can be a lucrative business. Fatty yelled in excitement.
We decide the price of the resources, and we are the only ones with heaven merit points.
There are really a lot of business opportunities in this place. This is absolutely a profitable business. AI Hui cared more about the other problem. Don't the clans worry about their absolute arts being leaked to outsiders? Usually, it's only during critical moments that these clans would trade their absolute arts away. Otherwise, why would they do it?
Sure, Shuemon interjected.
She knew a lot more about these prestigious families.
Furthermore, absolute arts are first-rate inheritances.
What is an inheritance? An inheritance is an art that's passed down through the generations. Every clan in their right mind would keep on improving their absolute arts. This is done to ensure that their future generations would surpass the older generations.
If they can't achieve this, they will decline as time passes.
If they can achieve this, why would they be worried about their absolute arts being leaked to outsiders?
Most of the time, the absolute arts that are traded for heaven merit points are outdated versions.
Some are even as old as the establishment of the Avalon of 5 elements.
Their powers are much weaker than the current versions. It was at this moment that AI Hui realized what was going on.
I see. If what you said is true, why would people buy outdated absolute arts? Even if the absolute arts are outdated, they are still absolute arts.
Furthermore, developing a new absolute art depends on one's innate capability and enlightenment, Sure Shuemon replied coldly. Of course, if you're gifted enough, you might even come up with your own absolute art while you're sleeping.
What a joke.
When AI Hui realized he only had 200 heaven merit points, but was already thinking of buying absolute skills and looking down on outdated absolute skills, he could not help but laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 194, Casualties and Hidden Dangers. Chapter 194, Casualties and Hidden Dangers. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. Let's think about it practically. What can we buy with 200 heaven merit points? There ought to be a lot of stuff that we can buy. This is the first time we're getting heaven merit points. What's with that look? Think about it. That's provided we can survive this catastrophe. Therefore, it's pointless to talk about this. Why not we buy some dry goods? That's provided the mayor has enough of them. Sure Shuemon's explanation on absolute arts roused AI Hui.
The dazzle of genius was like a blossomed flower. The knowledge that was built upon generations of hard work was absorbed silently by the roots of the flower.
Surpassing the older generations was a form of respect to their ancestors.
It represented the confidence and courage of the new generation. It felt gratifying to have an absolute art be passed down and studied for generations. AI Hui was envious as he continued his seemingly fruitless training. Alright, there was no one to lead him and the process was rather lonely, but he had no limitations and could do whatever he wanted. This should be how a pioneer felt. The feelings of solitude and helplessness were coupled with a heroic spirit.
AI Hui broke into a laughter.
The feeling of depicting himself as a supreme individual was rather encouraging.
Sure Shuemon cast a glance at him, not knowing why he was laughing.
However, when she saw AI Hui had started to practice his swordplay, she withdrew her gaze and focused on the discussion with the other students. Her notebook was densely packed with notes taken from the fruitful discussion. Most of these notes corresponded to the information that she read in books related to art of war. Everyone gave her heaps of praise as they felt that she was a natural-born leader. She felt very embarrassed by these words. The previous battle had made her realize that having theoretical debates was pointless. As the discussion went in depth, a series of terrifying training routines were drawn up. There was going to be another battle tomorrow.
Without hesitation, everyone began practicing.
In the students' hearts, Shi Shueman and AI Hui were completely different from each other. For AI Hui, his authority caused everyone to fear him and to have confidence in him at the same time.
For Shi Shueman, everyone trusted her like a friend. "Fatty, why are you not training?" Lu Lan shouted.
Fatty, who was sleeping soundly in one corner, woke up feeling terror-stricken.
"Lu Lan, supervise Fatty. 200 sets of sprinting."
AI Hui's cold voice resounded through the air. "No problem, AI Hui," Lu Lan replied cheerfully.
"Lu Lan, why do you have to do this to me?"
Fatty sobbed with a frowning face. "Fatty, Lu Lan is doing this for your own good," Lu Lan replied lightheartedly.
Poof.
Lu Lan conjured a sand-made whip and started brandishing it.
"Fatty, 200 sets." The mayor's residence. Currently, the battle results are remarkable.
Our advancing speed has far exceeded what we anticipated before the start of the battle.
Tomorrow, it's even possible that we do not need to activate all of our elite units.
However, note that we have encountered 3 completely transformed blood ants today. They have caused us heavy casualties. It has been estimated that the number of transformed blood ants will increase tomorrow. The recommended offensive for tomorrow is to place elite elementalists at various blocks of the streets beforehand to handle any possible dangers.
The total number of deaths today amounts to 5,721. The total number of injured individuals amounts to 1,655.
These individuals have been quarantined.
The casualties are devastating.
The fighting capabilities of the students and residents that survived have increased sharply. Note that the number of people that we have quarantined has reached 3,100. Our doctors have not found a remedy for the blood poison.
There are already 26.
The voice was trembling as it read out the chilling numbers.
Each number was equivalent to a human life.
26 what? The mayor raised his head for the first time and asked with stern voice. These individuals have their bodies undergo huge changes. Their muscles become thicker and harder, their hair become denser, and their powers become terrifyingly strong.
The elemental energy in their bodies are devoured by the blood poison and transformed into an unknown force. This mysterious force is the main culprit for the transformations in their bodies.
However, it also bestows unique powers to them at the same time.
We have a few wood elementalists that were almost killed by them. The Elders Guild has been studying this kind of force. It has an inextricable link with the blood refinement methods from the cultivation era.
Blood sacrifices, underworld, soul refinement, zombies, etc.
Blood refinement is viewed by the living as the power of death.
The transformation of one's body caused by the blood poison is known as beastification. Currently, the Elders Guild has not found a cure for it.
Beastification.
This was the first time the mayor showed fear in his eyes. On one side, the dean's face was already filled with terror.
There was an absolute silence in the hall. Right now, the problem is, what do we do with the 3,100 quarantined people if the beastification can't be stopped?
Gasping in horror, everyone's heart stopped beating. There was a dead, suffocating silence in the hall.
The Vanguard Training Hall.
This time around, AI Huey's luck was not as good. After one night of trial and error, he did not develop any new moves, like a fishing boat that returned with an empty net from a fishing trip. AI Hui was not discouraged, as this was normal. He raised his head. The moon was bright and the amount of stars in the night sky were sparse. The courtyard, however, was filled with intense heat. Fatty was fully armored, his hands were holding a heavy shield, and there was a huge fire vat on his back. He let out a boar-like roar as he sprinted forward with all his might. If this was in the past, AI Hui would have found it unpleasant to hear. However, at this point of time, it sounded rather refreshing. On the other side, Shi Shueman led everyone in trying out different training routines.
Jiang Wei's stern shouts and Sang Jijun's cold taunts could constantly be heard.
The young and tender faces of the students were filled with focus and sweat. For the sake of surviving, no one was complaining. For some unknown reason, AI Hui felt slightly touched.
This place was different from the wilderness.
In the wilderness, one would never see this kind of focus and struggle for survival. He mostly saw numbness, emptiness, and fear from the people in the wilderness. They were waiting for death to come. In this place, no one was willing to resign to death.
Perhaps it took strength or the determination to preserve one's dignity in order to defy a doomed fate? Okay, I am becoming more and more melancholic. It seems I'm not tired enough.
AI Hui started stretching his limbs. When he felt that he had regained most his energy, his facial expression became solemn once more. He wanted to try to use the Big Dipper to execute the Misty Strike and oblique slash.
What would the outcome be?
The 7 palaces in his body trembled together, each simultaneously releasing a strand of elemental energy. The 7 strands of elemental energy merged together and entered his arm. However, by the time this happened, he had already finished executing the oblique slash. The channeling speed of his elemental energy was too slow. AI Hui stopped what he was doing. It was easy to identify where it went wrong when he recalled every single detail. He was still not accustomed to the elemental energy channeling method of the Big Dipper. For his other moves, their elemental energy channeling methods had always been simple and straightforward. The only complicated one belonged to the crescent moon technique. After realizing what the problem was, AI Hui continued to channel his elemental energy and brandish his sword. Fail, fail, fail. Like a stone statue, AI Hui's face did not move a single iota. He kept on executing the oblique slash, behaving like an emotionless sand puppet. Upon seeing this scene, the students would always cast an involuntary glance at Lu Lan.
Faster, Fatty. Come on. Fatty, you can do it. Fatty, if you run any slower, I will make you drink the dragon soup. Lu Lan's encouragements were fanciful and surging with fervor.
They were the most bizarre duo of master and sand puppet. The master behaved more like a sand puppet than his sand puppet, while his sand puppet behaved more like a human than the master. Fatty would definitely agree with this statement. After finishing 200 sets of sprints, he collapsed onto the ground. His sweat began forming a small puddle beneath his body. His heavy panting rubbed against his throat, as if he would produce sparks from his throat at any moment. His mind was blank, which signaled that his body was reaching its physical limit. Lu Lan brought out a pail of water and a bunch of straws appeared out of thin air in his hand. Next, he put one end of the cluster of straws into the pail of water and the other end into Fatty's mouth.
Fatty, good one. Take a break.
Lu Lan needs to start working as well. Lu Lan had already found the chili formulation that the blood ants hated the most. For a sand puppet that was well versed in cooking and medicine, as long as he was working in the right direction, he would be able to determine the most suitable formulation with abnormal accuracy.
The battle would start after dawn.
Lu Lan needed to make enough of his brand new chili concoction.
He had to work hard to help AI Hui.
Lu Lan raised his small fist in determination.
Gurgle gurgle.
The level of water inside the pail was decreasing at a visible rate.
Fatty was finally able to breathe as he struggled to sit up. Just as he was about to start whining, he saw AI Hui brandishing his sword emotionlessly, so he quickly shut his mouth. No one understood AI Hui's ruthlessness more than Fatty. The scariest part of AI Hui was his ruthlessness. He was even ruthless to himself, repeatedly punishing and torturing himself. The level of AI Hui's training was extraordinary. For a person who was so heartless to himself, how vicious would he be toward other people then? Better not provoke AI Hui. This was the conclusion that Fatty came up with after following AI Hui for so many years. As such, Fatty could only clench his teeth and endure with regards to AI Hui's expectations for his training. He did so because he knew that enduring the pain of AI Hui's training was better than experiencing the pain of AI Hui's beatings if he failed to complete the training. That fellow would definitely not sympathize with Fatty. His nose suddenly started twitching. Such an alluring fragrance. It smelled familiar, but he could not tell what it was. Fatty propped himself up from the ground and followed the smell. Bang! He was frightened by the sudden noise. After a while, another bang rang out. What the hell was Lu Lan doing? He was filled with curiosity. When he walked closer, he saw Lu Lan burning a thorny fist-sized green rattan ball. Bang! The thorny ball suddenly exploded. Accompanied by scarlet flames, a cloud of glittering red powder sprinkled out. The fragrance belonged to this glittering powder. Lu Lan, what are you doing? Fatty could not resist gulping. Refining the chili powder in chili fire oil, Lu Lan replied without raising his head. His hands were moving non-stop. He opened the thorny green ball, put in a chili, closed it up, and lit it up. Bang! The thorny ball exploded and a cloud of glittering red powder cascaded through the air with blazing flames, landing in a hollow purple bamboo tube. I'm putting the chili into a hollow cockleburr and igniting it. The wood elemental energy from the hollow cockleburr will then seep into the chili. Wood feeds fire. The chili's fire elemental energy will be further stimulated, and the explosive power will crush the chili and its seeds into powder. From there, we can collect the limited chili fire oil. Fatty, look at the scarlet flames. That's the chili fire oil which we will collect using the flaming purple bamboo tube. The flaming purple bamboo tube's dual natures of fire and wood will feed off of each other. Not only can it hold the chili fire oil, but it also has an intoxicating effect. It's a pity that we don't have enough time. Like the paw of a cat, a fat meaty hand reached out silently and grabbed the purple bamboo tube. Lu Lan was stunned when he turned around. Fatty was gulping the liquid inside the bamboo tube. When the last drop of chili fire oil that, accompanied by a streak of flames, landed in his mouth, he unwillingly put down the bamboo tube and uttered his catchphrase. Another bowl? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Fire Enhancing Soup. Chapter 195, Fire Enhancing Soup. Translator, TYZ Editor, X. Another bowl? Lu Lan was stunned. Fatty was stunned as well. Wait, did he just drink chili fire oil? Chili. Fire. Oil. Fatty's eyes widened abruptly. A blazing flush could be seen extending from his neck upward. His fingers crooked involuntarily as they ended up grabbing nothing but air, resembling someone who was drowning and struggling to stay alive. He looked at Lu Lan with agony on his face as he felt lava surging through his throat. This resulted in him crying while speaking unclearly. Ro ran. Fatty, wait for me. Lu Lan exclaimed before he turned around and dashed into his room. Sitting alone on the ground, Fatty wanted to cry, but there were no tears coming out from his eyes. He had realized how stupid he was. Every second was torture to him. Rather than cold tiles, the floor beneath his but felt like a volcanic crater. His body was burning. Indeed, he felt like a roasted pig now. His entire body was surging with flames. Fatty never thought that he would one day see flames flowing under his skin. But now he had seen it. Flames were seeping out of the pores of his skin, resembling red flaming snakes that slithered across his skin. Fatty took off the armor on his body in a hurry. The shirt he wore had already been set aflame. A bowl of clear liquid that was emitting a tinge of frost appeared before him. At this moment, Fatty was filled with gratitude toward Lu Lan. Lu Lan was such a nice sand puppet. He was always reliable at such critical moments. Fatty did not even bother to thank Lu Lan before taking the bowl and gulping down the liquid. A chill went right through his body. Fatty felt that the temperature of his skin dropped almost immediately. He squinted his eyes, feeling so relieved that he wanted to start moaning. However, he suddenly realized that his vision became somewhat brighter. What was glowing? He opened his eyes and his face froze. Voom, voom, voom. The slithering flame snakes on his skin had become blazing infernos. They shot out from his skin, resembling a stove fire that had been stoked. The augmented and intense heat caused his clothes to burn and vanish in a puff of smoke. The soothing frosty feeling had disappeared. He felt as if a volcano was about to erupt within his body. Grasping at his last bit of hope, Fatty asked with a trembling voice, Wasn't that water? Nope, Lu Lan shook his head and replied with a serious tone, that was the fire-enhancing soup that Lu Lan specially brewed for Fatty. The fire attribute of the chili fire oil is much stronger than the dragon soup's. Furthermore, its penetrability is stronger than the dragon soup's as well. Not only can it penetrate through your skin, it can also penetrate through the deepest regions of your body. Therefore, the chili fire oil has always been viewed as an excellent enhancer that boosts fire elemental energy. It's a treasure to fire elementalists. Boom, dot. The flames on Fatty's body intensified explosively and formed a gigantic fireball. His mind blanked. There are very few people who dare to drink the chili fire oil directly. The concentration of fire elemental energy in the refined chili fire oil is 22 times stronger than the chili's. After the stimulation from the cockleburr, this factor can increase up to 25 times. Fatty, you're really brave. No wonder you can finish a cauldron of dragon soup in one go. Of course, if you can drink the chili fire oil directly, the dragon soup is definitely a piece of cake for you. To make sure that you can efficiently absorb and utilize the fire elemental energy in the oil, Lu Lan has specially prepared the fire-enhancing soup. There are 17 kinds of herbs and ingredients in it. The clear and ice-cold fire-enhancing soup can only be brewed through precise and perfect mixing of these ingredients.
Furthermore, the grade of the soup is limited by the ingredients' quality and has reached only 72% of its potential.
Boom!
Something seemed to have exploded within the fireball, causing the flames to intensify. The size of the fireball suddenly increased twofold.
Lu Lan's eyes flickered rapidly as he continued, Sandcore, begin the recording.
The research on chili fire oil, Scene 1. 1 minute and 46 seconds after consuming the fire-enhancing soup, the respective fire elemental energy in the chili fire oil and Fatty's body have harmonized perfectly. The temperature of the flames are increasing, the degree of the flame's purity is high, and they have been burning for 34 seconds.
The fire elemental energy is beginning to stabilize. Oh, Lu Lan almost forgot about the task that we gave him. Lu Lan needs to continue preparing the chili concoction. Fatty, all the best.
Lu Lan hastily went back and resumed preparing the chili concoction. The chili fire oil that he had just extracted was consumed by Fatty. This meant that he needed to start again from scratch.
Time was very limited and he needed to increase his speed in order to not delay Huey's plan. Such a powerful fire elemental energy undulation. Oh my! What's going on inside? How come there's such a terrifying fire elemental energy undulation coming from within? I just saw that Fatty went in. Fatty is fire attributed? Isn't he a shield bearer? A fire elemental shield bearer? He's definitely fire attributed. You forgot about his fire vat. It was as if Duanmu Huanghan was able to look through the wall. A shiver went down his spine.
Such powerful fire elemental energy undulations should not be released from the body of an induction ground student.
Fatty.
He had never taken a serious look at Fatty before. In his vague memory, Fatty was nothing more than an overweight brute that spouted fire for an entire night.
Nothing about Fatty left a deep impression on him.
However, the display of such powerful fire elemental energy waves was enough to show that Fatty was not someone to be looked down upon.
Duanmu Huanghan cast a glance at Hui. All of this fellow's friends seemed to be extraordinary. So what? Duanmu Huanghan was still the best.
With a proud look on his face, Duanmu Huanghan scoffed and withdrew his gaze. There was no time for him to waste on these insignificant matters.
He would not be swayed by these distractions. He truly believed he was a genius that was going to become a grandmaster in the future. No matter what other people did, it had nothing to do with him.
There was only one person who was worthy for Duanmu Huanghan to spend his time observing. With intense fighting spirit in his eyes, Duanmu Huanghan looked at Hui, who was practicing his swordplay, and gave a cold humph. He then withdrew his gaze and continued practicing his viridescent flower. Being recognized as the premier genius of the Duanmu Sea, he began training the viridescent flower earlier than anyone else. It was as if he was born for this mysterious and complicated absolute art. From the initial vine patterns to the recently developed cloud and lotus patterns, he had progressed extremely fast.
Time passed silently.
The two sides of Soundwave Street had been almost completely razed to the ground, having just around 10 shops still standing.
The resistance from the blood ants had become extremely fierce.
Every deployed team returned with only half of its members surviving. Looking slightly distracted, the supervising elementalist observed Soundwave Street. This was the most brutal and devastating battle he ever experienced in his life. It was as if he had been through purgatory. He could not remember clearly how many students had died on Soundwave Street. If it was any other period of time, the Avalon of 5 Elements would never send so many youngsters to the battlefield. However, no one could escape from this catastrophe. No one could save these students except themselves. The only thing that gave him hope and confidence was that the situation was turning for the better.
No one had a happy-go-lucky attitude in them anymore, as battle would terminate the weak.
Compared to the previous battle, where the students displayed disorder and weakness, the performance of the students today had greatly improved.
Have you heard about it? 100 Heaven Merit Points. Everyone in the A1 unit was rewarded with 100 Heaven Merit Points. The core members were rewarded with 200 Heaven Merit Points each. Oh my god. 200 points? I don't even know whether or not I could earn 100 Heaven Merit Points in my lifetime. You should rephrase your statement. Can you even earn any Heaven Merit Points in your lifetime? The supervising elementalist broke into laughter. He had to admit that the mayor's move was masterful. Using strict and cold military laws at first, and then followed by generous rewards. Even the supervising elementalist himself was envious of the 100 Heaven Merit Points. This was really a huge reward. It was extremely difficult to earn Heaven Merit Points, which made them astonishingly valuable. Wang Zhang had not become the mayor after retiring as an injured veteran by making use of his connections.
Instead, he had accumulated 500 heaven merit points, granting him the qualification to be one of the mayoral candidates. The selection process for the important positions in the Avalon of 5 elements placed a huge emphasis on heaven merit points. Only those who had a certain amount of heaven merit points would be selected. 100 heaven merit points were enough to motivate someone to sacrifice his or her life. Most people would not be able to earn this many heaven merit points in their lifetimes. Not only were the students motivated, but even the elders in the city were enticed by the rewards and signed up for battle. Heaven merit points would give one the chance to be healed by the top-notch divine physicians of Avalon of 5 elements, allow one's descendants to enter the best school and enable one to obtain more life opportunities. All of them had forgotten about the dangerous nature of the blood ants. If one was to die in the battlefield, his or her family members could claim the heaven merit points.
They're coming. They're coming. It's the A1 unit.
Such a weird-looking armor.
It is terribly ugly and looks like tree bark. What do you know?
That's the newly created Central Pine armor.
You won't get it even if you want it. The mayor specially allocated this armor to them first. Isn't this too unfair? This is called capability. When Ai Hui and his counterparts walked on the street, they immediately become the focal point of everyone on the street. Since when had they ever been looked at in such a way by so many people? All of them felt uneasy.
Luckily, the smokescreen from the helmet of the Central Pine armor covered their faces, preventing the onlookers from seeing their facial expressions.
The supervising elementalist descended from the sky. Ai Hui walked forward and bowed. The A1 unit is here to report for duty. We are awaiting your orders, sir. There's still 20 minutes before the next wave of attacks. All of you can take a rest first, the supervising elementalist also replied politely. With 100 heaven merit points in their hands, these students did not want to die.
After they graduated from the induction ground, a lot of opportunities would be opened up to them. No matter what jobs they pursued, they were already ahead of everyone else in the rat race.
Yes, Ai Hui replied politely.
Where's that big fellow with the gigantic fire vat on his back? The supervising elementalist asked upon noticing that Fatty was not present.
Fatty's physical appearance was extremely distinctive.
He just had a breakthrough in his base level and has not stabilized yet.
Hence, I did not bring him here, Ai Hui explained. Spouting fire should be considered a breakthrough.
The fact he had not finished spouting fire meant that he had not yet stabilized.
Ai Hui thought to himself.
The absence of Fatty had impacted them significantly on the battlefield.
The task of protecting Wang Shashan thus fell onto Duanmu Huanhuan's lap. Duanmu Huanhuan was not happy at this decision. However, he could not do anything as Ai Hui could shut him up with one sentence. Who killed more blood ants during the last battle? The number of blood ants Ai Hui destroyed during the previous battle was far more than the amount Duanmu Huanhuan had killed. Hence, how was it possible to assign the person with the strongest fighting capabilities as the caretaker? Duanmu Huanhuan's face was gloomy and his body was emitting killer intent. He looked as if he did not want anyone to get too close to him. Wang Shashan was standing beside Duanmu Huanhuan with a pale white face, but did not dare to wander too far from him either. At this point of time, a blood-curdling screech sounded from street. The supervising elementalist turned his head abruptly and his facial expression changed drastically. Blood-traced ant.
A red streak surged toward them with lightning speed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 196, Blood-Traced Ant. Chapter 196, Blood-Traced Ant. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Lise. The red figure was astonishingly fast, but so was Ai Hui's reaction. He swiftly sidestepped and slashed with his Dragon's Pine Inferno, which was emitting a faint light as it collided impactfully with the red blur. Clank! Ai Hui jolted, as if struck by a thunderbolt. A heavy force swept through the sword, and he felt as if he held in his hand a hot soldering iron. Ai Hui gave a stifled groan and gripped the sword hilt tightly as his body flew backward uncontrollably. Ai Hui's slash had slowed the red figure down considerably, allowing him to see it clearly for the first time. It was as large as a dog, which was heftier than most ordinary blood ants were, and the red carapace was marked with messy but mysterious black stripes. When he spotted the stripes, Ai Hui's first impression was of danger. He didn't dare to look at it any longer, or else risk having his mind and spirit drawn into it. The supervising elementalist reacted with a furious roar, and with the string of his longbow as a blade, he slashed at the blood-traced ant. The string trembled slightly and transformed into a light blade with a dazzling illumination. A sharp and piercing aura was released on the entire area as if a peerless saber had been unsheathed. Someone received Ai Hui from behind. It was Shi Shueman.
As soon as they landed on the ground, AI Hui shouted anxiously, "Everyone step back." Ordinary students were of no help in a battle of this scale. Instead, it was more likely that the ant would take advantage of them. The frightened students' faces were pallid. Even AI Hui was knocked back by one strike from the ant.
How terrifying was this monster?
Just as the light blade was about to land, the markings on the ant brightened without warning.
Boom! A dazzling, bloody light pierced the air.
The supervising elementalist was shocked to see the light blade in his hand sink into the midst of a muddy blood sea, its power sharply collapsing. The bloody light went straight for his eyebrows. It was like a violent, surging wave of a blood sea that would soon devour him. With a slight shift in his expression, the elementalist's rich combat experience saved his life. He loosened his grip on the bow and slapped it.
By using the elastic momentum, he ricocheted backwards.
With irritation, he realized that the blood-traced ant was far tougher to deal with than he originally thought. He wouldn't let himself get into such a disadvantageous position again.
He had underestimated the enemy.
In that moment, he noticed a pair of cruel and ruthless eyes that was fixated on him with a bloody light.
Whoosh! His expression changed upon seeing the ant become a bloody blur.
From behind him, a snow-white spear shot out silently.
Clank! Cirrus accurately struck the ant.
Sure, Shuemon stifled a groan, but she was well prepared and dispersed most of the force with the spinning spear. Without retreating, she advanced and stabbed the blood-traced ant with the swiftly rotating spear as the tip of the spear howled viciously. After receiving AI Hui, she realized the ant's astonishing strength that belied its small size. It shocked her to know that AI Hui was disadvantaged in a confrontation of strength. The blood-traced ant parried, and suddenly 3 reflections appeared from the sky. The sudden change left no time for Sure Shuemon to think, and her cirrus stabbed into one of them.
Feeling the emptiness at the end of the spear, Sure Shuemon knew she'd been fooled.
With arrow-like precision, a crimson figure emitting a bloody gleam arrived in front of Sure Shuemon with its red and black mandibles like blood-stained scissors. Sure Shuemon felt her blood freeze. She was certain those scissor-like mandibles would easily shear off her thin neck. At that moment, a glare like a shooting star darted past her neck and precisely hit the mandibles.
Misty strike, dot.
With a thunderous crash akin to the sounds produced by collision of saber and spear, the blood-traced ant trembled and rebounded backwards. AI Hui then retrieved the longbow and threw it to the supervising elementalist. Sure Shuemon landed on the ground, her heart still fluttering with fear. She felt at that moment just how close to death she had been. Her hand which held the spear trembled non-stop.
Stop dreaming! AI Hui's reproach brought Sure Shuemon back to reality. Her face turned red.
Suddenly, the twangs of bows sounded from behind, one after another. They came from Jiangwei's heavy bow, Sang Jijun's arrow fusion technique, and most powerful of all, from the supervising elementalist's longbow. He had a brush with death just now, and this was his furious revenge. He released his bowstring with a slight delay behind the other twos, right as the ant lost control of its body. The string rang with a thunderous noise as his elemental energy fluctuated powerfully and burst out. The entirety of Soundwave Street was bathed in the silvery light. There was no howling to be heard. The Sky Edge arrow, despite its delayed release, reached the target first.
The ant's bloody light burst out once more.
The Sky Edge arrow faltered slightly, but the bloody light was split open, no longer able to withstand the sharp, silvery light. Just as the ant was about to be pierced by the arrow, a shocking event unfolded. The blood-traced ant rolling in the air suddenly ejected several red streams from its expansive abdomen. It changed trajectory, narrowly avoiding the Sky Edge arrow. Jet streams continued to eject from its pores, allowing it to dodge strangely like a marionette attached to strings.
All of Sang Jijun's and Jiangwei's arrows missed as well. Everyone was stunned by the change of events.
Only now did they notice the pores on the ant's abdomen where the red streams had been ejected.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
By ejecting the air currents, the ant regained its balance and steadily landed from the sky. The emotionless compound eyes stared at the figures in front of it, realizing that they were more difficult to deal with than its previous prey.
Soundwave Street was deadly silent. They were still stunned at the blood-traced ant's fighting capability.
The killing moves had appeared in an instant, and some students were still unable to comprehend what had come to pass.
Too fast.
The ant faced AI Hui and others and began to retreat slowly.
The supervising elementalist, still mired in shock, didn't issue an order to pursue an attack.
He'd been determined to win with his final attack, but the ant managed to escape so easily that he still could not believe it. In the midst of his deep-seated fear, he didn't know how to proceed.
AI Hui stared at the ant fixedly.
When the blood-traced ant began to retreat, a peculiar light flashed in his eyes. With his fighting experience from the wilderness with all kinds of beasts and wild creatures, he knew their patterns well. From the ant's withdrawal, he guessed that it was tired. He became more certain of his speculation when he saw that the stripes on its carapace had dimmed. Therefore, he was resolved. "Get ready." "Ai Hui," said calmly. Everyone else was surprised and couldn't help but look at Ai Hui. "Unmoved by the stares," he said, "I'll take point with Shi Shueman. Duanmu Huanghan and Lu Lan, follow us from 10 steps away. Sang Jijun and Zhang Wei, keep a distance of 50 steps from us. Sang Jijun, be ready with your bunny hair arrows. Lu Lan, prepare the chili concoction." Shi Shueman settled at Ai Hui's side without hesitation before exchanging a glance with him. "What we need to do is defend and entangle it," Ai Hui said in a low voice. "No problem." Shi Shueman nodded. They approached the blood-traced ant slowly but firmly. The ant didn't expect that they would dare to close in and immediately became ferocious. It angrily flapped its membranous wings, which hummed with a harsh and unpleasant sound. Ai Hui laughed. "It's tired." Shi Shueman didn't know how Ai Hui made that judgment, but there was no doubt in her mind. Her grip on Cirrus was tight and her steps were firm. Lu Lan immediately transformed into a sandy spraying cart with a long spout that pointed towards the ant. Lu Lan's transformation elicited some exclamations. Transformation was a common and useful skill in sand puppets, but normally, they turned into lions, tigers, or traps at the most. To see Lu Lan changing into a spraying cart. How eccentric was the earth elementalist who created it? Walking beside the spraying cart, Duanmu Huanghan was a bit distressed. Why did Ai Hui have such a strange sand puppet? He narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't participate in the confrontation with the blood-traced ant, he attempted to find methods to deal with it. On the surface, he seemed to be strolling idly and calmly, but a hidden thin and green twig appeared at his finger, circling flexibly like a small green snake. The ant became more restless with the addition of Lu Lan and Duanmu Huanghan. When Zhang Wei and Sang Jijun began to follow as well, the ant calmed down and continued its retreat. Seeing this, the supervising elementalist felt ashamed of himself. Even a student yet to graduate from the induction ground could do better than he did. With years of idle living, his courage had eroded. He breathed deeply, filling his body with elemental energy that exuded into the air around him. The bow in his hand suddenly shined with a bright luminescence, the gleaming, silvery light turning the ordinary longbow into a peerless treasure that was astonishingly imposing. The blood-traced ant stopped its retreat. It sensed the danger that came with being targeted by its attackers and instinctively realized that if it withdrew any further, it would be jeopardized. The elementalist's hair and beard drifted as he slowly pulled back the arrowless bowstring. On it converged a silvery light that gradually took the form of an arrow, and his imposing aura became more apparent. The blood-traced ant on the ground could sense the dangers it faced. Its black mark shined once again with a bloody red light that encompassed its body so strongly that others couldn't clearly discern its body anymore, all except for an emotionless and clear pair of eyes that seemed able to pierce into one's deepest fears and cowardice. The red light eroded the ground beneath it, making it soon collapse into a pit. The blood-traced ant remained suspended over it. Shi Shueman could not help but look up, but Ai Hui remained unmoved and stared at the blood-traced ant. Bang! The twang of a released bowstring came from the sky. A silvery arrow streaked down from the sky, leaving behind it a trailing light. Sky bow, light binding arrow. Meanwhile, Ai Hui shouted loudly, "Lu Lan!" Before he finished calling out, he had already stamped on the ground and bravely advanced with his sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Blood Crystal. Chapter 197, Blood Crystal. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Lise. Although the beam of light was thin, it had devastating destructive power. Compared to it, the bloody light surrounding the ant was like fragile paper and was immediately pierced. The beam shot straight into the back of the ant, penetrating through it and out of its abdomen. Afterwards, there was a narrow yet deep hole left behind in the ground. The blood-traced ant's shrill scream resounded through the air. The bloody light stirred violently like water, and its cold, compound eyes turned scarlet. A cloud of red mist erupted from Lu Lan's spraying pipe. Though most of the mist evaporated upon contact with the bloody light, a small amount managed to bypass the light and reach the back of the ant. The pepper water made with the new formula did not smell as spicy as before, but it was more effective. With this attack, the ant began to roll frantically on the ground, tossing sand and detritus in all directions. Under its devastation, the rigid ground underneath it was fragile. Its eyes scarlet, blood from its abdominal wounds spilled out and spread the sweet and fragrant smell of blood poison into the air. In a flash, AI Hui flew past the flying sand and detritus, the dragon's spine inferno trembling slightly in his hand. His concentration was at its peak, and everything in his vision seemed to slow. He could even clearly note the trajectory of the detritus flying past his cheeks. The rage in the blood-traced ant's eyes was dying down, which indicated that the pepper water was losing effect. There was an insufficient amount of pepper water, and even less reached the ant. Despite that, he felt fortunate that it worked. After all, the blood-traced ant was far larger than an ordinary blood ant. The world around him was clearly reflected in AI Huey's mind. He knew he had only one chance. Big Dipper was fully activated, and the elemental energy in his body was flowing at an unprecedented speed. The strand of elemental energy immediately took shape between his hand and foot palaces. Crescent Moon. AI Hui used his most powerful killing move without hesitation. A sword ray like moonlight flew out from his dragon's spine inferno. As soon as AI Huey's strike hit the ant's body, nearly half of its back was cleaved off. But it was not dead yet. Its bloody body dashed recklessly towards AI Hui, driven mad from the severe pain of losing half of its back. Seeing the ant rushing at him, AI Hui used his tiptoes to retreat rapidly. AI Hui was fast enough, but he still smelled a sweet fragrance and watched as a bite rapidly came at him. At that moment, a green twining twig extended from the ground and suddenly appeared in front of the ant. In its mad dash, the ant was unprepared and lost its balance. Instead of rushing towards AI Hui, it was rolling towards him now. Good chance. AI Huey's eyes lit up. The ingrate was making good progress. The trip was a small trick but proved effective with its timing. He grasped the chance and halted his retreat. Instead, he slashed at the rolling ant that approached him with the dragon's spine inferno in his hand. A snow-white spear shot at the ant with an imposing aura, like a white whale breaking the surface of clouds. Shueman shoved her cirrus into the ant with amazing power before AI Hui was able to. Puff! The spear once again pierced the blood-traced ant. Nevertheless, AI Huey's expression twisted as he realized that the situation was not as good as they thought. The ant, regardless of its injuries, hung onto the now blood-stained white spear and crazily rushed at Shueman. The scissor-like mandibles emitted sounds of sharp winds as they readied to bite into Shueman's arm. Despite Shueman's adaptations to combat, she didn't expect that even after incurring deadly injuries, the ant would still be able to attack them ferociously. Her face paled. Bang! In a flash of inspiration, AI Huey's slash became a slap. The dragon's spine inferno was used as a stick and impacted the mandibles with great force. Sparks flew in every direction. Hand trembling, AI Hui tightly gripped the hilt of the sword that almost ricocheted. Under the rebound's power, he gave a muffled groan while he was sent flying backward. He originally intended to take advantage of the ant with a slash, but never did he expect for it to become a direct confrontation of power. He lost control of his body and was thrown into the sky. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the spraying cart rushed to him. AI Hui, Lulan is here. Lulan said happily. As soon as AI Hui heard this, his body immediately relaxed. The spraying cart transformed into a sand net that caught AI Hui precisely. The sand net then turned into a palm that placed AI Hui at the helm of the cart, which had previously been a spraying pipe. The ant, on the other hand, was like a ball hit by AI Hui and slid out of the cirrus. Shueman was dumbstruck. She stared blankly at the blood-traced ant that was getting farther and farther away in the sky. The spraying cart carried AI Hui closer and stopped beside Shueman, who was still absent-minded. AI Hui said lightly, "Don't get too close to a dying beast unless you want to die with it." But as soon as he saw Shueman's spear pierce the ant, he'd realized it was far from good. Whether human or beast, the final attack before its dying breath was always the most ferocious and powerful because it carried the combined force of its hatred and desperation. Then, turning his head, AI Hui spoke highly of Duanmu Huanghun. "Hey ingrate, your move was really tactful." Duanmu Huanghuan's face froze. Ingrate. He must have said that so loudly on purpose. Duanmu Huanghun at once felt as though everyone was staring at him. Damn it! Bastard! Anger grew in Duanmu Huanghun, his blue veins standing out starkly against his temples. He wanted to rush at AI Hui and bash his head with a brick many times, but as soon as he remembered that he really owed money to this bastard, he struggled to restrain his impulses. He was a perfectionist, and he couldn't bear a stain like this in his life. He had no problem starting a fight without any reason since he had done so many times, but he could never beat up a person to whom he owed money. He hardened his resolve. As soon as he left this place, the first thing he'd do was pay off his debt. And the first thing after that would be to beat this bastard to death. Definitely. Undoubtedly. Duanmu Huanghun clenched his fists tightly and visualized AI Hui kneeling in front of him, wailing and whining bitterly. he immediately felt more at peace. The supervising elementalist descended from the sky, and as soon as he landed, he staggered slightly. His elemental energy was nearly consumed from the light-binding arrow. You've made another contribution. He glanced at Ai Hui, who had displayed courage and accurate timing in this battle. This student had managed to outperform him, a veteran. Recalling that Ai Hui used to be a laborer in the wilderness, he couldn't help sighing for him. He believed Ai Hui was born for fighting. Troubled times were a disaster for most, but for a small number of people, it was the best stage. They were born for this era. That was the feeling Ai Hui gave him. Thank you, sir, for your support, Ai Hui said with deep respect. The light arrow carried a power that Ai Hui had never witnessed in his life. So long as it hit a critical point, the enemy was guaranteed to die. He remembered the inheritance of Sky Edge Division that Sir Shueman had once told him about and realized the power of the 13 divisions that was beyond his expectations. He suddenly gained confidence. If an ex-serviceman of the 13 divisions was so strong, how amazing would the fighting capability of the elite force be? The powerful 13 divisions against the blood of God. They had a chance to win against them. Perhaps the future of the Avalon of 5 elements was not as dim as he imagined. He caught sight of the blood-traced ant in the distance. It sported fatal injuries but continued to twist bitterly on the ground. Everyone was amazed at its tenacious vitality. A sweet and extraordinarily tempting smell lingered in the air. Although the students were aware of the blood poison's terror, they still became eager when they smelled the fragrance. Devils always walked together with temptation. Ai Hui and his teammates waited to approach it until they were certain it was dead and unmoving. The ant's blood clotted, and the fragrance in the air gradually dissipated. Ai Hui, the blood clot is becoming solid, Lulan said. A yellow light shined in his eyes. Solid? They were all surprised. Ai Hui found a small wooden stick and poked the clot with it. Sure enough, the blood clots had completely solidified. It's crystallization, Lulan said. Crystallization? What's that? Sang Jijun asked. The nature of the blood clot is changing into a crystal, Lulan explained. They could see that the clot was turning into a dark red crystal that finally became as clear as a gem. Ai Hui knocked on it with the stick, producing a sound as if hitting against glass. Is it poisonous? Ai Hui asked Lulan. No. Lulan shook his head. Ai Hui's eyes lit up and looked at the body of the blood-traced ant as if it was a dead dire beast. To him, this was a hill of gold. During his time in the wilderness, he was fighting against dire beasts for the majority of the time, and each part of a dire beast was useful, including the hair, fur, flesh, bones, tendons, and organs. In other words, there was not a single part that could not be exchanged for money. Would the body of a blood fiend be of similar value? Look at how clear the blood clot was. It had to be expensive. Sir, can we take the blood-traced ant's body back for further study? Ai Hui took the initiative. The elementalist couldn't help but laugh. This is a blood crystal. We've found similar things after killing other blood-traced ants. Only they have blood that crystallizes, not the ordinary blood ants. The mayor's residence has been studying it for some time, but the results show that it has nothing to do with our elementalists. The carapace of the blood ant is solid but becomes soft after its death, and the same with its bones and muscles, they easily become broken once the ant dies. Let us have a try, sir. Can we take it? Ai Hui asked insistently. You can take it all. The supervising elementalist smiled generously. We don't know how to use it anyway. Don't worry, after crystallization, the blood of the blood-traced ant is no longer poisonous. Maybe you'll find a way to utilize it. At once, Ai Hui said, "Thank you, sir," and quickly collected the blood crystals on the ground. After retrieving all of them, he ordered the team to step forward. During the battle, the elementalist and Ai Hui were the ones to use the most energy, while the others were still hale. The supervising elementalist also remarked that there would only be one blood-traced ant within an area. A blood-traced ant was like the king of an ant colony, and a king would always be lonely. Sir Shueman commanded the team to continue tearing down the houses. To all onlooking students, the performance of the A1 unit was shocking. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Ordinary and Brilliant. Chapter 198, Ordinary and Brilliant. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, K. Kermit. Prepare yourselves. Sir Shueman ordered. They were not sure whether or not the solution they had thought of last night would work, but they would give it a try anyway. Sang Jijun looked nervous. Jiang Wei seemed calm and collected, but his hand that tightly clutched his bow revealed the tension in his heart.
Unexpectedly, they didn't step forward.
Wood attribute students began to spread seeds of different colors on the ground, then rattan sprouted out of the earth and began to grow crazily.
Water attribute students placed misty clouds while earth attribute students made quicksand in the interspace zones.
In this way, the team was connected together and a net was created with many obstacles. The moves were not powerful, but they covered all the areas the team occupied. After they were done, only 20 people were left while all the others turned back and walked out of the pitfall area.
Sure Shuemon was not far from the shops.
She gestured to Wang Xiaoshan, who immediately destroyed all the nodes of the shop. With a loud boom, the shop collapsed, generating substantial amounts of dust in the air.
Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
Dozens of red figures were ejected from the smog.
They noticed Sure Shuemon first and rushed towards her. Sure Shuemon was well prepared.
She turned back and dashed into the pitfall area without hesitation, followed closely by the blood ants running after her. Unexpectedly, the blood ants were completely in shambles.
The pitfall areas were very hard to deal with for the ants.
Obstacles of different attributes were mixed up, each of which had a totally different kind of resistance.
For the blood ants that were amazingly fast, even a small force could lead them astray. Those left in the area were the 20 people who were the most powerful. They didn't seek to fight actively and only needed to keep the ants in the pitfall. Sang Jijun and Jiang Wei were leading 9 archers.
Once Sang Jijun's spiderweb iron pellets were shot out and entangled a blood ant, Jiang Wei's heavy arrow would come together with another 9 arrows and the blood ant in the middle of the spiderweb would be shot into a hedgehog. They were not attacking hastily. The fast speed of Sang Jijun's shot now gave full play to its effect. Meanwhile, she was also taking on the overall control. She would shoot a string and woodwind arrow wherever there was danger. The string and woodwind arrow was not lethal, but it was effective to disrupt the attack of the enemies. Together with the others, Sure Shuemon had carefully analyzed all of the problems exposed in yesterday's battle and discussed how to solve them. Today's arrangement was the result of their discussion. She knew she was only a rookie, so it was better to let everyone join the discussion. This way, they would also know clearly what they needed to do. At first, they had been a bit reserved and unfamiliar with each other, but as time went by, their cooperation improved greatly. What's more, since this was the second time for them to be on the battlefield, they had overcome the fear in their hearts and gradually gotten used to fighting. The students' efficiency and confidence had both been greatly improved. Sure Shuemon felt happy from her heart. There was nothing more cheerful than seeing the discussion that she had initiated by herself go smoothly. She had almost been killed just before, but now she was fully enjoying the wild fighting and became the most eye-catching existence. Even the ugly central pine armor could not hide her elegant and valiant figure. With Cirrus in her hand, she fought freely on the battlefield as if there was no resistance. As for the details of the pitfall, it was engraved in her memory and did not influence her at all.
Each strike was mighty and powerful.
Besides, as her control over her strength had improved, she could now maintain her elemental energy within her body very well. The blood ants that were struck down by her Cirrus all ended up exploding into a cloud of blood mist.
Duanmu Huanghan was standing out of the pitfall area and practicing his viridescent flower at ease. He was good at control, but how could he willingly become a supportive player? When did you see Big Brother Huanghan as someone else's assistant? That wouldn't help him defeat AI Hui.
His eyes were cold. The green twine twigs appeared and disappeared mysteriously in the pitfall area. The continuous fighting had a huge impact on him. At first, although his viridescent flower could dazzle the eyes of his enemies, it had not been very lethal. Thus, he had intentionally practiced in order to improve its lethality while maintaining its gorgeous appearance.
Perfect talent must possess a perfect absolute art.
The aloof and proud temperament, magnificent and lethal attack, unruffled stroll, and incomparably handsome face constituted an attractive picture. Many female students had forgotten that they were still in danger.
They couldn't help holding their breath and staring at Duanmu Huanghan. Sure Shuemon was invincible, Duanmu Huanghan was proud and gorgeous, Sang Jijun was at ease, and Jiang Wei was well ordered in the battle.
Their perfect cooperation was eye-catching.
Even the supervising elementalist was stunned at the fighting prowess of each of the kids on the battlefield.
AI Hui was also surprised at their performance.
Although there was still some immaturity, it was much better than yesterday.
At least they were more composed when facing the blood ants. And he could tell that the tactics had indeed been arranged with a lot of thought. He didn't know that the Iron Lady in blue and white was very talented in this aspect.
As a girl, she was valiant indeed.
Seeing the blood ants that had exploded into blood mist, AI Hui felt a bit frightened. If he had never seen Iron Lady's face before, then judging only from the fight, he might have thought that the figure in the central pine armor must have been a muscular and brawny woman.
Females nowadays were becoming more and more powerful.
The money-losing deal could easily defeat himself with 1,000 yuan, and now the Iron Lady in blue and white was more skillful than he'd expected. At first we wanted to ask Iron Lady to give him some compensation for saving her life so many times.
It shouldn't be for free. She should thank him with money.
Besides, he'd heard that her family was wealthy. But now, seeing the ferocious performance of Iron Lady, Hui wisely gave up the idea. Apparently, he could hardly resist her attack with the spear.
Good job, Miss Sure. Good job, Bang Wan. Good job, Miss Sang. Good job, Jiang Wei.
Lu Lan, who was standing beside Hui, never stopped marveling at their performance. Hui had been upset at the loss, and now hearing what Lu Lan said, he became more agitated and suddenly turned his face to glare at Lu Lan.
Lu Lan abruptly shut up.
He shrugged and kept silent for a while, then stammered, Hui is the best of all. Hui, who had been angry just now, immediately became cheerful. He patted his head and praised him.
I really like your honesty, Lu Lan.
The teammates were cooperating very well and soon destroyed the blood ants in the last few shops. When the last blood ant was killed, the crowd in the street burst into cheers.
In Wang Shouchuan's room,
all kinds of books were scattered on the floor. Wang Shouchuan's hair was white and in a mess, and his eyes were red. He was murmuring like he was in a nightmare.
How? How? Spell formation, spell formation. This is impossible. Elemental energy cannot reach that place. She can't do that at her current base level. How can I make it?
He fell on the floor and looked blankly at the ceiling. He felt he was a total failure. He had accomplished nothing in his life and couldn't even help Yuqin to realize her last hope. He was immersed in strong feelings of weakness and despair. These days he hardly had any rest and was now overwhelmed with fatigue. He dreamed about the first time he'd met Yuqin and the first time he'd spoken to her. In his dream, he kept talking to Yuqin about his discoveries.
They got married and numerous scenes kept circling in his head.
He had already forgotten where he was.
Shouchuan, I need your help. Yuqin's ardent voice suddenly came into his mind and woke him up. He sat up on the bed.
A gust of wind blew in and he felt cold. Only then did he realize that he was drenched in sweat. He unintentionally glanced in the mirror and was dumbfounded by what he saw. His gray hair had all grown white and his wrinkled face looked unhealthy and red.
Maybe he would die together with Yuqin.
Suddenly, Wang Shouchuan felt relieved. He finally knew what he was most afraid of, rather than death. What he was really afraid was life without her. He knew he didn't have many years left to live, but there was no more fear in his heart.
Yuqin, I'll help you. Wang Shouchuan's turbid eyes suddenly lit up.
He seemed to have gone back to his years of fearlessness.
Youth and vigor were once again infused into his old body and inspiration began to gush out. He sat at the table and wrote something like crazy.
Soon he had used up several pieces of paper. On the papers were his delicate designs. His burning life was the most magical ink that endowed the brush with glory. It was like the first ray of sunlight to shine into the darkness. It rose up into the sky and illuminated his ambitions in the quiet first half of his life together with the knowledge he had accumulated after days and nights of hard work. With light and heat, it wrote down his name in the sky of history. He felt that he was covered in the light and was full of energy. This was the best time he'd ever had. It came late in his life together with his loved one's request.
What a coward!
He didn't have the courage to live alone. He only dared to die with his beloved woman. He didn't sleep, rest, or feel tired. More and more paper, which was with his body temperature and conveyed his love and ambition, was piled up in front of him on the table. Day and night, he didn't eat, drink, or rest for a second. When he finished the last paper, he smiled. Then he reorganized the papers, folded them, and put them carefully in a metal box. His movements were very gentle, as if the papers in his hands were the most valuable treasure in the world.
To him, yes.
He closed the box and pulled the rope on his table.
The guard outside heard the bell and quickly came in.
All of Wang Shouchuan's materials were in his study. The mayor specially sent someone to protect him and accompany him to where he lived. The guard was astonished to see Wang Shouchuan. He looked withered and his hair was all white. Send it to the jade embroidery workshop. His voice was hoarse and dry.
He was too exhausted to say one more word.
The guard suddenly saluted Wang Shouchuan with great respect. He knew the importance of the box, so he immediately spread his cloud wings and flew to the jade embroidery workshop.
Wang Shouchuan stared at the figure moving farther and farther into the sky.
the light in his eyes gradually disappeared. His wrinkled hands held the doorframe tightly and his gray and cloudy eyes filled with stubbornness. Wang Shouxuan stood still and didn't fall down. He said to himself with a smile. "Don't worry. I will wait with you until the last second. How can I let you leave alone? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 199, Yen Hai. Chapter 199, Yen Hai. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, K. Kermit.
Yen Hai stood in the distance and stared ardently at Ai Hui while he was collecting the blood crystals scattered on the ground. Central Pine City's study on the blood crystals had produced no useful discoveries. As a result, Yen Hai managed to get some blood crystals effortlessly. After taking 4 blood crystals, he found that the blood spiritual force within his body increased sharply.
He now felt like he had infinite power.
As long as he could get a few more blood crystals, he was confident that he could achieve a breakthrough. Unconsciously, he touched the scar on his left hand. It was a long scar that stretched from his wrist to his elbow. Back then, his whole left arm had almost been disabled, but fortunately, thanks to the unique techniques of the organization, it had recovered perfectly. He had been with the organization for a long time and once ran for the God Apostles.
Unfortunately, he was eliminated at an early stage. However, thanks to this early elimination, he was still alive.
He'd heard that in the later stages, all the participants had been killed by the 6 God Apostles. This had also offered them a chance. He'd accepted the mission to go undercover in the induction ground. He hadn't chosen the metropolises because he'd known that he was not powerful enough. With his meager ability, he could have done nothing in those cities. Here in the induction ground, however, he might have some opportunities. The organization's supernatural power was beyond his imagination.
He was easily assigned to the induction ground with a perfect fake identity. Never once did anyone suspect him.
5 years had passed. It was so long that he had almost forgotten his real identity, until the breakout of the blood disaster. Unexpectedly, the blood disaster started from the induction ground. He was thrilled and delighted, as he knew that it was a 1 in a million chance for him. The 5 years had not been an easy time and he had been too impatient to just wait. His assumed identity was a wood elementalist. To acquire the blood of God for daily training, he'd secretly planted some blood plants in his back room. As the results of earlier studies performed by the organization, the plants could only provide low-quality blood of God. Therefore, his progress in training had been very slow. The outbreak of the blood disaster had largely boosted his training and now he was slavering after the blood crystals. Having taken several blood crystals, he saw his blood trace begin to agglomerate.
As long as the agglomeration could be completed successfully, he could become a formal member of the organization instead of a peripheral. He had to think up a solution. He knew of Ai Hui. In the current Central Pine City, few people didn't know of him.
As the mayor kept advertising the brilliant achievements of the A1 unit, the team members, including Ai Hui and Shi Shueman, had become well known. Even the Vanguard Training Hall was no longer a secret. People admired the huge rewards they got and worshipped their achievements and fighting skills. Ai Hui seemed to feel his gaze and turned towards him.
Yen Hai immediately lowered his head.
When he looked up again, Ai Hui's attention had already returned to the battlefield. Not in the mood to watch their fight, Yen Hai lowered his head and left quietly. He'd just seen Ai Hui's amazing fighting skills and knew that he was definitely not Ai Hui's match, but that didn't mean that there was nothing he could do. Although his blood trace hadn't fully agglomerated, thanks to the unparalleled techniques of the organization, he possessed some unique capacities.
He walked fast.
It would not be long before the battle came to an end, after which Ai Hui and his teammates would return to the Vanguard Training Hall. If he could not make it to the Vanguard Training Hall before them, his plan couldn't be carried out.
He walked past the ruins and the empty streets. Now this city was either in battle or in ruins. He could see hardly any people on the streets.
The smoke rising from the ruins made the scene more desolate and unfamiliar.
Yen Hai gave it a glance.
He had been living in this small city for 5 years and had never seen anything like this before. The cause of all the aftermath was what he was going after. While thinking of these things, he felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. But these emotions were meaningless.
He soon forgot about them. Everyone had to live for themselves. Who could care so much?
His gaze became crazily ardent again. This was only a temporary pain. Only death could bring new life. Only by burning everything could he destroy the ungodliness in the world.
And only by destroying the decayed Avalon of 5 elements could a real, new empire be built.
He had spent 5 years here and was very familiar with the city. It didn't take him much effort to find the Vanguard Training Hall. As soon as he arrived, he was stunned to see the totally different Vanguard training hall, which had become like a hedgehog-shaped fortress. Then he remembered that there was an Earth Attribute student in AI Huey's team and that this new appearance was likely to have been made by him. He listened for a while at the door and confirmed that no one was in the training hall. A complacent smile appeared on his face and he took a soybean-sized seed out of his pocket. He was disguised as a wood elementalist because that was what he had been before joining the organization. Although he hadn't made much progress in terms of blood training over the past 5 years, he'd still figured out some usages of the blood spiritual force. The seed in his hand was the fruit of his hard work. The green surface of the seed was touched with a thin red streak. It was a fescue seed that he'd modified using blood spiritual force. Fescue was a common kind of grass with strong reproductive abilities. It could be seen almost anywhere as long as there was soil. This kind of grass had a strong vitality and could take root and grow even in the gaps between bricks or on roof tiles. The reason why he'd chosen fescue was that it was inconspicuous. No one would notice if there was one more fescue in their yard. He threw the fescue into the courtyard of the training hall. Fatty had a long dream in which Lulan said that bathing in the lava could train his fire elemental energy, so AI Hui kicked him into the lava at once.
And then he kept bathing.
Then he woke up from his dream and felt soreness all over his body, like he had really been bathing for a long time. Breathing heavily, Fatty looked around and was relieved only when he saw that it was his own room.
Good thing that there was no lava river.
He thought it was sad that the reason why he'd had such a dream must have been because of how the cold-blooded training maniac AI Hui was giving him too many training tasks every day, which made training a haunting memory for him.
Wait, no. Fatty noticed the hollow cockleburrs on the floor and suddenly remembered what he'd done.
His face turned pale at once. He'd drunk the chili fire oil. It was frightening that he'd dared to drink the chili fire oil. Fatty was shocked with himself, but the next minute he began to feel proud about it. This proved that he was a real man. He made up his mind that, in the future, if he made a bet with AI Hui, he would bet on nothing but drinking chili fire oil.
AI Hui would definitely not dare to do so.
Fatty was proud that he could win against AI Hui in some aspect. His whole life was now full of sunshine. When he strutted out of the room, he was surprised to see nobody in the courtyard.
Where was everybody? Fatty's expression changed. Did they go out to fight without him? How long had he been sleeping?
He hastily rushed to his heavy shield on the weapons shelf. All he knew was that if AI Hui had any accidents, he would fall on hard times. He grabbed the heavy shield with his big palm and was about to rush out when he felt that the shield seemed to be lighter than before.
Right at that moment, something fell on his head. What? Fatty felt weird and looked around.
There was nothing on the floor.
Then, was it on his helmet?
He took down the central pine helmet from his head and saw grass on it. It was fescue, a common kind of grass.
How could a bit of grass fall on his head? It should have been something like a stone, not a bit of grass. Fatty was confused.
When he was about to pull it out, a flower grew from the grass.
Fatty was stunned again.
How amazing it was to see a weed blossom just before his eyes at a speed he could see. Moreover, in the middle of the flower there was the pattern of an eye.
Eye. Fatty's eyes lit up.
Maybe this was a mutated fescue. This made sense to him. Fatty had been with AI Hui in wilderness for years and had seen countless plants, but none of the fescue had been like this.
Plants that had mutated were always valuable. Would elementalists love to collect and purchase mutated plants with which they could cultivate new species? Good. Anything that could be sold for a good price was good. Then Fatty became a bit upset.
Since they were currently in a blood disaster, nothing could be sold for a good price.
Why was the eye moving?
Fatty and the eye on the fescue looked at each other and both of them were stunned. This made Fatty's flesh creep and he immediately realized what had happened. Throwing away the helmet in his hand, he dashed out of the training hall. Yen Hai stood outside of the Vanguard training hall, confident in himself. As soon as the seed fell on the ground, it would take root and sprout. As he'd expected, it did not take long before he could feel the seed begin to grow. Then after a while, feeling the weak fluctuation, he knew the fescue had blossomed. The blood spiritual force began to flow to his right eye, in which his vision turned all red.
After a minute, the redness faded away and what he could see in front of him was a brand new sight.
Yet in his sight there was a person's big, fat face, and this guy was looking at him with agitation.
What happened?
Yen Hai paused for a while, then realized that someone was in the training hall.
Damn it!
Right at this second, he and Fatty looked each other in the eye and he clearly saw that the guy over there was like a cat that had sensed danger and stood its hair on end.
No! Yen Hai's face turned pale.
He couldn't care too much and immediately turned back to run out madly.
Stop! Fatty's growl came from behind. Yen Hai didn't dare to look back and ran even faster.
With the heavy shield and the armor, Fatty could not move fast and the distance between the two became farther and farther. Rage rising in his heart, Fatty threw away the shield in his hand and put his fists behind his back.
Boom!
Roaring fire erupted from his fists. It was fiercer than he'd expected. He felt like he'd been thrust forward by a wagon. Under the huge force, his head and neck were thrown back and his body was directly lifted up from the ground and pushed to the end of the lane at an incredible speed.
Fatty's fat face went pale. The fire and the speed were a bit weird.
There was nothing he could do but watch the guy's back get closer and closer. Without any reaction, he bumped into him like an out-of-control, fully loaded transport wagon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 200, Painful Truth. Chapter 200, Painful Truth. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, X. At the Vanguard Training Hall.
Fatty was vividly telling them what had happened. I immediately realized what happened. Someone was out there.
It must be a thief.
I shouted loudly and rushed out. The thief was running to the entrance of the lane, so I just threw away the shield and ran after him. Since he was running extraordinarily fast, and I had no time to take off my armor, I decided to use my deadly fire dash, the speed of which, is superb. But the thief was very cunning. He bounced himself away with the force of my collision. Then, I was tripped by a stone and fell on the ground.
Humph! That guy must be having a hard time too.
His bones must have been broken.
That means you didn't catch him? Lu Lan winked.
I did, Fatty said seriously and shrugged, and then he escaped. We did not hear their conversation, but stared at the fescue on the helmet. He knew some things about plants, but had never seen a fescue like this. He put the grass beneath his nose and smelled slight fragrance. He looked grave. When he heard Fatty mention a thief, the first thing he thought about was whether the message tree was being targeted. The origins of both the message tree and the old prisoner were mysteries. As mortal enemies, the Blood of God group was very likely to be covertly looking for them.
Maybe there were undercover spies from the Blood of God in the city? Anything unusual? Sure. Shuemon walked to his side.
The smile on her face indicated her pleasant mood.
The fighting today was smoother than she expected.
More importantly, no one died or got injured, which made her very delighted.
No. Hui shook his head.
There's the smell of the blood poison, but it's not strong.
He passed the fescue to Sure Shuemon.
The spread of blood poison was already hard to resist and had created the large population of blood ants.
Splashes of poisonous blood could easily and severely infect nearby plants.
The mayor had sent people to eliminate the infected plants, which led to the elimination of all plants at a later stage. Thanks to the quick response of the mayor, the spread of the blood poison was now much slower than in the wild. Consequently, this slower propagation led to less severe disasters.
Sure Shuemon took a glance and saw nothing special either.
Hui was afraid that the fescue carried the blood poison and asked Fatty to incinerate it.
Great progress, huh? 6 palaces already? Hui looked at Fatty up and down and was a bit surprised. That's because I'm talented.
Fatty tried to pretend to be calm, but the smile on his face and his narrowed eyes exposed the complacency in his heart.
Good.
Hui said admiringly and turned to Sure Shuemon. It seems that he hasn't adapted to his current state.
Any idea how to help him?
Hui knew that Sure Shuemon was experienced in this aspect. She was better than the others here in terms of training knowledge.
No one can adapt instantly, said Sure Shuemon before giving a rational suggestion. I did see similar cases before.
After one spends some time at their new level, he or she can get adapted naturally. For now, I suggest that Fatty undertake some specially designed training, such as covering the surface of a shield with flames and keeping it steady for as long as possible, at least 2 minutes.
Hui believed it was a good idea.
Fatty's advantage was his strength. If the shield he used was a flame, it would definitely be a great help to them.
Lu Lan, watch Fatty. 200 sets of flaming shield, Hui said. No problem, Hui.
Lu Lan replied cheerfully.
Fatty's heart shivered and he screamed, Hui, why don't you just kill me? 200. How can I have so much elemental energy? Lu Lan said happily, I have an idea.
You can eat more hot peppers.
You are sensitive and have a high affinity to fire elemental energy. You can replenish your elemental energy by eating hot peppers. This can improve your physique too.
We have enough hot peppers in store.
Fatty glared at Lulan like he wanted to kill the sand puppet with his eyes and said woefully, Lulan, why do you always set me up? The fire-enhancing soup, the dragon soup, and the chili fire oil.
We stopped Fatty from howling and said decisively, good.
Let's just do it this way. Lulan, 200 sets. No problem, we. Lulan took the mission happily.
Leaving the howling Fatty behind, we walked to the message tree and connected the leaf hanging around his neck back to the tree.
He thought for a while, then began to write something down. I'm grateful to be able to contact you. We just killed a blood-traced ant today. Its blood traces were very vague.
What's special is that its blood can crystallize, and we call the gem-like product blood crystal.
For the moment, we don't know if it's of any use. The bad news, someone seems to be following us. He sat under the tree and waited for the others' reply.
From time to time, the light of breakthrough appeared among the students who were in training. Nothing could train people or unleash their potential like a real fight.
Hui, who was sitting under that tree, did not attract their attention.
He had done this many times, and they were already used to it.
I'm glad to know that you are still alive.
The blood traces of blood fiends is directly related to how strong they are. The clearer the blood traces are, the stronger they are.
As to the blood crystal, I think I know.
To a blood elementalist, the blood crystal is like elemental food to us or the spirit stone of the cultivation era. It contains an abundant amount of blood spiritual force that can greatly improve the training speed of blood elementalists. I suspect that the reason why the blood fiends were created is to provide blood crystals. I have not tested it before, so I cannot tell you if an elementalist can use blood crystals.
If someone is watching you secretly, you need to contact me less. Please protect yourself.
It is not possible for the blood disaster to end within a short period of time.
Only by staying alive can you have the chance to do anything.
We read it carefully. Then, he picked up the leaf and again wore it around his neck. His movements were at ease and he looked just as calm as usual, but he was actually so shocked that his heart was like a stormy sea. The conjectures of the old prisoner stunned him, but his mind told him that maybe this was the real purpose of the blood of God. Producing the blood plants was for the blood training of the blood fiends, which could produce blood crystals. Therefore, whether it was blood fiends or blood plants, they were all materials to make blood crystals. Oh, elementalists were also included. Blood ants ate elementalists to transform, after which the blood traces appeared and they grew into blood-traced ants which could produce blood crystals.
Hui felt chilled.
He sensed that he had just lifted the veil of the disaster and saw the frightening truth underneath. How crazy and cold-blooded were they to have such horrible ideas and to create such disastrous blood poison? He sat on the floor, looking absent-minded.
Are you okay? Sure, Shuemon was concerned.
Hui had been sitting blankly under the tree for about 10 minutes, which attracted her attention. She had never seen such an expression on Hui's face before. It was a combination of fear, loss, and unease.
Hui was brought back to reality. It's nothing. Then he suddenly asked, aren't you afraid?
Afraid?
Sure, Shuemon paused for a while. Yes, I was at the very beginning. Now, I'm much better. It's useless to be afraid. It's a life or death fight anyway. I don't need to think too much.
Hui was suddenly enlightened and discarded his fear. Yes, it was a life or death fight from the very beginning.
Maybe they were regarded as materials, but so what? The enemies were strong and crazy, but so what? Give up fighting and surrender? Leave themselves at the mercy of the enemies and wait to be killed?
There was no difference. Hui patted Sure Shuemon's shoulder unconsciously and said, Iron Lady has an iron heart. Sure Shuemon's body froze when Hui put his hand on her shoulder, but after hearing his words, her face turned dark.
Iron Lady.
Hui also realized what he said.
He laughed embarrassedly and ran away as fast as he could.
In the jade embroidery workshop, Han Yuqin read through the draft carefully.
It was completely quiet in the workshop.
The mayor and the dean sat in front of her, not daring to make the slightest noise. She caressed the paper as if it was her husband's face. Every letter on the paper was the fruit of his sweat and blood, and they shined brightly in her eyes.
She was a bit crazy. Why was she attracted by him? Why couldn't she move her eyes away from him? Why did she give herself to him? Why had she never regretted her decision even though he had been ordinary throughout his life?
The reasons were in each letter of this draft. She read every word of it carefully, then passed it to the mayor.
Just do as it says.
Her voice was calm, but indubitable.
No problem.
Mayor Wang Jin and the dean agreed at the same time.
Master Han was now their last hope.
Wang Jin added, "Please feel free to let us know if you need anything. I'm afraid it will take a long time to make all the things that are required." Han Yuqin replied calmly, "I will also need to isolate from the world to become well prepared. Please notify me after all the key points are arranged."
Yes.
They walked out of the room at once. "Mingxiu, I will now enter isolation."
You will watch over for me, Han Yuqin said.
Yes, Master, Mingxiu said softly. She felt a bit uneasy for no reason.
Wang Jin and the dean flew back to the mayor's residence at the fastest speed and could not wait to read the draft. After finishing, their faces lit up. Wonderful design. This is absolutely wonderful. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable.
Xiaochuan is a great talent. The dean was too excited to talk in complete sentences. There were many details that he did not really understand, but he knew the plan was very likely to succeed. Although Han Yuqin had previously promised them, they had just regarded it as another doubtful attempt, which was barely better than nothing. They did not have high hopes for it. Only after they saw the draft did they realize that this plan was promising. There was nothing more exciting than hope amid despair. The dean calmed down from his excitement. He stared at the complicated design on the paper and was a bit concerned.
I'm not sure whether we can make all these. They are all too complicated. Let's ask the craftsman. We have to. Wang Jin said decisively. Call all the craftsmen together. We don't have much time, so we will do it as fast as we can.
All of Central Pine City was embroiled in hard work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.